Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
Page 26. Kakashi coughed and continued, the main task now is to rescue these two members of the Uzumaki clan and bring them back to Konoha. So, this is my plan. Uchiha Kakuzan, you and I will infiltrate Kizaga-Core together in a while. The timing is perfect. Let's talk to these two Uzumaki clan members first and see if they are willing to come to Konoha with us. If they are, we will leave together. If they are not, Uchiha Kakuzan, you can use Genjutsu to control them and bring them out. Then you can persuade them slowly on the way. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Kakashi with some surprise upon hearing his arrangement. It seemed that Kakashi also knew some of the inside story of the destruction of the land of whirlpools back then, otherwise, he wouldn't have been worried that the Uzumaki clan wouldn't go with them. After Kakashi finished explaining Uchiha Kageyama's mission, he continued to say to Uzuki Ujeo, your mission is to set up some traps on our way back and around the village to prevent the people of Kizaga-Core from following and chasing us, and then meet us on the outskirts. Kakashi paused, then asked, did you understand? Do you have any other questions? Seeing that neither of them had any questions, Kakashi said firmly, alright, now, let's begin the mission. Next, Kakashi used the camouflage invisibility technique, glanced at Uchiha Kakuzan, and noticed that Uchiha Kakuzan was also using the camouflage invisibility technique. He was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He made a hand gesture to Uchiha Kakuzan and then led the way to sneak into Kizaga-Core. Seeing Kakashi leading the way, Uchiha Kakuzan quietly followed, leaving Uzuki Ujeo behind to prepare for their departure. Kakashi and Uchiha Kakuzan's infiltration went smoothly. After all, Kakashi had been here once before, and the fact that these two members of the Uzumaki clan lived on the outskirts of the village made their infiltration very easy. Now, the main task is to persuade these two members of the Uzumaki clan to obediently follow Kakashi and his group. If that happens, the mission will be more than half accomplished. Chapter 73 Persuasion. Chapter 73 Persuasion. After arriving at Karen and her mother's residence, Uchiha Kakashi and Kakashi disregarded etiquette and entered the house without knocking. Since there was only a frail person and a little girl in the house, they did not notice anything amiss when Uchiha Kakashi and Uchiha Kakashi arrived. After Uchiha Kakeyama arrived at the house, he looked around at the furnishings. The room was sparsely furnished and very simple, barely habitable. It was clear that the mother and daughter were living in great hardship. Their goal this time was to have them snuggle together on a simple bed and fall into a deep sleep. Uchiha Kakuzan activated his Sharingan and took a look. The little girl, Karen, was in relatively good condition, similar to that of a normal child. However, her mother, who was holding her, was in much worse condition. Just as Kakashi had described, her chakra was thin and her body was extremely weak. Even if she were no longer subjected to chakra draining by the ninjas of Kizaga-Core, it was unknown how long it would take for her to recover. If they continued to drain her chakra, she would truly be close to death. Uchiha Kakashi and Kakashi briefly toured the simple room and gained a general understanding of Karen and her daughter's living conditions. After meeting up, they exchanged a knowing glance and then looked at the mother and daughter lying on the bed. Uchiha Kakeyama came to the bedside, reached out and gently patted Karen's mother's shoulder, waking her from her dream. Karen's mother was already weak, and as a result, the weaker she became, the lighter her sleep became. She was startled awake when Uchiha Kakuzan gently patted her shoulder. She looked at the uninvited guest who had barged into her home with a panic in her eyes, but she held her daughter even tighter, as if no matter what happened, she could not separate the mother and daughter. Uchiha Kakuzan was initially unsure about Karen's mother's persuasion, but seeing her demeanor, he felt relieved and knew that he could accomplish his goal. Seeing Karen's mother looking at him in panic, Uchiha Kakeyama raised his already handsome expression even further, revealing a gentle smile that made him appear even more harmless. He spoke to Karen's mother in a mild tone. Hello, we are ninjas from Konoha village. We are here because we received intelligence that a mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan are being treated unfairly in Kizaga-Core village. Therefore, the Hokage sent us to secretly bring you back to Konoha village. Karen's mother was initially flustered, but upon hearing that the person before her was from Konoha village, she calmed down. After Uchiha Kakeyama finished speaking, Karen's mother's face turned completely cold. Still tightly holding the sleeping Karen in her arms, she coldly said, no need to trouble the ninjas of Konoha. We are quite content staying in Kizaga-Core and do not need to move to Konoha. We Uzumaki clan members do not need to trouble the third Hokage. Please, ninja from Konoha, do not trespass into other people's houses without permission in the future. It makes things difficult for them. After she finished speaking, she stopped looking at Uchiha Kakeyama and instead turned her gaze to the wall next to her, as if the wall was much more attractive to her than Uchiha Kakeyama. Seeing Karen's mother's reaction, Uchiha Kakuzan felt a sense of unease, as if he hadn't expected it. Konoha's performance during the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools was indeed unsatisfactory. Their repeated delays in responding to the Uzumaki clan's pleas for help ultimately led to the country's demise. It would be impossible to say that the Uzumaki clan survivors harbored no hostility towards Konoha. From the perspective of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha village's actions were nothing short of a shameless betrayal. How could they possibly have a good attitude towards traitors? This is why Karen's mother, Uzumaki Karen, is currently in a very weak state. Otherwise, even if they weren't kicked out, she would have given them a thorough dressing down. This is why there is no trace of the survivors of the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Fire. Even if they live a life of hunger and insecurity in other countries, they are unwilling to go to the Land of Fire and rely on Konoha village for survival. Uchiha Kakuzan frowned in distress. He had felt a pang of pity for the person before him, not wanting her to die so tragically, as if she had been eaten alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been difficult to simply use a genjutsu to take her daughter away. However, Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't the type to be good at persuasion. He was straightforward and blunt. If he couldn't persuade her, it would be a bit more troublesome. He would simply use his sharingan to hypnotize the mother and daughter and take them away. Uchiha Kakeyama pointed to the child she was holding and said to Xiongling, "Before we came, we had already gathered information and knew about your and your child's situation." She looked at the teeth marks on Uzumaki Kaoru's body with a hint of pity in her eyes. "You should know your current situation. If this continues, you will die a violent death soon. Even if you don't cherish your own life, as a mother, you should think about your daughter." As Uchiha Kakeyama spoke, he looked at the sleeping Karen in his arms, reached out and tugged at the hem of Karen's clothes, revealing several clear teeth marks. These teeth marks were so shocking on Karen, who was still a little girl. "Do you really want your daughter to die as miserably as you did? You know, while you're alive, you can still protect her from the wind and rain. But if you die, she will not only suffer the pain of losing her mother, but also the treatment you leave behind. Given how things will develop, she won't be able to grow up and will follow in your footsteps, dying in a fate worse than death." Uzumaki Kaoru wasn't stupid. After hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's description, she knew that what he said was very likely to happen. Her originally cold expression became more conflicted, and her eyes were full of struggle and hesitation when she looked at her daughter. Seeing that Uchiha Kaoru hesitated, he knew he had a chance. He continued, "If you and your daughter come to Konoha, I guarantee you won't be treated unfairly. You can also hide your surname and live as an ordinary civilian. Your daughter can grow up healthy and strong, unlike here, where she lives in constant fear." Uchiha Kakeyama paused, letting Uzumaki Karen process what he had said, before asking, "Do you know someone named Uzumaki Kushina?" Upon hearing the name mentioned by Uchiha Kaoru, Uzumaki Kaoru abruptly looked up. "You know Kushina? How is she now? Is she doing well?" The Uzumaki clan doesn't have many members to begin with, and Uzumaki Kushina is the same age as her. Uchiha Kakeyama guessed that they might not only know each other, but are very close, and were childhood friends who grew up together. Chapter 74 Poor Kakashi. Chapter 74 Poor Kakashi. Uchiha Kakeyama's guess was correct. Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Karen did indeed grow up together. Before the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, both of them were direct descendants of the Uzumaki clan. The fact that Kushina Uzumaki was chosen as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki demonstrates the high purity of her Uzumaki clan bloodline. Like Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, she was a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Karen Uzumaki possesses a rare talent skill even among the Uzumaki clan: physical healing. Furthermore, her daughter Karen also possesses physical healing and Kagura's mind's eye. If she isn't a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan, then no one else is. As for why she has fallen to this state, it can only be said that it is a matter of timing and fate. A princess without her own country and family is no longer a princess. Facing Uchiha Kaoru's expectant gaze, Uchiha Kaoru sighed inwardly. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he still told her the truth. Senior Kushina Uzumaki was a jonin of our Hidden Leaf village, but she and her husband sacrificed themselves a few years ago to save the village. Seeing that Uchiha Kaoru's gaze had dimmed again, he added. However, Kushina Uzumaki left behind a son named Naruto Uzumaki, but his situation is not good. After all, Naruto has been without parents since he was a child and is now an orphan with no one to care for him. Uchiha Kakeyama paused for a moment, looked into Uzumaki Kaoru's eyes, and said, "If you move to Konoha, you can also take care of him." After hearing what Uchiha Kaoru said, Uzumaki Kaoru fell silent. Sometimes she looked at her daughter, sometimes she looked at the wall, and it was unclear what she was thinking. However, it was clear that she was struggling and hesitating intensely inside. After waiting for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Uzumaki Karen let out a long sigh, as if she had made a decision. She raised her head and looked intently at Uchiha Kakeyama. "Alright, I promise you, I'll take my daughter and go back to Konoha with you. But even if I go to Konoha, I'll just be an ordinary civilian. As for what will happen to my daughter in the future, whether she'll be a civilian or a ninja, we'll make plans after we've settled down in Konoha. Uchiha Kazuyama was delighted to see Uzumaki Karen agree, as he had accomplished his goal without using force, merely by speaking, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. This was also the second woman whose tragic fate had been changed thanks to his efforts, the first being Uchiha Mikato. At that moment, Uchiha Kakiyama keenly sensed that a group of people were quietly gathering around the house. Although they made no noise, the perceptive Uchiha Kakiyama still sensed that something was amiss. Uchiha Kakiyama frowned. The mission was almost complete, but unexpectedly, something went wrong at the last minute. If it were just him and Kakashi, they could easily break through the encirclement and ensure that the people surrounding them wouldn't find any weakness. However, there were still the mission targets in the room, and he had already successfully persuaded them. As long as he could safely bring the mother and daughter to Konoha village, he would consider the mission complete. However, if they were to break through with the mother and daughter, the difficulty of the breakout would increase significantly, and their safety could not be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakiyama secretly made a plan. He first gave Kakashi a hand gesture to tell him that something unexpected had happened. Then he formed hand seals and used the multiple shadow clone technique to create 2 clones. The 2 clones then used the transformation technique to transform into 2 well-covered ninjas dressed in IWA ninja attire. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Kakashi and the others, the 2 transformed IWA ninja opened the door to the house, walked out openly, and then casually closed the door behind them. The 2 men stood at the doorway, and one of them shouted, "Stop hiding like rats in the shadows. We've found you. Are all you people from Kizagakure hiding in the gutter?" Upon hearing the man's shout, the people of Kizagakure who were hiding nearby realized they had been exposed, so they stopped hiding and quietly emerged, filling the area around the house. Uchiha Kagami's clone glanced around and estimated there were at least 30 to 50 people in the area. Just as the people outside came out and surrounded the house, Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Kakuzan in surprise, only to be met with Uchiha Kakuzan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi immediately felt dizzy and thought to himself that something was wrong. He hadn't expected Uchiha Kakuzan to attack him at this moment. After all, they were surrounded by enemies, and they should unite, cooperate, and help each other to get through this difficult time. While Kakashi was dazed by his genjutsu, Uchiha Kakuzan struck him with a swift chop, knocking him unconscious. In truth, with Uchiha Kakuzan's mastery of genjutsu, he could have completely overwhelmed Kakashi. However, genjutsu battles involve mental strength, and if things went wrong, or if Kakashi resisted too fiercely, it could easily leave him with psychological trauma. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan chose to first use genjutsu to make Kakashi somewhat disoriented, and then use physical therapy to send Kakashi into a dream, believing that Kakashi would have a dream beneficial to his physical and mental health. After knocking Kakashi unconscious, Uchiha Kazuyama then used a genjutsu on Uzumaki Karen, who was still unaware of what was happening, sending her into a deep sleep as well. Because Uzumaki Karen's mental strength was far inferior to Uchiha Kazuyama's, and her physical body was pitifully weak, Uchiha Kazuyama could easily knock her unconscious without harming her. Then, ignoring the chatter outside the door, Uchiha Kakuzan, carrying Kakashi in one hand and holding Uzumaki Karen and Karen in the other, scanned the room. Seeing that there was nothing he needed to take, he used his eye technique, Takamagahara, to teleport directly into the newly built villa on the island, leaving the Kizagakure villagers with 2 shadow clones and an empty room. Uchiha Kakiyama's shadow clone sensed that the main body had left and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, it let loose and, taking advantage of its current form as an IWA ninja, began to put on a show of acting. The shadow clone crossed its arms, appearing completely unguarded, as if it were facing insignificant people. Its tone was arrogant and conceited as it spoke loudly. "You scum from Kizagakure, let me tell you how my old man from Iwagakure discovered our infiltration. My camouflage stealth technique is famous even in the village. The Tsuchikage himself has praised it. It's impossible for your little Kizagakure to find me so easily." Chapter 75 Copying the Divine Power of the Eye Technique. Chapter 75 Copying the Divine Power of the Pupil Technique. Seeing the IWA ninja surrounded by others, still arrogant and spouting wild words, the Kizagakure ninjas surrounding him gritted their teeth in anger. One of the young ninjas who was surrounding them could no longer tolerate the arrogance of the person in front of him. He stepped forward and said sarcastically, "No matter how good your camouflage invisibility technique is, it can't escape the secret techniques of our Kizagakure. As long as you touch the grass around our Kizagakure, we will sense it. What kind of bullshit ninjutsu is that? We can easily break it. If we didn't have to gather our forces and surround this place silently, we would have captured you long ago." A middle-aged man who appeared to be a leader was about to stop the young man from revealing this information when he stepped forward. However, he thought that most of the villagers already knew this information, and anyone who inquired could easily find out. He decided to let the young man reveal it, which could also serve as a deterrent. Therefore, he no longer had the urge to stop him. After the young man from Kizagakure finished speaking, the leader of Kizagakure stepped forward and asked, "Gentlemen from Iwagakure, what brings you two to sneak into our village in the dead of night? Uchiha Okayama's shadow clone was already pleased to hear the young ninja from Kizagakure's words, but he didn't expect him to be so easily teased and to so readily reveal the reason for their exposure. Then, upon hearing the question from the leader of Kizagakure, Uchiha Kagakuzan thought for a moment and then asked in a questioning tone, "You still want to question our Iwagakure village? We haven't even caused you any trouble yet. Do you know who the people living in this house are? They are fugitives left behind by the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools, who were wiped out. Why did your Kizagakure village take them in? Are you dissatisfied with the major powers, or do you want to follow in the footsteps of the Land of Whirlpools and taste the bitterness of being destroyed?" The leader of Kizagakure village certainly knew the identities of Uzumaki Karen and the others. After all, the Uzumaki clan's iconic red hair was too eye-catching, and their special medical methods also indicated their uniqueness. However, there were no medical ninjas in Kizagakure, and even if there were, their healing effects could not compare to that of the Uzumaki clan woman. Therefore, the leader of Kizagakure simply regarded her as a human medicine with remarkable healing effects, and would just throw her away when she died. However, the leader of Kizagakure did not expect that such a trivial matter would be discovered by the people of Iwagakure. He also knew that the Uzumaki clan was not well liked by these major powers. After all, the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools had caused quite a stir. He just didn't expect that the people of Iwagakure would still bring it up now. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. You great powers swallowed up the Land of Whirlpools back then, feasting on its flesh, and now you don't even leave us a drop of soup. While Uchiha Kakuzan's shadow clones were entangled with the people of Kizagakure, Uchiha Kakuzan's main body had already taken the people he had knocked unconscious to a villa on Takamagahara Island. Uchiha Kakuzan first casually tossed Kakashi to the ground, then carefully placed Uzumaki Karen and her daughter on the bed. After confirming that neither the mother nor the daughter showed any signs of waking up, he carried Kakashi to another room. Originally, Uchiha Kakuzan already possessed the space-time jutsu, so he wasn't in a hurry for Kakashi and Uchiha Obito's kamui. However, by chance, in order to ensure the safety of Uzumaki Karen and her daughter, he had to knock them unconscious and take them away. Now that Kakashi has been knocked unconscious, let's copy his kamui technique while we're at it, so that Kakashi won't be too wary of us later and it won't be difficult to take him down. Uchiha Kakuzan first placed Kakashi on the floor, face up. Then he removed the headband covering Kakashi's left eye and gently lifted Kakashi's left eyelid, revealing his Sharingan. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw that Kakashi's Sharingan was still active even when he was unconscious, his lips twitched involuntarily. If this continued, with the Sharingan being such a chakra-consuming device, it was no wonder that Kakashi was so weak. Such a genius was being wasted like this. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kakiyama took a deep breath and activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, meeting Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan. He then slowly released some of his eye power, gradually but continuously channeling it into Kakashi's Sharingan. Although Kakashi is still unconscious, his Sharingan has started to spin under the stimulation of Uchiha Kakuzan. With Uchiha Kakuzan's continued stimulation, the three-tomo Sharingan spins faster and faster, until it seems to have exceeded some kind of limit. The three-tomo Sharingan spins faster and faster until the tomo ends connect, finally turning into a triangular windmill shape, shining brightly. Uchiha Kakuzan quietly admired the exquisite Mangekyo Sharingan before him for a while. This Sharingan was the only spacetime Mangekyo Sharingan besides Uchiha Kakuzan's own, making it a treasure among all Sharingan. Uchiha Kakiyama estimated that he wouldn't have many more opportunities to appreciate this Sharingan in the future, so now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to appreciate it as much as possible. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't waste any more time. Uzuki Yujeo was still waiting for them outside Kizagakure, and they couldn't let her wait any longer. After admiring Kakashi's Sharingan, Uchiha Kakuzan immediately activated his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and began to copy the hidden Dojutsu of the Sharingan before him kamui. It is indeed worthy of being a Sharingan containing the kamui technique. Uchiha Kakuzan could feel that the Sharingan in front of him alone was the Mangekyo Sharingan with the greatest potential and foundation that he had ever seen. Since Uchiha Kakiyama's Sharingan was upgraded to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, this was the first time he had encountered such a difficult-to-replicate technique. Uchiha Kakiyama waited for quite a while before the system finally delivered the upgrade. Congratulations, host, you have successfully copied the technique, Divine Might. The system is learning and digesting it, and it is expected to be usable in 22 hours. Page 27. Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the system's notification. This Kamui spacetime technique was unexpectedly profound. He had waited so long, thinking the replication was going to fail, but in the end, he succeeded. Uchiha Kakuzan even doubted how Uchiha Obito had awakened such a powerful technique. He estimated that when the Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan and the technique was awakened, it was because of the support of the two geniuses, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, and the outburst of their negative emotions that this rare spacetime technique appeared in the world. Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had knocked Kakashi unconscious and brought him into the dimension. Otherwise, if something had happened during such a long time, he would have regretted it to death. Chapter 76 Uchiha Guyama's Escape. Chapter 76 Uchiha Kakiyama's Escape. The leader of Kyuzagakur could no longer tolerate the IWA ninja standing at the door of the house, spouting arrogant words. He knew that if these two IWA ninja escaped today, countless troubles from Uegakur would await them. The leader of Kyuzagakur subtly winked at one of his burly subordinates, signaling him to take care of the man in front of him. This person was not without cunning. After receiving the leader's instructions, he led his men to the front and shouted, "You two have trespassed into our Kyuzagakur village without permission. We don't know what bad things you're up to, yet you dare to question us. I advise you to surrender immediately. That way, Kyuzagakur might consider sparing your lives and having your Uegakur people come and take you away." Uchiha Kagemai's shadow clones hadn't had enough of their acting when they heard the Kyuzagakur people's doubts and attempts to persuade them to surrender. They immediately picked up their weapons and shouted, "You bunch of Kyuzagakur scum, you dare to lay a hand on me? Let me tell you, there are only IWA ninja who die in battle, not cowards who surrender. Come on." As they spoke, they raised their weapons as if to charge forward and fight to the death, but in reality, they didn't even move their feet. The short, stocky ninja from Kyuzagakur was torn when he saw the IWA ninja about to fight to the death. He didn't know whether he should go in or not. If he went in, the people in front of him were from Uegakur, one of the 5 great nations. If he really killed them, he didn't know what the consequences would be. But if he didn't go in, he would really lose face. If he didn't dare to make a move against such an arrogant person, he would never be able to show his face in the village again. Remembering his leader's order, the short, stocky ninja gritted his teeth, raised his weapon, and shouted, "Even if you are a ninja from Uegakur, you are still a spy who has trespassed into our village. We, the Hidden Grass Village, are not afraid of trouble. Kill." With that, he charged forward, weapon in hand, towards the Uegakur ninja in front of him. Just as the short, stocky ninja was about to strike the IWA ninja with his weapon, he suddenly noticed that the man's expression had become calm. Gone was the arrogance from before, and the fear of being struck. Only a hint of mockery remained in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Seeing the appearance of this IWA ninja, the short, stocky ninja's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong, he felt that he had been tricked. Just then, the weapon in his hand struck the IWA ninja, but there was no blood splattering or flesh being mangled. The two IWA ninjas standing at the door of the house instantly turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. The densely packed Kyuzagakur ninjas surrounding the house vanished upon seeing the IWA ninjas before them, and the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone present was thinking, wasn't he just spouting nonsense and acting recklessly? Where are they? Weren't there only the dead IWA ninja? Where are they? The scene became somewhat awkward. The leader of Kyuzagakur, standing nearby, was ashen-faced. If he hadn't realized he'd been tricked by now, he wouldn't deserve to be a leader. He immediately reacted and shouted, "Don't just stand there, hurry inside and check, don't let them escape." Those nearby suddenly realized what was happening. Some stayed behind to keep watch, while the rest rushed into the house to search. The leader of Kyuzagakur knew that searching at this point would likely yield little result, but a question lingered in his mind: how did they escape when they were surrounded? It's unknown when the answer to this mystery will be revealed. Just as Uchiha Kakuzen's shadow clone disappeared, he had just copied Kakashi's Sharingan technique, Kamui. When Uchiha Kakuzen received the memories of the shadow clone, he was speechless. He never expected that after letting loose, he would become such a drama queen, and a very good one at that. However, after learning that his shadow clone had been broken, Uchiha Kakuzen knew he had to hurry and meet up with Uzuki Yujeo. Otherwise, if the young girl were to be found by the ninjas from Kyuzagakur whom he had tricked, he didn't know if she could handle it. Uchiha Kakiyama examined his Sharingan and realized that he had gained a great deal from copying Kakashi's Kamui. Although it was impossible for his Sharingan to evolve immediately, it was still a significant step forward. Uchiha Kakuzen first helped Kakashi put on his headband, covering his left eye. Of course, he also took off Kakashi's mask and took a look at his true face. He was indeed quite handsome, almost as handsome as him. After Uchiha Kakuzen finished tidying up Kakashi, he carried him back to the room where Uzumaki Karen and her daughter were staying. He picked them up, glanced around to make sure nothing was missing, and then quietly returned using the spatial imprint he had left near Kyuzagakur. After Uchiha Kakiyama brought them back, he glanced around to make sure no one was there, and then headed towards the place he had arranged to meet with Uzuki Yujeo. "We need to meet up with Uzuki Yujeo as soon as possible and then get out of there quickly. Otherwise, if Kyuzagakur isn't stupid, they'll definitely organize a search party in the surrounding area." Since he had knocked Kakashi unconscious, it was better to slip away quickly, as he now had one less combatant and one more burden. In any case, he had already completed his mission and had also copied Kakashi's Sharingan technique, which was an unexpected bonus. Uchiha Kakuzen, carrying 3 people, arrived at the appointed time with Uzuki Yujeo without any burden. After meeting Uzuki Yujeo and confirming each other's identities, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't chat much. He simply handed Uzumaki Karen and her daughter over to Uzuki Yujeo, then carried Kakashi on his back. Uchiha Kakuzan and Uzuki Yujeo then sped off, heading away from Kizagakure. Because Uchiha Kagami trained in lightning release armor, he had excellent physical fitness, and Uzuki Yujeo also trained in swordsmanship for many years, so she also had excellent stamina. So the two of them carried Kakashi and the others on their backs without any pressure. After running for several hours and changing directions several times, the two found a secluded place to rest after confirming that no one was following them. After Kakashi and Karen Uzumaki were settled in, Karen woke up once during this time, but was put back to sleep by Uchiha Kakuzan using Genjutsu. Uzuki Yujeo asked about the progress of Uchiha Kakuzan's mission and Kakashi's condition. Uchiha Kakuzan started a fire and told her what had happened, but he didn't go into details about the Takamagahara space or who knocked Kakashi unconscious. Chapter 77 Kakashi's Sharingan. Chapter 77 Kakashi's Sharingan. The campfire crackled and popped in the open space. After settling Kakashi and the others in, Uchiha Okayama and Uzuki Yujeo sat down to rest. After all, they had carried Kakashi and the others for several hours, and even though they were in good physical condition, they were still a little tired. After the two had rested for a while, Kakashi, who had been settled next to them, finally woke up from his unconsciousness. Kakashi was placed next to the campfire by Uchiha Kakuzan, with a blanket underneath him. When Kakashi woke up, he groaned, clutched his neck, and painfully got up from the ground. Just as Kakashi slowly got up from the ground, his mind finally recalled what had happened before he lost consciousness. Kakashi quickly put down his hand that was covering his neck, jumped up nimbly, pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and looked around at his surroundings warily. Kakashi was surprised by his surroundings. He had assumed that even if he wasn't in the Kizagakure prison, he would be tightly bound to Uchiha Kakuzan in some remote place. After all, it was Uchiha Kakuzan who had knocked him unconscious, and Kakashi suspected that Uchiha Kakuzan might betray Konoha and become a rogue ninja. His own fate wouldn't be any better. As a member of the Hokage's lineage, he was valuable no matter where he was, both for the intelligence and ninjutsu he possessed, and for his status within Konoha. When Kakashi took in his surroundings, he was taken aback. There were no enemies around, nor was he imprisoned or restricted in his freedom. There was only the secluded environment and Uchiha Kagami and Uzuki Yujeo watching him from the other side of the campfire. Not far from them, Uzumaki Karen and her daughter were resting quietly. However, Kakashi remained vigilant, holding a kunai in his hand and watching Uchiha Kakuzan sitting on the other side warily. He remembered that it was this man who had knocked him unconscious when he wasn't paying attention. Therefore, in his eyes, Uchiha Kakuzan was his enemy, and he had reason to suspect that Uchiha Kakuzan had betrayed Konoha. Seeing Kakashi's attitude, before he could even question him, Uchiha Kakuzan put down the wooden stick he was using to start a fire, stood up, dusted himself off, and walked directly into the nearby woods without giving Kakashi a chance to speak, saying, "Kakashi-senpai, come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you." He then turned to Yujeo Uzuki and instructed her, "Yujeo, Kakashi-senpai and I will be right back. Keep an eye on them, mother and daughter, and be on guard." Uzuki Yujeo also sensed that something was off. Kakashi-senpai's reaction was too strange. She knew that something must have happened between Uchiha Kakashi and Kakashi, but she didn't know it. However, she still trusted her two seniors, so she obediently nodded to indicate that she understood. Kakashi watched as Uchiha Kakuzan walked into the woods without any warning. After hesitating for a moment, he followed behind Uchiha Kakuzan, but kept a safe distance. Uchiha Kazuyama and Kakashi arrived in the forest one after the other. Uchiha Kazuyama stopped in a secluded spot, then turned around and looked at Kakashi, who was following behind him, holding a kunai and watching him warily. The two faced each other from a distance, and Uchiha Kakuyama spoke first. "Kakashi-senpai, first of all, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry for knocking you out without your permission." As Uchiha Kakuyama spoke, he bowed slightly to Kakashi. Kakashi watched Uchiha Kakuzan's actions silently, then suddenly spoke up, "Uchiha Kakuzan, I need an explanation. I cannot accept someone knocking out my teammate and partner for no reason." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Kakuzan knew that there was still room for negotiation, so he sincerely asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, you know the environment we faced at the time. There were at least 40 or 50 people surrounding us. Senpai, is there any way to escape unscathed with the mission target under those circumstances?" Kakashi listened to Uchiha Kakuzan's words, remained silent for a moment, and shook his head. "In that situation, even if I had given it my all, I couldn't have guaranteed a safe escape, let alone with the two weakened mission targets in tow." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Kakuzan replied, "You can't, but I can." Then, he sincerely said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, I had no choice at the time. My secret technique is closely related to the Uchiha clan. If information about this secret technique were leaked, our Uchiha clan would be in great danger. So, in order to use the secret technique to take you out, I knocked you unconscious." In reality, Uchiha Kakuzan was just fooling Kakashi. With his chakra reserves and mastery of various ninjutsu, even without his eye techniques and Susanoo, he could have easily escaped with Uzumaki Karen and her daughter, along with Kakashi, in the situation they were in just now. It's just that making such a commotion would have been too much and would have exposed some less important trump cards. Besides, why use a complicated method when there's an easy one? And by taking the opportunity to knock Kakashi unconscious and copying his Kamui-eye technique, it's practically a win-win situation. Kakashi was somewhat helpless when he heard Uchiha Kakuzen's reason. He knew that everything should be based on the mission, but being knocked unconscious this time made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that he had convinced Kakashi, Uchiha Kakiyama knew he should give him a little something in return, so he continued, "Kakashi-senpai, while you were unconscious, I discovered something on you that might not be good for you. Would you like to hear it?" Kakashi was also a smart man. After hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words, he remained silent for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, "Is it about the Sharingan in my left eye?" Uchiha Kakiyama nodded. It seems that Kakashi-senpai also sensed it. "While you were unconscious, I checked your Sharingan. Don't misunderstand, since our Uchiha clan has already given you this Sharingan, we won't go back on our word. I was just a little curious, so I did a simple check." Kakashi nodded, his spirits somewhat low. After all, this Sharingan was a gift from Obito Uchiha, while his teammate, Obito Uchiha, was forever buried on the battlefield. Of course, this is Kakashi's perspective. Seeing that Kakashi didn't speak, Uchiha Kakiyama continued, "When I examined your Sharingan, I found that even when you were unconscious, the Sharingan was not closed. This may be because you don't have the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, which prevents the Sharingan from closing." Uchiha Kakiyama paused for a moment, then continued, "During my investigation, I discovered something that really surprised me. If the rest of the Uchiha clan found out about this, I don't know how much trouble it would cause." Chapter 78 Kakashi's Choice. Chapter 78 Kakashi's Choice. After considering it for a moment, Uchiha Kakiyama decided to tell Kakashi that the Sharingan he possessed was the Mangekyo Sharingan. He reasoned that even if he didn't tell him, in a few years, when the Sharingan had become more integrated with Kakashi, Kakashi would discover the secret of the Sharingan. He wanted to see what would happen if Kakashi discovered the secret of the Sharingan a few years earlier. He was really looking forward to the subsequent events. Anyway, he had already stirred up the world into chaos, so what difference would a little more make? Moreover, he also wanted to know if Kakashi could expose Obito Uchiha from behind the scenes earlier if he mastered the Sharingan's eye technique, Kamui. Thinking about this, Uchiha Kakiyama was also filled with anticipation for the changes to come. Then, Uchiha Kakuzen said to Kakashi with a serious expression, "Kakashi-senpai, you must have felt it too. This Sharingan in your body, probably because you don't have Uchiha blood, can't be turned off. It's constantly consuming your chakra, which indirectly leads to your strength improving very slowly, and also makes your chakra reserves low. When you encounter a particularly troublesome enemy, you'll be at a disadvantage." After finishing his sentence, Uchiha Kakiyama looked directly at Kakashi and said, "If you insist on keeping this Sharingan, it will have a huge impact on your future. Your chances of becoming a Kage-level ninja will be very low, and even if you do become a Kage, you'll be at the bottom of the pack." Kakashi closed his eyes in anguish upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words. Even though he had prepared himself, he still found it hard to accept this cruel reality. After all, becoming a strong ninja was something everyone in the ninja world aspired to and pursued. He had to make a choice, keep Obito Uchiha's legacy and stop improving his strength, or give up the Sharingan, pick up his signature Heitake sword technique again, and embark on the path of pursuing power once more. Kakashi remained silent for a while, then raised his hand to cover his Sharingan. His voice was hoarse but firm as he said, "I choose to keep this Sharingan that Obito left me. I don't believe that this Sharingan will prevent me from improving my strength in the future. Even if it prevents me from improving and cuts off my path to becoming stronger, I will not regret it." Uchiha Kakuzen knew Kakashi would choose this path, and nodded in satisfaction, saying with a smile, "I knew you would choose this path. Actually, it's not that absolute. This Sharingan is just a stepping stone for you to become stronger, not an obstacle. As long as you cheer up and stop being decadent, you can still defeat it." Then, Uchiha Kakuzen's expression turned serious. "Then, I will now tell you the biggest secret of this Sharingan. It is possible that you will find a path that suits you through this secret and become stronger again." Seeing that Kakashi's expression had also turned serious, Uchiha Kakuzen activated his Mangekyo Sharingan towards Kakashi, but of course, he only activated it and did not use it on Kakashi. Kakashi saw that Uchiha Kakiyama had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan again, and his body jolted. He remembered that Kakiyama's Mangekyo Sharingan had knocked him down with a genjutsu before, so he quickly turned his face away and tensed up, holding a kunao in a defensive stance. Seeing Kakashi's strong reaction, Uchiha Kakuzen chuckled and gently comforted him, "Kakashi-senpai, don't be nervous. I really have no ill intentions towards you. If I wanted to do anything to you, you wouldn't be standing here now." Kakashi knew, of course, that what Uchiha Kakuzen said was true, but he couldn't accept being taken down by Uchiha Kakuzen without any ability to resist. Kakashi raised his headband, revealing his Sharingan. Then, Kakashi turned his head, but still didn't dare to meet Uchiha Kakuzen's eyes. Instead, he looked down at Kakuzen's feet. After all this was done, Kakashi spoke up, "Uchiha Kakuzen, I know you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. Although you are younger than me, you have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even in Konoha, your strength is among the top. I am far from being your match. However, you should not open your Mangekyo Sharingan for no reason. If you do this, it is hard for me not to suspect your intentions. Seeing Kakashi avoiding his Mangekyo Sharingan like the plague, Uchiha Kakuzan chuckled. It seems Kakashi-senpai is quite wary of my Mangekyo Sharingan. I wonder how much Kakashi-senpai knows about the Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Kakashi kept his gaze fixed on Uchiha Kakuzan's feet, avoiding eye contact. Knowing that Kakuzan didn't seem to harbor much hostility towards him, Kakashi, though still wary, breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Actually, I didn't know much before. I only knew that the Uchiha Sharingan had 1 tomo to 3 tomo. But ever since you used Susanoo outside the village and killed Danzo and the others with a single strike, I learned from the 3rd Hokage that your Uchiha clan's Sharingan has an even higher form called the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan seems very difficult to awaken even within the Uchiha clan. It hasn't appeared for many years. And the Susanoo you used that day was a power of the Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Kakuzan nodded unconsciously upon hearing Kakashi's words. He hadn't expected that Kakashi would have such a thorough understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakuzan was unaware that what Kakashi knew was information left by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, to the 3rd Hokage. Since the 3rd Hokage assigned Uchiha Kakuzan to Kakashi, he would naturally share relevant information with Kakashi. After Kakashi finished speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan exclaimed, "I never expected that you would understand the Sharingan better than most of the Uchiha clan. It's not that Obito Uchiha's Sharingan is being wasted on you." Uchiha Kakiyama paused for a moment, then asked, "Do you know why I suddenly activated my Mangekyo Sharingan in front of you?" Kakashi was also somewhat bewildered and shook his head. "I don't know why you would activate the Mangekyo Sharingan either. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan is the ultimate bloodline limit of your Uchiha clan, and activating and using it should consume a lot of chakra. Since you have no hostility towards me and are not planning to attack me, I don't understand why either." No matter how wild Kakashi's imagination ran, he could never have imagined that the Sharingan he possessed was not an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, but a Mangekyo Sharingan, which was an incomparably precious treasure even within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 79 Kakashi's Gratitude. Chapter 79 Kakashi's Gratitude. Seeing Kakashi's somewhat bewildered expression, Uchiha Kakuzan stopped hiding it and spoke directly, word by word. "Kakashi-senpai, after my examination, I discovered that your Sharingan is not an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, but a Mangekyo Sharingan, just like mine. However, because you do not have the Uchiha bloodline and have not yet fully integrated with this Sharingan, its power and inherent eye techniques have not yet been revealed." Page 28. Kakashi touched his Sharingan, somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected that the Sharingan Obito had given him, which had been with him for so many years, was actually the Mangekyo Sharingan. He did want to doubt Uchiha Kakiyama's words whether he had misread it or was deliberately deceiving him, but what was his purpose? Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan is a genius who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and is now the vice-head of the Uchiha clan. In terms of strength, power, and future development, he is far superior to Kakuzan. Uchiha Kakuzan noticed Kakashi's disbelief and confusion, and said in a low voice, "Kakashi, look at me. I will now use my Mangekyo Sharingan as a guide to activate your Sharingan. Once your Sharingan reveals its true form, you will understand everything." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Kakashi was also eager to know the truth and what had happened. He gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked at Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan. When Uchiha Kakuzan copied Kakashi's Sharingan technique before, he had already activated Kakashi's Sharingan, causing it to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. So this time, he was quite familiar with the process. After Kakashi engaged with his Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Kakuzan activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan to connect with Kakashi's Sharingan. Of course, this was all with Kakashi's consent. If Kakashi had not consented, even with Uchiha Kakuzan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would not have been able to influence Kakashi's Sharingan. After connecting with Kakashi's Sharingan using his eye power, Uchiha Kakuzan silently activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Slowly, Kakashi's Sharingan also began to rotate, and gradually, the rotation speed increased. As Kakashi's Sharingan spun faster and faster, he clearly felt that after reaching his limit, he easily broke through it. Immediately afterward, Kakashi felt a heat in his Sharingan, and then the world he saw through it suddenly changed. It was as if someone with 800 degrees of nearsightedness suddenly put on the right glasses and saw the essence of the world clearly, seeing the scenery near and far in high definition. Moreover, Kakashi could clearly feel that just as his Sharingan broke through its limit, an awkward yet refreshing sensation told him that deep within his Sharingan, there existed a powerful entity that was neither a ninjutsu nor a secret technique. Kakashi suddenly remembered what Uchiha Kakuzan had just said and realized that this was the unique eye technique that came with this Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly formed hand seals and used water release to summon a wall of water between the two of them. The water wall was calm and still, and could be used as a mirror. Kakashi saw the water wall summoned by Uchiha Kagami and looked at his reflection. Everything else was normal, except that his Sharingan had changed. His Sharingan, which originally had 3 tomo, had become a different pattern, resembling a triangular windmill. It was not only more beautiful than before, but also possessed a captivating power. After seeing that Kakashi had clearly seen the appearance of his Sharingan, Uchiha Kakuzan slowly stopped the rotation of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As the rotation stopped, the ocular power connected to Kakashi was also severed. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi clearly felt that the operation of his Mangekyo Sharingan was getting slower and slower, and the ocular techniques he could sense were becoming more and more blurred. Finally, it degenerated into the original 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakuzan casually waved his hand, dispersing the water wall that had stood between the two of them, and asked with a smile, "Did you feel the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and its eye techniques? Do you believe what I said now?" Kakashi felt a sense of loss as he examined his Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan he had just used had given him a new sense of power, and the dormant eye technique deep within it had also brought him a feeling of immense power. However, this feeling had disappeared as the Sharingan degenerated, leaving him with a sense of loss. However, when Kakashi heard Uchiha Kakuzan's question, he perked up and nodded directly, indicating that he now completely believed what Uchiha Kakuzan said. Seeing Kakashi nod in agreement, Uchiha Kakuzan continued, "This is the first time I've encountered a situation like yours. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan is very rare even in our Uchiha clan. I never expected that the Sharingan Obito gave you would evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. I wonder where the problem lies." Immediately afterward, Uchiha Kakuzan's tone turned serious as he warned Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, normally, as the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, I couldn't possibly remain indifferent to the outflow of our clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. However, now that our Uchiha clan is already preparing to relocate from Konoha, there are a lot of troubles ahead. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan had already promised to give you this Sharingan to the 3rd and 4th Hokage. Going back on our word wouldn't be right. Therefore, I'll pretend I don't know anything about it this time. In the future, when you use it, you must not reveal that it's a Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, as the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, I'll be in a difficult position, and I might be forced to take it back." Kakashi hadn't expected Uchiha Kakuzan to say such a thing, but upon reflection, it made sense. It was just an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan the Uchiha clan, out of respect for the 3rd and 4th Hokage, had reluctantly accepted it. However, if this were a precious Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan would never allow it to leak out. Even if the Uchiha clan's elder knew, he would go absolutely crazy and risk his life to retrieve this leaked Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi understood the crux of the matter and felt very grateful to Uchiha Obito. It wasn't that he coveted the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but rather that he couldn't bear to part with the eye that Uchiha Obito had given him. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Kakuzan and said sincerely, "Uchiha Kakuzan, thank you. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret." Chapter 80 Uzuki Yujeo gets a critical hit. Chapter 80 Uzuki Yujeo gets a critical blow. Seeing that Kakashi was so sensible, Uchiha Kakuzan nodded in satisfaction. The reason he left the Mangekyo Sharingan to Kakashi was to see if Kakashi, who had discovered the Sharingan's eye technique Kamui several years in advance, could discover the Uchiha Obito hiding behind the scenes. Another thing is that since I can't find Obito Uchiha right now, I can have Kakashi use Kamui when I have free time, and then throw a few ninjutsu into it for fun. Although the chances of accidentally hitting Obito Uchiha are slim, it's like opening a blind box, which is very exciting, isn't it? Uchiha Kakuzan gave Kakashi his final instructions. "I've shown you how to use your Sharingan, how to evolve it into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Remember this feeling, and work towards that goal. When you can awaken it through your own efforts, it will greatly enhance your observation skills and genjutsu abilities. Furthermore, if you had sensed it carefully just now, you should have noticed that within this Mangekyo Sharingan, there exists a special power that is neither a ninjutsu nor a secret technique. This power is the unique eye technique of our Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Kakiyama paused for a moment, and seeing Kakashi nod to indicate that he had sensed it, he continued, "This eye technique is also a unique power of the Mangekyo Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. This eye technique varies from person to person, and everyone is different. When you are able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, you can carefully feel it, and it will tell you its function." Uchiha Kakuzan then spoke to Kakashi about some important points. After all, he was someone who held the Uchiha clan's legacy, so he naturally knew far more than Kakashi, a Sharingan novice. He had gained a lot from knocking Kakashi unconscious and copying the Kamui eye technique, so this was a return gift for Kakashi. After chatting for a while, Uchiha Kakiyama took the initiative to end the conversation. After all, his target this time, Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter, were still being watched by Uzuki Yujeo. Although he trusted Uzuki Yujeo, he was also afraid that something might happen to them, and then his trip would have been in vain. Karen later appeared at one of Orochimaru's bases, indicating that Orochimaru was somewhat interested in Karen's Uzumaki clan bloodline, though probably not now. After all, Karen met Sasuke Uchiha when she was sent to Konoha by Kusaga-Kure to participate in the Chunin exams. This means that Orochimaru had not met Karen before Sasuke graduated, so there is no need to worry about encountering Orochimaru and causing an accident this time. When Uchiha Kakashi returned, everything was indeed calm. Uzumaki Karen and her daughter were still resting quietly, while Uzuki Yujeo was vigilantly guarding them. In fact, given the constitution of Uzumaki Karen and the Uzumaki clan, she should have woken up from the illusion hypnosis long ago. However, it seems that Uzumaki Karen's body needed too much rest, so she did not wake up for a long time and relied on deep sleep to recover from the damage to her body. Uchiha Kakiyama approached Uzuki Yujeo's side. Seeing her tired face, his own features softened, and he said gently, "Yujeo, you've worked hard. Kakashi and I will look after things here. You should get some rest." Uzuki Yujeo was, after all, just a newcomer to the Umbu. Although she was skilled in swordsmanship and general strength, she was still no match for a monster like Uchiha Kakuzan. In addition, they had just carried Xiongling and her daughter for several hours, so they were exhausted. Captain Kakashi hadn't woken up yet, and even when he did, he immediately went out with Uchiha Kakuzan. Uzuki Yujeo was also forcing herself to stay by Uzumaki Karen and her daughter's side. Seeing that Uchiha Kakuzan gently told him to go and rest, and that Captain Kakashi next to him nodded in agreement, he didn't stand on ceremony and found a spot next to Uchiha Kakuzan to rest quietly. Although Uzuki Yujeo spent a little longer with Kakashi, she felt a sense of security and closeness to Uchiha Kakiyama when she was by his side. In this ninja world, everyone, whether a ninja or an ordinary person, lives a precarious existence, so both men and women are quite bold when it comes to relationships. Moreover, Uchiha Kakiyama is handsome, gentle, powerful, from a noble family, and of high status. The key point is that he is currently single and has a fatal attraction to her. Therefore, Uzuki Yujeo disregarded her reserve and, although she didn't say it explicitly, she boldly hinted at Uchiha Kakiyama, expressing her feelings for him. Uchiha Kakuzan responded gently to Uzuki Yujeo's expression, telling her to rest assured. After all, Uzuki Yujeo was a beautiful woman with a good figure and a pretty face, and Uchiha Kakuzan was happy to accept the advances of a beautiful woman. Kakashi was somewhat helpless in the face of Uzuki Yujeo's attitude. It wasn't that he had feelings for Uzuki Yujeo, but he was surprised and helpless by her bold expression. After all, Kakashi was still single and would be single for many years to come, so he couldn't handle this display of affection. Time passed by, and after so many things that happened that night, neither Kakashi nor Uchiha Kakuzan had the inclination to talk or chat. Moreover, both of them are powerful ninjas, and Uchiha Kakiyama's powerful mental strength is equivalent to half a sensory ninja, so keeping watch at night is still quite easy for them. Uchiha Kakashi and Kakashi only kept watch for a few hours before dawn broke. Seeing that it was already dawn, Uchiha Kakiyama stopped adding firewood to the campfire and instead quietly watched the sunrise slowly rise from the horizon. In this world, only the sun remains the same, even the moon has changed. That's why Uchiha Kakuzan loves watching the sunrise. Only when watching the sunrise can he find the feeling of being in the previous world. And it was amidst this misty haze and the rising sun that Uzuki Yujeo awoke. Still not fully awake, she was struck by the perfect profile of Uchiha Okayama. Bathed in the morning sun, his profile seemed to be shrouded in golden light, and coupled with his handsome and strong features, he looked like a god descending to earth in Uzuki Yujeo's eyes. Her eyes, reflecting the sunlight, shone brightly, as if they could reflect into Uzuki Yujeo's heart, captivating her completely. Uzuki Yujeo never expected that, while she was still groggy after waking up, she would be hit with a blow by Uchiha Kakiyama's good looks. Uzuki Yujeo covered her burning face and muttered to herself, "Oh God, is there any hope for me? Someone, please save me." Chapter 81 Uzuki Yujeo and Gekko Heiate. Chapter 81 Uzuki Yujeo and Gekko Heiate. Uchiha Kakuzan's senses were still very sharp. Although Uzuki Yujeo's mutterings were very soft, Uchiha Kakuzan still managed to hear a little noise. Uchiha Kakuzan turned his head and said gently to Uzuki Yujeo, who had just woken up, "Awake? Won't you sleep a little longer?" When Uzuki Yujeo saw Uchiha Kakiyama looking over, she wondered if he had heard what she had just said. He stood up abruptly, his face flushed, and stammered, Kakiyama-kun, I've rested enough." After saying that, he almost wanted to bury his head in the ground. Uchiha Kakiyama smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and turned his head toward Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter. Kaoru Uzumaki, who was sleeping, also woke up at this time. After a whole night's rest, although she still looked sickly, she was much better than before, and her face had regained some color. Seeing that Uchiha Kagami's attention had been drawn to Uzumaki Karen, Uzuki Yujeo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was too embarrassing just now. She was caught in the act of being infatuated by the person in question, and she wished she could run all the way to her home in Konoha village, close the door, and never come out again. Uzumaki Karen yawned contentedly. After all, when she was in Kyuzagakure, she was always on edge, and at night she was often called out to have her chakra drained by the injured. She was always in a state of lack of rest and chakra. It had been a long time since she had been able to relax like this and rest undisturbed. This is also a case of the people of Kyuzagakure exploiting the enemy to the point of exhaustion. Otherwise, given the physique of the Uzumaki clan, they wouldn't have been able to be sucked to death alive. Ultimately, Kaoru Uzumaki is just a young mother in her 20s with a strong ability to recover. She just had a good night's sleep and her health improved. When Karen woke up, she found her daughter Karen sleeping right next to her, which put her mind at ease. She understood why Uchiha Kagami had used genjutsu to knock her unconscious last night. After all, with her frail body, she was just a burden. Whether Uchiha Kagami knocked her unconscious or not was irrelevant. She had long been used to this kind of thing when she was in Kizagakure. As long as she could give her daughter a bright future, she didn't care about any of this. Uzumaki Karen looked around, reached out and hugged Karen, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and walked towards Uchiha Okayama. When Uchiha Kagami saw Uzumaki Karen walking towards him, he went to greet her out of politeness, and Kakashi, who was standing nearby, also went over when he saw this. Uzumaki Karen approached Uchiha Kakashi and Uchiha Okayama. Before speaking, she bowed deeply to the two of them and said, "Thank you, two ninja masters from Konoha, for rescuing my daughter and me from Kizagakure. Otherwise, we would have died there sooner or later." Ever since Kakashi was knocked out by Uchiha Kazuyama with a single glance, he consciously put Uchiha Kazuyama first. After all, Uchiha Kazuyama would become the captain of the Umbu sooner or later, and it was not shameful for him to take him as his leader. So when Uzumaki Kaoru expressed her gratitude, Kakashi wisely refrained from replying and instead left everything to Uchiha Kakuzan. When Uchiha Kagami saw Uzumaki Karen bowing in gratitude, he merely offered a slight nod, saying, "As long as you and your daughter are safe, that's all that matters. Don't be so polite. Rescuing you and your daughter from Kizagakure was our mission. Now that we've rescued you, we will ensure you and your daughter are safely delivered to Konoha. Your main task now is to take good care of yourselves. Karen is still young and needs you to be there for her as she grows up. Don't worry, the village won't force you. You just need to live a peaceful and stable life." When Uzumaki Karen heard Uchiha Kagami's words, she was moved to tears. After all, only those who have experienced hardship can understand how precious a peaceful and stable life is. Since Uchiha Kagura and his two companions had already safely rescued Uzumaki Karen and her daughter from Kizagakure, they weren't in a hurry on their way back. After all, with the Uzumaki mother and daughter, both relatively weak, in the group, a fast journey wasn't advisable. Besides, after traveling all night, Uchiha Kakiyama and his group have reached the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Even if the people of Grass Village wanted to pursue them, they wouldn't dare to cross the border and come to the land of fire to intercept and kill them. So Uchiha Kazuyama and his group took their time on their way back, stopping and starting at their own pace, without any rush. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kazuyama and Uzuki Yugeo's relationship rapidly blossomed during these days. They were mutually attracted to each other, and they acted and kept watch together. Although they didn't have much physical intimacy, since there were other people around, they took care of each other and exchanged many glances. During this time, Uchiha Kakuzan also asked Uzuki Yugeo about Gekko Heiate. It turned out that the two were taught by the same teacher and were both skilled in Konoha-style swordsmanship, Crescent Moon Dance. The two joined the Umbu together because of their excellent swordsmanship. However, they are currently just ordinary senior and junior brothers and sisters. Uzuki Yugeo has only just joined the Umbu, and before the two could even spark a romance, Uchiha Kakiyama intercepted her. Uchiha Kakuzan was pleased to learn about the relationship between Uzuki Yugeo and Gekko Heiate. After all, he wasn't Chow Chow, so how could he possibly like a married woman, nor did he want to be a third party. Since Uzuki Yugeo hadn't started dating yet, that was perfect. On their way back, Uchiha Okayama had Uzuki Yugeo demonstrate her signature Konoha-style swordsmanship, the Crescent Moon Dance. When Uzuki Yugeo demonstrated the Crescent Moon Dance, it was truly a feast for the eyes. While admiring it, Uchiha Kakuzan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and copied the Crescent Moon Dance. After all, it's always good to have more skills. Uchiha Kakiyama didn't hide anything and copied it openly. Then the two sparred on their way back. Whether their swordsmanship had improved was unknown, but their relationship had certainly grown closer. Uchiha Kakiyama had a premonition that something exciting would happen after they returned and handed over their mission. After all, Uchiha Kakiyama hadn't eaten meat for a long time since Mikato's pregnancy. Although Uchiha Kazuyama and his group didn't deliberately rush, Uchiha Kazuyama and Uzuki Yugeo still felt that time flew by. On the way back, Uzuki Yugeo taught Uchiha Kazuyama swordsmanship, and Uchiha Kazuyama taught Uzuki Yugeo genjutsu. The two of them took turns teaching and learning, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. Meanwhile, during their unhurried journey back, Xionling and her daughter recovered somewhat, at least enough to do some things that ordinary people do. Chapter 82 Uzumaki Kaoru and her mother, and Naruto. Chapter 82 Uzumaki Kaoru and her mother, and Naruto. Soon, Uchiha Kakiyama and his group passed through the gate and arrived at the Hokage building, where they met the third Hokage. The third Hokage first welcomed Karen and her daughter with a smile, calming everyone down. Then, he arranged for professionals to take Karen and her daughter out and find a place to settle down. Then he praised Uchiha Kazuyama and the other two, and asked about the general process. Uchiha Kazuyama and Kakashi answered in turn, which made the third Hokage nod frequently. Finally, the third Hokage told Kakashi and Uzuki Yujeo to go home and rest, but left Uchiha Kazuyama behind. Uchiha Kazuyama roughly guessed what had happened, and gave the worried Uzuki Yujeo a look to indicate that he was fine and told her to go first. Although Uzuki Yujeo was a little worried, she obediently followed her instructions and left. After Kakashi and Uzuki Yujeo left, the third Hokage dismissed all those guarding the shadows, took a puff of his pipe, and then said, "Shio-shan, what should be done with Xiangling and her daughter, Suinwo?" Uchiha Kakeyama pondered for a moment. "Let's just make normal arrangements. There's no need for anything too special. When I picked them up, I promised them that I wouldn't force them to become ninjas. It depends on their wishes." Page 29. Also, let's arrange for them to be placed closer to Naruto. Karen is essentially Naruto's aunt, and Naruto is, after all, the fourth Hokage's child. Konoha has been neglecting Naruto too much in this regard. Placing Karen next to him would allow her to take care of him. Furthermore, even if Karen knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki, she wouldn't discriminate against him. This arrangement also provides an explanation to the fourth Hokage. When the third Hokage heard what Uchiha Kakeyama said, he opened his mouth as if to say something. After all, he had made Naruto suffer so much and caused everyone to reject him, so that he could occupy an important position in Naruto's world and ensure that even if Naruto, the Jinchuriki, grew up, he would still obey him. If Karen Uzumaki were placed next to Naruto, given that they are both from the Uzumaki clan and that Karen Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki have a close relationship, Karen would definitely treat Naruto like her own son. In that case, Karen would quickly replace the third Hokage in Naruto's heart, which would be detrimental to the third Hokage's future plans. However, the third Hokage opened his mouth but did not utter a word of objection. His life was now in the hands of Uchiha Kakuzan. If he told Uchiha Kakuzan his reasons for opposing him and his despicable and selfish plans, it would only expose his ugly heart to Uchiha Kakuzan and give him another reason to kill him. It would not serve any purpose. Finally, the third Hokage could only mutter a silent aha to indicate that he understood. Uchiha Kakeyama glanced at the third Hokage. He already knew about the third Hokage's scheme, but he was too lazy to expose him. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he truly felt that Naruto had suffered a lot. As the son of the fourth Hokage, he not only did not enjoy any special treatment from a young age, but he was also schemed against by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. He grew up in misery. Look at Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage. Goodness, he's worlds apart from Naruto. Not only does the whole village know he's the grandson of the third Hokage and tolerate him in every way, but even before he started school, they arranged for a special jonin who was good at teaching to be his tutor. And what about Naruto? As the son of the fourth Hokage, not only is his life insecure and he eats expired food, but the people around him also hate him and even abuse him. That's Naruto. If you were the protagonist, you would have turned evil long ago, transformed into the Nine Tails, and razed the entire Hidden Leaf village to the ground. Uchiha Kakuzan doesn't actually oppose privilege, because wherever there are people, there will be privilege. Whether in the Uchiha clan or in Konoha village, Uchiha Kakuzan can be considered a privileged person. What Uchiha Kakuzan resented was that while you were making clear arrangements for your grandson, providing him with all sorts of privileged education, you were also raising the hero's son to be your tool. That was what chilled Uchiha Kakuzan's heart. Therefore, Uchiha Kagami arranged for Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter to live near Uzumaki Naruto, which could be considered as some compensation for Naruto. Moreover, he also wanted to see if Naruto, now that he had Karen, his childhood friend, would still be hung up on that so-called Sakura. After Uchiha Kagami finished arranging things for Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter, as well as Naruto, he was in a bad mood and asked the third Hokage impatiently, "Is there anything else? If not, I'll head back." When the third Hokage heard that Uchiha Kazuyama wanted to go back, he quickly said, "Kakeyama-kun, I have copied all the materials you asked me to prepare. They are ready and in the secret room. Please wait a moment, and I will get them for you right away." After the third Hokage finished speaking, without waiting for Uchiha Kakuzan's reaction, he put down his pipe, got up, and went to the secret room behind him. Uchiha Kakeyama watched as the third Hokage made 5 trips back and forth before finally bringing out the dozen or so scrolls he had prepared, each the size of the scroll of seals, filling the Hokage's office desk to the brim. After the third Hokage brought over all the materials, he began to introduce them to Uchiha Kakuzan. "This time, I've copied all the materials from the village, including all the village's ninjutsu, secret techniques, prescription medicines, introductions to various bloodline limits, the ninjutsu and secret techniques that each clan specializes in, barrier techniques, medical ninjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, and the wood-release ninjutsu left behind by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It covers everything. In addition, I've collected information about the ninja world, secrets, and the strength and ninjutsu of various forces." Uchiha Okazan was very pleased to see that the third Hokage had collected such comprehensive information. This time, the third Hokage had compiled all the information left by the Senju clan, the information from Konoha village, and the information from various clans in the village over the years, and made copies for Uchiha Okazan. With this information, even if the entire Hidden Leaf village were destroyed, Uchiha Kakuzan could still reconstruct the village in great detail. Since these scrolls are all sealed scrolls, the information sealed inside is actually much more than he saw, so it is impossible for Uchiha Kakuzan to seal them all in one scroll and take them away. Since there was no one else around except the third Hokage, who was still under the control of his Kota Amatsukami and wouldn't reveal his secrets, Uchiha Kakuzan directly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and used the Dojutsu Takamagahara to teleport all the documents the third Hokage had placed on the table to a pre-prepared room in the villa on Takamagahara Island. The third Hokage, a seasoned and cunning old fox, recognized the ninjutsu Uchiha Kakuzan used when he teleported the scroll on the table away. However, even with his experience and composure, he couldn't help but gasp, hiss, space-time ninjutsu. Chapter 83 Silly Girl Maui Zian. Chapter 83 Silly Girl Izuki Yujeo. When the third Hokage saw Uchiha Kakuzan move all the scrolls off the table, he gasped, hiss, space-time ninjutsu. It's important to understand that while the third Hokage might not be considered top tier in terms of raw strength, his knowledge and insight were absolutely unparalleled. The third Hokage hadn't expected that Uchiha Kakuzan not only possessed top-tier genjutsu capable of silently controlling them, but was also proficient in space-time ninjutsu. You should know that in the ninja world, anything involving space-time ninjutsu is considered extremely advanced. No matter how strong you are, if you master space-time ninjutsu, your strength will definitely increase by at least 2 levels. Even if you're not good at fighting, your ability to escape and survive will make you one of the best in the ninja world. Just like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was proficient in space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique. His death was caused by using the forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal, not to be with his wife or fulfill his responsibilities as Hokage. It's fair to say that in the ninja world at that time, no one could kill him if he didn't want to. Just as the third Hokage was lost in thought, Uchiha Kakuzan had already swept all the scrolls off his desk. He looked up at the third Hokage, who was still in a state of shock, and instructed him, "Keep the fact that I know space-time ninjutsu a secret. Don't tell anyone." The third Hokage gave Uchiha Kakiyama a deep look after hearing his words and nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected Uchiha Kakiyama to be so cunning. He and Shimura Danzo had indeed met their demise. Uchiha Kakiyama stretched, wanting to go back and rest early, and also to visit Mikatone. He hadn't seen Mikatone in so long, and wondered how she was doing. The third Hokage also noticed that Uchiha Kakiyama seemed to be leaving, so he kept it brief. "Kyu-san, the information on Shimura Danzo is ready. Would you like to go there yourself, or have him deliver the information directly to us?" Uchiha Kakuzan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Danzo to be prepared as well. Danzo had a lot of experimental data that wasn't easy to organize. It seemed that Danzo had a habit of organizing data beforehand, otherwise, organizing experimental data would be very troublesome. Uchiha Kakiyama then said, "Let him send the information to you. I won't go to his shady place. If I see anything that makes me uncomfortable, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will just kill him." The third Hokage nodded in understanding. He also disliked going to the root base. Each visit reminded him of his former beloved disciple Orochimaru, causing him heartache. The third Hokage continued, "Also, Danzo has ordered Yakushi Nanu, who is currently on a mission, to return. She is expected to be back in about 2 weeks. As for the follow-up to the Cloud Village's secret technique, lightning release armor, there are still no clues." Uchiha Kakiyama nodded and instructed, "When Yakushi Nanu returns, have her leave route and come directly to me to report. Destroy all her records. As for the future of the lightning release armor, don't rush it. Focus on your own safety. I'm not in a hurry to use it anyway." For Uchiha Kakuzan, the second stage of the lightning release armor was merely an added bonus, not a significant improvement to his overall strength. Furthermore, Uchiha Kakuzan estimated that once he copied the physiques and bloodlines of Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter, as well as Naruto's Uzumaki clan, and improved his own physique, he could then directly seek out the Raikage to copy his perfected lightning release armor. However, he might have to endure some hardship. But by then, his body would already possess the physique of the Uzumaki clan and a flawed version of the sage's body, making him tough enough to withstand the fully developed lightning release armor. The third Hokage nodded in agreement with Uchiha Kakuzan's words. Since Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't in a hurry to use them, there was no need to risk the lives of the spies lurking in Kimagakure. After all, a successful spy still had considerable value. By the time Uchiha Kakuzan emerged from the Hokage building, it was already getting dark. He had no choice. He not only needed to wait for Shimura Danzo's information, but also needed to discuss with the third Hokage what excuse and method could be used to transfer some resources to the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha were such a large clan that their daily needs required a massive amount of resources. Although the Uchiha clan had its own reserves, Uchiha Kakuzan was still very happy to be able to get some from Konoha for free. Moreover, given Uchiha Kakuzan's plans for the Uchiha clan, the most important thing now is to develop themselves, encourage clan members to have more children, and expand the clan. Even the vice-clan leader Uchiha Kakuzan is setting an example by asking Mikato for help. As for the minor matter of earning a living, let Konoha village support them for now. After the Fourth Shinobi World War, it will be time for the Uchiha clan to emerge and sweep everything away. So by the time Uchiha Kakuzan finished all these things, it was already quite late. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan left the Hokage building and headed towards the Uchiha clan compound, after crossing a street, he suddenly seemed to sense something. Looking towards the end of the street, he discovered that Uzuki Yujeo hadn't gone back to rest, but was instead standing gracefully at the end of the street waiting for him. The evening breeze blew, lifting some of her hair, perfectly highlighting the beauty of the young girl. Uchiha Kakiyama saw Uzuki Yujeo waiting for him there, looking pretty and charming. He smiled slightly, walked over, and reached out his hand to her. When Uzuki Yujeo saw Uchiha Kakiyama's actions, her face flushed slightly, but she also reached out and placed her hand in Uchiha Kakiyama's palm. Uchiha Kakuzan, holding Uzuki Yujeo's hand, didn't stop and led her towards the Uchiha clan's territory. As they walked, Uchiha Kakuzan asked, "Why didn't you go back to rest? Aren't you tired waiting for me?" At this moment, a blush had already crept onto Uzuki Yujeo's ears. Hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, she said softly but firmly, "I'm a little worried about you. Kakashi-senpai and I have both come out, but you've been left behind. I'm a little uneasy about it. After all, the Uchiha clan had a conflict with Shimura Danzo not long ago. I don't know the third Hokage's stance, so I'm worried that he might make things difficult for you. I'm just a nobody, and I have no other choice but to wait for you here. I was thinking that if you don't come out by nightfall, I'll run to the Uchiha clan to inform them, so that at least your clansmen know that you've been kept behind by the third Hokage." When Uchiha Kakuzan heard what Uzuki Yujeo said, he felt as if the softest part of his heart had been struck hard. He looked at the silly girl with a red face and her head down with tenderness in his eyes. Chapter 84 Mao Yuzian enters the wolf's den. Chapter 84 Uzuki Yujeo enters the wolf's den. Uchiha Okayama looked down at the silly girl, Uzuki Yujeo, with tenderness. As an elite ninja who could enter the Umbu, she wasn't the kind of kid who just hung around in the ninja academy. Since he was able to enter the Dark Division, he must have undergone a series of training sessions, and he must know the confidentiality regulations by heart. It's impossible for Uzuki Yujeo not to know the consequences of his actions. As a department directly under the third Hokage, the Umbu's primary duty is loyalty to the third Hokage. If Uzuki Yujeo were to inform the Uchiha clan because Uchiha Kagami was detained by the third Hokage, it would be a serious matter. If exposed, the lightest consequence would be expulsion from the Umbu. Moreover, with this dark history of expulsion from the Umbu, Uzuki Yujeo's path as a ninja would be cut off, and she would only be able to live as an ordinary civilian, possibly under constant surveillance. The most severe punishment is the stripping of one's ninja and civilian status, imprisonment for no less than 10 years, and expulsion from Konoha village upon release, prohibiting them from residing or staying there. Don't be fooled by the Naruto anime. The anime is all lighthearted and funny, but the reality is, Konoha village is the largest ninja village in the ninja world, and also the largest semi-military village. Therefore, management in Konoha village is very strict, and there is no room for betrayal. That silly girl, Uzuki Yujeo, has already decided to inform the Uchiha clan, which means she's prepared to bear the consequences. As for deceiving Uchiha Kakuzan, that's impossible. Since Uchiha Kakuzan awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his mental strength has increased dramatically, and his spiritual senses have become exceptionally sharp, making him practically a sensory ninja. He can clearly discern whether someone is deceiving him, something as trivial as that. Unless Uzuki Yujeo already possessed the skills of Orochimaru and the third Hokage at such a young age, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade had that ability. Uchiha Kakiyama resisted the urge to put his hand on Uzuki Yujeo's head and rub it, but instead gripped Uzuki Yujeo's hand tightly. Uzuki Yujeo sensed the emotional fluctuations in Uchiha Kakiyama from her hand. She raised her head, which had been lowered like a quail, and looked up at Uchiha Kakiyama. She understood the words in his eyes and returned a bright smile to Uchiha Kakiyama. The setting sun shone on Uzuki Yujeo's slightly flushed face, her radiant smile full of sunshine, and a gentle breeze caressed her hair. All of this seemed to shine into Uchiha Kakiyama's heart. Uchiha Kakiyama paused for a moment, then said nothing more. He simply gripped Uzuki Yujeo's hand and pulled her forward, saying, "You must be hungry too. Considering how hard you've worked, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Eat as much as you want, it's all you can eat." Feeling Uchiha Kakiyama's hand gripping her tightly, Uzuki Yujeo smiled brightly again and nodded emphatically, "Yeah, don't worry, I can eat a lot." Uchiha Kakuzan took Uzuki Yujeo to a famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha for a big meal. Ever since Uchiha Kakuzan practiced lightning release armor, he has had a huge appetite. Uzuki Yujeo also practices swordsmanship. Swordsmanship and taijutsu are inseparable, so she is also a girl who can eat a lot. The two ate a 10-person portion of barbecue at the barbecue restaurant. Uchiha Okayama ate a 6-person portion, and Uzuki Yujeo ate a 4-person portion, causing the people at the barbecue restaurant to frequently look at them, wondering if they were from the Akimika clan. After finishing their barbecue, Uchiha Okayama and Uzuki Yujeo had no desire to go shopping since they had just returned from a mission. The two walked hand in hand down the street for a while. Uchiha Kakiyama tentatively led Uzuki Yujeo towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Uzuki Yujeo sensed Uchiha Kakiyama's intention, glanced at him quickly, and pretended not to know. She followed the direction Uchiha Kakiyama was leading, but her face unconsciously flushed. Seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama followed him without any objection, he appeared calm but was actually overjoyed. He then pulled Uchiha Kakiyama along into the Uchiha clan's territory and into his home. Since it wasn't too late, the Uchiha clan compound, while not bustling with activity, was still filled with Uchiha clan members chatting outside. When they saw their young and talented vice clan leader returning with a girl for the first time, they stopped talking and looked at Uzuki Yujeo with curiosity. The older ones were alright, they just looked at them with understanding and curiosity. After all, their young deputy clan leader was getting old and had reached the age to date. But the young Uchiha girls looked at Uzuki Yujeo as if she could spit fire, as if she had done something that would anger heaven and earth. It's important to know that Uchiha Kakuzan is the top fighter in the Uchiha clan, having overshadowed Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, his appearance is outstanding even among the handsome men and beautiful women of the Uchiha clan, making him the perfect object of affection for many Uchiha girls. This was because before Uchiha Kakuzan obtained the system, he was prepared to run away at any time, so he deliberately kept his distance from them. Otherwise, he would have had some female confidants long ago. When Uzuki Yujeo arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, she realized just how popular the Uchiha clan was. All the way there, Uzuki Yujeo had to be on tenterhooks, fearing that some girl might not be able to resist and would cause her trouble. Uzuki Yujeo was overthinking things. She knew that Uchiha Kakiyama was not only the strongest member of the Uchiha clan but also the vice clan head, second only to the clan head and elder in power and prestige. In this era of strict hierarchy, even if the Uchiha girls harbored resentment, they wouldn't openly cause trouble for Uzuki Yujeo. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's elite had been transferred to Uzushima Island, leaving behind those who weren't very strong and weren't confident they could defeat Uzuki Yujeo, who was already a special jonin. Therefore, Uzuki Yujeo arrived safely at Uchiha Kakiyama's house. After entering Uchiha Okayama's house, Uzuki Yujeo's tense body finally relaxed. She exaggeratedly patted her chest, causing ripples, and said, "I was so nervous. I didn't expect you to be so popular in your clan. You didn't see how much those Uchiha girls looked at me, like they wanted to eat me alive." Uchiha Kakiyama casually closed the door, smiling as he watched Uzuki Yujeo talk. As time passed, Uzuki Yujeo's voice grew softer and softer. Clearly, Uzuki Yujeo realized that she had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. With Uchiha Kakiyama closing the door, the girl outside could no longer threaten her. Now, the most dangerous person was Uchiha Kakiyama himself. As time passed, the atmosphere between the two became increasingly ambiguous, and Uzuki Yujeo's heart pounded faster and faster, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. With her head bowed, Uzuki Yujeo felt a figure getting closer and closer. Chapter 85 Night Training and Morning Training. Chapter 85 Night Training and Morning Training. As Uchiha Kagami drew closer, Uzuki Yujeo tried to dodge, but she seemed to have no strength left in her body and could only wait there. As Uchiha Kagami's rapid breathing grew closer, Uzuki Yujeo raised her head and closed her eyes, as if welcoming Uchiha Kagami's arrival. That evening, the two engaged in a discussion about the meaning of life, exchanging sharp and pointed remarks. Uchiha Kakuzan launched a fierce attack on Uzuki Yujeo, striking 3 times and defeating her repeatedly until she was routed and unable to resist. Uzuki Yujeo, however, was not one to back down. Despite it being her first time facing Uchiha Kakuzan, she dared to challenge him and refused to be outmatched. During that long night, Uzuki Yujeo finally opened the door to life and learned its profound meaning. After the first encounter, she pestered Uchiha Okayama a second and third time. Because Uzuki Yujeo was truly inexperienced, she dealt with the situation rather hastily. Unlike Uchiha Kakuzan, who had already learned from Mikoto many times and surpassed her teacher, defeating Mikoto so badly that she was completely outmatched, let alone Uzuki Yujeo, who was a terrible player. Of course, Yujeo was thoroughly defeated and surrendered on the third try. At first, Uchiha Kakuzan had some patience and unbuttoned the buttons one by one, but later, driven by physical urges, he lost patience and simply tore them off. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Uzuki Yujeo beneath him with admiration, while Uzuki Yujeo shyly closed her eyes. Uchiha Kakiyama suppressed his impulse and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Yujeo, shall I begin?" Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Uzuki Yujeo did not open her eyes, which had been closed long ago. She simply nodded slightly and uttered a soft sound, "Yes, please be kind, Kakuzan-kun." Page 30. Uchiha Kakuzan, who was about to lose his temper, could no longer bear it when he heard Uzuki Yujeo's agreement. He let out a low growl and transformed into a wild beast, pouncing on her. Because Uzuki Yujeo was new to human affairs and couldn't compare to Uchiha Kakuzan, her initial momentum waned, and she was quickly routed by Uchiha Kakuzan, surrendering repeatedly. Uchiha Kakiyama won 3 battles in a row, achieving a complete victory. Although he was still somewhat unsatisfied, he also felt sorry for Uzuki Yujao, as it was her first time, so he spared her, declared his victory and achievement, and finally fell into a deep sleep with Uzuki Yujao in his arms. The next morning, as the morning sunlight streamed through the window, Uchiha Kakiyama woke up refreshed. He looked up at the sun, then at Uzuki Yujao, who was still fast asleep in bed. Seeing that it was still early, Uchiha Kakiyama reached out his hand. Uzuki Yujao, half asleep, felt someone groping her and quickly opened her eyes. She was stunned to see it was Uchiha Kakiyama, and then the memories of last night resurfaced in her mind. Uzuki Yujao's face grew increasingly red, and then she hid completely under the covers. She was too ashamed to face anyone. She had been too unrestrained yesterday, and had screamed too loudly. Seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama had woken up, he chuckled as he watched her hide under the covers like an ostrich. "Are you really going to stay under the covers all day?" he thought. Uchiha Kakuzan gently coaxed Uzuki Yujao out of bed, held her in his arms and comforted her. While comforting her, his hands were also busy, touching Uzuki Yujao until she was dazed and confused. In the end, she was pressed down by Uchiha Kakuzan and began to explore the meaning of life. Uzuki Yujao never expected that she would lose 3 games in a row last night and be forced to fight again this morning. She thought she could turn the tide, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Kakiyama had the morning's blessing, and she lost 2 more games in a row. After a night's rest, she should have been full of energy, but unexpectedly, this morning she was already like a lump of mud, limp and powerless on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. After his morning exercise, Uchiha Kakiyama felt completely revitalized and full of energy. He would have pulled Uzuki Yujao into a couple more rounds if he hadn't seen that she was about to give up. Uchiha Kakuzan first sent a shadow clone to buy breakfast, then left the shadow clone at home to keep Uzuki Yujao company while she slept. He then went out to check on Mikato. Uchiha Kakuzan had originally planned to go see it last night, but something came up and he was delayed. So this morning, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't wait any longer. After making arrangements for Uzuki Yujao, he went to Mikato's house. Just then, Mikato's family was having breakfast. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't stand on ceremony, greeted Mikato, ruffled Sasuke's hair, nodded to the maids Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yo standing nearby, and then sat down, comfortably enjoying a free breakfast. The 2 maids were not surprised. The vice head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kakiyama, was Uchiha Sasuke's teacher and could be considered half the master of this house. So after Uchiha Kakiyama sat down, the 2 of them began to busily serve him soup and dishes and serve him breakfast. After Uchiha Okayama arrived, Mikato Uchiha's smile never faded. Knowing that Uchiha Okayama had a big appetite, she instructed Uchiha Izumi to fry more eggs and sausages. She had already finished eating herself and was watching Uchiha Okayama wolf down his food with a smile. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke was secretly watching Uchiha Kakiyama. He knew that the person in front of him was his master, the closest person to him in the world besides his parents and brother, and that he would teach him to cultivate so that he could become as powerful as him. Sasuke Uchiha did not reject Uchiha Kakuzan's closeness to him. Although the 2 did not interact much, his friends envied him for having the strongest Uchiha clan as his master. Although he did not say it, he was very proud and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Therefore, Sasuke Uchiha was willing to be close to this man who brought him honor. While eating breakfast, Uchiha Kazuyama chatted with Mikato, subtly reminding her to take care of herself and her baby, to ensure their health, and to go to bed early, get up early, and exercise appropriately. Mikato appreciated Kazuyama's concern, and her spirits lifted, her appetite increased, and she ate more than usual for breakfast. Chapter 86 Investigating Your Ancestry for 6 Generations. Chapter 86 Investigating Your Ancestry for 6 Generations. After getting breakfast from Mikato, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't linger there. After all, with 2 maids acting as third wheels, he didn't want to be too close to Mikato. Uchiha Kakiyama merely teased Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yi, then gave Uchiha Sasuke some instructions on his studies before greeting Mikato and casually walking out the door. The free breakfast was just a side thing. Uchiha Kakuzan's main purpose in coming to Mikato's house was to see her. Now that he had seen her and saw that she was in good spirits, he felt relieved. Just as Uchiha Okayama was preparing to go home to see Uzuki Yujao, he was suddenly approached by the elder's men, who invited him to the elder's house, saying that the elder had something to discuss with him. When Uchiha Kakiyama received the message from the Grand Elder looking for him, he already knew what was going on. First, he created a shadow clone to go home and tell Uzuki Yujao, otherwise, he was afraid that the silly girl would overthink it and think that he no longer cared about her after he succeeded. Then, Uchiha Kakiyama turned around and headed towards the Grand Elder's house. When Uchiha Kazuyama arrived at the First Elder's house, the First Elder, Uchiha Ryo, was already waiting in the reception room. Uchiha Kazuyama didn't stand on ceremony, picked up the tea the First Elder had poured for him, and drank it. He had just finished breakfast and was feeling a bit thirsty. The elder didn't rush to reveal the purpose of his summons. Instead, he slowly accompanied Uchiha Kakiyama as they drank tea. After Uchiha Kazuyama had drunk 2 cups of tea and was no longer thirsty, the elder began to talk to him about the recent development of Uchiha Island by the Uchiha clan. Since Uchiha Kazuyama had just returned from a mission outside and was not yet aware of the situation, he listened patiently to what the elder had to say. The island of Uzushima has now been thoroughly searched by the Uchiha clan's agents. Most of the large, dangerous beasts on the island have been eliminated, and the remaining ones are no longer a threat to ordinary Uchiha members. Furthermore, since Whirlpool Island is surrounded by whirlpools and undercurrents, no ordinary civilians settled on the island. Only some criminals who fled the mainland and pirates had secret strongholds on the island, which the Uchiha people easily eliminated. As for these people, they were all interrogated, and those who committed serious crimes were executed, while those who committed minor crimes were imprisoned. After a period of time, when the Uchiha clan was building their clan's territory, they could be used as free labor. The second phase is now complete. The people in the third phase have already been organized by the elder when Uchiha Kagami left the village to do his mission. They are just waiting for Uchiha Kagami to return so that they can be sent over. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kakiyama suddenly remembered something and raised his hand to interrupt the elder. When Elder Uchiha Ryo saw Uchiha Kiwayama raise his hand, he stopped speaking and looked at him with confusion, wondering what Uchiha Kiwayama meant by interrupting him. Seeing that the elder was somewhat puzzled, Uchiha Kakiyama chuckled and said to him, "Elder, I'll show you something." Seeing the smug and arrogant look on Uchiha Kakiyama's face, the elder nodded hesitantly. He wanted to see what surprises the man before him could bring him. Uchiha Kakuzan coughed and then extended his hand, opening his palm towards the Grand Elder. With a thought, a vine appeared out of thin air in Uchiha Kakuzan's palm and grew rapidly, quickly encircling Uchiha Kakuzan and the Grand Elder, soon filling the entire reception room. Elder Uchiha Ryo was dumbfounded when vines sprouted from Uchiha Okayama's palm. He never expected to see would release again in his lifetime, especially not on an Uchiha clansman who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The elder could only watch helplessly as the vine filled the entire reception room, as if his mind had gone blank and he was unable to react at all. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan was leisurely drinking tea after filling the reception room with vines using wood release, the first elder finally came to his senses. He first reached out and touched the vines spreading around him to confirm that they were real and not just a trick played by Uchiha Kakuzan using genjutsu. Then, he hurriedly pulled out a small scroll from his pocket. It was the clan genealogy that the first elder always carried with him, and it recorded all the members of the Uchiha clan. However, in order to reduce the size of the scroll, the characters on it were deliberately written to the size of mung beans. Anyway, the Uchiha clan members were good at the Sharingan, so they didn't have the concept of presbyopia. The elder, while rapidly searching through the family genealogy, muttered under his breath, "This shouldn't be happening, this shouldn't be happening. I remember the genealogies of all the important members of the Uchiha clan very clearly. Going back 3 generations from Uchiha Kakiyama, they're all pure Uchiha. Let me check again, is there anything I've missed, or is my memory failing me? I haven't even remembered something so important. But wait, if any Uchiha clan member were colluding with the Senju clan, how could I possibly forget something so crucial?" While drinking tea, Uchiha Kakuzan looked at the busy elder with some speechlessness and said helplessly, "Elder, there's no need to investigate anymore. I, Uchiha Kakuzan, am a pure Uchiha clan member and have absolutely no Senju clan blood in me." But at this moment, the elder wouldn't listen to Uchiha Kakuzan's words. He said, "You say you don't have the bloodline of the Senju clan. Who would believe you?" When the elder heard what Uchiha Kakiyama said, he only glanced at him and then ignored him, focusing on flipping through the family genealogy. He held the scroll very close to his eyes, and even though his eyesight was perfectly fine, he looked like he had presbyopia. Seeing that the elder ignored him, Uchiha Kakiyama was somewhat helpless. He rolled his eyes, continued drinking his tea, and waited for the elder to finish checking the family genealogy before speaking. Time passed by second by second. Just as Uchiha Kakiyama had drunk 2 pots of tea and felt the need to go to the toilet, the first elder finally raised his head from the family tree. Elder Uchiha Ling closed his eyes wearily, pinched the bridge of his nose between his eyes, and said irritably, "Tell me, how did you learn wood release? I first checked your ancestors for 3 generations, and they were all pure Uchiha clan members. Then I checked 3 more generations back, and it was the same. I can't check any further back, because that would involve most of the Uchiha clan, and it's pointless. The Senju clan's bloodline can't be passed down for 6 generations before awakening in you. The bloodline would be too diluted to meet the conditions for awakening wood release." Chapter 87 The Grand Elder's Worries. Chapter 87 The Grand Elder's Worries. Seeing that the Grand Elder was finally willing to raise his head and listen to him, Uchiha Kakiyama put down the cup in his hand and said, "That's a long story." Seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama was still not serious, the first elder glared at him and raised his voice, "Then get to the point." Seeing that the elder was really anxious, Uchiha Kakiyama honestly said, "I copied it." Then he stopped talking. The elder waited a while, and seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama remained silent, asked, "That's all?" Uchiha Kakiyama nodded honestly, "That's all." The elder's forehead bulged with veins, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Where is it? Who did you copy? How can you copy it? Explain yourself, or you're not leaving today." Seeing that the elder was really anxious, Uchiha Kakeyama didn't dare to tease him anymore. The elder had been very good to him, and if he really beat him up, he wouldn't dare to fight back. So he honestly told the truth, though he held back. "The Grand Elder should know that I have a nickname called the Copying Eye. After I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, I awakened a dojutsu called the Copying Eye. The function of this dojutsu is to be able to copy some bloodline limits and secret techniques to a limited extent." The elder was also surprised to hear about Uchiha Kakuzen's eye technique. After all, it was a very powerful eye technique, and if used well, it could greatly enhance one's strength. However, the elder did not interrupt Uchiha Kakuzen and gestured for him to continue speaking. After receiving a signal from the elder, Uchiha Kakeyama continued, "I recently went to report to the third Hokage and joined the Umbu. After joining the Umbu, I happened to meet a member of the Umbu who could use wood release, a technique that only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could use. I suspect he is a descendant of the Senju clan and was placed in the Umbu by the third Hokage. It just so happens that I awakened the Copying Eye technique, so I secretly followed him a few times and encountered him practicing wood release in the training ground. I copied his wood release and wood release ninjutsu. However, based on my observations and comparison with the records left by our Uchiha clan, the wood release used by this ninja who can use wood release is much less powerful than the wood release used by Hashirama Senju. If Hashirama Senju's wood release was at the level of a Kage, then the wood release used by that other wood release ninja was only at the level of an elite ninja, not even reaching the Kage level. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzen couldn't say that he had already subdued the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and had them bring over that wood release ninja so he could copy him. If the Grand Elder knew that he was now the de facto leader of Konoha, he would immediately have him cooperate in bringing all the Uchiha clan members into Konoha, allowing the Uchiha clan to control the village. After all, this was the long-cherished wish of the older generation of Uchiha. Uchiha Kakuzen had finally managed to get the Uchiha clan out of the pit of Konoha village, so he couldn't let them fall back in. For now, he would let the Uchiha clan develop quietly on Uzushima Island. It wouldn't be too late for him to come out of the mountains when he, Uchiha Kakuzen, reached the 6 Paths level and could contend with the Sage of 6 Paths. After Uchiha Kakuzen finished speaking, the first elder remained silent, deep in thought. For a moment, the entire reception room was quiet, save for the occasional tapping of the first elder's index finger on the table. Uchiha Kakuzen also remained silent, quietly gathering up the vines that had been swirling around the room. The elder thought for a while and suddenly sighed. "I didn't expect that wood release still exists, and that the third Hokage would secretly hide it. That old man, the third Hokage, is very cunning. Since he would release ninjas in the Umbu, he must have a purpose for it. Chio-shan, although your strength is very high now, you must be careful when you are carrying out missions in the Umbu. After our Uchiha clan completely moves away from Konoha, you don't need to pretend with the third Hokage anymore, you can come back directly." Uchiha Kakuzen didn't refute, but smiled and said, "It's alright, elder. You can encounter many interesting things in the Umbu, and I can also get training. Besides, you know my current strength. Even in Konoha, I'm one of the top fighters. The third Hokage is different from Shimura Danzo. He won't easily attack me unless he's completely confident. Moreover, I'm now considered the third Hokage's subordinate. At least on the surface, he won't treat me unfairly." The first elder, Uchiha Ryo, knew that Uchiha Okayama was right, so he felt relieved. Then, as if he remembered something, he put on a stern face and said, "Then tell me what's going on with your eye technique. Such an important eye technique, if used well, can completely raise your strength to another level. Why don't you discuss it with this old man? Although my strength is not as strong as yours, my life experience is broader than yours. At least I can give you some advice and suggestions." Uchiha Kakuzen could only nod in agreement upon hearing the elder's words. He couldn't tell the elder that he knew more about the ninja world than he did, and even knew the later plot. So he explained to the elder the function of his eye technique, Copying Eye. Upon hearing about the effects and limitations of Uchiha Kakuzen's dojutsu, the Copying Eye, the first elder began to ponder, muttering to himself from time to time. If we're talking about secret techniques and bloodline limits, then of course the 5 Kage of the 5 great nations are the most powerful. Among them, the most outstanding are the bloodline limits of the second and third Tsuchikage, which combine the wind, fire, and earth attributes. Secondly, the second Tsuchikage's unique invisibility technique is also very valuable, but unfortunately he is dead and there is no record of anyone inheriting this ninjutsu. The third and fourth Reikage secret technique, lightning release armor, is also quite good. The third Reikage made a name for himself with it while he was alive, claiming it could even fight tailed beasts. It's worth considering. Also, the fusion water and lightning style storm release technique from their village is quite powerful. You could give it a try. Mei Terumi, the current 5th Mizukage of the Land of Water, can also use boil release and lava release, as well as ice release from their village. The 3rd Kazekage's magnet release is also very powerful and grants the user the advantage of flight. Uchiha Kakuzen watched the elder muttering to himself, but he didn't feel annoyed at all. On the contrary, he felt very happy because someone cared about him and used his life experience to pave the way for him, just so that he could go further. Just then, the elder suddenly remembered something and asked Uchiha Kakiyama, "Why did you show off your copied wood release to me just now? You don't seem like the kind of person who would do it just to show off." Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakiyama slapped his head helplessly. After talking for so long, he finally got to the point. Uchiha Kakiyama looked around and realized that this was not a suitable place to display anything. With the elder's consent, he took the elder into his Takamagahara space. Chapter 88 The Technique of a 3-bedroom apartment and the Barrier Technique. Chapter 88 The Technique of 3 rooms and 1 living room and the Barrier Technique. Standing atop the highest point of Takamagahara Island, Elder Uchiha Ryo gazed upon the entire island and said, "Although this isn't the first time I've seen this space, it's still incredibly awe-inspiring. Chio-shan, your eye technique is like a gift from the gods, and you are the chosen one. It was your arrival that saved the entire Uchiha clan. Also, this island seems much bigger than before. It seems your strength has improved significantly again, Chio-shan. From now on, this world belongs to you young people. Keep up the good work, Chio-shan." Uchiha Kakuzan could only nod in agreement upon hearing the elder's words. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Kakuzan led the first elder to an open space. "Elder, I brought you here this time because I copied this ninjutsu while I was copying the wood release ninjutsu." Without waiting for the elder to speak, Uchiha Kakuzan formed hand seals and used the wood release, 4 pillars ninjutsu. After Uchiha Kagami used wood release, the elder saw a wooden house, large enough to comfortably house a family of 5, rise from the ground in just a few seconds. Uchiha Kakuzan sat on the roof of the house and said, "Elder, what do you think of my ninjutsu?" The elder entered the house, raised his hand and tapped on the pillars and walls, marveling, "The quality is good. This is the first time I've ever heard of or seen this wood release ninjutsu. It must have been developed and created by that wood release ninja himself. It's very suitable for establishing a clan settlement." Then, the elder looked up at Uchiha Kagami on the roof and asked, "Is this wood release ninjutsu very energy consuming? Will it have any negative effects on you?" Upon hearing the elder's question, Uchiha Kakuzan jumped down from above, dusted off imaginary dust from his hands, and replied, "This would release ninjutsu doesn't consume much chakra. With the amount of chakra I currently possess, I can easily build several hundred such wooden houses. Moreover, this ninjutsu has an upgraded version. If used, it can completely build a clan estate capable of housing our Uchiha clan overnight." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, the first elder couldn't help but circle the wooden house twice to check its quality before saying, "In this way, the relocation of our Uchiha clan can be accelerated. Now, as long as we select a clan site and use earth release to level the ground, we can quickly build our new clan site." Uchiha Kakuzan was delighted to hear the elder's words. This was the first time he had used wood release since learning it. He then pulled a scroll from his ninja bag, smiling broadly as he handed it to the elder, saying in a boastful tone, "Elder, look what this is." The elder saw Uchiha Kakiyama pull something out like Doraemon, so he took it from him and opened it to read. The elder had just opened the scroll and glanced at it when, as if there were monstrous beasts inside, he abruptly closed it again, staring at Uchiha Kakiyama in astonishment. The elder never expected that Uchiha Kakiyama would actually bring over something so important. Seeing the elder's surprised expression, Uchiha Kakuzan chuckled. It was no wonder the elder was astonished. This scroll contained Konoha's top-secret barrier technique, extracted from materials given to him by the third Hokage. The barrier surrounding Konoha, capable of repelling external enemies, relied on this technique. With it, the Uchiha clan's territory was practically impregnable. The barrier created using this barrier spell, while unable to withstand extremely powerful enemies, can still detect enemy intrusion and pinpoint their exact location. Page 31. The elder opened the scroll and looked at it again and again. Finally, he put it away as if it were a precious treasure, since the Uchiha clan was currently lacking something like this. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't expect this level of power to stop enemies like Black and White Zetsu and Nagato and Obito. However, how many enemies like that are there in the entire ninja world? Barrier techniques are still very useful. Uchiha Kakiyama then led the elder around the space for a while before bringing him out. When the two came out of the space, the tea on the table had gone cold. The elder replaced it with a new pot of tea before continuing to discuss matters with Uchiha Kakiyama. Uchiha Kakuzan took the teapot from the elder and poured tea for both himself and the elder before the elder spoke. In that case, the relocation of the Uchiha clan will be much simpler. Kiyoshin, once they have finished leveling the chosen clan land, it will be up to you. Of course, we can't rely on you all the time. We can only rely on you this time. In the future, we still need to have them work together, otherwise, they will develop a lazy and gluttonous nature. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded in agreement. That was his plan too. He wasn't a babysitter. He could help once, but he couldn't do it every time. That would not only be a burden on him, but also bad for the Uchiha clan's atmosphere, making them prone to relying on others for everything. Now is the time for the Uchiha clan to unite and work together. Developing this kind of atmosphere is quite detrimental to the development of the Uchiha clan. After the two finished discussing the recent affairs of the Uchiha clan, the elder said with a smile, "Now that we've finished discussing official business, it's time to talk about personal matters." Uchiha Kakuzan rolled his eyes inwardly when he heard the elder's words. He knew that the old man had come to see him so early in the morning for something else, probably just as he had guessed. Seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama didn't respond, the elder wasn't embarrassed. He chuckled and asked, "I heard you brought a girl home last night and she stayed overnight." Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't embarrassed at all. After all, he was at the age where he should be settling down, so what was there to be ashamed of? Uchiha Kakiyama took a sip of tea and said, "Yes, there's a girl I met in the Umbu that I quite like, and she likes me too." The elder tapped the table unconsciously with his finger, then organized his thoughts. "Well, you've reached the age where you should be looking for a girlfriend. Actually, I found a few girls for you within the clan, intending to play matchmaker, but I didn't expect you to have already found one outside." The elder paused, and seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama did not show any displeasure, continued, "I'm not stopping you from finding girls outside, but you should also know that as the #1 expert of our Uchiha clan, you are setting an example for the clan members at all times. If all the clan members were to find someone outside and form families like you, then although our Uchiha clan will not fall apart, the cohesion within the clan will be greatly reduced." Chapter 89 The Grand Elder urges me to find a wife. Chapter 89 The Grand Elder urges me to find a wife. The elder looked at Uchiha Kakuzan's expression again. He knew that at Uchiha Kakuzan's age, love was more important than life itself. Furthermore, given that Uchiha Kakuzan achieved such great success at such a young age, it's impossible that he wasn't proud. And proud people hate it when others point fingers at them. Therefore, when the Grand Elder spoke to him about this matter, he was somewhat cautious. Seeing that Uchiha Kakiyama did not show any impatience, the elder continued, "These are all minor matters and are not enough to shake the foundation of our Uchiha clan. Moreover, the entire clan will be moving to Uzushima Island in a while, so it will not be easy for them to contact people outside the Uchiha clan." The first elder, Uchiha Ryo, looked into Uchiha Kakiyama's eyes and became serious. "The thing I wanted to tell you today, with your intelligence, you should have already guessed. You are the strongest and most talented member of our Uchiha generation. Your talent has even surpassed that of Madara Uchiha. Moreover, you are different from other Uchiha. You've known how to be low-key and conceal your talent since you were young. If other Uchiha had half of your achievements, they would have already turned the Uchiha clan and Konoha upside down. But you don't have that arrogance, which is why I have high hopes for you. Since you are able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and your eye technique is much more powerful than ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan techniques, it means that the purity of the Uchiha clan bloodline in your body is very high, and may even have surpassed that of the Uchiha Fugaku lineage. Therefore, I hope you can find a girl from our Uchiha clan to continue your bloodline. If you find a woman from another clan to continue your lineage, then the Uchiha bloodline in your body will be diluted, and your child may even have difficulty awakening the Sharingan." Just as Uchiha Kakiyama was about to speak, the Grand Elder raised his hand to stop him. "I don't care how many women you have outside, and I won't stop you from finding women outside. I just hope that you can find one or more women in the clan to continue the Uchiha bloodline in you. After all, if such a pure bloodline is not continued, I, as the Grand Elder, also have a responsibility. If you have someone you like, just tell me and I'll do some persuasion. Of course, it's your own business to handle things as young people. I believe that with your status, strength, and looks, there shouldn't be any girl in our clan who could refuse you." Uchiha Kakuzan opened his mouth, but said nothing. What could he say? He couldn't very well say that he had already found an Uchiha woman, that she was pregnant with his child, and that she was Fugaku's wife. If the Grand Elder found out, he would tear him apart. Uchiha Kakiyama scratched his head in frustration. Over the years, he had kept his distance from the girls in the clan, fearing that he wouldn't be able to bear the thought of secretly escaping on the night of the clan's massacre. Unexpectedly, now that the night of the clan massacre is over, the Grand Elder has assigned him to find a wife within the Uchiha clan. Finding a wife isn't that easy. There needs to be some emotional foundation, right? How annoying. The elder conveyed his message to Uchiha Kakuzan and then kicked him out. Uchiha Kakiyama stood on the street, somewhat bewildered. He had thought the elder had summoned him to oppose his relationship with Uzuki Yujeo, but it turned out he was being urged to find a wife within the clan to continue the bloodline. Yes, just like the current clan policy, to have more children. Poor Uchiha Kakuzan, he helped Uchiha Fugaku complete his mission, but now he has to complete his own. Uchiha Kakiyama sorted out his thoughts and headed home. He figured he could deal with things later. He wasn't in a hurry anyway, so he could take his time. By the time Uchiha Kazuyama returned home, it was already noon. Uzuki Yujeo had already woken up and was busy cleaning. After all, Uchiha Kazuyama hadn't lived at home for a long time, and although it was generally in good condition, there was still some dust in the corners. The clan actually wanted to arrange a maid for Uchiha Kakuzan to clean his house and cook for him. However, Uchiha Kakuzan had some secrets that he couldn't reveal to others. For example, he often enters the space from home, and he used to summon Mikato in the middle of the night through the space mark. These things cannot be shown to others, so Uchiha Kakuzan refused the clan's offer to arrange a maid for him, saying that he did not like to be disturbed. He was too lazy to clean, so his house inevitably accumulated a lot of dust. After waking up, Uzuki Yujeo learned of Uchiha Kakiyama's whereabouts through a shadow clone he had left behind, which put her at ease. Seeing the dust in Kakiyama's house, she couldn't resist and busily began a thorough cleaning. When Uchiha Kakiyama returned, Uzuki Yujeo was already finishing up her cleaning. Kakiyama was about to help with the cleaning when Uzuki Yujeo stopped him and pushed him out. Uchiha Okayama waited in the courtyard for a while, and then Uzuki Yujeo came out after cleaning up, and even took a bath. Having just finished showering, Uzuki Yujeo had no makeup on, and water droplets dripped from her hair, making her moisturized face even more beautiful and charming. After Uzuki Yujeo came out, she pulled Uchiha Kakiyama out the door. They went straight out of the Uchiha clan's territory and started strolling around the commercial street of Konoha village. Uzuki Yujeo and Uchiha Kakiyama had only just confirmed their relationship and were far from meeting each other's parents. So, after spending half a day shopping with Uzuki Yujeo and having a meal together, Uchiha Kakiyama took Uzuki Yujeo home. Uzuki Yujeo looked at Uchiha Kakiyama with 1,000 words in her eyes. After a while, she didn't say anything, but kissed Uchiha Kakiyama and then turned to go home. Uchiha Kakuzan watched Uzuki Yujeo enter the house, then turned and walked towards his own home. The Grand Elder had already prepared the third echelon, waiting for them to gather at the Naga Shrine the next morning, where he would use his eye technique to send them there. Fortunately, his Sharingan had evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and both his eye power and chakra were much stronger than those of the person he had sent to the second tier before. Otherwise, just this large group of people would have been enough to make his eyes itch for half a day. However, by sending his clansmen to Uzushima Island this time, he was also taking the opportunity to reap the fruits of his labor. Uchiha attack his eye technique. After so many days, Itaki Uchiha should have adapted to his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the eye techniques within the Mangekyo should have been developed long ago. I'll also take this opportunity to copy Itaki Uchiha's eye technique when I go to Uzushima. Itaki Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened earlier than in the original story. I wonder if this will affect his eye techniques, and whether they will still be the same as his previous eye techniques Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Kakuzan was very much looking forward to it. Regardless of whether it was the original eye technique or not, he would accept it without hesitation. After all, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan still needed nourishment to evolve into the legendary Rinnegan. Chapter 90 The Kamui of Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 90 Uchiha Kagami's Kamui. After returning home, Uchiha Kazuyama did not stay there. Instead, he left a shadow clone, pretending to rest, while he himself went to the Takamagahara space. Only here could Uchiha Kazuyama truly relax. After all, outside, there were Uchiha Obito, who was proficient in spacetime ninjutsu, and Kagaya's third son, Black Zetsu. Both of them could approach Uchiha Kazuyama undetected. Although Uchiha Kakuzan's spiritual senses are now astonishing, Black Zetsu, who has lived for 1,000 years, and Obito Uchiha, who inherited Madara Uchiha's legacy, are not simple characters. Who knows if they have any way to avoid his spiritual senses? Therefore, for safety's sake, Uchiha Kakuzan still decided to hide in the Takamagahara space to rest. You should know that last night, when he was at home with Uzuki Yujeo, he was on high alert and even left 2 shadow clones outside. In fact, as long as Uchiha Kagami could obtain the Uzumaki clan's innate ninjutsu Kagura Mind's Eye, he would no longer be afraid of being ambushed. Kagura Mind's Eye is arguably the pinnacle of sensory ninjutsu. Moreover, it is a passive skill, which can be kept active as long as you wish, and it consumes very little energy, so it will not be a burden on Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kakuzan also coveted the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and physique. However, in order to replicate the perfect Uzumaki physique as much as possible, he could only first have Uzumaki Kaoru recover her health. Only then could he obtain a more perfect Uzumaki clan bloodline and physique by replicating the bloodlines and physiques of Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter, as well as Uzumaki Naruto. It's just a pity that Kushina Uzumaki is dead, and he can't bring her back. Otherwise, the Uzumaki bloodline he obtained this time would be even more perfect. Moreover, even if Uchiha Kakuzan goes to great lengths to revive Kushina Uzumaki, by then, Uchiha Kakuzan will at least have reached the 6 paths level. At that level, Uchiha Kakuzan won't need these bloodlines much, since the person who passed down these bloodlines will at most have reached the 6 paths level. However, just in case, Uchiha Kakiyama still planned to make preparations to revive Uzumaki Kushina, just in case, right? Uchiha Kakiyama stated that it was absolutely not because he had any inexplicable thoughts about Uzumaki Kushina, but simply to be on the safe side. In fact, if Uchiha Kakuzan were to be licentious and immoral, or if he didn't value human life, he could easily stuff dozens or even hundreds of people into the Takamagahara space and have them serve him. After all, Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes are now the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and he could easily control some ordinary people at will. However, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't live with himself, and he didn't want to sacrifice others for his own selfish desires. After returning to his villa in the Takamagahara space, Uchiha Kakuzen completely relaxed and became a couch potato. He brewed himself a pot of tea and prepared a fruit platter with fruits and nuts. He also used his wood-release technique to create a reclining chair for himself. So Uchiha Kakuzen placed a recliner on the balcony, with a table next to it filled with snacks. Lying on the recliner, he drank tea, ate snacks, and pulled out the Uchiha clan's history book, reading it like a novel. The next day, Uchiha Kakuzen arrived at the Naka shrine early. He had no choice, he had already been punished by the elder yesterday, and today's matter concerned the important relocation of the Uchiha clan. If he didn't act proactively, did he want the elder to punish him again? When Uchiha Okayama arrived at the Naka shrine, the Grand Elder was already waiting there. However, the third echelon was not yet complete. After all, the third echelon was no match for the second echelon. The second echelon consisted of elite Uchiha ninjas who had gone to Uzushio Island to fight and clear out wild beasts. The third echelon not only outnumbered the second echelon several times over, but their mission was to construct the future clan headquarters of the Uchiha clan at the selected location. Therefore, most members of the third echelon possessed specialized skills, particularly in construction, and could not be expected to meet the same standards as combat personnel. Therefore, the Grand Elder did not get angry at the disorganized third echelon. After all, different people require different requirements. The Elder saw Uchiha Kazuyama when he entered the Naga shrine. He was pleased that Uchiha Kazuyama had arrived so early and smiled and nodded to him as a greeting. After arriving at the Naga shrine, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't stay there quietly. Instead, he wandered around the shrine again. Last time, Uchiha Kakuzen pulled up the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths and threw it into his spatial dimension. The large crater left behind has been filled in, and he doesn't know if the Grand Elder did it. Anyway, the Grand Elder didn't ask him for the stone tablet, so he pretended not to know. When Uchiha Kakiyama returned to the gathering place after visiting the Naga shrine, everyone had already arrived. Upon seeing him, they all greeted him politely. After all, he was the vice-head of the Uchiha clan and the Uchiha's top fighter. Moreover, he had previously wiped out Shimura Danzo and his group, who had always been hostile to the Uchiha, outside the village with a single strike, giving them a sense of satisfaction. Therefore, they treated Uchiha Kakiyama with such respect. Since the elder had already given them instructions, once everyone had arrived, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't waste any words. He immediately activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, aimed it at them, and used the eye technique Takamagahara to send the neatly arranged group of several hundred people into Uchiha Kakiyama's space in one go. After sending them all to Takamagahara, Uchiha Kakuzen blinked and, finding no discomfort in his eyes, felt a surge of joy. Since he knocked Kakashi unconscious and copied the Kamui eye technique, Uchiha Kakuzen not only obtained a space similar to the Kamui dimension, but also gained space-based attack skills that can distort and tear space apart, and in doing so, tear apart people or objects next to the space as well. As a result, his eye technique, Takamagahara, has also been enhanced, and he can now easily transfer several hundred people into his space at once. Moreover, it's possible that because his eyes are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his Kamui isn't as useless as Kakashi's, which requires such a long preparation time. Wherever his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan sees, he can tear that place apart in an instant, or use more eye power to forcibly teleport the target into his Kamui space. Chapter 91 Comrade Fugaku glanced at me. Chapter 91 Comrade Fugaku glanced at me. The Kamui dimension that Uchiha Kakiyama recently obtained is similar to the one that Uchiha Obito had. It's completely empty inside and can be used as a spatial prison to store people directly inside. Once people are trapped inside, their lives and deaths are entirely in Uchiha Kakuzen's hands. Even if tailed beasts are imprisoned inside, there's no need to worry about them escaping. Of course, the Kamui dimension also has its flaws. It cannot trap people who are proficient in space-time ninjutsu. As long as someone has a spatial marker in the ninja world, like the fourth Hokage, they can use a large amount of chakra to escape from the Kamui dimension. If you don't know any space-time ninjutsu, then you can only stay inside obediently and pray that the master of the space won't forget you and let you starve to death inside. After examining his eyes, Uchiha Kakuzen was about to head to the Takamagahara dimension when he suddenly noticed that the Grand Elder, who had been standing nearby, had arrived beside him. Uchiha Kakiyama postponed his trip to Takamagahara and looked at the approaching elder. The elder came to Uchiha Kagami, pointed to himself, and said, "This time I will also go to Uzushima with you. Please take me with you." Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakiyama noticed that the elder's attire was different from usual. He had changed into combat gear, indicating that he had come prepared in advance. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the elder with a puzzled expression. When they discussed it yesterday, the elder hadn't mentioned going to Uzushima Island. Seeing the puzzled look on Uchiha Kagami's face, Elder Uchiha Ryo said irritably, "Do you think I want to go? Isn't it good enough for me to stay here and oversee things? I only found out last night that bastard Uchiha Fugaku left his pregnant wife at home and went to Uzushima Island to lead his clan in expanding their territory. Do you think I'm such a heartless person? I'm going to Uzushima Island to bring him back so he can spend more time with his wife." Uchiha Kakuzan was startled by the elder's words. He suspected that the elder already knew about his relationship with Mikato and was implying something about him. However, Uchiha Kakuzan looked more closely at the elder's face and realized that he had scared himself. The elder was simply talking to him and did not suspect him. However, Uchiha Kakuzan still felt somewhat uneasy. After all, he knew very well that Mikato's pregnancy had absolutely nothing to do with Uchiha Fugaku. However, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't object, since the first elder's actions were right from any perspective. However, the thought of Fugaku living under the same roof as Mikato made Uchiha Kazuyama uncomfortable. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to kill Fugaku for no reason. After all, he had done something wrong and already felt bad for Fugaku Uchiha. There was no reason for Fugaku Uchiha to pay the price of death because of his own actions. Uchiha Kakuyama thought for a moment and then made up his mind. Without saying a word, he took the Grand Elder into the space. Page 32. After the two entered the Takamagahara space, Uchiha Kakuyama glanced around and saw that although the hundreds of newly arrived Uchiha clansmen were whispering among themselves, they were all well behaved and did not run around recklessly. When the Grand Elder arrived, he looked around and was startled. The surroundings were completely different from what he had seen before. It turned out that these hundreds of people were in a huge, enclosed space, surrounded by thick wooden planks on all sides, above and below, and the torches placed on the surrounding walls were the only source of light. The elder looked around and whispered in Uchiha Kakuyama's ear, "What are you up to, kid? Where is this?" Seeing that the Grand Elder was also startled, Uchiha Kakuyama chuckled and explained to him, "Grand Elder, don't worry, we're still on the original island. This is a sealed wooden house I built last night using wood release, specifically for transferring large numbers of clansmen. As you know, this island is my trump card for survival. The less we expose it, the better, so the clansmen will only think it's a transit point for a spacetime ninjutsu and won't suspect that we're in another dimension." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuyama's words, the elder nodded approvingly, "You did very well. It's true that you put your heart into coming up with this method. When you're navigating the ninja world, you have to keep some trump cards up your sleeve. Otherwise, once your enemies figure out all your trump cards, you won't be far from death." Uchiha Kakuzan was somewhat pleased to see that the Grand Elder had also agreed with his plan. It was worth it for him to have sacrificed a little rest the night before to prepare such a place. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Kakuyama brought the Grand Elder to Uzushima Island. Meanwhile, on Uchiha Island, Fugaku and his group, who had been notified in advance, were already there to greet them. However, Fugaku Uchiha was unaware that the Grand Elder had also come. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, he was startled and quickly approached, asking, "Grand Elder, what brings you here?" After all, the first elder had always been stationed in the clan's territory in Konoha village. This time, he came without even giving notice, which made Fugaku Uchiha think that something had happened in the clan's territory. At this moment, the elder pulled Uchiha Fugaku aside and began a private reprimand. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was also the clan head, and his face had to be taken into consideration. Moreover, with his wife pregnant, he was able to leave his wife behind and lead the clan to expand their territory here. Although his methods were not advisable, his spirit was commendable. The elder was unaware that Fugaku Uchiha was also forced into this situation, which was commendable, considering that he hadn't touched his wife for many years and didn't know that she was pregnant. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was pulled aside by the elder, Uchiha Kakuzan glanced at him guiltily, then greeted Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itaki, and the others who were waiting nearby. He then went to the open space and moved all the clansmen out of the Takamagahara space. After evacuating all the clan members, Uchiha Kakuzan glanced at the elder and Uchiha Fugaku, their eyes meeting. Kakuzan smiled awkwardly and quickly went to catch up with Uchiha Shursui. The clansmen who had just been transferred from Uchiha Kagami were deeply shocked when they saw the surrounding environment and the distant sea. After all, these people had basically never traveled far from home, let alone seen the sea, and they were all awestruck by its vastness. They were only notified to gather at the Nanga shrine to build a new clan territory. Little did they know that in the blink of an eye, they would be sent to this island and see the legendary sea. Chapter 92, Itaki Uchiha's Rewriting. Chapter 92, The Rewritten Uchiha Itake. Uchiha Kakuyama approached Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake with a bright smile on his face. Before he could speak, he opened his arms and gave Uchiha Shursui a tight hug, then patted him hard on the back twice, as if he couldn't express his feelings otherwise. Uchiha Shursui felt Uchiha Kakuzan's enthusiasm, and a genuine smile appeared on his usually calm face. After all, geniuses are inherently lonely, and Uchiha Shursui was a genius. Therefore, he didn't have many true friends. Uchiha Itake was one, and Uchiha Kakuzan was another. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't betray his trust and expectations, saving him and the Uchiha clan from the abyss of death and annihilation. It's important to understand that Uchiha Shursui valued his clan more than his own life. The fact that Uchiha Kakuzan saved the entire Uchiha clan was enough to make Uchiha Shursui willing to die for him. Therefore, although Uchiha Shursui did not say anything about Uchiha Kagami's arrival, he was genuinely happy. Standing to the side, Itaki Uchiha watched them quietly. When he saw the two embracing, a slight smile appeared on his lips. These past few days, while Shisui Uchiha was on a mission exploring Uzashioka Island with him, he had told Itaki about what Uchiha Kakiyama had done, deeply moving Itaki. He hadn't expected that within the Uchiha clan, besides his respected elder brother Shisui, there was someone else quietly saving the Uchiha clan and successfully resolving the conflict between Itaki and the village. After Shisui told him about Shisui's death and the Uchiha clan's extermination, he did suspect that Uchiha Kakuzan might have deceived Shisui and the others. However, whether it was the fact that Shisui never revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, or that Itaki awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan through Shisui's death, or the way the Uchiha clan inferred their relationship and future from their attitude towards Konoha, it all showed that Uchiha Kakuzan truly had eyes that could see the future. As for Itaki Uchiha's future, although Uchiha Kakuzan never said anything, as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan head and a genius of the Uchiha clan, it was clear that he was the absolute heir of the Uchiha clan, the kind of person who would succeed the clan head if he died. Since the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, Konoha would definitely not let him go. Itaki Uchiha's fate was either death or becoming a rogue ninja who fled Konoha. Therefore, he was more than willing to let the Uchiha clan leave Konoha and move to Uzashima Island. This way, Shisui would not have died, the Uchiha clan would not have been wiped out, his parents would not have died, and his beloved younger brother Sasuke could have grown up healthy. He would also not have to be torn between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Otherwise, he would inevitably have to betray one of the two groups he loved most in the end. Moreover, the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, spying on the Uchiha clan, will likely be put in a very passive position by the Uchiha clan's actions. Itaki Uchiha thought to himself, maintaining a high level of vigilance towards this mysterious figure he had discovered near the clan's territory, or rather, this mysterious figure who had deliberately allowed himself to be discovered. And for the Uchiha clan, who had arrived on Uzashima Island using space-time ninjutsu, to be discovered by him again would be no easy task. Therefore, Itaki Uchiha now holds a very friendly attitude towards Uchiha Kazuyama. After all, Kazuyama saved his clan, his parents, Shisui, Sasuke, and his own fate. So, in Itaki's eyes, Kazuyama is someone he can entrust his life and hope to. Moreover, Kazuyama is now his younger brother Sasuke's teacher, which makes Itaki feel that his relationship with Kazuyama is very close. After catching up with Shisui, Uchiha Kakiyama turned his attention to Uchiha Itaki beside him. Under the morning sunlight, Shisui and Itaki Uchiha both looked travel-worn. Of course, they had been struggling on the island for more than a week without a proper rest or recuperation, so they naturally appeared somewhat tired. However, although he appeared physically exhausted, he was full of energy. After resolving the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village, and after these days of labor and rehabilitation, Itaki Uchiha's gloomy aura had been completely dispelled, and he appeared warm, clean, and very comfortable. Furthermore, the time Itaki spent living and eating with his clansmen on Uzashima Island allowed him to feel a sense of belonging, and the barriers between him and his clansmen gradually disappeared. This progress made Itaki genuinely happy. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Uchiha Kakiyama couldn't help but nod. He had high expectations for Itaki Uchiha. Itaki was incredibly talented, and his battle intelligence was among the best in the entire ninja world. However, he carried too much on his shoulders, and in the later stages of his life, he developed a tendency towards world weariness, which led to his early death. Otherwise, reaching the peak of Kage level, if not surpassing Kage level, would have been a piece of cake for him. Uchiha Kakuzan decided to chat with Uchiha Itaki first to catch up before bringing up the matter of copying his eye techniques. After all, the eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan are the reflection of the soul, and the creation of eye techniques is the desire deep in his heart. Therefore, having Uchiha Kakuzan copy his eye techniques is actually opening his heart to him, which is something that most people would not be willing to do. Of course, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't know that he held a very high position in Uchiha Itaki's heart. Not to mention copying his eye techniques, as long as he was given a plausible reason, even if it meant taking off Uchiha Itaki's Mangekyo Sharingan and giving it to him, Uchiha Itaki would do it. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Uchiha Itaki with a smile and said, "Itaki, what do you think of this island I found? Not only is it large enough for our Uchiha clan to live on, but it is also rich in resources. Even if the clan members were to live in isolation and not have any contact with the outside world, they could absolutely be self-sufficient by hunting, gathering, and planting on the island. Furthermore, you may not know this, but this island is surrounded by whirlpools and undercurrents, making it generally inaccessible to ordinary people. This is highly advantageous for the secrecy and development of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Itaki had been on this island for so long that he was familiar with its resources and distribution, so he was quite satisfied with the island that Uchiha Kakiyama had chosen. Chapter 93 First Exploration of the Dawn Organization. Chapter 93 First Exploration of the Akatsuki Organization. Upon hearing Uchiha Kiwayama's question, Itaki paused for a moment, organized his thoughts, and respectfully replied, "In response to Lord Kiwayama, Itaki sincerely admires the place you have chosen. This island, in terms of both seclusion and resources, is more than sufficient to meet the needs of our Uchiha clan's development, making it ideal for seclusion and self-cultivation. Upon hearing Itake's words, Uchiha Kakeyama smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be so formal. Let's call each other by our own names. From now on, just call me whatever you would call Shursui. From now on, just call me Big Brother. Itake Uchiha was actually a person who followed the rules quite well. Although Uchiha Kaizen was only a few years older than him, Kaizen was a generation older than Itake, both as the vice-clan leader and as Sasuke's teacher. Itake also admired and respected Kaizen, which is why he called him Lord Kaizen. However, Itake Uchiha was not a rigid person. He hesitated for only a moment before changing his mind and saying, "Okay, Brother Kiyoshin." Uchiha Kakuzen was pleased to see Uchiha Itake change his tune, because it meant that Uchiha Itake also agreed with him to some extent. This not only increased the chance of copying Uchiha Itake's eye technique, but it was also very beneficial to his future plans. At this moment, Uchiha Kakeyama opened his mouth but didn't speak. Instead, he looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then said to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake, "Don't resist. I'll take you to a place where there are no people, where it will be easier to talk to you." As he spoke, Uchiha Kakeyama raised his arm and placed his hands on the shoulders of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake. Seeing that the two did not resist, he activated his eye technique and, through the spatial imprint he left on Uzushima Island, took the two to the cliff on the other side of Uzushima Island. Uchiha Kakeyama released the two of them, took a few steps, and came to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the vast sea in the distance, he felt his heart and mind expand. Here, the view is wide open, and they are not afraid of being overheard by others. Uchiha Kakuzen turned around and said to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake, "Now, our Uchiha clan's plan to move out of Konoha village can be considered to have been successfully completed. Next, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it won't be long before our entire Uchiha clan moves to this island." Uchiha Kakeyama paused for a moment, then continued, "So, whether it's Shursui or you, Uchiha Itake, as members of the Uchiha clan who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, your strength has already reached the Kage level, and even among the Kage, you are among the best. If you continue to stay on Uzushima Island, busy with these trivial matters, it will not only not help improve your strength, but it will also be detrimental to your future development." Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake nodded silently in agreement upon hearing Uchiha Kakeyama's words. They had already eliminated the threat from Uzushima Island. Keeping them around would be a waste of their talents. Ninjas, after all, are quite clear about their own role and value. Seeing that they agreed with his point of view, Uchiha Kakeyama continued, "Therefore, in the name of the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, I am issuing you a mission, and I hope you will accept it and complete it excellently." Uchiha Kakeyama paused, noticing the serious expressions on Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake's faces, and continued, "Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itake, I've received intelligence through clandestine channels. The former leader of a megakur in the land of Rain Hanzo of the Salamander has been killed, and the person who killed him is Pain, the leader of an organization called Akatsuki, and this organization is far from simple. Their goal may be to collect the tailed beasts and rule the entire ninja world. Furthermore, the leader of this organization is no ordinary person. His strength should have reached the Kage level, and the other members are all well-known rogue ninja in the ninja world. Therefore, I entrust you with investigating this organization and gathering intelligence on them. However, your own safety must be your top priority. Do not take any risks. Moreover, some of them are not only eyeing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village, but also our Uchiha clan." At this point, Uchiha Kakeyama looked at Uchiha Itake and asked, "Itake, did you ever discover intruders on our Uchiha clan's territory?" Upon hearing this, Itake Uchiha immediately thought of the mysterious figure in the shadows and nodded, confirming, "I did indeed discover such a person. He was very mysterious and extremely powerful." Uchiha Kakeyama nodded. "This person is a member of the Akatsuki organization. They've already set their sights on our Uchiha clan. Although we've moved to Uzushima Island and won't be easily found by them, nothing stays hidden forever. If we continue to hide on this island, they'll find us sooner or later. Therefore, for the safety of both Konoha village and our Uchiha clan, we must thoroughly investigate this organization. This will allow us to gain the upper hand." After saying that, Uchiha Kakeyama looked into the eyes of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake and asked, "So, this mission is still very dangerous. Are you confident you can complete it?" Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake looked at each other and nodded, saying, "No problem. For the sake of our Uchiha clan, we will definitely complete this mission." In fact, part of the reason why Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake were able to accept this mission was because of Konoha village. After all, they grew up in the village and were educated in the will of fire. Although the Uchiha clan and Konoha village had separated, it was normal for them to worry about Konoha village. Uchiha Kakuzen was well aware of this, but since he was now the de facto ruler of Konoha, he didn't think that Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itake had betrayed him. Moreover, he had deliberately added the information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to increase their enthusiasm and attention to the mission. Seeing that the two accepted the mission without hesitation, Uchiha Kakiyama's serious face broke into a smile. He instructed them, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, is very strong. Moreover, most of the other members of this organization also possess Kage-level strength. Their abilities are all very strange and powerful. Therefore, when you enter a megakur to investigate information, you must pay attention to your own safety and not be reckless, lest they notice you. Seeing how much Uchiha Kakiyama valued this organization, Uchiha Shisui and the other man felt even more serious. They nodded to Uchiha Kakiyama, indicating that they would be careful. Uchiha Kakiyama hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "I'll give you an insurance policy, so that no matter what, you can come back safely." Chapter 94 Granting Spatial Imprint. Chapter 94 Granting Spatial Imprints. Uchiha Kakiyama seemed to have made a great deal of determination before making this decision. After all, if he took such measures against Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, although it would protect them, it would also make them dependent on him, which would have a negative impact on their future development. He had high hopes for their future, and as long as they grew up, it would be a good thing for the future of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Kakiyama reconsidered. Only by surviving could they have a future. After all, even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, didn't return alive after entering a megakur. Although Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had both awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and reached Kage-level strength, they were still inferior to Jiraiya in both strength and experience. Moreover, Uchiha Kakiyama believed that both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi could overcome their dependence and truly grow stronger. After Uchiha Kakuzan finished speaking, without offering any explanation, he directly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Under the questioning gazes of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, he stretched out his hand in front of them and gently waved it, erasing the simplified spatial imprint that Uchiha Kakuzan had left on their foreheads. Then, he extended his index finger and gently touched their foreheads, leaving a sky blue mark, a complete spatial mark. The spatial mark flickered a few times before slowly fading away. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi touched their foreheads and felt something unusual. They vaguely sensed that this new spatial mark was different from the previous one, so they looked at Uchiha Kakiyama and waited for his explanation. The spatial imprints that Uchiha Kakuzan gave to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were the same as the spatial imprints he gave to Uchiha Mikato. They could all enter his space through these spatial imprints. However, he changed the coordinates in their spatial imprints to the Kamui space that Uchiha Kakuzan had just obtained. He wasn't stupid. Even if he wanted to leave some insurance for Uchiha Shisui and the other two, he wouldn't give them the spatial imprint of his Takamagahara space. After all, Takamagahara had always been his own backyard. He would only give the Takamagahara spatial imprint to someone he absolutely trusted, someone controlled by Kota Amatsukami, and he would never leave any security risks for himself. Next, Uchiha Kakuzan gave Uchiha Shisui and the other a brief explanation of the spatial mark's abilities. For example, one could use chakra to regularly stimulate the spatial mark to transmit simple information to him, similar to Morse code, or one could directly enter his Kamui dimension through the spatial mark when their own life was threatened. However, once inside the Kamui dimension, they cannot get out on their own. They can only wait inside, hoping that Uchiha Kakuzan will find time to come and take them out. Of course, to be more forceful, Uchiha Kakuzan could also release them directly from inside using his eye technique, Kamui. Of course, there is one last function. When Uchiha Kakuzan encounters an emergency, he can summon them back regardless of what they are doing. However, Uchiha Kakuzan uses this function relatively little. After all, even if he, Uchiha Kakuzan, finds the enemy troublesome, summoning them back would probably not be of much use. Only then did Uchiha Shisui and the other realize why they felt this spatial mark was different from the previous ones. It turned out that this spatial mark was connected to Uchiha Kakiyama's space, allowing them to have a way to save their lives when they encountered insurmountable danger. After examining the spatial imprints on Shisui and Uchiha Kakiyama, he said with a serious expression, "The spatial imprints I left on you are only for last resort. Do not become dependent on them. Remember, true strength always relies on oneself." When you develop a dependency mentality, it not only means that your path to becoming a strong person is over, but also that your mindset will change when you are doing tasks. You will let your guard down and give the enemy a chance to strike you deadly. Therefore, I established a rule: anyone who returns via spatial imprint during a mission is automatically considered to have failed the mission and will be confined in the solitary confinement room for 3 days. Further punishments will then be determined based on the specific circumstances. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi realized the seriousness of the situation. They stood up straight, their faces hardening, and solemnly indicated that they understood. After establishing these rules, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were both rare geniuses of the Uchiha clan. If we don't count their special abilities, even Uchiha Kakiyama would have to give them a wide berth. Originally, the Uchiha clan, which had so many geniuses, should have been on the rise in this generation. However, after a series of unexpected events, they not only failed to rise but were wiped out, leaving only 2 or 3 members. In the end, only Uchiha Sasuke remained as the sole survivor. Furthermore, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't quite understand Uchiha Sasuke's thinking. Sasuke, who had vowed to revitalize the Uchiha clan since childhood, why was he running around during a period of peace in the ninja world? Shouldn't he be busy having more children to increase the Uchiha population? And he only had one daughter and then stopped. Did he intend to leave the task of revitalizing the Uchiha clan to his daughter? What if his daughter got married and the Uchiha surname became extinct? Uchiha Kakeyama shook his head, putting Uchiha Sasuke's matter out of his mind. Sasuke was still young and could be educated slowly. He needed to understand the benefits of having many children and take it upon himself to carry forward the Uchiha clan. After all these matters were explained, Uchiha Kakuzen looked at Uchiha Shisui and asked, "Shisui, did you tell Itachi about my Mangekyo Sharingan's eye techniques?" When Uchiha Shisui heard Uchiha Kakeyama ask this question, he immediately understood his intention, but still shook his head. "Without your permission, I will not leak your information to anyone, including Itachi." When Uchiha Itachi heard what Uchiha Kakeyama and Uchiha Shisui said, he turned to look at them with a puzzled expression. After all, he also had the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique. Although he felt that this eye technique was very powerful and greatly improved his own strength, there was no need to keep it so secret. Seeing Itachi's expression, Shisui didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Kazuyama, as if to ask if he needed to explain to Itachi, since he would need to tell Kazuyama when he copied Itachi's eye technique. Chapter 95 Amaterasu vs Tsukuyomi. Chapter 95 Amaterasu vs Tsukuyomi. Seeing Shisui's expression, Uchiha Kakeyama understood what he meant and nodded, signaling Shisui to tell Uchiha Itachi the function of his eye technique. With Uchiha Kakuzen's consent, Uchiha Shisui turned around and explained to Uchiha Itachi the effects of Kakuzen's two Dojutsu spacetime rift, fake, and the copying eye. Upon hearing Shisui's explanation, Itachi was also shocked. He hadn't expected Uchiha Kakuzen's two eye techniques to be so incredibly powerful. Compared to Kakuzen's, his own eye techniques paled in comparison. He also understood where Kakuzen's predictive abilities came from. After all, he had only known of Kakuzen's precognitive abilities from Shisui, and hadn't known he could see fragments of the future. Page 33. Then, Itachi Uchiha belatedly asked, "So, did you also find out about the Akatsuki organization through your eye technique, Brother Chio?" When Uchiha Shisui saw that Uchiha Itachi had realized what was going on, he simply smiled, because he had already guessed it when Uchiha Kakuzen gave him and Uchiha Itachi the mission. When faced with Itachi Uchiha's question, Uchiha Kakeyama nodded and instructed, "So, what I said before was all true, not some fabricated information. Therefore, you and Shisui must be careful when you go on the mission." Uchiha Itachi nodded and immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, explaining to Uchiha Kiyoshin, "Brother Kiyoshin, two Dojutsu have also been developed in my Mangekyo Sharingan. The Dojutsu in my left eye is called Tsukuyomi. Once activated, it can pull the enemy's spirit into my Genjutsu space. In the Tsukuyomi world, everything, including time, space, and mass, is under my control. The immense pain the enemy suffers in my Genjutsu space will be reflected back onto him, causing a devastating blow to his spirit. The eye technique of the right eye is called Amaterasu. After the eye technique is activated, it can release a very powerful black flame by focusing the gaze. Once it is burned, it cannot be extinguished until the target is completely burned. However, this eye technique puts a lot of strain on the eyes, so you must be careful when using it, otherwise it will cause irreversible visual degeneration." When Uchiha Kakeyama heard Uchiha Itachi introduce his eye technique, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that although he had helped Uchiha Itachi awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan earlier, it hadn't changed his eye technique. That was good. He was afraid that his appearance would change Uchiha Itachi's eye technique. If he had awakened some useless eye technique, Uchiha Itachi's future would probably be bleak. After introducing his eye technique, Itachi Uchiha looked into Uchiha Kiyoyama's eyes and said seriously, "Kiyoyama and I saved the lives of the Uchiha clan and Shisui and I. Although Kiyoyama and I didn't say what Sasuke and I's future fate would be, even my parents were killed, so I guess Sasuke and I wouldn't have a good fate. In that sense, Kiyoyama and I also changed Sasuke and I's fate. Therefore, I trust Brother Kiyoshin. Although I haven't spent much time with him, I would entrust my life to him, just like Brother Shisui." Uchiha Itachi paused for a moment, then continued, "Now that we know about Brother Kiyoshin's Mangekyo Sharingan techniques, I am willing to pass on my own techniques to Brother Kiyoshin so that they can be of some use to him." Looking into Itachi Uchiha's sincere eyes, Uchiha Kakeyama replied earnestly, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down with your eye technique." Next, Uchiha Kazuyama activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and successfully copied Uchiha Itachi's eye technique. At the moment Uchiha Kazuyama copied the eye technique, the system's voice rang out in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully copied the eye technique, Tsukuyomi. The system is currently learning and digesting it, and it is expected to be usable in 3 hours. Congratulations, host, you have successfully copied the eye technique, Amaterasu. The system is currently learning and digesting it, and it is expected to be usable in 5 hours. Uchiha Kakeyama was puzzled by the system's prompt. In his opinion, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu were both very practical eye techniques and their value should be about the same. Why did it take longer to learn Amaterasu than Tsukuyomi? Then, Uchiha Kakeyama realized that the functions of Tsukuyomi and Uchiha Fugaku's Dojutsu, illusion, overlapped to some extent, while Amaterasu was a completely new Dojutsu. Therefore, the learning time for Amaterasu would be longer than the learning and digestion time for Tsukuyomi. After copying all of Itachi Uchiha's eye techniques, Uchiha Kakeyama had achieved his goal. He then chatted with Shisui and Itachi for a while, reminding Itachi to take care of his health and not to overuse the Mangekyo Sharingan to avoid overexerting his body and triggering a bloodline disease. Seeing Uchiha Kakuzan repeatedly reminding Uchiha Itachi to take care of his health, not only Itachi but also Uchiha Shisui sensed something was wrong. Kakuzan possessed a dojutsu called precognition, and although he hadn't explicitly told them, their intuition told them what was happening. It must be a problem with Itachi's health in the future. For a moment, not only Itachi but even Shisui's mood darkened. Looking at the two dejected men before him, Uchiha Kakeyama patted them on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and I'll find a solution." Uchiha Shisui and Itachi were no ordinary people. After a brief period of depression, they regained control of their emotions and, with Uchiha Kakuzan's comfort, rekindled their fighting spirit. After all, the future is not immutable. Even Shisui's death could be changed, so saving Uchiha Itachi's life should not be difficult. Looking at the two who had recovered, Uchiha Kakuzan thought to himself, "Tsunade, the future 5th Hokage, whether for Mikato or for my clan, I must end your journey. I believe you've had enough fun outside, so let you come back early to take over the Hokage position. I believe your teacher, Sarutobi, will be very happy to do so." Uchiha Kakeyama looked at the distant sea again, admiring the scenery. Once Shisui and the other had calmed down, he led them back to their original spot. After Uchiha Kazuyama returned, the first elder, Uchiha Ryo, had already discussed the matter with Uchiha Fugaku. He told Fugaku to go back first, and he, as the first elder, would temporarily take his place and lead the clan members to build up the clan's territory. After some time, Kazuyama would be sent back as the clan leader to fulfill his duties as the clan leader. Chapter 96 The Clan Chief's Courage. Chapter 96 The Clan Chief's Courage. Uchiha Kakeyama glanced at the calm-faced Uchiha Fugaku, but said nothing. He simply spoke a few words with the elder, then placed enough supplies for the clansmen to live on for several months in an open space. He then led Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui, Itachi, and some clansmen who wanted to return to rest back to the Naga shrine in the Uchiha clan territory using the eye technique Takamagahara. However, Fugaku Uchiha, as the clan leader, did not immediately disband the clan. Instead, he gathered the clan members together and prepared to give them some instructions. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha always had a stern face, so many clan members were afraid of him, including the elite members of the Uchiha clan. When Fugaku Uchiha gathered his clansmen, they all obediently came forward without a single objection. Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha exchanged a glance and, like the rest of their clansmen, came before Fugaku. Fugaku Uchiha stood in the main hall of the Naka shrine, with the tall statue of the deity usually enshrined behind him. Against the backdrop of the fierce statue, Fugaku Uchiha seemed even more menacing. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, Uchiha Kakuzan felt uneasy. If he didn't know that Uchiha Fugaku had been hit by his Kota Amatsukami, he would have been ready to run away at any time. Fugaku Uchiha looked at the group of clansmen in front of him with a stern and oppressive expression, and said in a serious tone, "Clan members, you are all the elite of our Uchiha clan, and the future of our Uchiha clan. I believe that after this exploration and cleanup mission on Uzushima Island, you are very clear in your hearts that it is the future clan land of our Uchiha clan. Therefore, during this return for rest and recuperation, I, in the name of the clan head, beg you all not to reveal the new address of our clan's territory. This concerns the future safety of our Uchiha clan. From this moment on, keep this matter sealed in your hearts. Do not think about it, do not think about it, do not speak of it, do not mention it, and do not leave any information in any way. Stay at home if you can, and even if you go out, try not to leave the clan's territory. If you want to buy something, you can ask your family or companions for help. If you need to take care of something, please trust the clan. I will handle it for you perfectly." Because Uchiha Kakuzan had mentioned some fragments of the future to Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Fugaku knew that the future Konoha village would face various risks, he did not want the Uchiha clan to be involved. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku had to take good precautions to keep the new Uchiha clan territory a secret. "As long as you could not find me, even if you wanted to target me, you would not be able to." Fugaku Uchiha suddenly glanced at Uchiha Kakuzan standing beside him and said, "Also, regarding Vice Clan leader Uchiha Kakuzan's spacetime ninjutsu, the level of secrecy measures he has are the same as those at the new clan base. Don't talk about these things, even at home. After all, not only do walls have ears, but secret techniques like those of the Yamanaka clan can also reveal your secrets. So, for the safety of your family and the future of our Uchiha clan, please keep this strictly confidential. I beg you." As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, actually bent down and bowed to the clansmen in front of him. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku actually bowed to them, not only Uchiha Kakuzan, but even these clan members were startled. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was their clan leader, and he usually had a fierce face. This change was too shocking for them. At the same time, they understood how much the clan leader valued them. They also hurriedly bowed back and said in unison, "For the glory of the Uchiha, rest assured, clan leader." Meanwhile, those clansmen who were somewhat dissatisfied, having already toiled for so many days outside and finally returned to rest, were now making demands. However, under Fugaku Uchiha's bow, their dissatisfaction had long since vanished. Fugaku Uchiha raised his head, looked at the excited faces of his clansmen, gave them a few words of encouragement, and then waved his hand to dismiss them. Uchiha Kakuzan watched the whole process from the sidelines and was filled with admiration for Uchiha Fugaku's methods. He never expected that this Uchiha Fugaku with thick eyebrows and big eyes would have such a trick up his sleeve. Of all those present, only Uchiha Shursui, Itaki, and Fugaku were not swayed by his emotions. The reason for this was not their strong will, but rather their status. Whether it was Uchiha Itake, the son of the clan head, Uchiha Kakuzan, the vice-clan head, or the genius Uchiha Shursui, their status was closer to that of Uchiha Fugaku, so they did not react much to his courteous gestures. The ordinary clan members, on the other hand, were already moved by the clan head's aura. After the clansmen left the Nanga shrine in 2s and 3s, only the 4 of them remained. Fugaku Uchiha looked at Itaki Uchiha and Shursui and said, "Itake, you and Shursui should go back first, so your mother won't worry. I still have some things to discuss with Kayoyama. Tell your mother to prepare more food. I'll be going back with Kayoyama-kun in a bit. Shursui, you should eat before you go back." Itaki Uchiha glanced at his father, then at Uchiha Kakiyama, and nodded without saying a word. He then returned home with Shursui Uchiha. After the two had walked away, Uchiha Fugaku complained to Uchiha Kiyoyama, "Kiyoyama-kun, you were so careless. How did you get Mikato pregnant? Luckily, I didn't tell anyone about my injury there, only Mikato knew. If Itake knew about my injury, he would become suspicious, which would not only hurt Itake but also affect the relationship between mother and child. That would make Mikato so heartbroken. If the clan members find out the child isn't mine, it will severely damage my authority as clan head and cause disharmony and conflict within the Uchiha clan." When Uchiha Kakuzan heard Uchiha Fugaku's complaints, he touched his nose awkwardly. He couldn't answer these questions. After all, Mikato was Uchiha Fugaku's wife. Although he liked Mikato and she liked him, though it was due to the influence of Kota Amatsukami, Uchiha Kakuzan still felt awkward in front of the person in question. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan could only try to fool Uchiha Fugaku once again. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, stared directly into Fugaku's eyes, and said, "Clan leader, look at my eyes, is there anything different from before?" Chapter 97 A brief discussion on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 97 A brief discussion of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku Uchiha remained unmoved by Uchiha Kakuzan's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, he was willing to give his life to Kakuzan if he wanted to, so he wasn't worried that Kakuzan would harm him. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Uchiha Fugaku noticed that Uchiha Kakiyama's Mangekyo Sharingan was different from the ones he had seen before. Not only were the patterns more refined, but they were also much more complex. If one looked closely, one could also faintly sense a sense of oppression. Looking into Uchiha Kakiyama's eyes, Fugaku Uchiha suddenly seemed to realize something unbelievable. His expression could no longer be contained, and his face was filled with astonishment. His pupils seemed to have been stimulated, and they contracted violently for a moment. He exclaimed, "You have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Kakuzan was surprised that Uchiha Fugaku could recognize his eyes as the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan so quickly. However, considering the stone tablet at the Naka shrine and the fact that Uchiha Fugaku also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was not surprising that he knew these things. Since Uchiha Fugaku had already recognized his eyes, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't keep him in suspense any longer and readily nodded in acknowledgement of Uchiha Fugaku's guess. Fugaku Uchiha's surprise at receiving Uchiha Kakuzan's acknowledgement did not diminish at all, because he believed that there was only one way to upgrade from the Mangekyo Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, to sacrifice the blindness of one's closest relative and transfer their Mangekyo Sharingan to oneself in order to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakuzan is now an orphan. He has lost not only his brothers and sisters, but also his parents. He has no close relatives left. Under these circumstances, he somehow obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without anyone noticing. This is what makes Uchiha Fugaku extremely puzzled. Uchiha Okayama looked at Uchiha Fugaku and asked, "You also saw that stone tablet at the Naka shrine?" Although Fugaku Uchiha didn't understand why Okayama Uchiha was asking this question, he still answered honestly, "Yes, I saw it. I also saw the method for advancing the Mangekyo Sharingan from there. I can't see the later content. I guess it requires a more advanced Mangekyo Sharingan." As he spoke, Fugaku Uchiha glanced at Okayama Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan again. Uchiha Kakuzan understood Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts perfectly well. He waved his hand and said, "Forget about what's on the stone tablet. Although the content is true, it's mainly misleading and the information is incomplete." Fugaku Uchiha was even more surprised when he heard what Uchiha Kakiyama said. "This stone tablet is a treasure of our Uchiha clan. Although it is not a powerful weapon, it has been passed down for many years. It is said that this stone tablet has been in the clan since our Uchiha clan appeared in the ninja world. How could the records on it be wrong?" Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the clan leader in front of him, who had been fooled just like Uchiha Madara. Knowing that he couldn't convince him without offering something, he pointed to his eyes and said, "I didn't say that what it recorded was wrong, it's just that the record is incomplete. Moreover, the method for advancing the Mangekyo Sharingan that it left behind was also a wrong path. My eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is proof of that. I don't have any close relatives who could give me a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. I figured it out myself." As Uchiha Kakiyama spoke, he seemed to remember something, patted his head, and casually took a scroll from his spatial storage, tossing it to Uchiha Fugaku. "This scroll has been passed down from our Uchiha clan. It was from this scroll that I got inspiration and found the method to evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Fugaku Uchiha took the scroll and quickly opened it to read it. After all, the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the method to advance to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had been tormenting him for the past few years. Especially after learning that Itachi Uchiha had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan these past few days. Although he was very happy about Itachi Uchiha's talent, finding another method to advance the Mangekyo Sharingan was also urgent. After all, he has 2 sons, but he only has 1 pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. If Uchiha Sasuke also awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, is he going to just watch one of his sons go blind? The scroll contained very little information, and Fugaku Uchiha finished reading it in no time. However, after reading it, Fugaku still didn't gain any inspiration from it. He looked up at Uchiha Kakiyama with a somewhat blank expression. "This records the origin of our Uchiha clan, the life story of our ancestor Indra. I basically knew all of that when I was a child. There's no mention of how to advance the Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Kakuzan snatched the scroll back from Uchiha Fugaku's hand with an annoyance. "It's because we've known this since we were little that we take it for granted. You've seen it yourself. Indra had no brothers. Because of his conflict with Ashura, he didn't acknowledge Ashura as his brother. So tell me, what does it mean that Indra didn't go blind even in his old age?" Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's question, Fugaku Uchiha blurted out, "Indra's eyes were of course the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Before Fugaku Uchiha could finish speaking, he seemed to remember something and murmured, "Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, no brothers, no brothers." Then, as if startled awake, Fugaku Uchiha looked at Uchiha Kakiyama beside him, staring intently at him. He was so excited that even his Sharingan involuntarily activated. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku had finally understood, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't mind his rude attitude and said, "I was also inspired by this record. Although Indra was exceptionally talented, he didn't have any brothers. How did he evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? After many experiments, I finally evolved my Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Kakiyama glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, knowing he was in a hurry, so he stopped teasing him and continued, "I observed and felt that when my Sharingan evolved from the 3-Tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, not only did my chakra and spiritual power increase exponentially, but our own Yin attribute also increased a lot. Moreover, as the level of the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo that I mastered became higher and higher, my own Yin attribute also became higher and higher. Therefore, I had a bold idea." Chapter 98 Itachi Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha. Chapter 98 Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Kakiyama paused for a moment, then continued, "I guess that as our Yin attribute and spiritual power grows stronger, our Mangekyo Sharingan will become stronger and stronger, until it exceeds a limit, at which point our Mangekyo Sharingan will evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan." At this point, Uchiha Kakiyama pointed to his eyes and said with some pride, "As it turns out, my guess was right. As long as I keep stimulating my mental power, developing my Yin attribute, and perhaps adding a certain degree of physical strength, I can evolve my Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Furthermore, when one's own conditions are close to the ideal, one can actually vaguely sense which aspects they haven't met. Therefore, unless one's talent is truly insufficient, one will not resort to such bloody and inhumane methods." After processing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Fugaku Uchiha let out a deep breath, finally understanding the situation. This way, Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha would have another option and wouldn't have to fight each other anymore. Then, Fugaku Uchiha returned to the original topic, "So how did you get Mikato pregnant?" "Fortunately, I wasn't away from Uzushima for very long, so it happened before I went there." When Uchiha Kakuzan heard Uchiha Fugaku bring up the old matter again, he touched his nose somewhat awkwardly and explained, "Recently, the clan has been advocating for more children to strengthen the Uchiha clan, right? And I was also a little curious whether children with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would have high talent. So, without thinking, I got Mikato pregnant. After Uchiha Kakeyama finished speaking, he realized that his reasoning was somewhat untenable, and he laughed awkwardly a few times. Fugaku Uchiha hadn't expected Uchiha Kakuzan to give him this reason, so he could only give Uchiha Kakuzan a deep look before turning around and walking out, saying, Mikato should have prepared the food by now. Don't go looking for food elsewhere. Come to my house. Sasuke is about to start school, so you should also fulfill your responsibilities as his teacher. Upon hearing what Uchiha Fugaku said, Uchiha Kakuzan realized that he did indeed have business at Fugaku's house, so he could only chuckle awkwardly and scratch the back of his head. He then shamelessly followed behind Fugaku to his house for a free meal. When the two arrived at the clan chief's house, Sister Mikato had already prepared the meal with two maids and was waiting for them. Fugaku Uchiha sat in the main seat, and Okayama Uchiha sat in the secondary seat. Since there were no outsiders present, Mikato also sat in a seat next to them. However, Itaki Uchiha was acting strangely. He seemed restless and had completely lost his usual composure. He would glance at the little maid standing next to him every now and then, as if he had something to say but couldn't say it. Sitting in the main seat, Fugaku Uchiha had already noticed Itaki Uchiha's unusual behavior. Without thinking much of it, he simply put down his chopsticks and said to Itaki Uchiha with a serious expression, Itake, mind your manners. Itaki Uchiha then realized that he had indeed been behaving strangely. After apologizing to Fugaku Uchiha, he returned to normal. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kakuzan was secretly laughing to himself. Uchiha Okayama picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, but his eyes secretly glanced at the serious-looking Uchiha Itaki and the obedient little maid Uchiha Izumi standing next to him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. One of the reasons he shamelessly came to Fugaku Uchiha's house for a free meal was to see Itaki Uchiha meet his girlfriend. It would definitely be quite interesting. Therefore, Uchiha Kazuyama secretly smiled to himself when he saw Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Izumi trying their best to pretend they didn't know each other. After everyone finished eating, Uchiha Shursui didn't stay long. After all, it wasn't his own home, and he felt uncomfortable staying there. He soon bid farewell to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku didn't try to keep him either, since he and Shursui had just returned from Uzushio Island and were both tired and needed to go back and rest. When Uchiha Kakeyama saw Shursui take his leave, he also took the opportunity to say goodbye to Uchiha Fugaku. His main reason for coming here was to see Uchiha Itake make a fool of himself, and now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally wanted to make a quick getaway. And so, Uchiha Kakeyama and Shursui bid each other farewell and went out. Once outside the clan head's gate, Uchiha Shursui relaxed considerably. It had been a long time since he and Uchiha Kakeyama had had a proper chat, so the two chatted as they walked home. Uchiha Shisui's house and Uchiha Kakuzan's house were in the same direction. However, Uchiha Shisui's house was closer to the clan head's house, so the two of them arrived at Uchiha Shisui's house first. Just as Uchiha Shursui was about to say goodbye to Uchiha Kakuzan had already followed him to the door and was looking at him with a smile. Uchiha Shursui was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. Without saying anything, he opened the door and led Uchiha Kakeyama inside. Page 34. The two didn't linger anywhere else and went straight to the most secure little room in Uchiha Shisui's house. After Uchiha Shursui closed the door, he asked Uchiha Kiwayama with a serious expression, Kiwayama, what is it? Uchiha Kakeyama still had a relaxed smile on his face. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's serious expression, he comforted him, Shursui, don't be nervous, it's just a small matter. As he spoke, he raised his hand and patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder. After hearing what Uchiha Kakeyama said, Uchiha Shursui breathed a sigh of relief and said, since it's a small matter, you could have just said it earlier. Why did you have to come all the way to my house? Uchiha Kakeyama shook his head. Although it's a small matter, it could have a bad influence if others see it, so it's better to do it at your house. Uchiha Shursui was very direct, what is it? Without wasting any words, Uchiha Kakuzan immediately activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at Uchiha Shursui. Then, Uchiha Kakuzan's Sharingan slightly rotated, and he unleashed a barely perceptible Dojutsu at Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shisui's eyes also transformed into 3 Tomo Sharingan, which rotated a few times before slowly closing. When Uchiha Shursui involuntarily opened and closed his Sharingan, he focused his attention on it. When the Sharingan closed, he also involuntarily closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Shursui slowly opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Kakeyama with a complicated expression. I sensed it this time. You left another Izanagi in my eyes using the transcription seal. What are the activation conditions this time? Chapter 99 Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki. Chapter 99 Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Kakuzan laughed and said, haha, you've improved. This time you were even able to detect the jutsu I placed in your eyes. Don't worry, it's still the same as before, just a safety net. The trigger condition is that after you are killed, you are resurrected in perfect physical condition 5 seconds later. Uchiha Shursui didn't laugh along with Uchiha Kakuzan. His face remained tense as he looked into Kakuzan's eyes and asked, "What was your price? What was the price you paid?" Izanagi became a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan because the price was too high. No matter if your eyes have 3 Tomo or the Mangekyo Sharingan, once you use Izanagi, the eye that uses this forbidden technique will be permanently blinded. I don't believe you used this forbidden technique without any consequences. So, Kyushin, tell me the price you paid for using Izanagi, or I will always have this thorn in my side. Uchiha Kakuzan fell silent upon hearing Shisui's words. In fact, he later realized that every time he used Izanagi, his Ina tribute chakra would inevitably decrease. However, because of the system, the cost was negligible. The Ina tribute chakra consumed would be replenished in a few days of training, leaving him almost unaffected. However, this concerned the system, so how could he let Uchiha Shursui know? Faced with Uchiha Shisui's question, Uchiha Kakuzan simply chuckled and said, "It's alright, don't worry. It has very little impact on me. Compared to that, your safety is more important to me." After asking the question, Uchiha Shursui had been observing Uchiha Kakuzan's expression. After hearing his answer, he paused for a moment, then nodded knowingly. Seeing that Uchiha Shursui stopped asking questions, Uchiha Kakuzan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something amusing, he activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and said to Shursui with great interest, Shursui, look. Look, what's different about my Mangekyo Sharingan compared to before?" He was like a child showing off his new toy. Next, Uchiha Shursui was inevitably shocked by Uchiha Kakiyama. After all, he also had the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had only heard of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan but had never seen it before. Next, Uchiha Kakuzan shared some of his newly discovered knowledge and methods for advancing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with Shursui. During this time, to help Shursui understand more thoroughly, he even pulled Shursui into a genjutsu space and demonstrated the entire process to him. Finally, Uchiha Kakiyama patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder. "Shursui, I've already taken the lead over you, so you have to keep up the good work. I believe you'll do better than me. After all, your talent is better than mine." Although Uchiha Kakuzan encouraged Uchiha Shursui in this way, he also knew that Uchiha Shursui faced far more difficulties than him. After all, he had the help of a system that could copy eye techniques. When copying eye techniques, the essence of their Sharingan was also copied at the same time. Uchiha Kakuzan had combined the eye techniques and potential essence of many Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve his own Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in such a short time. However, neither Uchiha Shursui nor Uchiha Itachi had such convenient conditions. They could only think of other ways to have any hope of accomplishing the same feat as Uchiha Kagami. Actually, Uchiha Kakiyama has other methods. Although he can't help Shursui and Itachi upgrade their eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he can significantly increase the usage time of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Uchiha Kakiyama can't do that yet. He can tell Shursui and the others when he can. After Uchiha Kakuzan told Uchiha Shursui everything, he didn't keep him from resting any longer and took his leave. He told Uchiha Shursui to rest well and that he would arrange for him and Uchiha Itachi to leave the village in 3 days to gather intelligence in a megakure. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan and Uchiha Shursui were saying goodbye and leaving, in a corner of Konoha village, something was happening due to Uchiha Kakuzan's influence. That day, Naruto unexpectedly woke up late. He had no choice but to drink some expired milk the night before, which caused him to have diarrhea for most of the night. His stomach finally stopped acting up as dawn broke, and Naruto finally drifted off to sleep in bed. As a result, while he was half asleep, he sensed some commotion around his house. Normally, this would be impossible, because he lived on the top floor of the house, and although there were spare rooms around him, they were all empty. After all, the common people of Konoha village disliked and feared him, so how could they possibly be his neighbors? So, although there are empty rooms on the top floor of the house, no one has lived there since Naruto had his memories. Therefore, the area around Naruto's house is usually quiet, and it is impossible for anyone to come and make a fuss. Hearing the commotion outside the room, Naruto Uzumaki immediately snapped to attention, holding his breath and listening intently. After listening for a while, Naruto finally confirmed that a new resident had indeed moved in next to his room. Upon confirming this, Naruto's heart pounded, and his face flushed red. He also hoped that he would have neighbors next to his house. Although they wouldn't be there to keep him company, they would at least make him feel less lonely. In the dead of night, when there was no sound from the side, it felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. This loneliness suffocated him. Naruto waited a while longer, allowing his wildly beating heart to calm down. He straightened his somewhat worn clothes, wanting to change, but the clothes he was wearing were the only ones he could wear. Naruto took a deep breath, slowly opened the door to his room, and peeked out, looking towards the doorway beside him. He was afraid it would be another person who was hostile to him. He didn't ask for much, he just hoped that his new neighbor would treat him the same way as Uncle Ichiraku, without being hostile or afraid of him. Naruto slowly peeked out and saw a beautiful, gentle-looking older woman standing there, thanking the workers who had helped her move furniture. This woman had beautiful red hair, making her appear full of sunshine and vitality. Just as Naruto was staring blankly, the older sister seemed to sense the movement, turned her head slightly, and saw the silly little guy peeking out. She gave him a sunny and kind smile. Chapter 100 Karen and Naruto. Chapter 100 Karen and Naruto. Naruto was stunned when he saw Karen's smile. This was only the second time in his life he had felt kindness from someone. The first time was from the third Hokage. Moreover, both his Uzumaki clan bloodline and his intuition as a Jinchuriki told Naruto that the beautiful older sister in front of him had a very pure kindness towards him, completely different from what he felt from the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage also had kindness towards him, there was also wariness and some complicated feelings. But from this older sister, he felt a very pure and warm kindness, which immediately captivated Naruto. After seeing the furniture movers off, Kaoru Uzumaki saw Naruto Uzumaki standing helplessly at her door. Kaoru Uzumaki smiled, walked up to Naruto Uzumaki, half squatted down, and looked at the child in front of her with some heartache. Her worn clothes, unwashed face, dry and frizzy hair, shorter stature than her peers, and slightly pale complexion all told her that she was a poor little girl with no one to take care of her. In fact, if Naruto Uzumaki hadn't possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he might not have even had the chance to grow up. Kaoru Uzumaki stroked the boy's messy hair and said with a look of tenderness, "Hello, Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. I am Kaoru Uzumaki. Please take care of me from now on." Naruto had already blushed with embarrassment when Karen stroked his hair, but after hearing what Karen said, his eyes widened suddenly as he looked at the beautiful older sister in front of him and stammered. "Uzumaki, Uzumaki Xiongling, big sister, you also have the surname Uzumaki, are you also from the Uzumaki clan?" Actually, Naruto Uzumaki didn't understand what the Uzumaki clan and its bloodline were. He had only seen other ninja clans in the village and knew that if it was a surname, then they were from the same clan, which is why he asked that question. Looking at Naruto's longing eyes, Kaoru Uzumaki gently nodded, "Yes, I am also from the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, I am your mother's best friend who grew up with her. So, if you count, I am your aunt." Naruto was completely stunned by the news. He stared blankly at the beautiful older sister in front of him, as if in a daze. An invisible light was slowly emanating from her, not only shining into his heart but also illuminating his entire world. Naruto Uzumaki was almost speechless, stammering as he repeated Karen Uzumaki's words, "Auntie, auntie." Looking at the now foolish Naruto, Kaoru Uzumaki's eyes filled with even more tenderness. She gently replied, "Yes, I'm your mother Kushina Uzumaki's best friend from childhood, and we're also related. However, we were separated after the war. I just arrived in Konoha. I didn't expect Kushina to have a child, and her son is already so grown up. So, according to seniority and kinship, you should call me auntie." Looking at the older woman in front of him, Naruto felt like he was dreaming. Finally, he asked to confirm, "Are you really my aunt?" Looking at Naruto's dirty little face and longing eyes, Kaoru Uzumaki said calmly but firmly, "I am your aunt. I have already confirmed with the third Hokage that you are Naruto Uzumaki, the son left behind by Kushina Uzumaki. So, there is no need to doubt anymore. It can be confirmed with the third Hokage." Naruto Uzumaki looked at the beautiful older sister in front of him. No, the beautiful aunt who was looking at him warmly. For some reason, it felt as if endless grievances were welling up from the bottom of his heart. Naruto Uzumaki knew that he should behave well so that his new aunt would make a good impression on him. He also knew that he shouldn't cry, otherwise, what if his new aunt disliked him? But now, Naruto Uzumaki just couldn't control himself. After confirming that the warm older sister in front of him was his family, he couldn't control himself anymore. Naruto Uzumaki threw himself into Karen Uzumaki's arms and burst into tears. He couldn't stop crying and just kept crying, as if he had 1,000 grievances in his heart that he couldn't express. Despite Naruto's sudden change, Kaoru Uzumaki showed no resistance. She simply placed her hand on Naruto's back and gently patted him as he cried in her arms. Naruto's crying immediately drew Karen out of her room. Karen was more lively than she was in Kizagakure at this moment. When she peeked out of her room and saw a little boy crying in his mother's arms, she was about to speak when Karen gestured to stop her. Karen Uzumaki opened her mouth, then closed it again, looking at the little boy curiously, but said nothing more. When Naruto's wailing turned into sobbing, Karen patted Naruto's back, gesturing for him to get up, and said, "Naruto, get up first. I'll introduce you to a little sister. You two can get to know each other, and from now on, you'll be siblings." While trying to persuade Naruto, Karen Uzumaki beckoned to her daughter, Karen Uzumaki, who had been looking in their direction, to come over. As Naruto awkwardly got up from Aunt Karen's arms, Karen Uzumaki had already run up to him with her short legs and stood in front of her mother and Naruto. Naruto blushed immediately when he saw such a cute little girl run up to him so close. Karen, on the other hand, looked at the little boy who had suddenly appeared with some curiosity. With a smile, Uzumaki Karen said to Naruto, "Naruto, this is my daughter. She's a little younger than you, and she'll be your little sister from now on. You can't let anyone bully her." Naruto Uzumaki never expected that on this day, he would not only gain a concubine, but also a younger sister, and this younger sister was so cute. He nodded repeatedly when he heard what Uzumaki Karen was telling him. Then, Karen said to Uzumaki, Karen, he's your Naruto brother now. From now on, let him play with you and protect you, okay? Karen looked at the little boy in front of her, whose face was flushed and who seemed at a loss, and nodded. She then said to Naruto, Hello, Naruto and Ai-san, my name is Uzumaki Karen. Please take care of me from now on. Naruto nodded repeatedly upon hearing Karen's words, speechless. Seeing that the two little ones were getting along quite well, Xiangling stood up, took one of their hands in each hand, and walked towards home, saying as she went, Alright, it's time to eat now. Let's go home and cook and eat. Chapter 101 Recalling Tsunade. Chapter 101 Recalling Tsunade. Just as Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki met, Uchiha Kakeyama also bid farewell to Uchiha Shisui. There are some things that can't be delayed any longer. We must call Tsunade back, whether for Mikato's sake or for Ataka's. We must bring back Tsunade, the top medical expert in the ninja world. Even if she has hemophobia, it's okay. The Uchiha clan has many genjutsu masters. A simple psychological suggestion can almost eliminate her hemophobia. As for why Tsunade hasn't sought a cure all these years, it's probably because she has some regrets or something that disappointed her, leading her to choose to escape. That's why her hemophobia has persisted. Furthermore, there has been no news yet about the second stage of the Reikage secret technique, lightning release armor, from Kimagakure. Uchiha Kakuzan is unwilling to risk the lives of Konoha's spies because of him. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan plans to wait a few days until Uzumaki Karen has recovered, then replicate the near-perfect Uzumaki clan bloodline from the 3 surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. After that, he will go to Kimagakure to meet the 4th Reikage. The second stage of the lightning release armor was hard to obtain, so he went to the 4th Reikage and directly copied his perfected lightning release armor. At that time, he already had a flawed version of the sage body and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, so he should be able to skip the second stage and practice the perfected lightning release armor. Of course, he would inevitably suffer some physical pain at that time, but just in case, Uchiha Kakeyama still felt that he should bring Tsunade back. When he was training in lightning release armor, he could have Tsunade watch over him or help him, so that he could train faster and suffer less physical pain. Therefore, after leaving Shisui's house, Uchiha Kakuzan neither went home to rest nor went back to his spatial dimension to relax. Instead, he went straight to the Hokage building to find the 3rd Hokage. Since Uchiha Kakuzan is now a member of the Umbu, he was not stopped by the guards and was let in directly. Fortunately, it was almost lunchtime, so there wasn't much of a person in the 3rd Hokage's office. Uchiha Kakuzan went straight to the Hokage's office and found the 3rd Hokage resting and smoking idly. When the 3rd Hokage saw Uchiha Kakuzan come to see him, he first took a deep drag on his cigarette, then exhaled it heavily, the smoke billowing far away. He truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned smoker. As the light from his pipe flickered, the 3rd Hokage looked at Uchiha Kakeyama and said, Kakeyama-kun, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting at home right now? Uchiha Kakuzan replied, I have some important matters that I need the 3rd Hokage's help with. After speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan looked at the 3rd Hokage meaningfully and then emphasized, these are very important matters. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words and seeing his expression, the 3rd Hokage also became serious. He slowly sat up straight, gestured for the people hiding in the shadows to leave, and then asked Uchiha Kakuzan, what is it that requires everyone in the shadows to leave? Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage's words, Uchiha Kakeyama respectfully replied, I am requesting that the 3rd Hokage summon Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, back to the village. Itaki Uchiha, a member of my Uchiha clan, is in poor health and we suspect he has a bloodline disease. Since it is in its early stages, it should be relatively easy to treat. Therefore, we would like to ask Tsunade to return and see if she has any solutions. The 3rd Hokage took a drag of his cigarette and asked, Uchiha Itake, I know that kid. He's not only a genius who awakened the Sharingan at a young age, but he also has the will of fire in his heart. What happened to him? Uchiha Kakuzan sighed, it's because he was too talented that he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too early. He's still too young, and his body isn't fully developed yet. His body can't support the demands of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is why he's having some problems. That's why we asked Lady Tsunade to come back and see if there's any way to treat him. Even if it's incurable, it would be good if it could alleviate the symptoms. Uchiha Itaki is fine now. Uchiha Kakuzan only asked Tsunade to check on him as a precaution. The 3rd Hokage was shocked to find that another Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened in the Uchiha clan. He was startled by Uchiha Kakuzan's Susanoo, and the reason he was currently being controlled by Kakuzan was also thanks to Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan. That's why the 3rd Hokage reacted so strongly to the Mangekyo Sharingan. The thought that Itaki Uchiha had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan reminded him of Shisui Uchiha. If Shisui hadn't been killed by Danzo, he would be serving him now, and he himself would very likely not be controlled by Uchiha Kakeyama. Thinking of this, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Shimura Danzo has ruined me. When the 3rd Hokage thought about how terrifying Uchiha Kagakiyama's Mangekyo Sharingan was, he understood. It made sense such a powerful bloodline limit did require a certain level of endurance to use safely. For example, Uchiha Itachi was just a teenager who hadn't fully developed, and overuse would indeed put a huge burden on his body. However, the third Hokage still said with some difficulty, "You may not know, but it's not that I don't want to call Tsunade back to treat Itachi Uchiha, but Tsunade currently suffers from hemophobia, and she simply cannot treat you. That's why I've left her to her own devices these past few years. After all, Tsunade's value is diminished if she can't treat patients. Actually, I also wanted to call her back so she could inherit the Hokage position. This old man can't serve for many more years. Orochimaru has defected, and Jiraiya has an unreliable personality. Only Tsunade is suitable to inherit the Hokage position. After all, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It is only right to hand over the Hokage position to her. However, because her younger brother, Senju Noeke, the heir of the Senju clan, and her lover, Kato Dan, both died in the war, she is now very resistant to the Hokage position in Konoha village. I have recalled her several times, but she either refuses or avoids me. In addition, given her special status, I can't force her, so this matter has been dragging on. Page 35. After saying all this, the third Hokage sighed. Chapter 102 Flying Ninjutsu and Dust Release. Chapter 102 Flying Ninjutsu and Dust Release. Uchiha Kakuzan realized he had been too presumptuous when he heard the third Hokage's words. He thought that no matter how much Tsunade acted up, she would listen to her teacher, the third Hokage. He hadn't expected that his plan would fail at the very first step. He couldn't even get her back. What else could he do? Uchiha Kakuzan frowned, secretly wondering if there was another way. In the original work, Tsunade was able to return because at that time, the third Hokage had died, and there was no one left in Konoha to be Hokage. She didn't want her grandfather's hard work to be wasted. In addition, Jiraiya came to find her, Orochimaru helped her, and Naruto's talk no jutsu made her return. Currently, the third Hokage is still alive, and Tsunade has some distance between herself and the third Hokage, which is why she hasn't returned. Jiraiya wouldn't lie to Tsunade and say the third Hokage is dead, so getting Tsunade to return to Konoha is indeed highly unlikely. Uchiha Kakiyama sighed in worry. He had originally planned to send Shisui and Itachi away in a few days, then go to Uegakur to visit the Tsuchikage and copy his signature lightweight rock technique and his Kekii Toda dust release to address his own weaknesses. After his Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his copying eyes could already copy Kekii Toda. After all, being able to fly freely in the sky has always been a dream of mankind. In the ninja world, apart from becoming a Six Paths level cultivator who can escape Earth's gravity and fly freely in the sky, there are only a few other ways. If you have Uchiha Sasuke, find a summoning beast that can carry him. Deidara and Sai relied on the ninjutsu Nendoroid Asuka and super beast imitation drawing. Utakata, the Jinkraki of the Six Tails, flies through the sky using the power of the tailed beast, Bubbles. There's also the third Tsuchikage, Oniki, and later Gaara. Of all these techniques, the third Tsuchikage's light-heavy rock technique is the most convenient, while the others are more troublesome. Therefore, Uchiha Kakiyama wanted to copy the third Tsuchikage's secret light-heavy rock technique so that it would be much more convenient for him to travel in the future. The third Tsuchikage's dust release technique had been something Uchiha Kakuzan had long coveted. After all, dust release was not only incredibly powerful, capable of instantly killing almost anything except truth-seeking balls, but it also looked amazing. With dust release in hand, one could easily defeat weaker opponents with a single swift move. It was incredibly cool. However, all of this pales in comparison to Tsunade. After all, obtaining Tsunade would be equivalent to obtaining the world's greatest medical expert, the fifth Hokage, and the direct lineage of the Senju clan within her. Uchiha Kakiyama sensed that if he could replicate the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan bloodline within Tsunade, he would have a high chance of obtaining the complete sage body. Most importantly, Tsunade was too big, which made it impossible for Uchiha Kakuzan to refuse her from the bottom of his heart. There are countless beauties in Naruto, but how many can compare to Tsunade? Moreover, Tsunade has a special technique that allows her to transform into her appearance at every age from childhood to adulthood. This is not an ordinary transformation technique, but rather an alteration of her physical body. When Uchiha Kakiyama thought of this, he felt the scales of victory tilt heavily in Tsunade's favor deep within his heart. Still unwilling to give up, Uchiha Kakuzan asked the third Hokage, "Isn't there any other way?" The third Hokage shook his head, his voice somewhat somber, and said, "Unless I die and Jiraiya tries to persuade her, there's little chance she'll return to accept the Hokage position." Uchiha Kakuzan slapped his forehead in exasperation, feeling a headache coming on. He had thought he could easily trick Tsunade into returning, and then he could easily get his hands on her. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If he wanted something good, it seemed he would have to make the trip himself. Seeing that even the third Hokage was at a loss, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't blame him. After all, he had done his best. He could only ask, "Do you have a place for Tsunade there?" The third Hokage knew Tsunade's location. Indeed, Konoha village's spies were practically everywhere in the ninja world. Although they weren't particularly strong in combat, they were first-rate at gathering intelligence. Furthermore, with Danzo Shimura's intervention, he has now achieved information sharing with the third Hokage. Therefore, the current Hokage is absolutely unparalleled in the ninja world in terms of intelligence. Furthermore, Tsunade was just traveling around the ninja world and wasn't a fugitive, so she didn't bother with disguises. Given Tsunade's distinctive characteristics, it's not surprising that the third Hokage knew her location. Uchiha Kakuzan obtained Tsunade's position from the third Hokage, and sure enough, she was now in Tanabata Street, a famous gambling hotspot in the ninja world. He knew that Tsunade, that gambling addict, would be there wherever there was gambling. With her extraordinary talent, she quickly earned the nickname Fat Sheep in the gambling world. Didn't he have any idea how good his gambling skills and luck were? It is only because Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan and one of the 3 legendary ninja of Konoha that she can continue gambling like this. Moreover, she is already heavily in debt, so she invented a transformation technique that can change her appearance to different ages to avoid her debts. It is unknown who will benefit from it in the end. After obtaining Tsunade's address from the third Hokage, Uchiha Kakiyama took his leave. He wasn't in a hurry. He would send Shursui and Itachi away in a couple of days first. Moreover, he also had other things to do. The Uchiha clan's new clan land had already begun to be leveled, and he estimated that he would need to go there in a few days to build the houses using wood release. In a few more days, Uzumaki Karen's body will be almost fully recovered. At that time, we can bring Naruto and Uzumaki Karen together and replicate their Uzumaki clan bloodline. So for the next few days, I can just relax and be a couch potato. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the sky and realized it was already noon. No wonder he was hungry. Uchiha Okayama stopped in his tracks at the Hui tribe's residence, thought for a moment, and then turned and walked towards Uzuki Yujeo's house. I just managed to get my hands on this girl these past 2 days. If I don't go to see her today, she won't throw a tantrum, but she'll probably feel a bit anxious and uncertain. Sure enough, before Uchiha Kakiyama even entered Uzuki Yujeo's house, he saw her lying by the second-floor window, staring blankly at the scenery outside, seemingly bored. Uchiha Kakuzan smiled and shook his head. This little girl, she wouldn't be waiting here so early in the morning, would she? Chapter 103 Uzuki Yujeo's Response. Chapter 103 Uzuki Yujeo's Response. Uchiha Kakiyama watched as Uzuki Yujeo leaned against the window, listlessly watching the passers-by. Even her beautiful purple hair, tied in a high ponytail, seemed somewhat dispirited. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan was standing by the street, smiling at Uzuki Yujeo seemed to sense something and suddenly raised her head, just in time to see Uchiha Kakuzan standing there. Uzuki Yujeo's eyes lit up, and she suddenly stood up. She pushed herself up on the windowsill and jumped cleanly and nimbly down from the second-floor room. In a few quick steps, she arrived in front of Uchiha Kakiyama, looking at her beloved with bright eyes. When Uchiha Kakiyama saw Uzuki Yujeo approaching him, he couldn't help but smile and asked gently, "Have you had lunch? Would you like to have lunch with me?" Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Uzuki Yujeo's eyes narrowed with laughter. She said, "Not yet. I know a super delicious restaurant. I'll take you there." With that, she put her arm around Uchiha Kakiyama's left arm, preparing to lead him there. Seeing the impetuous Uzuki Yujeo, Uchiha Okayama shook his head helplessly, gently patted her head, and said softly, "Aren't you going to tell your family? Go on, I'll wait for you." When Uzuki Yujeo heard what Uchiha Kakiyama said, she belatedly realized that she hadn't told her family yet. She rushed home like a gust of wind, her high purple ponytail bouncing along with her. Then, Uchiha Kakiyama vaguely heard some conversations. Immediately afterwards, Uzuki Yujeo rushed out and took Uchiha Kakiyama's arm as they headed towards their destination. Along the way, Uzuki Yujeo chattered away with Uchiha Kakiyama, telling jokes, funny stories, and various rumors, as if they had endless topics to discuss. Then, Uchiha Kakuzan and Uzuki Yujeo ate, strolled around, and chatted in the village. Time flew by, and by the time Uchiha Kakuzan and Uzuki Yujeo came to their senses, it was already dark. Looking at the village of Konoha as the lights came on, Uzuki Yujeo complained, "Time flies by so fast. It feels like I just strolled around with Kyoshin-kun, and now it's already dark." Uchiha Okayama stroked her high ponytail reassuringly. "Happy times are always short. It's okay, I'm resting these few days, so I can spend some time with you." Uzuki Yujeo tightened her grip on Uchiha Kakuzan's arm, placing it in her ample cleavage. Her face flushed slightly, and her eyes sparkled with starlight. Looking into Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes, she whispered, "You seem to really like my high ponytail. You've touched it several times today." Uchiha Kakiyama blushed slightly, not expecting that Uzuki Yujeo would discover his little quirk so quickly. He glanced at her high ponytail again and explained with a slightly reddened face, "It just looks really good, it has a vibrant feel to it." After explaining, he gave a slightly awkward laugh. Uzuki Yujeo glanced at Uchiha Kakiyama, then pulled him forward without saying anything more. However, her steps seemed much lighter, and even her high ponytail swayed more gracefully. That evening, Uzuki Yujeo did not go home, but was instead taken home by Uchiha Kakuzan, whether willingly or unwillingly, it is unknown. However, this time at Uchiha Kakeyama's house, Uzuki Yujeo was much more proactive. Instead of simply enduring Uchiha Kakeyama's advances, she took the initiative and tried many different positions with him. Fortunately, Uchiha Kakuzan had already set up a simple sound barrier at home after bringing Uzuki Yujeo back, otherwise, Uchiha Kakuzan's neighbors would have been disturbed and unable to sleep all night. Uzuki Yujeo hadn't expected Uchiha Kakeyama to be so strong. She didn't know that Uchiha Kakeyama had previously held back out of pity for her being a virgin. Now that Uzuki Yujeo had clearly recovered, Uchiha Kakeyama was naturally no longer going to be polite. Uchiha Kakuzan's physique was already quite good, and in addition, he had already completed the first stage of the lightning release armor, and later copied the simplified version of the sage body, which greatly enhanced his physique. Therefore, in the face of the fully energetic Uchiha Okayama, Uzuki Yujeo was able to cope at first, and tried to change various poses she knew, and repeatedly provoked him without knowing her own limitations. As a result, Uchiha Kazuyama got angry at her and ended up teaching her a lesson for most of the night. In the end, Uzuki Yujeo's throat was hoarse from shouting, and her high ponytail, which had been bouncing in front of Uchiha Kazuyama all night, was broken by the savage impact and, like its owner, became Uchiha Kazuyama's spoils of war. After a fierce battle, Uchiha Kakuzan embraced the limp, mud-like Uzuki Yujeo, drawing circles on her body. Uzuki Yujeo rested for a while, drinking a cup of warm water handed to her by Uchiha Kakuzan, before recovering. Uchiha Kakeyama quietly held Uzuki Yujeo in his arms, stroking her smooth back and feeling the alluring texture. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, "Yujeo, do you want to be with me forever?" At this moment, Uzuki Yujeo was also lying on Uchiha Kakeyama's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. After hearing Uchiha Kakeyama's words, she whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already like this with you, of course I plan to entrust the rest of my life to you. Otherwise, do you think I, Uzuki Yujeo, am that kind of casual woman?" Uchiha Kakuzan was deeply moved by Uzuki Yujeo's words. He knew that there was a girl in this world who loved and cared about him. Uchiha Kakeyama hesitated for a moment, but in order to give Yujeo an extra layer of protection, he still spoke up, "Yujeo, as you know, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. I have mastered a secret technique that, once used, can greatly protect the life of the person being used on." Chio-shan paused for a moment, then continued, "However, there is one requirement for using this secret technique: you must guarantee extreme loyalty to me and never betray me." Then, Uchiha Kakeyama said to Uzuki Yujeo earnestly, "Yujeo, a person's life is very long, long enough to witness the change of dynasties and the passing of things. So, you don't need to answer me now. Go back and think it over carefully. If you agree, will you regret it later? Think all of this through carefully and don't make a decision impulsively." Chapter 10 For the Birth of the Rinnegan. Chapter 10 For the Birth of the Rinnegan. While stroking Uzuki Yujeo's hair, Uchiha Kakuzan explained, "Although this secret technique is unique to me, it is also related to the lives of several very important members of the Uchiha clan, as well as the safety of the clan's territory. That's why I asked for it to be kept secret." Uchiha Kakeyama paused for a moment, then continued to comfort him, "However, I can now perform another secret technique on you, which will also ensure your safety. This secret technique does not need to be kept secret." Then, without waiting for Uzuki Yujeo's reaction, Uchiha Kakuzan activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and left a sky-blue spatial mark on Uzuki Yujeo's forehead. However, this spatial mark was the same as that of Uchiha Shisui and the others, connecting to the Kamui dimension, rather than the island in Takamagahara. The spatial imprint left behind flickered, making Uchiha Kakeyama's already pretty face even more beautiful and charming, prompting him to kiss her again. Uzuki Yujeo curiously touched the spot on her forehead. Although she couldn't feel it with her hand, she sensed that there was indeed a mark there, and this mark was vaguely connected to something. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Kakuzan explained to Uzuki Yujeo, "This is a space-time ninjutsu. The spatial mark I left between your eyebrows connects to another dimension. Whenever your life is in danger, you can activate it with chakra, and it will immediately transport you to that dimension. However, there's nothing in that space, no light source, it's quite dark. Don't be afraid, though. When you trigger the spatial mark, I'll sense it and come to pick you up." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Uzuki Yujeo gasped in surprise, covering her mouth and widening her already large eyes. She hadn't expected that Uchiha Akatsuki's secret technique involved space-time ninjutsu. It's important to know that Uzuki Yujeo is not a clueless newbie. Even if she doesn't understand some things, since she has already joined the Umbu, she will have some understanding of things related to time and space. There are very few people in the entire ninja world who are proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Only the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage are capable of using it. And yet, Uchiha Kakuzan, for her sake, actually revealed that he knew space-time ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Uzuki Yujeo could no longer suppress her love and kissed Uchiha Okayama fiercely. Uchiha Kakuzan and Uzuki Yujeo spent several days wandering around Konoha village. During the day, they played around the area, and at night they fought until dawn. In other words, Uchiha Kakeyama's physical abilities are comparable to those of a jonin who is proficient in taijutsu. In addition, he also has a flawed version of the sage body. Otherwise, Uchiha Kakeyama would have given up long ago. On the third day, Uchiha Kakuzen's Izanagi-I technique finally reached its cooldown time, and this day was also the day he bid farewell to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. As for Fugaku Uchiha, when he learned that his eldest son, Itachi Uchiha, was going to carry out the mission issued by Okayama Uchiha, he did not stop him, but only told him to be careful in everything he did. Because of Uchiha Shisui's feigned death, he could no longer walk in Konoha village with his true face, so the two of them simply wore masks. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzen did not intend to let the two of them leave through the main gate of Konoha, firstly because it would be too troublesome, and secondly because it would be easy to expose them. So on this morning, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi went to Uchiha Okayama's house together. Since giving Uchiha Kakuzen the spacetime mark, he no longer concealed his ability to use spacetime ninjutsu. Therefore, before Uchiha Mizuki and the other two arrived at his house, they had already used the spacetime mark they left at Uchiha Mizuki's house to send her back. After a few days of rest, Uchiha Shisui and his companion had recovered and looked radiant and full of energy. After Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi arrived, Kaioyama took them to his secret room. After setting up the barrier, Chioshan told Uchiha Shisui and the other person about the information he knew about the Akatsuki members. Since it's still early in this timeline, Uchiha Kakuzen doesn't know exactly who the Akatsuki members are now, so he can only give them a general overview. Of course, the main focus of the story was on Haiden, who is immortal, and Kakuzu, who has 5 hearts. Because no matter how you look at it, these two people's abilities are too strange. Even people who are stronger than them can easily suffer losses if they don't know their abilities. Neither Uchiha Shisui nor Itachi were too surprised by the information about Uchiha Kakuzen. After all, in their understanding, it was not surprising that Uchiha Kakuzen, who possessed precognitive abilities, would know these things. After delivering this information, Uchiha Kakeyama looked at them with a serious expression and said, "Shisui, Itachi, you should pay special attention to Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Behind him is a person named Nagato who possesses the Rinnegan. If you encounter someone with the Rinnegan, you can make appropriate contact, but do not linger in battle. If you encounter a situation where you cannot resist, immediately activate the spatial imprint and return to the space." Uchiha Shisui was finally surprised and couldn't help but ask, "The legendary Rinnegan has finally appeared, the leader of Akatsuki. Does he really possess the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths?" Uchiha Kakeyama nodded, his expression grave, and said, "It is indeed the Rinnegan, and its abilities are extremely strange. So, you must be careful. If things look bad, immediately activate the spatial imprint." Page 36. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Uchiha Shisui solemnly agreed. After finishing his business, Uchiha Kakeyama smiled and said to Uchiha Itachi, "Itachi, come a little closer. I'll give you something to save your life." Upon hearing Chioshan's words, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but take a step forward, because he knew what Uchiha Chioshan was going to give to Uchiha Itachi. He said worriedly, "Chioshan, Izanagi is a forbidden technique. You shouldn't use it too frequently, as it will have a very bad effect on your body." Uchiha Kakuzen waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's alright. I can make up for this loss in a few days of training. You and Itachi are both pillars of the Uchiha clan. Losing one of them would be a great loss for us. Besides, Izanagi didn't do much damage to me. I'll recover in a few days." After hearing what Chioshan said, Uchiha Shisui wanted to stop him, but he also knew that what he said made sense, so he sighed and walked aside. Chapter 105 The Correct Use of Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 105 The Correct Use of Uchiha Fugaku. When Shisui intervened to stop Uchiha Kagakiyama, Itachi stopped in his tracks. Then they heard Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Kakuzen talking and arguing. When they heard the two mention Izanagi, Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan's headline, Itachi Uchiha had long heard of the fame of Izanagi, and he also knew how to use it. However, the price of using Izanagi was too high. The Uchiha clan, as a family famous for the Sharingan, would not use such a forbidden technique that would cut off their own path unless absolutely necessary. When Uchiha Shisui cleared the way for him to reach Uchiha Hill, Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stand before Uchiha Hill. Even the usually taciturn Itachi couldn't help but ask at this moment, "Brother Kyoshin, is the price you pay for using Izanagi really not high? Why don't you just not use it on me? Besides, as the number 1 fighter of the Uchiha clan, Brother Kyoshin, don't do anything that will damage your fighting ability." When Uchiha Kakuzen heard Uchiha Itachi's words, how could he not know what Itachi was thinking? He was just advising himself not to use such a forbidden technique that would deplete his body. Uchiha Kakeyama raised his hand, suppressing the urge to ruffle Uchiha Itachi's hair, and gently patted his shoulder, a bright smile spreading across his face. "It's all right. As the top fighter of the Uchiha clan, this kind of exertion is nothing to me. I'll recover in a few days. As long as you and Shisui can return safely, that's the best way to repay me." When Uchiha Itaki heard what Chiyo-shan said, his eyes flickered, and he opened his mouth but did not say anything. He simply bowed to Uchiha Chiyo-shan with a serious expression. Then, Uchiha Kakeyama transferred and sealed his Izanagi into Uchiha Itaki's Mangekyou Sharingan, adding another layer of protection to Itaki's life. In fact, Uchiha Kakuzan was not too worried about the combination of Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzan, because both of them were calm ninjas who would not act rashly and were quite intelligent, able to complete their missions perfectly while ensuring their own safety. Moreover, both of them are now Kage-level powerhouses. As long as they don't act rashly, even if they are blocked by Nagato's 6 Rinnegan clones, they have a high chance of escaping unscathed. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan added 2 layers of insurance for them, so even if they encountered all the members of Akatsuki, plus the 6 paths of pain, their chances of survival were still very high. In the original work, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was basically killed off by plot. If Jiraiya hadn't wanted to gather information, Pain's 6 paths wouldn't have been able to stop Jiraiya, who was determined to escape. Therefore, Uchiha Okayama believes that in Naruto, everyone can be redeemed, except for Uchiha Obito, who killed his teacher and his teacher's wife, and Nagato, who killed his teacher Jiraiya. They can never be forgiven. After sealing Izanagi into Itaki's eyes, Uchiha Kakuzan gave them a few more instructions, then placed his hands on the shoulders of Uchiha Shisui and the other, and used the spatial imprint he left outside the village to send them directly outside. After watching the two leave, Uchiha Kakeyama went to Uchiha Fugaku's house. As the head of the Uchiha clan and a true Kage-level shinobi, it would be a waste for Uchiha Fugaku to just stay at home like this. Therefore, Uchiha Kakeyama planned to ask Uchiha Fugaku to do some things. When Uchiha Kakuzan arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's house, he found the clan headman leisurely drinking tea in the tea room, so he sat down cross-legged next to him and drank with him. After the two had been drinking for a while, Uchiha Okayama put down his teacup and explained his purpose to Uchiha Fugaku. "Chief, I've come to ask you for a favor." Fugaku Uchiha also put down his teacup and said to Okayama Uchiha, "If there's anything you need, Mr. Chiyo, just tell me, and I'll do as you say." Uchiha Kakuzan didn't stand on ceremony and said to Uchiha Fugaku, "Clan Chief doesn't have anything to do right now, so I'd like to ask if you could make a trip to Uegakur in the land of earth and Kumigakur in the land of lightning. Of course, I'm not asking you to go and die, I just want you to go to the outskirts of their villages. When you arrive, please notify me through the spatial mark I left on you, and then I'll go there." It turns out that Uchiha Kakuzan was using Uchiha Fugaku as a free errand boy. He needed to wait in Konoha for Uzumaki Karen to recover so he could replicate their bloodline and physique. At this time, if he could send his trusted Uchiha Fugaku to Kumigaku and Uegaku, he could use the spatial imprint to easily reach these two ninja villages, laying the groundwork for his future replication of Kumigaku's storm release and lightning release armor, as well as Uegaku's third Hokage light and heavy rock technique and dust release. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Kakeyama reached out and erased the simplified spatial imprint on Uchiha Fugaku's body, replacing it with the same spatial imprint as Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku Uchiha agreed to Uchiha Kazuyama's request without the slightest hesitation. He knew in his heart that not only was he uncomfortable staying in this house, but Mikoto Uchiha and Uchiha Kazuyama in front of him were also feeling awkward. After agreeing, Fugaku Uchiha didn't waste any more time. He told Mikoto Uchiha, changed into his combat uniform, prepared his weapons and supplies, and went to the secret room with Okayama Uchiha. This time, instead of sending Fugaku Uchiha outside the village, Uchiha Kakuzan used a spatial imprint to send him directly to the land of grass. Since he was going to send him, he might as well send the clan leader further away, so that he could obtain the third Tsuchikage secret technique as soon as possible. After seeing the clan leader off, Uchiha Kakeyama got busy. Because he was going to copy the Uzumaki clan's bloodline in a few days, Uchiha Kakeyama also focused on training, not only to recover from the damage caused by using Izanagi, but also to prepare for copying the bloodline of Ichigo. So for the past few days, Uchiha Kakuzan has been training in the lightning release armor, in the Takamagahara space. Although the lightning release armor can no longer enhance his physical attributes, it can accelerate the recovery of his body's damage and keep his body in good condition. Just then, two uninvited guests arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Chapter 106 Uninvited Guest. Chapter 106 The Uninvited Guest. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan was busy training and preparing to copy the Uzumaki clan's bloodline physique in a few days, he didn't expect that an uninvited guest would come to his door at this time. On this day, Uchiha Kakeyama unusually ended his date with Uzuki Yujeo early, dropped her off at home, and then went to Mikoto's house for a free meal. Mikoto Uchiha welcomed Uchiha Kagamai's arrival. Although the two hadn't been intimate lately due to Mikoto's pregnancy, they both knew in their hearts that they were the most important person to each other. When Uchiha Mikoto saw Uchiha Okayama arrive, she didn't seem particularly happy. After all, there were two maids in the house, so it was better to keep a low profile. However, when the two looked into each other's eyes, they conveyed 1,000 unspoken words. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't linger and left Mikato's house immediately. He wasn't in a hurry and could come back later that night using the spatial imprint he had left there. Late at night, after coaxing Sasuke to sleep, Mikato Uchiha did not return to her usual bedroom, but instead went to a rather secluded guest room. After opening the bedroom door, Mikato Uchiha quickly went inside and locked the door behind her. Just as she locked the door, a rather burly figure suddenly appeared behind her and pulled her into an embrace. The figure seemed to completely envelop Uchiha Mikato's body. Mikato Uchiha showed no surprise at the sudden attack. Instead, she nestled into the other person's arms, closed her eyes, and seemed to miss the embrace. Before the other person could speak, Uchiha Mikato spoke first. "Why are you here so early today? Aren't you going to keep your little beauty company?" There was a hint of bitterness in her tone. Uchiha Kakuzan hugged Mikato, smelled the fragrance in her hair, tightened his grip, and said, "I missed Mikato, so I came here early." As he spoke, he picked up Uchiha Mikato and sat on the bed. In the past, Uchiha Kiwayama would have already made some small moves with his hands. However, since Uchiha Kiwayama learned that Mikato was pregnant with his child, he has not made such moves. At most, when he really missed his Mikato, he would come over and hug his beloved Mikato, chat, talk, and express his feelings. Mikato Uchiha was also very happy about these changes in Chiyo-shan. These changes fully demonstrated that Chiyo-shan loved her and did not use her as a tool for venting his anger. Moreover, she also liked to hug Chiyo-shan and stay quietly together. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan and his sister Mikato were enjoying their time together, two uninvited guests arrived outside Konoha village. In a relatively high place, two figures suddenly appeared silently. One of them was wearing the Akatsuki's fire cloud robe and a swirling mask with a hole in the right eye. The other figure was different from the others. The lower half of this figure was buried in the soil, and he seemed to be in no discomfort. The upper half of his body that was exposed was half white and half black, and it was wrapped in a huge green plant. After the two appeared, the one wearing the vortex mask complained first. "Zetsu, I was busy at the time, why did you call me here in such a hurry, and even outside Konoha village? What happened? Did something happen in Konoha village?" The strange man, half black and half white, resembling a vegetable, said unhurriedly, "Obito, I also received information that a huge change has recently occurred in Konoha, especially in the Uchiha clan, which is detrimental to your future plans. That's why I hurriedly summoned you here." Obito was gazing at Konoha when he heard Zetsu's words. Curious, he asked, what kind of accidents or changes could possibly happen to this already corrupt Konoha and the Uchiha clan? His words were filled with dissatisfaction and contempt for Konoha. He didn't care about Obito Uchiha's attitude at all. He knew that ever since Rin was accidentally killed by Kakashi in front of Obito Uchiha had hated Konoha village, or rather, he hated everything in the world. He explained calmly, "I just received the information. Some time ago, Shimura Danzo, an advisor to Konoha village, killed Uchiha Shursui, a member of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Obito Uchiha raised his hand and pressed it against the right eye area of his mask, muttering, "Another Mangekyo Sharingan? I didn't expect him to die so easily. Indeed, this is a filthy world." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Just as Shimura Danzo was about to take Uchiha Shisui's eyes after killing him, another person with the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kakuzan. After this Uchiha Kakiyama appeared, he immediately activated the third stage of Susanoo and killed more than a dozen elite jonin, led by Shimura Danzo, with a single strike in front of the Hokage of Konoha. However, it is unknown what secret technique Shimura Danzo used to become the only survivor among them." After hearing Zetsu's words, Obito Uchiha was also shocked, because he knew that Zetsu's ability to gather information was absolutely undeniable. That's why he was shocked by this suddenly appearing Uchiha Kakiyama. Others may not know, but Obito Uchiha, as the one who inherited Madara Uchiha's legacy, knew how rare the third stage of Susanoo was. In other words, as the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, each stage of Susanoo's advancement represents a step forward in the development of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the individual's own abilities. The third stage of Susanoo indicates that the owner of this Mangekyo Sharingan has developed his Mangekyo Sharingan to its limit, and his strength has reached at least the peak of Kage level. This level of strength is the highest level in the ninja world, and there are very few people in the world who can compare with him. While Obito Uchiha inherited Madara Uchiha's legacy and possessed the rare Mangekyo Sharingan, which made him virtually invincible, he was still somewhat inferior to the newly emerged Okayama Uchiha. Chapter 107 Space Barrier. Chapter 107 Spatial Barrier. Obito Uchiha felt a deep sense of apprehension towards this newly emerged clansman, Uchiha Kakiyama. Because he knew that with only one Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't possess his own Susanoo, and therefore couldn't confront Uchiha Kakiyama head-on. Originally, his plan was based on the fear that several Mangekyo Sharingan would emerge from the Uchiha clan, which would be very detrimental to his future collection of tailed beasts and launching of wars. Therefore, he planned to wipe out the Uchiha clan and eliminate this destabilizing factor. However, he did not expect that before he could even make a move, this troublesome figure would emerge from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Obito Uchiha didn't know what kind of eye technique Uchiha Kakuzan possessed in his Mangekyo Sharingan. If Kakuzan's eye technique was more effective against him, it would put him at a greater disadvantage. Obito Uchiha stood there for a while and asked, Zetsu, what happened to Uchiha Kakuzan afterward? Given the character of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, it's unlikely they would have tolerated him. After hearing Obito Uchiha's words, Zetsu smiled and said, I don't know if Danzo Shimura can tolerate him, but the third Hokage can. Because this Uchiha Okayama is very smart. Faced with the third Hokage's offer, he immediately agreed to join the Hidden Leaf Village's Umbu and report directly to the third Hokage's leadership. After hearing Zetsu's words, Obito sighed with regret, then said indignantly, as a member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, to actually serve as a subordinate of the third Hokage is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. After saying that, Obito Uchiha asked again, is there any other information about Uchiha Okayama? Upon hearing this, Ju replied, yes. On the very day that Uchiha Shisui died, although Uchiha Kakuzan agreed to join the Umbu as promised to the third Hokage, he also made a condition to the third Hokage that the Uchiha clan leave Konoha. And, perhaps due to the circumstances at the time, the third Hokage agreed to their terms. That's why I called you over in such a hurry, because I didn't know if what happened would affect your plans. When Obito Uchiha heard that the Uchiha clan was preparing to leave Konoha, he fell into deep thought. The reason he hated and wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan was because of their Mangekyo Sharingan. As the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he knew its power very well. If a few more clansmen with the Mangekyo Sharingan were to appear, it would greatly impact his plans. Not only would it hinder his collection of tailed beasts, but there was also the possibility that Mangekyo Sharingan techniques would emerge that posed a threat to him. Therefore, Obito Uchiha wanted to rely on his intangibility ability to see if he could take the opportunity to wipe out the Uchiha clan. However, he did not expect that before the plan could be implemented, he would encounter Uchiha Kakiyama, who would pose a great threat to him. Obito Uchiha stood there quietly, gazing at Konoha village in the distance. After a long while, he asked, is Uchiha Kakiyama currently in the clan's territory? Upon hearing Obito's words, Zetsu replied, yes, this Uchiha Kakiyama doesn't have the habit of wandering around. He's been staying in the village these past few days and hasn't come out. When Obito Uchiha heard his words, he scoffed, with Uchiha Kakuzan's current strength and status, how could the third Hokage dare to let him out? It's because of their outdated ideas that this world has become so filthy. Obito Uchiha paused for a moment, then said, since I'm here, I'll go and meet this Uchiha Okayama and see how capable he is. If he's not strong enough, I'll send him to see Uchiha Madara. After Obito Uchiha finished speaking, he passed directly through the Konoha village barrier in front of him without causing any disturbance, and headed straight for Konoha village. Zetsu, who was standing nearby, saw that Obito Uchiha had abandoned him and chased after him while shouting. Although half of his body was buried in the ground, he moved very fast. Obito, wait for me, Obito, have you forgotten about me? Page 37. As night deepened and all was quiet, the entire Hidden Leaf village had fallen asleep. The village, which had been bustling all day, had quieted down, with only the occasional bark of a dog breaking the silence. Obito Uchiha successfully infiltrated Konoha village, but just as he entered the Uchiha clan's territory, he froze and immediately stopped. Due to his long-term use of the Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui, Obito Uchiha was particularly sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Just as he entered the Uchiha clan's territory, while in a state of intangibility, he clearly sensed a spatial fluctuation sweeping over him. It shouldn't be that he just glanced at it, but rather that he broke into a barrier composed of spatial elements. Even with his ability to become ethereal, he couldn't help but be discovered by this barrier. Zetsu, who was following beside him, was not so perceptive. Seeing that Obito Uchiha had stopped, he asked in surprise, Obito. Unexpectedly, Obito Uchiha reacted immediately afterward. He grabbed Ju from beside him and used his divine power to pull the two of them into the divine power space. Zetsu was no stranger to Obito Uchiha's Kamui dimension, but he was somewhat puzzled by Obito's reaction, because he was brought in by Obito without any sense of it. At this moment, Obito Uchiha, who had entered the Kamui dimension, had a very unpleasant expression. He hadn't expected that a spatial barrier, similar to the barrier of Konoha village, had been set up right in the Uchiha clan's territory, making it easy for them to discover him. Obito Uchiha has always been able to move freely wherever he wants thanks to the intangibility ability of his Kamui eye technique. Even when Kushina Uzumaki gave birth to Naruto Uzumaki, despite the numerous barriers she set up, Obito managed to sneak in and successfully launch a surprise attack. Now, this suddenly appearing spatial barrier, while not preventing his intrusion, has already sensed him, something he has never encountered before in all these years. In other words, he is quite sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Otherwise, he would only realize he has been exposed when the enemy is right in front of him. Seeing that Zetsu from the Kamui dimension who had come with him was looking at him with a puzzled expression, Obito Uchiha explained with an unpleasant expression. We've been discovered. To avoid any further complications, let's hide here for a while and then head out. Chapter 108 Black Zetsu, White Zetsu. Chapter 108 Black Zetsu, White Zetsu. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, who were inside the Kamui dimension, were startled by Obito Uchiha's words. It's important to know that Zetsu and Zetsu watched Obito Uchiha grow up, so they naturally knew how troublesome Kamui, the eye technique born from his Mangekyo Sharingan, was. Moreover, Obito Uchiha used this eye technique to constantly deceive Nagato and the others who possessed the Rinnegan. The fact that Nagato, who also had the Rinnegan, couldn't see through Obito Uchiha's disguise demonstrates that Kamui's power is indeed extraordinary. They never expected that such an ordinary exploration would lead to their discovery. In an instant, not only Obito Uchiha and White Zetsu panicked, but even the deep-thinking Black Zetsu was stirred up with great emotion. It's important to know that Black Zetsu has been keeping a close eye on the Uchiha clan, descended from Indra. For 1,000 years, he has been secretly guiding Indra's reincarnation in order to awaken the Rinnegan. In recent decades, he has seemingly managed to completely manipulate this reincarnation of Indra, Madara Uchiha, and successfully guided him to awaken the Rinnegan. He even found Obito Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan with questionable intelligence, to carry out the plan. That's why he had been somewhat negligent in monitoring the Uchiha clan recently. But unexpectedly, just when he had been secretly guiding Obito to wipe out this unstable Uchiha clan, another Uchiha Kakuzen suddenly appeared. Moreover, he was already at the peak of the Kage level from the start, not even giving him a chance to nip Uchiha Kakuzen in the bud. However, the most crucial point is that the Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Okayama might awaken is related to spacetime ninjutsu, and it is also quite effective against Uchiha Obito's Kamui eye technique. Before Obito Uchiha and White Zetsu could figure anything out, Black Zetsu, with his thousands of years of experience, had already determined that the thing that discovered Obito Uchiha's whereabouts was a kind of eye technique that even Black Zetsu, with his thousands of years of experience, had never discovered before. After Black Zetsu finished thinking, he found that the Uchiha leader was still standing there in a daze, seemingly not yet recovered from the shock of being discovered. Indeed, ever since Obito Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan during his youth due to Rin's death and obtained the eye technique Kamui has been his greatest trump card. With this eye technique Kamui, he jumped from a lowly chunin to become one of the most troublesome Kage-level shinobi. Therefore, Kamui's eye technique is his greatest reliance. With Kamui's ability to become intangible, there is no place in the vast ninja world that he cannot go. He can run or fight as he pleases, and no one can stop him if he wants to leave. Now that his greatest asset has been discovered, how could he not be terrified? Because after years of traveling around, he knows that if you remove his Kamui, even if he inherited Madara Uchiha's legacy, he is at most an ordinary Kage-level ninja. Let alone collecting tailed beasts or starting a war, he would be in deep trouble if a powerful Kage-level ninja came along. Beside him was the White Zetsu, who was shouting and yelling. This White Zetsu was not human, and compared to Black Zetsu, he was an emotionally unstable psychopath. Sometimes, even Black Zetsu couldn't do anything about him. Black Zetsu looked at Obito, who was still silent, with disdain. In his eyes, Obito was only lucky to be chosen as Madara's successor. He was also lucky to awaken a ridiculously powerful eye technique, which made him so successful. In terms of both strength and mentality, Obito was far inferior to Madara. When he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't even bring himself to hurt Kakashi. Taking back Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't about taking his life. He hesitated over such a small matter and couldn't be ruthless. How could he possibly achieve anything great in the future? However, they still had to rely on Obito Uchiha to do the work, so Black Zetsu could only suppress his dissatisfaction and adjust Obito's current state. Others might not know, but Black Zetsu had already figured out the limits of Obito's Kamui. They could only stay here for a maximum of 5 minutes. When the time was up, he and White Zetsu didn't know if they would go out, but as the master of the Kamui space, Obito Uchiha would definitely go out to face Uchiha Kagami, who was very likely to also possess spacetime eye techniques. Therefore, for the sake of this free laborer, Black Zetsu knew that he now had to persuade Uchiha Obito and rescue him from his panic. Black Zetsu's face darkened when he heard White Zetsu still shouting, and he said sternly, "Shut up." White Zetsu feared nothing and no one, not even Madara Uchiha, but he was afraid of Black Zetsu. Don't be fooled by Black Zetsu's usual silence, it's usually White Zetsu who's chattering away. But when Black Zetsu puts on a stern face, White Zetsu will become completely obedient and remain silent. Therefore, when faced with Black Zetsu's rebuke, White Zetsu not only stopped shouting, but also froze, obediently standing there without daring to move. Then, Black Zetsu began to comfort Obito. "Obito, I feel that the spatial barrier surrounding the Uchiha clan's territory was set up by the newly emerged Uchiha Okayama. It should be a Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique. After all, in the entire ninja world, those who are proficient in spacetime ninjutsu are extremely rare, let alone using it to set up a sensory barrier. Furthermore, don't be discouraged. After all, his eye technique can set up spatial barriers, so he won't be outstanding in other aspects. You should know that in the information left by Uchiha Madara, your Kamui eye technique is already the highest level among spatial eye techniques. Uchiha Okayama's eye technique can't possibly be more troublesome than yours. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito's fear gradually dissipated. He had only been startled by the sudden appearance of the spatial barrier, which he could sense while in a holographic state. Now, reminded by Black Zetsu, he had come to his senses. Obito Uchiha also sensed that his time in the Kamui dimension was running out. In order to prevent his weakness from being exposed and the information about his Kamui dimension from being leaked, he also needed to take Black and White Zetsu out as soon as possible. Obito Uchiha composed himself and said, "Zetsu, I don't believe this Uchiha Kakuzan is so troublesome that he can break my eye technique. I need to go out and test him. Once I'm out, I won't be able to look after you. You all immediately use the mayfly technique and wait for me outside the village. I'll test him first to see if this Uchiha Kakuzan has the ability to stop me." Chapter 109 Obito Uchiha is hit. Chapter 109 Obito Uchiha gets hit. Just as Obito Uchiha and Zetsu Black and White touched the spatial barrier set up on the outer perimeter of the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Kazuyama, who was cuddling with Mikato and chatting intimately, immediately sensed the intrusion of unfamiliar chakra. The one who set up the spatial barrier outside the Uchiha clan's territory was Uchiha Okayama. This was a small function that his eye technique, Takamagahara, developed after his Mangekyo Sharingan was upgraded to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It was a simplified version of the spatial sensing he set up on Uzushima Island. When Uchiha Kakuzan sensed the intrusion of unfamiliar chakra, he knew it must be that traitor Uchiha Obito. Ever since Obito had subdued the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and with the Uchiha clan's relocation imminent, no one dared to come to Uchiha territory to cause trouble. Moreover, it's already late at night. If the Uchiha clan discovers the intruders, they can kill them on the spot without anyone daring to say anything. Therefore, Uchiha Kakiyama judged that the two intruders must be Uchiha Obito's traitor and Black Zetsu. Therefore, after sensing the intruder, Uchiha Kakiyama reacted quickly. He first comforted Mikato, who was still in his arms. "Mikato, someone has invaded the Uchiha clan's territory. I'll go take a look. You go into the space first, and I'll send Sasuke there right away." Although Mikato Uchiha hadn't done a mission in a long time, she still knew the importance and urgency of things. She knew that if it were an ordinary intruder, Uchiha Okayama wouldn't have made the decision to let her into the space. So she didn't object, but instead instructed, "Then you must be careful. If the intruder is too powerful, don't be reckless. Focus on protecting yourself." Seeing Mikato's worried expression, Uchiha Kakiyama said nothing, but nodded and escorted her into the villa in the space. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Kakiyama went to Uchiha Sasuke's bedroom and moved the still sleeping Uchiha Sasuke, along with his blanket, next to Mikato in the space. Currently, neither the Grand Elder nor the clan head of the Uchiha clan are present. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan, as the vice-clan head of the Uchiha clan, naturally has the responsibility to protect the clan members. However, if they encounter an enemy they cannot defeat, Uchiha Kakuzan will prioritize running away. After sending Mikato and Sasuke into the space, Uchiha Kakuzan rushed out of the room, jumped onto the roof, and leaped across it towards the location where the spatial fluctuations had been detected. Although the timeline seems long, in reality, from the moment Obito Uchiha was discovered to the moment Kodo Uchiha settled Kodo perfectly and they arrived at the place with the spatial fluctuations, less than a minute had passed. When Uchiha Kakuzan arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory, he was already wearing a layer of armor that seemed to emit a purplish-black light, protecting him completely. This was a miniaturized use of Susanoo. Although its power might be smaller, its defensive capabilities were not weakened at all, and it even made the user more agile. Uchiha Kakuzan's main strategy right now is to be extremely cautious, because both Obito Uchiha's Kamui and Black Zetsu's Black Hand are impossible to defend against. No amount of caution is too much when facing them. Uchiha Kakuzan stood on the rooftop near the spatial fluctuations, his eternal Mangekyo sharing and constantly scanning his surroundings. Although there was no movement around him, he knew that if it was Uchiha Obito, he was likely hiding in the Kamui dimension. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan dared not let his guard down. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan was scanning the rooftop for a while, a figure wearing a vortex mask and a fiery cloud robe suddenly appeared to his left front. After the figure appeared, Uchiha Kakuzan stared intently at him. Upon seeing his attire, Uchiha Kakuzan was certain that the person in front of him was none other than Uchiha Obito, the traitor who had been hiding in the shadows. However, facing Obito Uchiha in front of him, and perhaps Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows, Uchiha Kakuzan, to avoid arousing their suspicion, pretended not to know their identities. His eternal Mangekyo sharing and fixed intently on Obito, he questioned, "Who are you, daring to trespass on the Uchiha clan's territory?" His tone was arrogant yet accusatory, perfectly embodying the style of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Obito Uchiha seemed to recall his days living in the Uchiha clan. As an Uchiha, he was a loser. Although the adults in the Uchiha clan never made things difficult for him, some clan members of his age bullied and mocked him in a condescending tone. Obito Uchiha recalled this unpleasant memory, clenching his fists tightly. Facing Uchiha Kagami's questioning, he spoke with disdain in a hoarse voice, as expected of the Uchiha clan, the #1 clan of bloodline limits, even their tone is so arrogant. Upon hearing Obito Uchiha's words, Uchiha Kakuzen seemed to be enraged. He snorted and activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, rapidly spinning it as he used the Tsukuyomi-I technique, which he had just learned from Itaki Uchiha. In fact, this was also a test by Uchiha Kakuzen, because he knew that Uchiha Obito must be using Kamui's intangibility at the moment. In this state, all physical and ninjutsu attacks are ineffective. Therefore, he used the genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, to see if Uchiha Obito could withstand this I technique. When Uchiha Kakuzen used Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Obito's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that Uchiha Kakuzen would use his I technique without saying a word, and he would be hit before he could even react. Because Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu-type mental attack, it is not only quick to activate, but also inflicts massive mental trauma on the target if the user is willing. The degree of damage depends on the target's resistance to genjutsu and their own mental strength. For example, Kakashi was defeated by Itaki Uchiha with just a glance, while Sasuke Uchiha, even with only 3 tomo, was able to break his brother's Tsukuyomi. Laughs. Therefore, when faced with the afflicted Obito Uchiha, Uchiha Kakiyama showed no mercy. After Obito's spirit was brought into his genjutsu space, he followed the example of Itaki Uchiha, tied him to a cross, materialized a katana, and stabbed him repeatedly. Chapter 110 The Art of Spores. Chapter 110 The Art of Spores. Although it was only a moment in the real world, in the genjutsu space, Uchiha Kakuzen stabbed Uchiha Obito with a katana for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, it also included burning, stone throwing, and hanging. It was only because Uchiha Itaka didn't kill Kakashi that Kakashi did so, otherwise Kakashi might have had a mental breakdown at that time and wouldn't have recovered so quickly afterward. The moment Obito Uchiha's spiritual body returned to reality, all the pain and suffering he had endured in the genjutsu space was reflected in his body, causing him to scream in agony and collapse to the ground. The extreme pain soaked his clothes with sweat as soon as he fell, and sweat dripped down his face as if it were free. The ethereal transformation on his body was also passively dispelled. Uchiha Kakuzen was quite satisfied with Uchiha Obito's reaction. Although the Tsukuyomi-I technique he obtained from Uchiha Itaka was not enhanced, its chakra consumption was greatly reduced, making it about the same as an ordinary genjutsu. The I power consumed was also negligible, allowing Uchiha Kakuzen to use it without restraint in the future. When Uchiha Kakuzen saw Uchiha Obito lying on the ground, he scoffed and was about to leave to collect his spoils when suddenly a loud shout was heard. Immediately afterward, a smoke bomb was released next to Uchiha Obito, and the thick smoke obscured his figure. Uchiha Kakuzen paused for a moment, then rushed into the smoke, arriving beside Uchiha Obito. Obito had just been pulled into the ground by Zetsu, his body already halfway inside. Seeing Kakuzen beside him, Obito's eyes filled with profound despair. He hadn't expected to be defeated by Uchiha Kakuzen in an instant, without any ability to resist. Furthermore, his Kamui-I technique was temporarily unable to be activated due to the immense mental trauma he had suffered. Seeing Obito Uchiha already halfway into the ground, Uchiha Kakuzen immediately reached out his hand. 5 colored flames flickered on his 5-finger saw fairly common 5-element sealing technique that Kakuzen hastily executed. If he managed to grab Obito, Obito's chakra and stamina would be sealed. At that point, Obito Uchiha wouldn't be able to use his I technique Kamui, let alone a simple 3-body technique. He would truly have fallen into the hands of Uchiha Kakiyama. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Just as Uchiha Kazuyama was about to capture Uchiha Obito, countless large white lumps suddenly swelled up on his body. It was as if, in that instant, many disgusting things had grown on Uchiha Kazuyama's body, and these things grew very quickly, growing so large in an instant that they even blocked Uchiha Kazuyama's vision. Uchiha Kakuzen was also startled, as it was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He even stopped in his tracks. Then, as if sensing something, Uchiha Kakuzen closed his eyes. A short while later, the large white lump on Uchiha Kakuzen's body stopped growing and instead shrank. Finally, it seemed to disappear completely, and there was no trace of it left on Uchiha Kakuzen's body. After dealing with the small thing on his body, Uchiha Kakuzen looked back at the spot where Uchiha Obito had been. In the short time that had been wasted, Uchiha Obito had been pulled underground by Zetsu and was no longer within Uchiha Kakuzen's reach. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito knew that he had already missed his best chance to capture him, as Obito had already escaped. Looking at the spot where Uchiha Obito had just been, a slight smile appeared on Uchiha Kakuzen's lips as he murmured, "Would release, spore technique, mayfly technique, interesting." In fact, Uchiha Kakuzen did not have a strong desire to capture Uchiha Obito. It was more of a secondary concern. His attack on Uchiha Obito this time was just to test his strength, to see how big the gap was between him and himself, and whether he posed a threat. As it turns out, Uchiha Kakuzen was completely overthinking things. Uchiha Obito was utterly no match for him and lost the ability to resist in a single exchange. If it weren't for the white Zetsu using the wood release spore technique, which Uchiha Kakuzen had never seen before, startling him and allowing him to escape, Uchiha Obito would have been doomed here today. Of course, it was only a startling effect. White Zetsu's spore technique only worked on others because it absorbed the enemy's chakra while growing rapidly. Moreover, the person being parasitized was unable to sever this connection, resulting in the loss of their own chakra. This not only weakened their own combat power but also provided nutrients for the enemy's spore clones. However, Uchiha Kakuzen was different. Because Uchiha Kakuzen now possessed the wood release Kekkei Genkai, he easily neutralized the wood release spore technique. Not only did he absorb the lost chakra back, but he also destroyed the spores left behind by the white Zetsu, leaving only 2 spores that enveloped Uchiha Kakuzen's own wood release chakra, which obediently remained in Uchiha Kakuzen's palm. Uchiha Kakiyama stood there for a while, his eyes constantly scanning the battlefield, not only to check for any items left behind by the enemy, but also to wait and see if the enemy would come back. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Kusen shook his head and smiled. He hadn't expected that the invasion of Uchiha Obito, which he had been worried about, would end so anticlimactically. Obito only fought him once before fleeing in a sorry state. It seemed that he had overestimated Uchiha Obito. Looking back now, the 4th Hokage's death was truly unjust. It was just a mere Obito Uchiha, who, with his Kamui-I technique and somewhat unpredictable behavior, managed to drive the talented and promising 4th Hokage to his death. Actually, the most important thing is that Obito Uchiha inherited Madara Uchiha's legacy. If Madara Uchiha hadn't made a contract with Kurama, the Nine-Tails, before, Obito Uchiha would have been dreaming if he had only one Mangekyo Sharingan. It was because Obito Uchiha used the contract left by Madara Uchiha to extract the Nine-Tails from Kushina Uzumaki's body that Kushina Uzumaki was destined to die. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage who deeply loved his wife, knew this and lost the will to live. He used the forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal, to quell the Nine-Tails rampage and went to the underworld with his wife. Chapter 111 Obito's Weakness. Chapter 111 Obito's Weakness. Page 38. After waiting for a while, Uchiha Obito and the others were sure they wouldn't come back, so he didn't go back. Instead, he went straight to the villa in the Takamagahara space. Mikato Uchiha, inside the space, had been waiting. Although she knew that with Uchiha Kakuzen's strength, there were few people in the world who could rival him, let alone kill him. However, knowing is one thing, and worrying is another. So, after entering the space, Uchiha Mikato waited for news from Uchiha Okayama, even ignoring Uchiha Sasuke who was fast asleep nearby. When Uchiha Okayama entered the space and arrived at Uchiha Mikato's place, Uchiha Mikato finally relaxed. Regardless of whether her son was beside her, she threw herself into Uchiha Okayama's arms, hugging him tightly. Only by listening to Okayama's strong and powerful heartbeat could she calm down her tense emotions. After being hugged by Mikato, Uchiha Kakiyama sensed her nervousness, raised his hand, and gently patted her back to calm her down, saying, "Don't worry, he's just a petty thief who overestimates himself. I easily dealt with him." After holding Uchiha Kazuyama for a while, Uchiha Mikato reluctantly let go of him, since Uchiha Sasuke was still fast asleep beside her. She raised her little face, looked at Uchiha Kazuyama, and asked, "Are you all right?" Uchiha Kakiyama shook his head. "No, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt me. That intruder wasn't good enough. But it's a pity that when I beat him to the point of being unable to resist, his companion rescued him. His companion is good at escaping, so I didn't chase after him." When Mikato Uchiha heard that Uchiha Kusen was unharmed, she calmed down and comforted him. "It's all right. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. If we can't catch him this time, we'll have another chance next time." Uchiha Kakuzen wasn't particularly upset about not capturing Uchiha Obito. With Uchiha Mikato's comforting words, his slight displeasure subsided. He hugged his beloved Mikato tightly, and with a thought, moved to an empty room and kissed her red lips. Seeing that her surroundings had changed, Mikato Uchiha felt relieved and responded passionately to Uchiha Okayama's kiss. While Uchiha Kakuzen was being affectionate with Mikato in the spatial dimension, in a remote place far from Konoha village, Black and White Zetsu used the Mayfly technique to pull out the lifeless Uchiha Obito. This was also a stroke of luck for Obito Uchiha, because he possessed a body fused with a White Zetsu. This allowed him to use some wood-release techniques and enabled the White Zetsu to use the Mayfly technique while carrying him along. Otherwise, with his spirit severely damaged, Obito would have been unable to use Kamui's intangibility and would have been helpless against a Kage-level ninja like Uchiha Kakuzen. Actually, at this point, Uchiha Kakuzen had already reached the threshold of Super Kage level. After being thrown to the ground by Zetsu, Obito Uchiha remained curled up there. After all, he had just been tortured in the Genjutsu space for 3 days and 3 nights by Uchiha Kakuzen using Tsukuyomi. It was already quite remarkable that he hadn't passed out on the spot. Black and White Zetsu looked at Uchiha Obito curled up on the ground and exchanged glances. After all, they had also come out of the Kamui dimension with Uchiha Obito, but they had hidden underground under Uchiha Obito's cover. They had witnessed the clash between Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Kakuzan firsthand. In their eyes, Uchiha Kakuzan was a true member of the Uchiha clan, not only for his temperament and arrogant personality, but also for his unpredictable eye techniques, all of which made him a typical master of the Uchiha clan. Obito Uchiha, on the other hand, was a master who was prematurely matured. Although he was doing very well with his unpredictable Kamui eye technique and could pretend to be a master in front of other masters, his weaknesses were magnified when facing masters of the Uchiha clan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. In particular, when facing the Mangekyo Sharingan eye techniques that were designed to counter his Kamui, he was simply beaten to a pulp. This is why Obito Uchiha wanted to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Moreover, even after annihilating the Uchiha clan, Obito was still very wary of Itachi Uchiha, who had joined the Akatsuki organization. He only emerged from behind the scenes after Itachi's death. Unfortunately, facing Itachi Uchiha, who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, both of Itachi's eye techniques were quite effective against him. Even the one-time eye technique that Itachi left in Sasuke's eyes Amaterasu forced Obito Uchiha to use Izanagi to save his life. Before Black Zetsu, who was standing next to Obito Uchiha, could speak, White Zetsu had already started shouting, "What to do, what to do? Little Obito is injured, what should we do?" As he spoke, he paced back and forth beside him. Black Zetsu, also annoyed by White Zetsu, snapped, "Shut up. Take Obito back to the base first. He suffered a mental injury this time, and there's no other good way to heal him. We can only let him recover slowly. Take him to the Gadomazo first. Since Madara Uchiha was able to prolong his life through the Gadomazo, I believe it can also heal Obito's injuries." At this moment, Obito Uchiha, although not yet unconscious, was also suffering from a splitting headache and was about to give up. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, he struggled to utter, "Quick, take me there." After hearing what Black Zetsu and Obito Uchiha said, White Zetsu had no other good ideas. Although he was usually unreliable, he knew the seriousness of the matter. So he took Obito Uchiha and activated the Mayfly technique, heading towards the former base where the Gadomazo was hidden. This attempt to test Uchiha Kakuzan was a complete failure. However, in the minds of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Kakuzan's danger level was raised to the highest. After all, someone who could render a Kage-level powerhouse like Uchiha Obito powerless with just one glance was clearly not an easy opponent. Just as White Zetsu was taking Obito Uchiha to heal his injuries, Uchiha Kakuzan also brought Mikato and Sasuke out of the dimension. After all, the Uchiha clan still needed his care, and Sasuke was still asleep in the dimension. If he woke up and saw that he had come to this unfamiliar dimension, he might overthink it or spread the word. Therefore, in order to avoid any trouble, Uchiha Kakuzan brought Mikato and Sasuke out of the dimension early on. Chapter 112 Terrible Combat Skills. Chapter 112 Terrible Combat Skills. After Obito Uchiha's invasion, Uchiha Kakuzan became more confident. He never expected that Obito Uchiha, whom he considered a major threat, would be defeated so easily. However, although Uchiha Kakuzan had a better understanding of his own strength and Obito's strength after this incident, he didn't become careless. After all, this test had definitely made him a thorn in the side of Obito and Black Zetsu, someone they wanted to eliminate as soon as possible. Moreover, there was another troublesome figure in the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, the possessor of the Rinnegan. Although Nagato didn't obey Obito and his group's orders, he could still be influenced. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan knew that his current strength was not yet sufficient to overwhelm his enemies. When Nagato came to his door, although he would not be completely overwhelmed and defeated by Nagato, Nagato's existence was indeed a threat to him. Since his strength was insufficient, he would strive to improve it. The reason why Uchiha Kagami didn't wander off and stayed in Konoha was to wait for Uzumaki Karen to recover so that he could replicate the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Furthermore, as a distant relative of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan should also originate from the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths, with their bloodline descended from Ashura's sage body. This explains why Ashura was reincarnated into Naruto Uzumaki in this life. Indra, from the neighboring clan, was reincarnated in the Uchiha clan, while Ashura could be reincarnated in both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. This is because the Uzumaki and Senju clans share the same bloodline as Ashura. Therefore, Uchiha Kakiyama speculated that if he copied the bloodline and physique of the Uzumaki clan, it was very likely that he could merge with the incomplete sage body and would release in his body to further complete the sage body. This is why Uchiha Kakuzan is so cautious and expectant about fusing with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. The next day, the Uchiha clan members acted as usual, completely unaware that an uninvited guest had arrived the day before, intending to wipe out the Uchiha clan, and even less aware that their vice-clan leader had once again protected the Uchiha clan. After all, yesterday's commotion was too small, and none of the Uchiha clan's Kage-level shinobi were in the clan's territory. In addition, the surveillance by Konoha's Umbu and Root had been lifted, so only a handful of people knew about what happened yesterday. However, Uchiha Kakuzan did not intend to let the Uchiha clan members know about these things. After all, the Uchiha clan now completely belonged to him, Uchiha Kakuzan. He felt that since he had already taken on the title of vice-clan leader and these clan members listened to him, protecting them was his duty. Now, the most important thing for Uchiha Kakuzen is that Uzumaki Karen's body should have almost recovered. After all, she is a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan, so her recovery time is fast. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzen only copied their bloodline, so it will not have any adverse effects on them. This means that Uchiha Kakiyama can now replicate the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. After obtaining the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, it is expected that Uchiha Kakiyama's strength will increase further. It's just unknown whether he can rely on this fusion of bloodlines and physiques to break through to the Super Kage level, reaching the strength of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, and truly stand at the very top of the ninja world. Actually, this is because Uchiha Kazuyama's strength has improved too quickly recently, and his combat awareness and instincts can't keep up. Otherwise, when Uchiha Kazuyama's Mangekyo Sharingan was upgraded to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would already be at the Kage level. Madara Uchiha is Madara Uchiha because his fighting desire and instincts are top-notch, and he can unleash 200% of all his fighting skills. In contrast, there is the pitiful, 1,000-year-old otaku, Lady Kagaya Atsutsuki. As a woman who has been a homebody for 1,000 years, her life level, chakra reserves, and various skills are all very high level. However, Kagaya Atsutsuki had never fought anyone before. Even when she did fight, the opponents were all very weak and were easily crushed by her. She had absolutely no combat experience. Moreover, after being imprisoned for 1,000 years, he seemed to be in a daze, let alone able to fight others. In the end, he was sealed away by Naruto and Sasuke, who had barely reached the 6 paths level. As for Uchiha Kakuzen's combat skills, due to his innate talent and the fact that his recent improvement has been too rapid, he has never been able to keep up with his own development. Let alone perform at an extraordinary level like Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Kakuzen should be secretly happy if he can use 80% or 90% of his abilities. There is no other way to improve combat skills than to fight, learn, improve, and fight again until you can hone your skills to the highest level. As for Uchiha Kakuzen now, finding an opponent is difficult enough, let alone having to fight constantly. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzen can only use his cheat ability to continuously accumulate combat power. When your overall combat power is high, as long as your combat skills are not particularly bad, you can directly crush and kill enemies who are inferior to you. This is also why Uchiha Kakuzen did not insist on keeping Uchiha Obito alive. If he had kept Obito alive, then whoever resurrected Uchiha Madara later, and whoever Madara did not resurrect, he would have copied Huzai techniques and bloodlines. It's important to understand that Madara Uchiha was an ultimate gift to Uchiha Kakuzen. Madara not only possessed the Rinnegan, which surpassed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but his Rinnegan was also original. The eye techniques that Kakuzen could obtain from him were far more powerful than those he received from Nagato. Moreover, the resurrected Madara Uchiha also possessed Hashirama Senju's wood release Keki-I Genkai. The wood release he obtained was the same as Hashirama Senju's, not the incomplete version like Yamato's. This is why Black Zetsu secretly ripped out Madara Uchiha's heart, otherwise, it would have been impossible for Black Zetsu to defeat Madara. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzen did not kill Uchiha Obito, only using Tsukuyomi. Moreover, he did not use any other means to stop them when they escaped. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether Uchiha Obito could have escaped. Chapter 113 Preparations for Copying. Chapter 113 Preparations for Copying. Uchiha Kakuzen has now been completely exposed. Although Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito haven't figured out his true strength and trump cards yet, it doesn't stop Uchiha Kakuzen from becoming their biggest enemy. Therefore, given the uncertainty of whether Nagato would be fooled into fighting Uchiha Kakiyama, improving themselves became Uchiha Kakiyama's top priority. After settling Mikato and Sasuke in, Uchiha Kakuzen stayed behind. Although he knew that Uchiha Obito would not come back, he couldn't bear to see Mikato alone in fear, so he stayed with her for the night. After enjoying another hearty breakfast at Mikato's house, Uchiha Okayama finally took his leave. After leaving Mikato's house, Uchiha Kakuzen went straight to the Hokage building because he needed to copy Naruto's Uzumaki clan bloodline today. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki was constantly under the covert surveillance and protection of the third Hokage's men. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzen also felt this was necessary, so he did not have the third Hokage remove the men monitoring Naruto. Now, he needs to take Karen and her daughter, along with Naruto, to a secluded place. To avoid unnecessary conflict, he needs to first speak with the third Hokage and ask him to temporarily remove the people monitoring Naruto. The meeting with the third Hokage went smoothly, but the third Hokage fell silent when he heard Uchiha Kakuzen's request. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, silently smoked. Because Uchiha Kakuzen hadn't modified the Koda Amatsukami technique much when using it on him, the third Hokage had a great deal of autonomy. However, the third Hokage knew that he could not refuse Uchiha Kakuzen's request. But Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Kakuzen, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, was going to find Naruto, which made the third Hokage, who always put the safety of the village first, very worried. As expected, Uchiha Kakuzen made a mistake and messed things up, which brought great misfortune to the people of Konoha. Uchiha Kakeyama also noticed the third Hokage's concerns and stated the reasons he had prepared beforehand. Don't worry, I'm just studying the sealing techniques on the Jinchuriki. I've been researching sealing techniques lately. When it comes to sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan has always been the most powerful. The sealing techniques on Naruto can be said to be a culmination of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and the fourth Hokage. I'm just studying them and I don't think I'll open them without permission. After hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words, the third Hokage took another drag of his cigarette, nodded silently, and knew that even if he objected, he couldn't refuse Uchiha Kakuzen's request. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzen also told him the reason. If he disagreed again and angered Uchiha Kakuzen, then even if he was unwilling, he would have to carry out Uchiha Kakuzen's request. However, after issuing the revocation order, the third Hokage still made a request to Uchiha Kakuzen. Kyuukun, please be careful when you are studying the seal on Naruto. Don't let Naruto get hurt. After all, he is the child left behind by Minato and Kushina. Uchiha Kakuzen received the transfer order and, upon hearing the third Hokage's request, waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Besides, even if the Jinchuriki really goes berserk, with my current strength, I can suppress him in no time." After finishing his conversation with the third Hokage, Uchiha Kakeyama ignored the third Hokage's reaction, waved goodbye, and jumped out of the window, heading towards Naruto's direction. Right now, Uchiha Kakuzen's most important task is to obtain the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Everything else is trivial. If it weren't for his aversion to trouble and the fact that he had to fight the ninjas monitoring Naruto and disrupt the village's order, Uchiha Kakuzen wouldn't even bother to come and see the third Hokage. If you ask Naruto Uzumaki what his happiest moment is, he can answer without hesitation that it's the days he spent these past few days. For Naruto, his previous life was one of darkness, oppression, pain, confusion, and helplessness. So, since Aunt Xiongling entered his life some time ago, his life has been filled with sunshine, warmth, and Aunt Xiaongling's love for him. Originally, as a member of the same Uzumaki clan, Naruto naturally felt a strong liking for Kaoru and her mother. However, through their later interactions, Naruto discovered that Kaoru treated him almost like her own child. They washed his clothes, bought him new clothes, tidied his room, and called him over to eat after cooking. The food was nutritious and varied, and it was the first time Naruto had ever received such treatment since he was a child. Moreover, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto has very keen senses. He was able to feel the kindness and closeness that Aunt Xiongling showed him. So, Naruto Uzumaki felt like he was dreaming these past few days. He not only gained a kind aunt who treated him like a son, but also a friendly younger sister who, despite being shy and timid, showed him a great deal of kindness. This morning, Naruto Uzumaki got up very early again. After getting up and quickly tidying himself up, he happily went to Aunt Xiaongling's house next door. Although his aunt was very good to him, Naruto couldn't be lazy. So, every day Naruto would get up early and help his aunt, Xiongling, make breakfast. His aunt had tried to persuade him many times to sleep in, but he wouldn't listen. Naruto Uzumaki wanted to do everything in his power to hold on to this hard-won happiness. Just as Naruto and his two companions finished breakfast, Uchiha Kakeyama, who had received a transfer order from the third Hokage, finally arrived. Uchiha Kakuzen didn't go into the house first. Instead, relying on his keen senses, he found the ANBU members who had been monitoring Naruto Uzumaki. Without saying a word, he handed them the transfer order signed by the third Hokage. After receiving the order and verifying its authenticity, the ANBU personnel left without saying a word, bowed to Uchiha Okayama, and departed immediately. Uchiha Kakeyama looked around and realized that only Naruto Uzumaki and his two companions lived on this rooftop, so he nodded involuntarily. It seems I don't need to look for another place. Setting up a simple barrier should be enough to ensure that the copying process won't be disturbed. After surveying his surroundings, Uchiha Kakeyama felt completely at ease and went to the house of Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter, politely knocking on the door. Chapter 114 Karen and her daughter, Naruto. Chapter 114 Karen and her daughter, Naruto. Uchiha Kakeyama glanced around and noticed that only Naruto and his two companions lived on the top floor of the building. He nodded in approval, realizing that he didn't need to look for another place and could stay right there. Just then, Uzumaki Karen, who had heard the knocking, opened the door and saw Uchiha Kazuyama standing there. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Mr. Kazuyama, what brings you to my house? This is such a pleasant surprise. Please come in." Page 39. After speaking, Karen called out to the back, "Karen, look who's here. It's Mr. Okayama." After speaking, Uzumaki Karen invited Uchiha Kakeyama in and explained to him, "Karen has missed you a lot these past few days. If it weren't for Mr. Kakeyama, my daughter and I would have really died in Kyusagakur. So, Karen has been wanting to thank you." Uzumaki Karen was unaware that the mission to bring her and her daughter over was actually issued by the third Hokage through him. Moreover, if it weren't for Uchiha Kakuzen, she would have truly died in Kyusagakur, and her daughter Karen would have become a medicine man for Kyusagakur in the days to come. Of course, Uchiha Kakuzen didn't tell her these things. After all, He had his own purpose in saving Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter, and there was no need for him to take credit for himself. Just as Uchiha Kazuyama entered the room, little Karen, who had heard her mother calling her, stumbled out of the room. When she saw that Uchiha Kazuyama had really come, her big eyes seemed to light up, and her little face was full of surprise. After all, in her eyes, Uchiha Kakiyama was the savior of her world. He not only saved her and her mother, but also rescued them from the man-eating hell of Kizagakur and brought them to this kind village. So, she has been really thinking about Uchiha Kazuyama these past few days. However, being a sensible child, she couldn't bring herself to cry and make a scene to go find Uchiha Kazuyama. She also knew that a ninja as powerful as Uchiha Kazuyama must be very busy, and she couldn't bear to disturb Mr. Kazuyama's normal life. Karen stumbled to Uchiha Kakiyama, stopping herself from rushing towards him. Her face flushed red, and her eyes filled with joy as she looked at Kakiyama. She whispered, "Mr. Kakiyama, good day, welcome." Looking at the adorable little girl in front of him, Uchiha Kakiyama smiled warmly, squatted down, raised his hand and gently stroked Karen's red hair, and said with a smile, "Hello to you too, little Karen." Karen's face, already flushed, turned even redder upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words. She replied shyly, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, sir." After seeing Karen's expression, Uchiha Kakuzan knew he couldn't tease her anymore. He ruffled her hair, stood up, and said to Uzumaki Karen, who had been standing beside him, "How have you been these past few days? If you have any problems, just tell me and I'll help you solve them." Upon hearing Uchiha Kagamai's question, Kaoru Uzumaki immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Kagamai, please rest assured, my daughter and I are very comfortable here. The people of Konoha are very friendly, and no one is deliberately bullying us." After hearing Uchiha Kaoru's words, Uchiha Kagamai nodded in agreement. "That's good. The residents of Konoha are very friendly. I was originally thinking of arranging for you to stay at my clan's territory, so I could take care of you as well. However, the clan is currently preparing for a relocation, and things are in chaos. Besides, you have a relative here, so we arranged for you to stay together. His status is rather special, so we couldn't move him to the Uchiha clan compound. That's the only way." Upon hearing Uchiha Kyushin's slightly apologetic words, Uzumaki Zyonglin quickly said, "Kyushin-kun, please don't say that. We are already very satisfied that you arranged for us to be here. Besides, there are many people here, and it's very lively, which will help us integrate into the community more quickly." After hearing what Uchiha Kaoru said, Uchiha Kaoru nodded in agreement. "That's good. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I live in the Uchiha clan's territory. You can find out by asking around there." Upon hearing Uchiha Kaoru's words, Uzumaki Kaoru said gratefully, "Don't worry, Kaoru-kun, thank you so much." As he spoke, he invited Uchiha Okayama into the living room and then hurriedly prepared fruit, snacks, and tea. Uchiha Kakiyama sat down in his chair and casually looked around Uzumaki Kaoru's new home. He then made eye contact with a little guy sitting in the corner. This little guy is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, and he is currently looking curiously at the person who just came in. From Aunt Kaoru's words, Naruto knew that the person in front of him must have saved his aunt and her daughter's lives, so he felt a lot of goodwill towards him. If it weren't for this person, he might never have met Aunt Kaoru and her daughter. However, Naruto Uzumaki felt that the person in front of him looked familiar, as if he had seen him before and even interacted with him. Naruto looked at Uchiha Kakiyama with a puzzled expression. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. After meeting Kakiyama's gaze, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "You're the uncle who gave me the Ichiraku ramen coupon." Her tone was full of surprise because it was this uncle in front of her who gave her a thick stack of Ichiraku ramen coupons, which kept her from going hungry for a whole month and allowed her to go to Ichiraku ramen for a large bowl of ramen every day. Moreover, Naruto later discovered that the uncle who gave him the coupon hadn't actually gone outside the village to do a mission, so he didn't need the coupon. He had spotted the kind old man eating ramen at Ichiraku ramen several times, meaning that the coupons were given to him by the kind old man under various pretexts. When Naruto found the kind old man in the ramen shop, he wanted to go up and thank him. However, being sensitive, Naruto also sensed that many people were rejecting him. He was worried that thanking the old man might put him in a difficult position, so he didn't go up to thank him. That's just how Naruto is. He has no darkness in his heart. He only feels sad for those who bully and reject him. However, he will always remember those who are even slightly kind to him and want to repay them 100-fold. Uchiha Kakuzan was somewhat surprised that Naruto Uzumaki still remembered him, but he was also friendly towards Naruto, who took the initiative to greet him, and responded with a smile. "It's you little brat who likes to eat ramen, huh? How's it going? Did you use up your coupons? Don't waste them." Chapter 115 Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 115 Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Naruto Uzumaki became even more certain that the coupon was deliberately given to him by the old man in front of him. Hearing his question, he immediately replied with great enthusiasm, "Thank you, uncle. I've already used up all the coupons, and Ichiraku ramen is delicious." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Kakiyama smiled and said, it's good that you've used it all. Don't let the ramen shop owner get away with it. Besides, Ichiraku ramen tastes great. I often go there to eat. I really like their tonkotsu ramen. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, that tonkotsu ramen is amazing, especially the broth, it's so delicious. He even wore a wistful expression as he finished speaking, clearly a ramen enthusiast himself. After hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Kakuzan said, well, if you have time, I'll treat you to the super deluxe version of tonkotsu ramen. That's really delicious. I guarantee you'll never forget it after you've tried it. When Naruto heard that the kind uncle in front of him was going to treat him to a deluxe ramen, his eyes lit up and he nodded hurriedly, yes, okay, thank you uncle. However, after Naruto agreed, he seemed to remember something, and the happy expression on his face turned gloomy. He hesitated and said, uncle, maybe we shouldn't. Let's talk about it later. After Naruto finished speaking, he lowered his head in embarrassment, as if he had done something wrong. Uchiha Kakiyama hadn't expected Naruto to say something like that. He frowned slightly, and his tone became serious. What, you don't want to go anymore? Don't you like ramen? Hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's tone, Naruto was afraid that the kind old man in front of him would also start to dislike him, so he hurriedly explained, Uncle, I also want to go eat ramen with you, but, a lot of people dislike me. I'm afraid that if you eat ramen with me, it will affect you and make them dislike you too. As Naruto explained, sweat beaded on his forehead and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Uchiha Kakuzan was stunned when he heard Naruto's words. He never expected that Naruto's reason would be like this. Naruto, who was so young, had already learned to put himself in other people's shoes. Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Naruto with a complicated expression, a warm smile on his face, and said, it's okay, I get along well with them, they won't hate me. If you have time in the future, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Naruto smiled happily upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, nodded emphatically, and replied, yes, okay, uncle. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw that Naruto had agreed, he smiled. Then, as if remembering something, he extended his hand to Naruto and said, so we've met now. My name is Uchiha Kakuzan, from the Uchiha clan. I look forward to working with you. Naruto paused for a moment when he saw Uchiha Kakiyama's action, then reached out and shook hands with him, mimicking him as he said, I am Uzumaki Naruto, from the Uzumaki clan. Please take care of me from now on. After they finished speaking, they smiled at each other, feeling as if the distance between them had suddenly shortened considerably. While Uchiha Kakuzan and Uzumaki Naruto were chatting, Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Karen came out of the kitchen. Uzumaki Karen was carrying hot tea, while little Karen was obediently carrying some snacks behind her. After arranging the things, Kaori Uzumaki asked with a smile, I could hear you two making noises from the kitchen. What were you talking about? You seemed so happy. Before Uchiha Kazuyama could answer, Uzumaki Naruto blurted out, Auntie, Mr. Kazuyama is the kind uncle I told you about. Now, we're friends, right, uncle? When Uchiha Kakuzan saw Naruto Uzumaki ask him one last question, he smiled and nodded. Naruto-kun is a kind and good kid, and I like him very much too. Upon hearing what Uchiha Kazuyama said, Naruto's face flushed with excitement. He happily said to Kaoru Uchiha, see, Auntie, Mr. Kazuyama praised me. Karen looked at Naruto with affection, knowing that Naruto was so happy because someone had recognized him, which made Naruto, who had always been lonely, very happy. Uchiha Okayama and Uzumaki Kaoru started chatting, from the village's environment, security, and atmosphere to the opening and system of the Ninja Academy. Karen Uzumaki has made a decision. She will send Karen to the Ninja Academy to keep Naruto company. This way, Karen can make friends, learn some knowledge, and also keep Naruto company so that he won't be isolated by others. Uchiha Kakuzan also agreed with Uzumaki Karen's decision. After all, this is a world of ninjas, and ninjas are the mainstream of this world. It would be a real pity if someone as talented as Karen didn't become a ninja. After drinking a pot of tea, Uchiha Kakuzan felt that it was about time, so he changed the subject and explained his purpose to Uzumaki Kaoru. Uchiha Kakuzan put down his teacup and said to Uzumaki Kaoru, Lady Kaoru, actually, I have a mission to accomplish by visiting you this time. Upon hearing Uchiha Kyushin's words, the smile on Uzumaki Zyongling's face faded slightly. She paused for a moment and asked Kyushin, Mr. Kyushin, what mission do you have here this time? Uchiha Kakiyama waved his hand and said with a smile, don't be nervous. It's just a routine task. The third Hokage felt that I was close to you, so he asked me to complete this task. Uchiha Kakiyama carefully considered his words before saying, the reason I'm here today is actually to complete the task of periodically checking Naruto's seal. As you know, Naruto's identity is rather special, requiring regular checks. Previously, ANBU members would check on Naruto at night while he was asleep. But now, with your arrival, you are considered his guardian, so it's no longer appropriate to secretly check on him at night. Furthermore, Naruto is now of age to attend the Ninja Academy and should know some things about himself, so I accepted this mission to make contact with you. Regarding the fact that Naruto Uzumaki is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Kagakiyama had already told Uzumaki Karen about it before she arrived in Konoha. Therefore, Karen Uzumaki could easily understand what Uchiha Kagakiyama was saying. After all, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, and a direct descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he knew more or less about the story of the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he also knew a little about the concept of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 116 Guidance. Chapter 116 Guidance. Although Uzumaki Karen had some understanding of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it wasn't comprehensive. After hearing Uchiha Kagamai's words, she asked with some concern, "Kyu-san, won't that thing have a negative impact on Naruto? He's so young, yet he has to bear these things." Upon hearing Uchiha Keiru's words, Uchiha Kazuyama smiled and comforted her. "It's all right. You should know Lady Uchiha Mito, right? She lived to be very old, so don't worry." Uchiha Kakiyama paused, then said in a soft voice, "Besides, this was a decision Naruto's parents made before they passed away. They wouldn't harm their own child, would they?" Hearing Uchiha Keiru's comforting words, Uzumaki Keiru nodded in understanding, and her heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally settled down. Naruto, who was listening nearby, was initially confused. Although he didn't know what was going on, it sounded like it was related to him, with things like sealing and other bad things. Hearing the last part, when Uchiha Kakuzan mentioned his parents, he immediately shuddered, his eyes widened, staring straight at Uchiha Kakuzan, while his heart pounded wildly in his chest. He felt as if he had been detached from the world. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He swallowed hard, and seeing that Uchiha Kagamai and Aunt Xionling were not speaking, he could no longer contain himself and stammered. "Uncle Kyushin, do you know my parents? Who are they? What kind of people are they? And are they both dead? Or did they abandon me?" Naruto's voice trembled with tears as he finished speaking, his sky-blue eyes brimming with emotion. Naruto had wanted to ask these questions when Uzumaki Karen arrived, but since she and Uzumaki Kushina had long since separated, she couldn't answer them. When Uchiha Kakiyama heard Naruto's words, he turned to look at him. Listening to his sobbing voice, seeing his tearful eyes and his slightly trembling body and lips, his heart softened, and his gaze became gentle. Uchiha Kakuzan sighed, raised his right hand, and ruffled Naruto Uzumaki's soft hair, saying, "I came here today because you're of school age now and should know some things about you and your parents." Then, Uchiha Kakuzan's expression turned serious, and he looked solemnly at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Naruto, first of all, your parents did not abandon you. In this world, there is no one who loves you more than them." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Naruto's previously dim eyes lit up again, his body stopped trembling, and he stared intently at him. Uchiha Kakiyama continued, "Your parents were great people. When you were born, the village suffered a great disaster. For the sake of the village, for the sake of the people in the village, and for the sake of children like you who would not lose their parents, they chose to sacrifice themselves. So, it's not that they didn't want to love you, but that they were powerless to do so. As for their identities, I can't tell you now. I'll tell you everything when you graduate from the Ninja Academy and are able to stand on your own. Because of their special status, whether for your safety or for something else, telling you now would do you no good and might even attract the enemies of your parents. So, Naruto, you must study hard and become stronger." At this point, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly reached out and touched Uzumaki Naruto's stomach, saying, "Also, your parents left you a gift, something sealed inside your body. This thing sealed inside your body is closely related to the safety of the entire village, so you must take good care of it. I came here this time to check this seal and reinforce it as well." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Naruto unconsciously touched his stomach and muttered, "A gift, a seal, very easy to get along with." Uchiha Kakiyama ruffled Naruto's hair again, looking into Naruto's eyes with gentle eyes. "Yes, there is a friend living inside your body who has grown up with you, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will be with you for a long time to come. So, you can try to be friends with it. However, because it has experienced some bad things in the past, just like you, it has a bit of a bad temper, so you have to be careful." When Naruto looked at Uchiha Kazuyama, he looked back at him and saw recognition and expectation in his eyes. After hearing Kazuyama's words, he nodded and said earnestly, "I understand, Uncle Kazuyama, I will definitely be friends with it." Uchiha Kakuzan was pleased to see Naruto so obedient. Naruto and Sasuke were like opposite sides of the same coin. Naruto, as the positive one, was practically synonymous with kindness, justice, and friendship, representing almost the most shining aspect of humanity. Not to mention his growing number of friends and enemies who were influenced by him. Even the Nine Tails, which represents a collection of negative emotions such as pain, hatred, and resentment, was eventually moved by him. It can be said that Naruto's personal charisma is too strong, and what Uchiha Kakuzan did was just to make his future path smoother. After finishing his conversation with Naruto, Uchiha Kagamai turned to Uzumaki Keiru, who had been standing nearby, and said, "Keiru-ne, could you please find me a quiet, private room? It'll be quick to check his seal." After hearing what Uchiha Kagami said, Uzumaki Karen thought for a moment and replied, "How about Karen's room? Her room is cleaner and has better soundproofing." Uchiha Kakuzan didn't have high requirements for the room, and nodded in agreement when he heard Uzumaki Keiru's words. Next, Karen led Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Naruto to Karen's room. Since Karen and her mother had only been in Konoha for a short time, Karen's room did not have any complicated decorations, just some wooden furniture. After bringing Uchiha Keiru and Naruto to the room, she left and closed the door behind her. She had absolute trust in Uchiha Keiru, believing that he wouldn't do anything to harm Naruto, so she entrusted Naruto to him without worry. Naruto, who is quite sensitive, didn't sense any malice from the man in front of him. However, he didn't understand much about sealing techniques and felt a little nervous. When Uchiha Kakiyama focused his gaze on him, Naruto became even more nervous. Chapter 117 Nine Llamas. Chapter 117 Nine Llamas. When Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto became even more nervous and asked somewhat anxiously, "Uncle Kakiyama, what do I need to do?" Seeing Naruto's nervous face, Uchiha Kakiyama's smile softened even more. He patted Naruto's head and comforted him, "Don't worry, it's all right. Go to bed now, it'll be quick. Don't worry." Page 40. Upon hearing what Uchiha Kakiyama said, Naruto immediately went to the bedside, took off his shoes, and lay down on the bed without daring to move. Seeing Naruto's nervous expression, Uchiha Kakiyama smiled but didn't say anything more. He knew that comforting Naruto now wouldn't be very effective, so it was better to just start. Without further hesitation, Uchiha Kakiyama activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing his spirit to directly enter Naruto's mind. Inside a dark, dripping underground labyrinth, Uchiha Kakiyama waded through ankle-deep water. His keen senses prevented him from wandering aimlessly. He could clearly sense an intense malice emanating from a particular direction. Uchiha Kakiyama knew that heading in that direction would lead him to the Nine Tails. When Uchiha Okayama turned a corner, he finally saw the legendary Nine Tails. Behind an extremely tall and massive iron gate lay a huge, orange fox, as large as a small mountain. The fox had beautiful fur, and behind it, Nine Tails swayed casually. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan discovered the Nine Tails, which was lying on the ground, also noticed this uninvited guest. It raised its head, its huge eyes staring at the newcomer through the iron bars, and said, "This ominous aura and the cold eye power of the human attribute, is it another evil Uchiha?" Uchiha Kakuzan did not react to Kurama's hostility. After all, he knew how much suffering Kurama had endured under Uchiha Madara, and the feeling of being manipulated at will was indeed very unpleasant. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw that Kurama had noticed him, he greeted Kurama politely. "Kurama, hello, nice to meet you. My name is Uchiha Kakuzan, please take care of me." When the Nine Tails heard Uchiha Kakiyama address it, it immediately bristled. Its body, which had been lying casually on the ground, jumped up and assumed a battle stance. Chakra surged from its body, and a violent aura rushed towards Uchiha Kakiyama. Uchiha Kakuzan stood there, feeling the overwhelming, suffocating aura rushing towards him. His originally calm face curled up slightly at the corners of his mouth as he mobilized his chakra and ocular power, channeling it into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Under Uchiha Kakuzan's urging, the Sharingan began to spin wildly, unleashing an aura no less powerful than that of the Nine Tails, and it also lunged towards the Nine Tails. As the two forces, each imbued with chakra, clashed, the already low water level began to surge, causing the entire underground labyrinth to tremble. Uchiha Kakuzan narrowed his eyes, then increased the output of his chakra and eye power. An even stronger aura surged towards Kurama. With the addition of this aura, Kurama's aura was forced to retreat step by step. In the end, Kurama's body seemed to be suppressed, and all four legs trembled slightly. Uchiha Kakuzan knew when to stop. Seeing that he had the Nine Tails under control, he cut off the output of chakra and eye power. Instantly, the suffocating and oppressive aura that had been pressing down on the Nine Tails disappeared, and the Nine Tails, which was barely holding on, breathed a sigh of relief. Kurama stared intently into Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes and said, "Your Sharingan is not an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. It is on the same level as Uchiha Madara's Sharingan back then, and it is much stronger than an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan." Uchiha Kakiyama nodded and said to Kurama, "Didn't Uchiha Madara tell you? This is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and its level and power are much stronger than the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan." Kurama shook its head in frustration. Whenever it thought of or mentioned Uchiha Madara, it couldn't control itself. It said, "Uchiha Madara treats me like a beast without intelligence and unable to communicate. Every time I see him, he controls me without saying anything and has never explained why his Sharingan is stronger than the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan." After witnessing Uchiha Kakuzan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kurama gave up resisting. After all, Madara Uchiha had used the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to manipulate Kurama back then. Moreover, Kurama was now sealed and had no way to escape. If Uchiha Kakuzan wanted to control Kurama, it would only take a little effort. After hearing Kurama's words, Uchiha Kakuzan felt a pang of pity for it. Originally, Kurama lived freely and unrestrained in the sparsely populated mountains, never expecting to encounter such overpowered beings, especially two at once, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. From then on, it became Madara's tool of war, and later sealed inside Uzumaki Mito's body, becoming a tool for maintaining the village's peace. What's the difference between that and being in prison? It was a miracle that one of them had finally died, but then a second and a third appeared, and then it was split into two when they were transferred to different cells. No wonder it was in a bad mood. Looking at Kurama's massive body and orange-red fur, Uchiha Kakuzan pondered for a moment before making a move that left Kurama speechless. He walked through the crack in the iron gate, came to Kurama's side, raised his hand and stroked Kurama's fur, saying, it's surprisingly soft. Kurama was also startled by Uchiha Kakuzan's actions and wanted to dodge, but when he thought of his strength, he knew that dodging would be useless and might even anger him, so he did not move. Although the Nine-Tails body did not move, its 9 tails behind it shook rapidly, like helicopter propellers. Kurama lowered its head and looked at Uchiha Kakiyama beside it, saying, "How did you get in here? Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up in one go?" As it spoke, it revealed its sharp teeth. After stroking the Nine-Tails fur, Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't satisfied and pounced on it, rubbing against it while saying, "First of all, I have no hostility or malice towards you. As the Nine-Tails, you should be able to clearly sense that. Secondly, you can't beat me anyway. Of course, if you think otherwise, I can grant your wish. Finally, what entered this child's body is only a small part of my consciousness. Even if you disperse it or eat it, I'll only have a headache for a few days. But then, you'll have to take responsibility for your actions." Chapter 118 Nine-Tails, Uchiha, One Family. Chapter 118 Nine-Tails, Uchiha, and Their Family. Nine-Tails was indeed bluffing. Because it is now a collection of negative emotions, it has gained the ability to easily and intuitively sense whether someone is hostile towards it. Moreover, this perceived hostility is deep within that person's heart. No matter how well they behave, as long as they harbor malice towards it, Nine-Tails can easily sense it. Kurama sensed no malice from Uchiha Kakuzan. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan was disgusting and evil to Kurama, it was just a power, not consciousness. Therefore, although it felt somewhat angry at Uchiha Kakiyama's rudeness, it also knew that the Uchiha in front of it harbored no ill will towards it. It was merely baring its teeth to intimidate him and express its dissatisfaction. Of course, this is only because Uchiha Kagamai's strength is enough to contend with it, or rather, to overwhelm it, that it is so easy to talk to. If it were an ordinary person, just try it, and the simple Nine-Tails chakra erosion would be enough to change your mind and make you wish you were dead. Therefore, only when you are on equal footing will others chat with you calmly and become your friend. Uchiha Kakuzan felt very comfortable lying on Kurama's body. It was a large piece of living fur. Moreover, since Kurama was just an aggregate of chakra, it didn't have the physiological requirements of eating and excreting, so it didn't have the stench of a typical wild animal. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan enjoyed the experience. It was not only soft but also warm, making him not want to get up. The Nine-Tails lowered its head, looking at Uchiha Kakiyama who was clinging to it. It was already quite sensitive, and it felt that its bottom line was being challenged. Nine-Tails took 2 heavy breaths, suppressing the urge to bite, and asked Uchiha Kakiyama, "How do you know my name?" "Only a handful of people know my name, and they are all no longer alive." "How did you find out?" Upon hearing Kurama's words, Uchiha Kakuzan changed his position, from lying down to sitting up. Fortunately, he was in a lower position. If he were on Kurama's back, the irritable Kurama would have already protested. Uchiha Kakuzan lazily lay on Kurama's body and casually replied to Kurama's question, "I saw it in our Uchiha clan's history." Uchiha Kakuzan's answer touched on a blind spot for Kurama, who asked in confusion, "Clan history? What is clan history?" "The clan history is the history of our family. We humans are different from you tailed beasts. We have a limited lifespan. At most, we can live to be 100 years old before we die. In order to pass on our experience and knowledge to future generations, our ancestors wrote these things into the clan history." Nine-Tailed tilted its head, thought for a moment, and then understood the purpose of the clan history. However, it still asked with some doubt, "So, your ancestors wrote my name into the clan history, and then you learned my name through the clan history, right?" "Yes, that's right, otherwise how would I know your name?" "But how did your Uchiha clan ancestors know my name?" Upon hearing Kurama's words, Uchiha Kakiyama carefully answered its question. "You know the Sage of 6 Paths, right?" Nine-Tails nodded. "I know, we were created by the 6 Paths Elder, and our names were also given to us by the 6 Paths Elder. Have you heard of Indra and Azura, the sons of the Sage of 6 Paths?" "I've heard of them. The eldest and youngest sons of the 6 Paths Master. Although I've never met them, I've heard of them. However, when the 6 Paths Master created us, his eldest son, Indra, seemed to have already fallen out with him, and the 6 Paths Master had already handed over the ninja sect to his youngest son, Ashura. After that, we were driven away by the 6 Paths Master, and I don't know what happened after that." When Kurama finished speaking, his eyes were full of nostalgia. After all, they were created by the Sage of 6 Paths, and in their eyes, the Sage of 6 Paths was like their father. After Kurama finished speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan continued, "Our Uchiha clan is descended from Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths. In other words, Indra is the ancestor of our Uchiha clan. In a sense, we are not outsiders, we are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths who left behind the bloodline and heritage of this ninja world." When Kurama heard Uchiha Kakiyama's words, the entire fox was so shocked that it couldn't speak. Good heavens, there were no outsiders here. The Uchiha Madara who suppressed him was actually a descendant of the Six Paths. No wonder Kurama always felt that it was being subtly restrained when facing Uchiha Madara. So that's what was going on. Since he himself was created by the Sage of Six Paths, isn't it only natural that he would be restrained by the power of his descendants? Just then, Kurama seemed to remember something and looked at Uchiha Kakuzan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, asking, "Then what about your and Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan?" Although the question about the Nine Tails wasn't finished, Uchiha Kakuzan understood what the Nine Tails meant. He nodded and replied, "Yes, it was left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. If I'm not mistaken, the ultimate evolution of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan should be the Sage's Sage Eye the Rinnegan." Nine-tailed Fox nodded in relief. If it were being suppressed by a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, it would feel better. Then, Kurama asked, "Didn't the Sage of Six Paths have two sons? Didn't his younger son Ashura inherit his ninjutsu? Has Ashura had any descendants?" Uchiha Kakuzan hadn't expected that Kurama, the Nine-Tails, was such a curious child. After hearing Kurama's question, he looked at Kurama with a strange expression and said in a somewhat subtle tone, "The descendants of Ashura have also been passed down, and you should be very familiar with them. His name is Senjo Hashirama." When Kurama mentioned that it was very familiar with the descendants of Ashura at Uchiha Gyosan, it had a bad feeling and its heart skipped a beat. Then, when Uchiha Gyosan mentioned the name of Senjo Hashirama, its bad feeling came true. How could Kurama not be familiar with Hashirama Senju? In its mind, its two greatest enemies were Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. The former was easily manipulated by his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kurama felt like a puppet on a string. This sense of humiliation was firmly remembered by Kurama. Hashirama Senju's would release technique also left a deep impression on Kurama. Chapter 119 Copying the Vortex Bloodline. Chapter 119 Copying the Vortex Bloodline. The experience that Hashirama Senju gave Kurama was no less than that of Madara Uchiha. Whether it was being manipulated by his would release, Great Buddha like a chick, or being beaten up by Hashirama Senju's Great Buddha when he was being controlled by Madara Uchiha and wearing the Susanoo, Kurama remembered it all vividly. It's important to know that although Kurama was controlled by Madara Uchiha at the time, he didn't miss any of the memories and experiences of being brutally beaten. Thinking of this, the nine-tailed fox fell silent. It never imagined that the two people who beat it the most in this world were actually descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Seeing that Kurama was almost depressed from the stimulation, Uchiha Kaizen's wicked sense of humor resurfaced. He pretended to cough twice to attract Kurama's attention and then said, "Actually, the Senjo clan and the Uzumaki clan are both descendants of Ashura." Kurama didn't react immediately to Uchiha Kakuzan's words, and then asked, "The Uzumaki clan?" Uchiha Kakiyama nodded, suppressing the urge to smile, and said, "For example, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, and now Uzumaki Naruto. Silence is a state of being. There's a saying that goes, either you erupt in silence or you perish in silence." The Nine-Tails fur gradually stood on end, and a massive amount of Nine-Tails chakra slowly boiled, as if the air itself was about to distort. Uchiha Kakuzan, who had been lying on the Nine-Tails body, was also pushed out through the gap in the iron gate by this rampaging Nine-Tails chakra. Uchiha Kakuzan realized he might have gone too far, so he immediately channeled his chakra into the seal on the gate to resist the Nine-Tails chakra's erosion. No matter how rampaging the Nine-Tails was inside the seal, it wouldn't matter as long as its chakra didn't leak out of the seal, it wouldn't affect Naruto, who was the Jinchuriki. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't stop the Nine-Tails rampage, but simply reinforced the seal on the iron gate. In fact, the seal left by the fourth Hokage, although set up in a very short time, was already quite perfect. It not only firmly sealed the Nine-Tails inside, but also ensured that the Nine-Tails chakra could not corrupt Naruto. It's important to understand that the Nine-Tails is a collection of various negative emotions, and its chakra is not a good thing. It contains all sorts of negative emotions that can cause people to lose control. From this, we can see that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had reached the pinnacle of skill in sealing techniques. Not only did he set up such a perfect 8-trigram seal in such a short time, but this seal could also convert the Nine-Tails chakra into Naruto's own chakra. It should be said that he truly deserves to be called the fourth Hokage, a genius of unparalleled talent. Other geniuses can at most improve their strength faster and have a slightly stronger combat awareness than the average person. The fourth Hokage was an all-around genius in both combat and invention. Even the various spiral balls and upgraded versions of spiral balls that his son used were all upgraded and modified based on the spiral balls he invented. Uchiha Kakiyama waited for a while, until Kurama had vented its anger and calmed down, before leisurely walking into the sealed iron gate once again. After Uchiha Kakuzan went inside, Kurama, having vented its anger, saw him and said irritably, you're still here. What else is there? It was getting annoyed whenever it saw members of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't care about Kurama's attitude, but said to Kurama, I'm just telling you about the current situation of the child you've sealed away. The Nine Tails, already lying on the ground, had closed its eyes, indicating that it did not want to pay attention to Uchiha Kakiyama. Seeing the Nine Tails acting like a child, Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't angry. He continued, this child's name is Uzumaki Naruto. He's been an orphan since he was little. He's just a child, a sunny and kind one. He has no prejudice or hostility towards the tailed beasts. I've already talked to him and asked him to try to be your friend. Now, it's up to you. Furthermore, I recently received news that the Eight Tails Jiki in Kumagakur has found a like-minded Jinchuriki, and they get along very well. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is even hailed as the perfect Jinchuriki by the people of Kumagakur. So, you could try to see if you can become friends with Naruto, and not treat the Jinchuriki as a shackle, but as a bond. While speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't notice that although Kurama's eyes were closed, its ears were twitching slightly. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't linger. His consciousness immediately returned from Naruto's body. After Uchiha Kaguya left Naruto's body, Kurama clearly sensed his departure. After a long while, Kurama's deep voice slowly echoed in the underground labyrinth, carrying some very complex and inexplicable emotions. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Kazuyama, who had already left Naruto's body, was unaware of all this. When he emerged from Naruto's body, he found that the little Naruto lying on the bed had fallen asleep out of boredom. Uchiha Kakiyama smiled, but he didn't forget the purpose of his visit. He immediately activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and used its eye techniques on the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto. Copycat eyes activated. An invisible wave of energy swept out from Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan, beginning a scan of Uzumaki Naruto. As Naruto was being scanned, extremely complex genetic fragments were copied from Naruto's body in a way that was incomprehensible to others. These fragments were then received and stored by Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan. The copy eye wasn't used by Naruto Uzumaki for very long. After all, it was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which was much stronger than the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, the use of the copy eye was also very covert. Even the Nine Tails sealed inside Naruto's body didn't notice it before the copy was completed. When the copying of the copying eye was completed, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief. The main reason was that Naruto Uzumaki had the Nine Tails sealed inside him, and he was afraid that the Nine Tails would discover it and cause damage. This was why Uchiha Kakiyama first went into Naruto's body to talk to the Nine Tails. After getting to know each other and knowing that he was a formidable being, the Nine Tails would generally not show itself unless he did something excessive to Naruto. Chapter 120 Physical Examination. Chapter 120 Physical Examination. Now, Uchiha Kakuzan has already dealt with Kurama and Naruto Uzumaki. All he needs to do is win over Uzumaki Karen and her daughter, and copy the Uzumaki clan bloodline from them. Once he achieves his goal, he will have accomplished it perfectly. After Uchiha Kakuzan deactivated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he casually closed the barrier he had just set up. Then he opened the door to the room and saw Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter waiting outside. Uchiha Kakiyama closed the door again, and looking at Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter who were looking at him with concern, he said softly, "It's okay. I've checked the seal and reinforced it. Don't worry. Naruto probably fell asleep because I was too bored while I was checking it." When Uchiha Kakuzan was channeling chakra into the seal of the Iron Gate, he slightly reinforced the seal to ensure that the Nine Tails chakra could not corrupt Naruto. With the current quality of Uchiha Kakuzan's chakra and the strength of the seal, it was enough to ensure that the Nine Tails chakra would not be able to escape from the seal and corrupt Naruto for 1 or 2 decades. When Karen Uzumaki heard that Naruto Uzumaki was just asleep, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. She truly treated Naruto like her own son, and if anything had happened to him, she would have gladly taken his place. Karen, who had been standing nearby, didn't quite understand what was happening, but when she saw her mother smile, she knew nothing bad had happened, so she smiled along with her mother. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami also focused his attention on Uzumaki Kaoru and her mother. After such a long period of recuperation, Uzumaki Kaoru's body was no longer as weak as when they first met. When they first met, Uzumaki Kaoru was just one breath away from dying. Her weak body was like a piece of paper, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Now, Uzumaki Karen has a rosy complexion and strong movements. Although she is still very thin, her body is within the normal range. It should be said that she is worthy of the Uzumaki clan and has recovered in such a short time. If it were an ordinary person or an ordinary ninja, it would take more than a month to recover to this extent. Karen, standing next to Karen, recovered even better. Although she had also been bitten by someone from Kizagakur, it wasn't to the extent her mother had been bitten. So, after a little rest, she recovered to be like a normal child. However, because of the fright she experienced in Kizagakur, she's still quite timid and dependent on her mother. But, with her older brother Naruto by her side, she'll surely recover completely. Page 41. When Uchiha Kagami saw that Uzumaki Kaoru and her daughter had almost recovered, he breathed a sigh of relief. When they first met, he was worried about Uzumaki Naruto and only glanced at the mother and daughter briefly. In fact, Uchiha Kakuzen's eye technique, copying eye, doesn't have many requirements for the copying object. However, Uchiha Kakuzen felt that it would be safer to copy the Uzumaki bloodline after his body had recovered, which is why he delayed copying the Uzumaki bloodline until now. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could only store a copy for a day at most. If the mother and daughter weren't prepared, this opportunity to copy a bloodline limit would be wasted, which would be a great pity. After all, even if Uchiha Kakuzen's Sharingan reached the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan level, there were only 9 slots available. Even after the fusion of the Uzumaki physique and would release bloodline limit, it still took up 2 slots. Looking at Uchiha Kaoru and her mother, who were still waiting for him to speak, Uchiha Kaoru felt a slight pang of guilt. However, he quickly banished this guilt. To become stronger, he thought, I'm willing to use any means necessary. Besides, I saved Uchiha Kaoru's life, and I changed Karen's fate. Even if I copied their Uzumaki bloodline, it wouldn't cause them any harm. Uchiha Kazuyama believed that even if he told Uzumaki Kaoru the truth, she would still agree to his request. However, Uchiha Kazuyama didn't want to leak his eye technique information, so he resorted to this method. Looking at Uchiha Kaoru and her daughter, Uchiha Kaoru organized his thoughts and said, Kaoru-ne, I've checked and reinforced Naruto's seal. Since I have some free time this time, let me also check your physical condition. After all, your physical condition was too poor before. Even if you've recovered, I can check you to rule out any potential problems. When Uzumaki Karen heard Uchiha Kagami's words, she was also somewhat tempted. She knew her own body well. Back in Kizagakure, she had indeed reached the point of exhaustion. Uchiha Kagami offered to examine her body, and she wanted to have it checked out for peace of mind. And then there's her daughter. When Karen was in Kizagakure, even with Karen's protection, she was bitten by the villagers quite a few times. She's worried about her daughter's health. In fact, she's been considering taking her daughter to Konoha Hospital for a checkup. However, aside from the exorbitant cost, the fact that they were members of the Uzumaki clan, even with the third Hokage protecting them, still made them vulnerable to being targeted by malicious individuals. Uchiha Kagami knew they were from the Uzumaki clan and had even saved her life, which reassured Uzumaki Karen even more. Therefore, when Uchiha Kakiyama offered to give her and her daughter a medical checkup, she was indeed very tempted. In response to Uchiha Kaoru's question, Uzumaki Kaoru replied, "Wouldn't that make Kaoru-kun too tired? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Upon hearing Uchiha Kaoru's reply, Uchiha Kaoru knew that the matter had been resolved. He smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, just a small matter. My medical ninjutsu is still quite good." Uchiha Kakuzen wasn't exaggerating when it came to this. Back then, he was someone who was always thinking about running away. In order to ensure a comfortable life in the future, he had put in a lot of effort to improve his medical ninjutsu. Although he couldn't compare to Tsunade and Yakushi no, he was still quite skilled. Upon hearing Uchiha Kaoru's words, Uzumaki Kaoru hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Kaoru-kun." As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned red, which eventually spread to her neck. After all, examining a body involved some intimate contact. Seeing Uchiha Kaoru's reaction, Uchiha Kaoru could only pretend not to see it and said to Uchiha Kaoru, "Then I'll trouble Kaoru-ne to take Karen to get ready and change into some looser clothes. Once you've changed, you can call me." Chapter 121 Physical Examination Part 2. Chapter 121 Physical Examination Part 2. After hearing what Uchiha Kagami said, Uzumaki Karen shyly agreed and then led Karen into the bedroom with a blush on her face. Uchiha Kazuyama waited in the living room for a while, and then he heard Uzumaki Kaoru calling him over. The voice was a little weak, and if Uchiha Kazuyama hadn't had such good hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Knowing that Uchiha Kaoru was ready, Uchiha Kaoru opened the door and went into her bedroom. Upon entering, he immediately froze. Karen Uzumaki was alright. She was just given a lighter outfit, which looked like a children's pajama set. The fabric was soft and had a picture of a bear on it. What stunned Uchiha Kagami was Uzumaki Karen's clothes. She was likely wearing pajamas, but adult pajamas, so the fabric was thin and translucent. Although Karen had drawn the curtains, making the bedroom dimly lit, the situation remained unchanged. However, while Uchiha Kazuyama might not be good at much else, his eyesight was among the best in the entire ninja world. So, what was dim light to others was crystal clear to Uchiha Kazuyama. In addition, the fabric of Uzumaki Karen's clothes was quite translucent, so her body was somewhat visible to him. Apart from some key parts, the rest of her body was no secret to Uchiha Kazuyama. Uzumaki Kaoru was also there with her head down. She hadn't expected this situation either. She had already agreed to it beforehand, but when she was changing her clothes, she realized that since it was just her and her daughter at home, she had bought these more transparent pajamas, thinking that there was no one else at home anyway, and even Uzumaki Naruto slept at his own home at night. Therefore, Uzumaki Kaoru only had this one nightgown. After changing her daughter's nightgown, Uzumaki Kaoru gritted her teeth and put on this rather see-through nightgown. At the same time, she was comforting herself, thinking that it was okay, the light in the bedroom was dim, and Chio Shanjun should not be able to see anything. Little did she know that Chio Shanjun, whom she was talking about, had already seen everything, but just didn't say anything. After Uchiha Kagami entered, Uzumaki Kaoru lowered her head shyly, her face flushed and burning. Although she comforted herself, she still felt shy and a strange excitement. Karen, standing next to Uzumaki Karen, watched all this with some curiosity. She would glance at her mother, who was looking down, and then at Uchiha Kakiyama, who was standing motionless at the door. She still didn't understand what had happened. She felt that her mother and Uncle Kakiyama were acting a little strange. When Karen looked at him, Uchiha Kakiyama also came to his senses, coughed, and asked, "Karen-ne, is everything ready?" Karen Uzumaki kept her head down and answered in a very soft voice, "Yes, Mr. Okayama, everything is ready. Please check Karen first, Mr. Okayama. I'll feel at ease after you've checked Karen." Uchiha Kakiyama looked at the position in Uzumaki Kaoru's heart, which was indeed very eye-catching. However, it was already so heavy, wasn't it reassuring enough? After reading it, Uchiha Kakiyama nodded. "Don't worry, Kaoru-ne, I'll examine Karen first." Just like when he examined Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Kakuzan first had Karen lie down on the bed, and then he stretched out his hand and used a medical ninjutsu healing palm technique. As a representative of medical ninjutsu, it can not only stimulate wound cells in a very short time, enabling wounds to heal quickly, but also examine and perceive the physical condition of the medical patient through precise operation. Because Uchiha Kakuzan's spiritual power has increased significantly, he is now much more adept at using the palm healing technique, a ninjutsu that requires precise control. Even the light emanating from the palm healing technique on his hands is controlled by Uchiha Kakuzan to resemble a stream of clear, green water, flowing as his palm moves. Healing palm technique is an A-rank ninjutsu. It requires not only a lot of chakra but also precise operation, which is why it is so expensive in ninja hospitals. Examining a whole body requires a great deal of effort and energy. Because a thorough examination was required, Karen fell asleep after Uchiha Kagami finished examining her. After all, the healing palm technique examination felt like a full-body massage, and children easily fall asleep. After checking on Karen, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief and straightened up from his bent-over position. Just as he was about to wipe the sweat from his forehead, Uzumaki Karen, who had been waiting nearby, beat him to it and carefully wiped his forehead with a tissue. While Uzumaki Kaoru was wiping his sweat, Uchiha Kazuyama didn't dare to move. After all, he was still much taller than Uzumaki Kaoru. As Kaoru wiped his sweat, his eyes glanced down and were immediately drawn to the deep cleavage. Since it was pajamas, the collar was quite open, and in a certain position, Uchiha Kazuyama could see everything inside. Uchiha Kakiyama glanced at it twice and then stopped staring at it. Although he had excellent eyesight and could see even the tiny mole on it clearly, he knew that if he stared at it any longer, Xianling would notice, so he quickly looked away. After wiping the sweat from Uchiha Kagami's forehead, Uzumaki Karen said nothing, but simply picked up the sleeping Karen and placed her in the second bedroom where Uzumaki Naruto was sleeping, then covered the two little ones with a blanket. However, what Uchiha Kagami didn't notice was that when Uzumaki Karen came out carrying Karen, her face suddenly turned red. After settling Karen in, Uzumaki Karen took a deep breath, calmed her rapidly beating heart, and tried to keep her blush from becoming too obvious before returning to the master bedroom where Uchiha Okayama was staying. Upon seeing Uchiha Kaoru, Uzumaki Kaoru blushed almost imperceptibly and asked, "Kyukuin, are you tired? Do you need to rest?" Uchiha Kyushin shook his head and smiled, "It's alright, Xianling-ne, I'm not very tired. Let's begin. I'll rest after I've finished examining you." After hearing what Uchiha Kagami said, Uzumaki Kaoru blushed again and went to Uchiha Kagami's side. Like Karen earlier, she lay face up on the bed and closed her eyes, but her trembling eyelashes still betrayed her nervousness. Chapter 122 Fish and Dragon Dance. Chapter 122 Fish and Dragon Dance. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Kaoru lying in front of him in her pajamas, which were quite transparent, and his heart raced and his mouth went dry. After all, the situation was very tempting. Uchiha Kakuzan only wanted to copy the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan from Kaoru and her daughter while examining their bodies, but he did not expect to encounter an even greater temptation. Uchiha Kakiyama took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heartbeat, and his eyes became serious. Since he had said he would examine their bodies, he had to do it well. Uchiha Kazuyama focused his attention on his hands and activated the palm healing technique. A ball of light, resembling clear emerald water, enveloped Kazuyama's right hand. Then, Uchiha Kazuyama placed his right hand on Uzumaki Karen's body and slowly and carefully examined her. Head, face, facial features, neck, shoulders, arms, bear-like body, internal organs, thighs, and so on. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Uchiha Kazuyama had finished examining Uzumaki Kaoru's entire body. Since an adult's body is much larger than a child's, it took Uchiha Kazuyama quite a while. After completing the examination, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the temptation he faced while examining Uzumaki Karen's body was too great. He was just a ninja who was relatively proficient in medical ninjutsu, not the kind of medical ninja who had seen all kinds of patients. When faced with such temptation for the first time, he was indeed a little unable to resist. As for Uzumaki Karen, who was lying on the bed, she already knew after Uchiha Okazan stopped using the healing palm technique after examining her body. She was no longer a child, so how could she possibly fall asleep at a time like this? Uzumaki Kaoru opened her eyes and looked at Uchiha Kakiyama, who was covered in sweat. She couldn't help but feel moved. This man had not only rescued her and her daughter from dire straits and saved their lives, but was also painstakingly checking for any hidden dangers in their bodies. She felt that she and her daughter owed him so much. Kaoru Uzumaki struggled to sit up. During the physical examination, she felt completely numb and weak. Looking at the somewhat tired Uchiha Kiyama, Uzumaki Kaoru said, "Kiyama-kun, thank you so much." Uchiha Kakiyama wiped the sweat from his face, waved his hand, and said, "It's nothing. It was just a small favor. Don't worry, you and your daughter are both fine and have recovered very well. You've reached the level of normal people and it won't interfere with your normal lives. It's fortunate that you have good constitutions, otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken to recover." Looking at Uchiha Kaoru's face and clear black and white eyes, as if she had made up her mind, she opened her small mouth and whispered something. Because her voice was so soft, even with his keen hearing, Uchiha Kaoru couldn't hear her clearly. Uchiha Kaoru thought Uzumaki Kaoru had some other question, and asked doubtfully, "Kaoru-ne, what are you saying?" Uzumaki Kaoru looked at Uchiha Kazuyama with a very complex emotion in her eyes, so complex that Uchiha Kazuyama couldn't discern what it was. When Uzumaki Kaoru heard Uchiha Kazuyama's question, she opened her mouth again and whispered something, but Uchiha Kazuyama still couldn't hear her clearly. Uchiha Kagami assumed that Uzumaki Karen was still somewhat weak after the examination, so he moved closer to her, bent down slightly, and asked, "Kainen-ne, what did you just say? Is there a problem?" Just then, Uzumaki Karen quickly stretched out her arms, hugged Uchiha Kakuzan's head, and pulled him into her arms. Just as Uchiha Kiyoshin was about to resist, he heard Ziongling's words clearly, "Kiyoshin-kun, how can I repay you?" Instantly, Uchiha Kazuyama froze, and at the same time, the sweet fragrance and the soft touch on his face assaulted him, further softening Kazuyama's resistance. Uzumaki Karen sensed that Uchiha Kazuyama showed no sign of annoyance, and a feeling of joy welled up inside her. She then hugged Uchiha Kazuyama even tighter, feeling the warm breath spraying onto her chest, making her feel completely softened. Seeing that Xiongling was holding him tightly, Uchiha Kiyoshin understood her feelings. Whether it was out of gratitude, affection, dependence, or reliance, Uchiha Kiyoshin felt he had to reciprocate her feelings. Uchiha Kakuzan no longer had the idea of straightening up and leaving this gentle haven. Instead, he stretched out his arms and tightly embraced the courageous woman in front of him, pressing his body against hers. In his haste, Uchiha Kakiyama quickly formed a hand seal, creating a barrier around the room to prevent Naruto and Karen from accidentally wandering in. In the dimly lit room, a turbulent undercurrent was indeed present, and the heat was unbearable. A thin nightgown was thrown to the ground, followed by Uchiha Kakuzan's clothes being carelessly tossed on top, as if their owner had abandoned them. Then, the wooden bed that Xiongling had just bought not long ago, made of sturdy materials and heavy in weight, which was difficult to shake, began to make a series of creaking sounds, which were persistent and unending. Accompanying the sounds was the increasingly hot air in the room. After an unknown amount of time, a melodious and captivating voice echoed in the room. Then, the sturdy wooden bed faced its final test, its creaking and groaning increasing in speed. Finally, a deep male voice let out a satisfied sigh, and the entire room fell silent. After a while, the wooden bed in the room started creaking again, accompanied by a plaintive song. As the rhythm quickened, the song became more intense and excited. Finally, the noise in the room subsided, with only some rustling sounds and quiet conversations. Since there were two little ones in the second bedroom who might wake up at any moment, Uchiha Kazuyama and his sister Xiongling stopped fighting. After 2 battles, they quickly cleaned up the mess. Uchiha Kazuyama almost forgot the purpose of his visit. While Xiongling was getting dressed and fixing her hair, he secretly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and copied the Uzumaki bloodline from Xiongling. Chapter 123 Fusion of the Vortex Bloodline. Chapter 123 Fusion of the Vortex Bloodline. After getting dressed, Uchiha Kagami said to Uzumaki Karen, who was making the bed, "Kainen-ne, you go ahead and get ready. I'll go check if Naruto and Karen are awake." While making the bed, Xiongling, whose hair was a little messy, blushed again when she heard Uchiha Kiyoshin's words and gave a haphazard reply. Uchiha Kakiyama glanced at Xiongling, whose face was flushed and eyes were moist, smiled slightly, and casually released the barrier, then went to another bedroom. Looking at Naruto and Karen, who were still fast asleep, Uchiha Kakiyama breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, copied Karen's Uzumaki bloodline, and stored it in the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, Copy I. After copying Karen's Uzumaki bloodline, Uchiha Kakeyama was relieved, mainly because the Uzumaki clan's bloodline could play a significant role in his future evolutionary path. He also copied the bloodlines of 3 relatively pure Uzumaki clan members. He plans to fuse the 3 bloodlines together later, and he believes that the Uzumaki bloodline he obtains will be extremely pure. Afterwards, Uchiha Kakeyama left the room and closed the door behind him. When Uchiha Okayama arrived at Xiangling's bedroom, Xiangling had already made the bed and was opening the window to ventilate the room. Now, Xiangling's complexion is much rosier than before, and she looks much healthier. Everything else is the same as before, and Xiangling has also changed out of her pajamas and is wearing a home outfit. Uchiha Kakeyama approached Xiangling and said in a low voice, "Those 2 little ones are still asleep, they should be fine. I'll go back and hand in my mission now, and I'll come see you again when I have time." When Uzumaki Kaoru heard what Uchiha Kazuyama said, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she heard that Uchiha Kazuyama was leaving to go back and hand in his mission. Although she was still a little reluctant, she knew that she couldn't force him to stay. He nodded and said, "Go ahead and don't worry about me." Uchiha Kakeyama looked at Xiangling, the woman he had just been intimate with, nodded, and said, "Take care." After saying goodbye to Uchiha Kaoru didn't linger and left Kaoru's house directly. Uchiha Kakuzan had no choice. He had already obtained the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and needed to integrate it as soon as possible, otherwise it would be a waste. After leaving Uzumaki Karen's house and disappearing from her sight, Uchiha Kakuzan immediately activated his eye technique, Takamagahara, and arrived in the Takamagahara dimension. In a secluded room within a wooden villa in Takamagahara, Uchiha Kakuzan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his attention focused on his Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kakeyama's consciousness looked at the 3 blood-red orbs of light before him, representing the bloodlines of the 3 members of the Uzumaki clan. With a thought, he caused the 3 orbs to begin merging. Uchiha Kakuzan watched as the 3 orbs of light collided, merged, and repelled each other. During this process, Uchiha Kakuzan also had to provide them with chakra to ensure that the process could proceed smoothly. After more than half an hour of collision, fusion, repulsion, and separation, what remained in front of Uchiha Kakeyama was a ball of light that was a size larger than the 3 balls of light before, and was blood-red with golden threads shining through it. Uchiha Kakeyama waited a while longer and saw that the ball of light in front of him had stopped moving and was not moving at all. He knew that the ball of light, which represented the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, had stabilized. At this moment, Uchiha Kagama's consciousness returned from the outside world. He opened his eyes, and his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes spun wildly in the dark room, seemingly glowing red. Just then, Uchiha Kakuzan shouted and began the fusion of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Uchiha Kazuyama's body began to tremble, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. He felt a pain that seemed to extend from the depths of his body, spreading throughout his entire body in an instant. This pain was excruciating and unbearable. Uchiha Kazuyama's body was instantly covered in sweat, and faint traces of blood mixed with the sweat flowed out from his body. Page 42. This was just the beginning, because as time went on, the pain intensified, causing Uchiha Kakeyama to grit his teeth and grind them, feeling as if he had the urge to destroy everything in front of him. Just then, Uchiha Kazuyama felt a warm current surge from the depths of his body. This warm current soothed the pain in Uchiha Kazuyama's body and eased the feeling of genetic collapse. It was like a clear spring flowing into a parched heart, nourishing Uchiha Kazuyama's soul. Under the influence of this warm current, Uchiha Kakeyama's body gradually stopped trembling, his breathing slowly became steady, and the sweat that had been flowing out of him as if it were free also stopped. Immediately afterward, that maddening pain, as if his body were collapsing, struck again, but before it could unleash its full force, it was soothed by the continuous warm current. Uchiha Kakeyama suddenly had a realization: this warm current was the power of wood release. Although it was inexplicable, Uchiha Kakeyama was absolutely certain that this was the power of wood release. And so, a harmonious scene inexplicably unfolded. The pain, just as it began, was soothed by the warmth of wood release. The pain returned, only to be soothed again. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kakuzan's body gradually fused with a new power in this cycle, making him stronger, his cells more vibrant, and his life force within his body increased exponentially. His chakra also surged along with the increase in life force. It's important to know that the Uzumaki clan is renowned for its immense vitality and vast chakra reserves. They could practically be called chat tunnelers. Even when Naruto was young, and while suppressing the Nine Tails with his own chakra, his chakra was far greater than that of the elite Jonin Kakashi. This alone demonstrates the terrifying power of the Uzumaki clan. As time went on, Uchiha Kakuzan's fusion with the Uzumaki bloodline became more and more intense. Gradually, blue chakra began to swirl around Uchiha Kakuzan, rising from within his body. This chakra grew larger and larger, until from a distance it resembled a 5-meter diameter sky-blue sphere of light, within which Uchiha Kakuzan could no longer be seen. This is also why Uchiha Kakuzan came into the space to fuse with the Uzumaki bloodline. It's not just for safety, such a large chakra fluctuation would have alerted the Hyuga clan and those with sensitive senses if it were outside. Chapter 124 New Abilities of the Vortex Bloodline. Chapter 124 New Abilities of the Vortex Bloodline. As time went on, the chakra sphere around Uchiha Kagama became smaller and smaller, which meant that Uchiha Kagama's bloodline fusion process was nearing its end. Gradually, the chakra ball's range shrank from 5 meters to 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, and Uchiha Kakiyama's figure gradually became visible. However, as the area of the sky blue chakra ball shrank, a green light slowly shone from Uchiha Kakuzan's body. As the green light shone, the color of the chakra spheres surrounding Uchiha Akiyama was completely obscured. Meanwhile, the green light emanating from Uchiha Kakuzan grew brighter and brighter. As this green light shone, the house that Uchiha Kakuzan had built using wood release seemed to come alive. As long as they are exposed to the green light, new plant shoots will sprout and grow rapidly under this light, as if someone is using wood release to urge them to grow. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Kakiyama finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found that the secret room was surrounded by vines that almost filled the entire room. Uchiha Kakuzan was not surprised to see this, knowing that it was due to a small amount of his life force leaking out because it was too large. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't rush out of the space. Instead, he went straight out of the secret room to the mountaintop to test his new body and see what changes had occurred. In an instant, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire island, accompanied by the creaking and groaning of trees growing rapidly. After a long period of tinkering on the island, Uchiha Akiyama finally finished testing his new body. What is known at present is that, due to the fusion of the bloodline and physique of the Uzumaki clan, his vitality and chakra have been qualitatively improved. Since Uchiha Kakuzan already possessed astonishing chakra, his chakra only increased threefold after fusing with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Furthermore, his vitality has increased dramatically, by 6 or 7 times compared to before. It's worth noting that Uchiha Kakuzan had already fused with Yamato's wood release, and his vitality was already several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Based on this calculation, Uchiha Akiyama's chakra reserves and vitality are hundreds of times greater than those of an ordinary jonin. Moreover, after experimenting, Uchiha Kakiyama discovered that after fusing with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the power of his wood release had inexplicably increased significantly. Although it did not reach the level of Hashirama Senju, it far surpassed that of Yamato and his ilk. Also, I don't know if it's because the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan completed some of the immortal bodies, but the strength of the body has also been greatly improved. It's also possible that when the bloodline was fused just now, the body went through repeated tearing and recovery, which led to the improvement of his strength. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan could clearly feel that since he fused with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, his eyes were as if they had been soaking in a hot spring, becoming warm and moist. It seemed that the strength and change in his physical body were also of great benefit to his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then, the system's voice came through, "Congratulations, host. Because your immortal body has been replenished and your physical body is stronger, the cooldown period of your eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, has been greatly shortened. It is expected that the cooldown period will end in 3 days. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Kakiyama blinked innocently. If I had known this would happen, I would have used my eye technique, Izanagi, first. Standing atop the mountain, Uchiha Kakiyama gazed at the distant scenery, stretched, and cracked his skin, making him feel even more refreshed. Then, Uchiha Kakiyama felt that as he merged with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he seemed to have awakened the Uzumaki clan's innate abilities as well. Kagura's sensory ability, the mind's eye, allows her to sense chakra within a range of tens of kilometers and to perceive the quantity of chakra. However, if one is familiar with the chakra, one can sense the specific person. Moreover, thanks to Uchiha Kakuzan's extraordinary mental strength, he was also able to judge whether others were lying. His recovery ability and physical healing are similar to those of Karen and Karen. By biting his skin, he can quickly recover chakra and injuries. However, this is rather useless for Uchiha Kakuzan, because he can rely entirely on his own extraordinary vitality to achieve rapid injury repair. By the time Uchiha Kakiyama emerged from the space, it was already late at night. Uchiha Kakiyama hadn't expected to stay in the space for so long, but it was all worth it. Because he fused with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, his strength has greatly improved. Now he can be considered to have entered the Kage level. With his current chakra reserves and Susanoo, which has been developed to the 4th stage, he can go toe-to-toe with the former Madara Uchiha. Even if Nagato leads the 6 paths of pain to cause him trouble, he is not afraid. He can directly use his Gundam, the 4th stage of Susanoo, to kill them one by one. However, the abilities of the 6 paths of pain are bizarre, and the Hell Path can restore them without any damage, making it quite troublesome to fight them. Uchiha Kakuzan jumped onto the roof and looked at the distant Konoha village, which had fallen silent. Knowing that everyone was resting, he decided not to go looking for them. In the stillness of the night, Uchiha Kakiyama looked up at the moon again. The moon was the same as in his previous life, only the people living on it were different. He wondered how the descendants of Itsutsuki Hamura, who lived on the moon, were doing. Speaking of which, the Byakugan's abilities were quite impressive. He wondered if he should consider copying the Byakugan's abilities as well, which would enhance his observation skills and field of vision. Uchiha Kakiyama yawned. Although he was physically strong, he still needed rest. Besides, he hadn't had a moment's rest all day. First, he went to copy the bloodline of the Vortex clan. During the copying process, he even fought with Sister Xiangling. Later, he returned to the space to merge with the bloodline of the Vortex clan. This fusion of the Uzumaki bloodline was different from obtaining the would-release bloodline limit before. It was much more painful, which caused him to expend a great deal of energy. Moreover, it was late at night and he had just finished his training, so he didn't want to train anymore. Therefore, Uchiha Kakiyama turned around and returned to his spatial dimension. There's no other way, it's too dangerous outside. It's safer to sleep in my own space. Chapter 125 Hinata and Hinata. Chapter 125 Hayashi Hayaga. Early morning, within the Hayaga clan. Hayashi Hayaga was having breakfast with his family. Because the Hayaga clan has many rules and strict family regulations, no one made a sound while eating, as if they were filming a silent movie. Meanwhile, a cute little girl with short hair and white eyes, sitting at the lower end of the table, huddled there like a quiet quail, eating her meal in small bites, her eyes occasionally stealing glances at Hayaga Hayashi, who was sitting in the main seat. When Hayashi finished eating and put his bowl and chopsticks on the table, the little girl hurriedly put down her bowl and chopsticks as well, and said quickly and softly, "I'm done eating." Hayashi Hayaga glanced at his eldest daughter, his brow furrowing slightly. His daughter had always been timid, especially in his presence she was like a quail. He didn't know who she took after, and he had no idea how he would eventually push her into the main family. After all, she's his own daughter. If she separated from the family in the future and gets a caged bird tattooed on her forehead, who knows how badly she'll be bullied. After Hinata finished eating, Hinata nodded expressionlessly and said, "Go rest for half an hour first, and then we'll have our morning training." Upon hearing Hayashi Hayaga's words, Hinata hurriedly stood up and said, "Yes, father." Hayashi Hayaga glanced at Hinata again before leaving the restaurant to handle some Hayaga clan affairs. Hinata Hayaga felt relieved after seeing her father leave. She quickly said goodbye to her mother and went back to her room, as there would be an assessment during the training session, and she needed to practice some more. Hinata's mother, who was left to clear the table, shook her head helplessly. As the husband who had been by her side day and night, how could she not see the concern hidden beneath Hayashi Hayaga's sternness? However, her daughter was too introverted and timid, so she was intimidated by her father's outward sternness. However, there was nothing that could be done. His daughter was naturally timid. With such a lack of courage, let alone inheriting the position of the main family, it was even uncertain whether she could become a qualified ninja in the future. Just as Hayaga Hayashi finished breakfast and began to handle some clan affairs, one of the people guarding the entrance to the Hayaga clan rushed over. The visitor looked flustered and anxious. Upon seeing Hayaga Hayashi, he hurriedly said, "Clan head, the vice-clan head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Okayama, requests an audience and is waiting at the door." Hayashi Hayaga was initially annoyed by the man's flustered demeanor and was about to reprimand him for not maintaining the proper conduct expected of a member of the prestigious Hayaga ninja clan. However, after hearing what he said, Hayashi Hayaga also panicked a little. After all, a person's reputation is built on their own merits, and Uchiha Kagakuzan's fame was earned through his own efforts. Many people have made their names known by associating with certain clan leaders, advisors, or captains. Uchiha Kakuzan, on the other hand, first established his own reputation before he could become the vice-head of the Uchiha clan. Outside the village, Uchiha Kakuzan used Susanoo to kill more than 10 elite root ninjas with a single strike. At that moment, everyone present remembered the name Uchiha Kakuzan. Because when Uchiha Kakuzan was able to use the third stage of Susanoo and kill the root members with a single slash, at that point, Uchiha Kakuzan was no longer a genius, but had grown from a genius into a powerful figure standing at the top in Konoha village and even in the world. Although they are not yet comparable to Hashirama and Madara Uchiha, they will not turn against Uchiha Kakuzan unless their most fundamental interests are touched. After all, Uchiha Kakuzan had already become a powerful figure, and one with a promising future. Moreover, standing behind him was the renowned Uchiha clan. Therefore, when Hayashi Hayaga heard that it was Uchiha Kakiyama who had come to visit, he showed some panic. Then, Hayashi Hayaga stopped putting on airs, threw down the scroll in his hand, and while instructing the people next to him to tidy up the reception room, he hurriedly walked towards the door. When Hayashi Hayaga arrived at the gate, Uchiha Kakiyama was looking at the Hayaga clan's gate with great interest. As a clan as ancient as the Uchiha clan, the Hayaga clan's bloodline limit and combat ability were not as strong as the Uchiha clan's, but they still had their own merits. As a clan with an ancient heritage, the Hayaga clan is indeed much better than the Uchiha clan in terms of aesthetics. Even the scale and decoration of the Hayaga clan's gate are unmatched in the entire Hidden Leaf village. Before Hayaga Hayashi even got close, he spoke first. "We are truly honored that Vice-Clan Chief Kyushin has come to our Hayaga clan. The people below were ignorant and should have directly welcomed Vice-Clan Chief Kyushin inside. I apologize to you in advance." Upon hearing Hayashi Hayaga's words, Uchiha Kakuzan replied with a smile, I was rash in coming here this time, and I didn't send my letter of invitation in advance. It was my fault. The fact that your clansmen were able to stop me here shows their loyalty to the clan. They shouldn't be punished at all. When Hayaga Hayashi heard Uchiha Kiwayama's words, he laughed out loud, Kiwayama-kun is right, then I won't punish them this time. After finishing speaking, Hayashi Hayaga gestured for him to come inside and said, shall we talk inside? Seeing Hayaga Hayashi's gesture, Uchiha Kakiyama didn't pretend to be reserved and agreed directly, walking inside with Hayaga Hayashi. As the top fighter of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kakuzan also holds the position of vice-clan leader. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan about to relocate, they are unlikely to cause trouble for them. Therefore, Hayashi Hayaga attached great importance to Uchiha Kakiyama's visit, because the Uchiha clan was about to leave. This meant the Uchiha clan would no longer have any conflict of interest with the Hayaga clan. Moreover, if Hayashi Hayaga can seize this opportunity to firmly establish friendship with the Uchiha clan, then the Hayaga clan status in Konoha will be elevated once again. Hayashi Hayaga warmly welcomed Uchiha Okayama into the reception room, without rushing to ask his purpose, but first invited him to drink tea and have some snacks. If Hayashi Hayaga wasn't in a hurry, then Uchiha Kakuzan was even less in a hurry. The two of them drank tea and chatted, talking about everything under the sun, from the big and small things in the village to the situation in Konoha and other villages. Finally, after 3 rounds of tea, Hayaga Hayashi began to inquire about the purpose of Uchiha Kakiyama's visit. Chapter 126 Proposing to Hinata. Chapter 126 Proposing to Hinata. After having several rounds of tea with Uchiha Kakiyama, Hayaga Hayashi finally couldn't help but ask, I wonder what brings Kakiyama-kun to our Hayaga clan this time. If it's something we can do, our Hayaga clan will definitely not delay. When Uchiha Kakuzan heard Hayashi Hayaga's question, he fell silent for a moment, as if he had something difficult to say. His fingers tapped the table repeatedly, and his brows were furrowed. After waiting patiently for a while, Uchiha Kakiyama finally spoke. Uchiha Kakuzan hesitated for a moment before saying, I have indeed come here with a request, but it is a bit too much. I hope Lord Hayashi will not be angry and will consider it carefully before answering me. When Hayaga Hayashi heard Uchiha Kakuzan's words, a happy smile appeared on his face. I'm not afraid of you making requests. As long as you make a request, I will win you over. Hayashi Hayaga said with a smile, What are you saying, Kiyoshin? Just tell me what you want. I will definitely agree to what I can, and I will find a way to agree to what I can't. Uchiha Kakuzan hesitated for a moment after hearing Hayashi Hayaga's words, but he still made up his mind and said, I came here this time to form an alliance with you. In the future, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Of course, whether it is to offer support or to help, we can discuss it. Hayashi Hayaga was overjoyed upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words. This was a classic case of good fortune coming to him while he was at home. However, he also knew that gaining the support and endorsement of the strongest member of the Uchiha clan was equivalent to bringing the entire Uchiha clan into his camp, which would definitely come at a great cost. He wondered if he could afford to pay that price. Page 43. Therefore, Hayashi Hayaga was not blinded by Uchiha Kakuzan's conditions, but calmly asked, So, what are the conditions? What do you need me to do? Uchiha Kakiyama looked at Hayaga Hayashi and said, The condition is that when the Uchiha clan head steps down and hands over the reins in the future, I hope that Lord Hayashi can stand on my side on behalf of the Hayaga clan. Hayashi Hayaga breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words. It was good that there were conditions, and the conditions proposed by Uchiha Kakuzan were not very harsh. He had completely come out ahead. However, before Uchiha Kakiyama could finish speaking, he paused and then said a condition that even he, a freak, found freakish. Also, in order to deepen our relationship, I hope that we can have a marriage alliance. Hayashi Hayaga didn't react to Uchiha Kakuzan's words and asked, Marriage alliance? How so? Uchiha Kakuzan said, I wish to get engaged to your daughter, Hinata Hayaga, and we will hold the wedding after she comes of age. When Hayashi Hayaga heard what Uchiha Kakuzan said, he was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. She's still a child. You beast. As the head of the Hayaga clan, Hayashi Hayaga felt he could agree to the condition, but as a father, he only wanted to kill the guy in front of him with a single blow. Seeing Hayaga Hayashi's hand opening and closing repeatedly, Uchiha Kakiyama, fearing that he might strike him with a palm strike if he wasn't careful, quickly explained, This idea is to deepen our relationship. Besides, you and I both know that Hinata's personality is too introverted and not suitable for inheriting the position of the main branch of your Hayaga clan. If she marries into the Uchiha clan and becomes the wife of the Uchiha vice-clan leader, no one will dare to suggest putting the caged bird seal on her. Hayashi Hayaga was reluctant to arrange an engagement for his eldest daughter so early. The Hayaga clan is known for its strict rules. Once an engagement is made, the couple will absolutely abide by the agreement and would never break off the engagement. However, Hayashi Hayaga hesitated after hearing what Uchiha Kakiyama said, because he knew his daughter very well and knew that Hinata was indeed unable to take on the position of the main family. In order to allow his daughter to be more free in the future and not be bound to the caged bird seal, this was a good idea. It was at this time that Hayaga Hayashi began to consider Uchiha Okayama from the perspective of a marriage alliance. It was at this time that Hayashi Hayaga realized that by the time his daughter came of age, Uchiha Kakuzan would only be in his early 20s. Despite being the strongest member of the Uchiha clan and holding the position of vice-clan leader, Uchiha Kakuzan was still a teenager, less than 10 years younger than Hinata Hayaga. Hayashi Hayaga had been so focused on the other impressive qualities of Uchiha Kakuzan that he hadn't noticed that the vice-chairman of the Uchiha clan was actually a young teenager. After calming down, Hayashi Hayaga began to seriously consider this issue. The person in front of me is Uchiha Kakuzan, the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, the #1 fighter. His strength is among the best in Konoha, and he stands at the very top. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has already broken away from Konoha and no longer has any conflict of interest with the Hayaga clan, making them a perfect ally. For a moment, the entire reception room fell silent. Uchiha Kakuzan was also waiting nearby. He had no choice but to marry Hinata Hayaga out of love for her. Moreover, as the legitimate daughter of the Hayaga clan, she was qualified. As for the claim that he supported him during the Uchiha clan leadership transition, that was just a lie told by Uchiha Kakuzan to deceive Hayaga Hayashi. No one would have guessed that he already had the Uchiha clan firmly under his control. If he wanted to be clan leader, he would have already done so. The main reason he got engaged to Hinata Hayaga so early was because the Hayaga clan are all very conservative and rigid people, including Hinata. If I were to get engaged to Hinata at this point, given Hinata's personality and the Hayaga clan's traditional values and rules, she would never be able to spark a romance with Naruto in the future. When the time comes, if he takes care of her as her fiancé, Hinata will definitely become dependent on him. Then, it can be said that Hinata will be completely in Uchiha Kakuyama's hands. Hayashi Hayaga pondered for a long time and had already made up his mind. However, he still needed to symbolically ask for his wife's opinion. He was confident that he could persuade his wife. Moreover, postponing it appropriately can make it seem like we value it, and it also helps to improve Hinata's position in Uchiha Kakuzan's heart. P.S. I suddenly feel like the protagonist I wrote is pretty scumbag. Thank you to Milk Stewed Radish 3 for the update reminder, and to Country Garden, Genshin Impact, and She for their support and dedication. Thank you everyone. Chapter 127 Hayaga Niji. Chapter 127 Hayaga Niji. After thinking for a long time, Hayashi Hayaga finally said to Uchiha Kakuzan, Lord Chio, we both hold very important positions in our respective families, and we must consider whether our words and actions will have a negative impact on our families. But Mr. Chio's suggestion came too suddenly. Please give me some time to consider it. Once I've thought it through, I will reply to Mr. Chio. After saying all this, Hayashi Hayaga added reassuringly, but please rest assured, Mr. Okayama, the reply I gave you will definitely be good news. After hearing what Hayaga Hayashi said, Uchiha Kakuzan nodded in understanding. In fact, he had already prepared himself mentally for this trip, knowing that such a thing could not be accomplished in one go. However, judging from Hayashi Hayaga's attitude, this matter is almost certain. The reason he didn't agree on the spot is that he still needs to consider it carefully from all aspects. Just as Uchiha Kakuzan was about to take his leave, Hayaga Hayashi extended an invitation to him. Lord Kiyoshin, this is the time for my daughter's training and assessment. Would you like to go and take a look? Upon hearing Hayashi Hayaga's invitation, Uchiha Kakuyama hesitated for a moment and asked, would it be too presumptuous of me to go? Could it involve some of the Hayaga clan's secret techniques? Hayashi Hayaga smiled and shook his head, saying, how could the things these children are training possibly involve the secrets of our clan? Besides, we'll soon be family. As long as it doesn't involve the core secret techniques of the Hayaga clan, I can open them to you. Uchiha Kakuzan, having once again heard Hayaga Hinata's hint, nodded and said, since you've invited me, I'll shamelessly go and take a look. Next, Uchiha Kakuyama, guided by Hayaga Hayashi, arrived at the training ground of Hayaga Hinata. The Hayaga clan's bloodline limit is the Byakugan, inherited from Hamura Satsuki, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. However, as the Byakugan was passed down, its power diminished, primarily serving a supportive role. Therefore, the Hayaga clan developed a complementary martial art, Gentle Fist, whose main function is to seal an enemy's pressure points and chakra. The Byakugan of the Hayaga clan is less powerful and practical than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. However, the Byakugan is much easier to awaken than the Sharingan. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, so it depends on personal preference. Uchiha Kakuzan is preparing to replicate the Byakugan of the Hayaga clan, and he already has a target in mind, his fiancée, his future wife Hinata Hayaga. Hinata Hayaga, as the eldest daughter of the Hayaga main family, possesses the purest Byakugan among the Hayaga clan. Due to her kindness and timidity, her potential has been greatly underestimated. However, Uchiha Kakuzan is not in a hurry to copy Hinata's Byakugan. He can copy it after the two become more familiar with each other. Guided by Hayashi Hayaga, Uchiha Kakeyama passed through numerous courtyards and finally arrived at Hinata Hayaga's training ground. When they arrived, Hinata Hayaga had already started training, and she was sparring with a handsome little boy who was a bit older than Hinata. After arriving, Uchiha Kakeyama and his companion did not disturb Hinata and the others sparring. Instead, they quietly stood aside and watched the two perform on the training field. From their sparring, it was clear that the little boy was much more skilled in gentle fist than Hinata. In addition, he was older than her, so he was naturally stronger. Therefore, the little boy always had the advantage in their sparring. Moreover, Uchiha Kakeyama could sense that Hinata was somewhat hesitant and timid during the sparring session, which led to the little boy overwhelming her. Although Hinata Hayaga got up repeatedly after being knocked down and rushed back, she was repeatedly knocked down by the boy. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hayaga, seemingly oblivious to Hinata's repeated defeats during training, quietly explained to Uchiha Kakeyama, "The boy sparring with Hinata is my younger brother Hisashi's son, Hayaga Niji. This child's talent is far superior to Hinata's. Although he's from the branch family, I still plan to focus on training him. As you should know, the third Hokage compromised with the Cloud Village's unreasonable demands to prevent the village from falling into war again. Hisashi died in my place, and I must take care of his son. Although this child is hostile towards both Hinata and me, I still let him spar with Hinata. This way, while I'm teaching Hinata, he can learn from her, and I can also occasionally give him individual guidance." Hayashi Hayaga calmly explained to Kazuyama Uchiha, but when he mentioned the third Hokage's compromise with Kyumigakuer, Kazuyama keenly noticed Hayashi Hayaga's eye twitch. Clearly, he still harbored resentment towards the third Hokage's compromise. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't respond to Hayaga Hayashi's words, but instead watched the two sparring on the training field. Hayaga Niji was indeed a genius at such a young age, he had already mastered gentle fist to a considerable degree. Moreover, he also noticed that although Hayaga Niji repeatedly defeated Hinata, he always held back at crucial moments and carefully avoided vital points. It seems that although he was fierce in his words, he still couldn't bear to kill Hinata, his little sister. This is probably why Hayashi Hayaga takes special care of Niji Hayaga. To understand a person, you should look at their actions, not their words. Even though Niji Hayaga harbors resentment towards the main branch of the Hayaga clan, he can never bring himself to be ruthless towards his sister. This shows that Niji Hayaga is a kind person at heart. Uchiha Kakeyama and Hayaga Hayashi waited there for a while. When the two on the training field were panting, Hayaga Hayashi went over and called Hinata over. At this time, Hinata had a head of dazzling purple short hair, and her white eyes had a crystal clear feel. Because she had just finished training, her forehead was covered in sweat. After walking over with her father, she was even more puzzled by the stranger in front of her. At this moment, Hayashi Hayaga began to introduce, "Hinata, this is Uchiha Okayama from the Uchiha clan. You can be friends first and get to know each other better later." After Hayaga Hayashi finished introducing himself, Uchiha Kakuzan smiled and greeted Hinata, saying, "Hello, my name is Uchiha Kakuzan." He clearly had a great liking for Hinata. Hinata Hayaga didn't know why her father wanted to introduce this stranger to her, but she still politely said, "Hello, my name is Hinata Hayaga." After saying that, she gave a slight bow. Chapter 128 The Grand Elder's Conversation. Chapter 128 The Grand Elder's Conversation. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at the small figure in front of him. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already churning. "You know, this is Hinata Hayaga. Whether it's her cuteness as a child or her gentleness and surging charm as an adult, she's the one he loves the most." In Uchiha Kakuzan's heart, Hinata Hayaga's position was unshakable. Even the legendary Tsunade, with her magnificent achievements, could only be considered Hinata Hayaga's equal at best. Uchiha Kakeyama greeted Hinata Hayaga with a smile, exchanged a few more words, and then left. He had just met Hinata, and since she was so timid, he didn't want to get too close to her. He would wait until their relationship was established and Hinata became his fiancée before slowly cultivating their feelings. Everything is now back on track. The Uchiha clan is busy building their clan's territory and relocating. The first elder, Uchiha Ryo, is overseeing things on Uzushima Island and is extremely busy. Fugaku Uchiha is on his way to the land of Earth. Once he arrives at Uegakuer, he can summon Uchiha Kageyama to join him. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itaki are on their way to Omegakuer in the Land of Rain to investigate the small organization and the situation of the Six Paths of Pain. I wonder if Jiraiya, who has been wandering around all these years searching for the legendary Chosen One, has ever discovered that the people hiding behind the Akatsuki organization are his disciples, Nagato and Konan. Uchiha Kakeyama walked back, his thoughts wandering. He hadn't told the Grand Elder about his engagement to Hinata Hayaga yet, but regardless, Uchiha Kakeyama felt he had to tell the Grand Elder. He just wondered if the Grand Elder would be furious when he found out. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakeyama, who was originally heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory, suddenly turned a corner and walked towards a tavern that sold alcohol. This little tavern may look small, but its sake is the best in Konoha. Knowing he was about to anger the Grand Elder, Uchiha Kakuzan had already bought a gift to appease him. Old men are all like that, they all have a hobby, either smoking or drinking. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was always with his pipe in hand. Jiraiya was also someone who liked to drink and have fun, and even Tsunade liked to have a couple of drinks when she had nothing to do. The elder of their Uchiha clan has always been a big fan of the sake served at this small tavern. After entering the tavern, Uchiha Kakeyama immediately ordered 2 bottles of the last of the sake. He had plenty of money now, so he decided to appease the old man first and stop him from nagging all the time. Uchiha Okayama, carrying 2 bottles of sake and some snacks, went to a secluded spot and used his eye technique to arrive at Uzushima Island, near the Uchiha's temporary base. Since the Uchiha clan members on Uzushima Island already know he knows spacetime ninjutsu, there's no need for him to hide it here anymore. When Uchiha Kakeyama arrived at the elder's place, it was lunchtime. By this time, the Grand Elder had finished arranging some things and was preparing for lunch. Since the Uchiha clan is currently busy with relocation and building up their clan's territory, they are keeping their food and drink preparations as simple as possible. Therefore, as the eldest elder of the Uchiha clan, he set a good example by eating simple meals, just like the other clan members. When Uchiha Kakeyama entered, the elder was also surprised, because he knew Uchiha Kakeyama's thoughts. He had never been very concerned about the construction of the clan's territory on Uzushima Island. It was all handled by him and Uchiha Fugaku. Because Uchiha Kakuzan was still too young in the eyes of the elder turned a blind eye to Uchiha Kakuzan's affairs and did not blame him even though he did not come often. The elder glanced at the sake Uchiha Kakeyama was carrying and immediately understood what was going on. He said sarcastically, "Isn't this the vice head of our Uchiha clan? What brings you here?" Uchiha Kakuzan didn't take the elder's sarcastic remarks to heart. He placed the sake and snacks he was holding on the table and said with a smile, "Elder, I've prepared some sake that you like. Would you like some?" The elder knew Uchiha Kakeyama's personality very well. He knew that Kakeyama wouldn't come to the temple without a reason. Today, with wine and food, it meant either he wanted a favor from Kakeyama or Kakeyama had gotten into trouble again. The elder didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately took a bottle of sake, filled his own cup, and downed it in one gulp. After downing the glass of wine, I exhaled and felt much better. The elder narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, then poured himself another cup, took a slow sip, and said, "You don't come here unless you have a reason. What brings you here this time? Tell me." Seeing that the elder was very satisfied with the sake he brought, Uchiha Kakeyama took advantage of his good mood and revealed what had happened. Of course, he couldn't say that he liked Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga was only a few years old. If he said he liked her at this time, he would be considered a pervert by others. Uchiha Kakeyama organized his thoughts and said, "Elder, I have arranged a marriage for myself with someone from the Hyuga clan." The elder was somewhat surprised by Uchiha Kakuzan's words, but he wasn't angry. He asked directly, "What's the reason?" Page 44. Uchiha Kakuzan picked up the sake bottle and filled the elder's cup, saying as he poured, "I'm somewhat envious of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, but I can't kidnap their people. Moreover, only the main branch of the Hyuga clan has a flawless Byakugan, and their clan is too protective of the main branch. So I took a roundabout approach and went directly to the head of the Hyuga clan Hyuga Hayashi and told him that I wanted to get engaged to his daughter." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, the elder looked at him with a strange expression and said, "If I remember correctly, Hyuga Hayashi's daughters are only a few years old at most. How could you do such a thing to someone so young? Or do you have such a penchant for it?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakeyama quickly shook his head and denied it, saying, "How could that be? I simply want the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It's not as perverse as you think." The elder did not speak at this moment, but instead squinted and pondered. Seeing that the elder was deep in thought, Uchiha Kakeyama remained silent and waited quietly. Chapter 129 Obito Awakens. Chapter 129 Obito Awakens. After pondering for a long time, the elder finally said, "Actually, what you did was not wrong. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is indeed much stronger than our Sharingan in terms of reconnaissance ability. I actually wanted to find an opportunity to tell you that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is also within the scope of my suggestions. However, just as you said, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan's branch families all have flaws, while the Byakugan of the main family is closely watched. If you can get engaged to a legitimate daughter of the Hyuga clan, obtaining the Byakugan will indeed be a piece of cake for you. Moreover, our Uchiha clan is about to leave Konoha village. At this time, it would indeed be beneficial to form an alliance with another clan in Konoha village. The Hyuga clan, for example, doesn't have many high-level combatants, and their Byakugan is more of a support type, so they are basically no threat to the Hokage lineage." Uchiha Kakuzan was surprised that the Grand Elder would support his decision and consider all aspects of it. Many of the things the Grand Elder considered were things that Uchiha had not thought of before, so he nodded repeatedly in agreement with the Grand Elder's words. However, to Uchiha Kakuzan's surprise, the elder then changed the subject and asked him about finding a girlfriend within the Uchiha clan. After taking another sip of wine, the elder smacked his lips in satisfaction, a slight blush creeping onto his face. Slightly tipsy, he said, Xioshan, I don't care about your engagement to the Hyaga clan. But you should find a girl from our Uchiha clan. We're not old-fashioned, we're quite open-minded about these things. Before Konoha village existed, clans fought each other, and in order to increase the clan's population as quickly as possible, we all supported polygamy, one man with 2 or 3 wives. So, don't worry about what we think. For the sake of the Uchiha clan's development, as a member of the Uchiha clan, and one with pure Uchiha blood, and so that the Uchiha clan can produce more geniuses capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, you must find a Uchiha wife to carry on your family line. When Uchiha Kakuzan heard the elder bring up the old matter again, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and think to himself, I already found someone, and she's pregnant. I just can't tell you, otherwise I'm afraid you'll chop me to pieces. He replied perfunctorily, Elder, as you know, I have a rather solitary personality. In our family, apart from you and Zashui, I don't know anyone very well. How am I supposed to find someone? Why don't you find one for me? Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, the elder seemed to have caught him red-handed, saying, You said it yourself. I didn't force you. All the girls in our clan are incredibly beautiful, and quite a few secretly admire you. When I find one for you, don't make excuses. You must get along well with her and not bully her. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Kakiyama secretly rolled his eyes and replied perfunctorily, Okay, when you find me, I'll definitely treat you well. After chatting with the elder for a while, Uchiha Kakuzan took his leave. Next, Uchiha Kakiyama planned to ask the third Hokage for a Miss Iona mission that required Tsunade to return to the village. Because in less than 3 days, his eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, will be off cooldown. However, there's no rush. Tsunade can't run away anyway, so we can wait until after his engagement with Hinata is over before going. While Uchiha Kakuzan was considering whether to go to Mikato's place or to find Uzuki Yujeo, something closely related to him happened in a place very far away. In a dark and vast cave, Obito Uchiha, who had been unconscious for several days, finally woke up. Because Obito and his group did not have a medical ninja, especially one who could treat mental trauma, Black and White Zetsu had no choice but to bite the bullet and bring Obito Uchiha to the Gadomazo to see if it could heal Obito's mental trauma. After Black Zetsu connected Obito Uchiha with the Gadomazo, he finally managed to wake Obito from his coma after several days of treatment. The Tsukuyomi Eye technique is extremely damaging to the mind. Especially for someone with exceptionally high mental strength like Uchiha Kakuzan, Tsukuyomi in his hands is like adding wings to a tiger. With his exceptional mental strength, he was able to maximize the damage from Tsukuyomi, unleashing extraordinary mental damage. This is because Obito Uchiha already possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could alleviate some of the damage to his mental state. Furthermore, because Obito Uchiha had Hashirama Senjus would release cells, which could nourish his Mangekyo Sharingan and also provide some nourishment to his injured mental state. Otherwise, it's unknown when Obito Uchiha would have been able to wake up. After waiting for several days, just when Black and White Zetsu thought that the Gadomazo would have no effect on Obito Uchiha's injuries, Obito finally got up, clutching his head. At this moment, Obito Uchiha had already taken off the mask that was meant to make him look mysterious. He covered his head with his hand and said, Damn Uchiha Okayama. After seeing that Obito Uchiha had finally woken up, White Zetsu cheered. You see, he had been cooped up in this empty cave for many days, only staying to watch over Obito Uchiha. Now that he saw Obito Uchiha had woken up, he cheered. At this moment, Black Zetsu also came to Obito Uchiha's side and said, You're finally awake. How are you? Are there any after effects? He wasn't concerned about Obito's health, but rather wanted to obtain some information about Uchiha Kagakuzan through Obito's physical reactions. Obito Uchiha didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked around and realized he was back in the same old place. He chuckled to himself and saw the Gadomazo behind him, along with the pipe extending from the Gadomazo. Obito touched the tube connected to the Gadomazo behind him, recalling Madara Uchiha from the past, and then with a forceful pull, he ripped the tube off. Then, Obito Uchiha stood up unsteadily, rubbed his throbbing head, and said in a low voice, I underestimated this Uchiha Kakiyama. I didn't expect this guy to be so well hidden. Judging from his strength, he should have already reached the peak of Kage level, right? Black Zetsu nodded in agreement upon hearing Obito Uchiha's words and comforted him, Don't be discouraged. The reason you failed so easily this time is because you accidentally fell into his trap. Chapter 130 Obito's Dual Kamui. Chapter 130 Obito's Dual Kamui. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito Uchiha shook his head and said, It's not just because I was careless. The main reason is that this suddenly appearing Uchiha Kakuzan is too strong, and his Mangekyo Sharingan has a restraining effect on me, which is why he was able to overwhelm me. I almost didn't make it back this time, and I only managed to get some information from Uchiha Kakiyama. I only know that one of his eye techniques is related to space, but I don't know what the specific ability is. The eye technique used on me should be a Genjutsu type eye technique. It directly pulled my spirit into a Genjutsu space and tormented me for 3 days and 3 nights. It not only almost broke my spirit, but it also fed back to my body in the end. It was a double torment of spirit and body. Standing to the side, Black Zetsu, upon hearing Obito Uchiha's description, said, "Then you probably can't fight against Uchiha Kakuzan now, let alone annihilate the Uchiha clan under Kakuzan's command." After saying that, Black Zetsu shook his head regretfully. When Obito Uchiha heard Black Zetsu's words, his face turned even uglier. Although he didn't want to admit that Uchiha Kakuzan was much stronger than him, it was an undeniable fact. In fact, Obito Uchiha was already trembling at the thought of having to face Uchiha Kakuzan again in the future, let alone the thought of wiping out the Uchiha clan. At this moment, White Zetsu, who was sitting to the sideboard, suddenly interjected, Obito, why don't you try to ambush that Uchiha Kakuzan and take him into the Kamui dimension when he's not paying attention? That way, he'll be in our hands." Upon hearing White Zetsu's words, Obito Uchiha's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly brightened. Then, as if he had thought of something, they dimmed again. He explained to White Zetsu, "My Kamui dimension can only hold him when I can touch him or be very close to him. Moreover, when I hold him in, my body also materializes. During that time, it would be extremely easy for him to kill me." Obito Uchiha paused, then added, "Furthermore, he should also possess a space-time jutsu. Although I don't know what kind of ability it is, my Kamui dimension might not be able to trap him. He also has a third-stage Susanoo, and his control over Susanoo is effortless." The full-body armor he was wearing when we met him that night was actually a miniaturized version of Susanoo that Obito Uchiha had put on his body. Upon hearing Obito Uchiha's words, White Zetsu exclaimed, "This won't work, that won't work, so what should we do? Are we just going to give up?" Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, who was standing to the side, had a slight thought when he heard about Susanoo. While White Zetsu was shouting loudly, he said to Obito Uchiha in a somewhat subtle tone, "Obito, don't forget, you also have Susanoo." Obito Uchiha, who was suffering from a headache, immediately stiffened upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, and even the expression on his face froze. Seeing that Obito Uchiha remained silent, Black Zetsu continued, "Obito, don't forget, when Madara Uchiha was teaching you, he said more than once that the Mangekyo Sharingan can only unleash its full power when it is intact. If you retrieve your eye, I believe your Susanoo will be no less powerful than that of Uchiha Kakuzan, and the dojutsu of your other eye is very likely a space-time jutsu. At that time, you will not only gain a space-time dojutsu, but the power of your eye's dojutsu should also be much greater when the Mangekyo Sharingan is complete." When Obito Uchiha heard Black Zetsu's words, he stood there like a statue, motionless for a long time. Obito Uchiha had actually been avoiding the question Black Zetsu had asked, and he knew in his heart that what Black Zetsu said was true. However, his feelings for Kakashi were too complicated. So complicated that he could kill his master and mistress, who were very good to him, like a beast, but he always showed mercy to Kakashi. He was even unwilling to take back the Sharingan that he left for Kakashi. He knew that the Sharingan was very important to him, but for some reason, he preferred to leave it to Kakashi so that he could use it as an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, rather than secretly take it back. It's important to understand that Obito Uchiha is currently far superior to Kakashi. Putting aside everything else, he's incredibly accurate when it comes to sneak attacks. Seeing that Obito Uchiha remained silent, Black Zetsu knew he still wanted to leave that eye to Kakashi. Faced with such stubbornness, Black Zetsu could only sigh silently and offer a compromise. "We still have a few 3-tomo Sharingan left behind by Madara Uchiha. How about we secretly swap your eye for his?" Black Zetsu paused, then continued, "You see, if your strength hasn't improved, we'll always have Uchiha Kakiyama as an enemy. Not only will our plans be impossible to carry out, but we've already offended him. If he keeps targeting us, we'll be in a very passive position. You see, Uchiha Kakiyama is younger than you, and he still has a lot of room for improvement. At that time, even pain might not be his match." After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Obito Uchiha remained silent for a long time. After letting out a heavy sigh, he said in a hoarse voice, "It is indeed time to reclaim my Sharingan. Black Zetsu, pick out a 3-tomo Sharingan that is good at copying from the collection left to us by Madara Uchiha. We can't go to Konoha village for the time being. Have White Zetsu keep an eye on the gate of Konoha village and see when Kakashi leaves the village for a mission. I will take advantage of the time he is away to exchange my eyes." When Black Zetsu heard Obito Uchiha's instructions, including finding a copy of Kakashi's 3-tomo Sharingan, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Why not just give Kakashi a new Sharingan? Why go to such lengths to give him a copy? Is it because Kakashi has become known as Copy Ninja Kakashi these past few years using that Sharingan? However, Black Zetsu was quite pleased that Obito Uchiha had finally relented, fearing that he might change his mind, and quickly agreed to Obito's request. After they finished discussing, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu left, leaving Obito Uchiha to rest. The Uchiha clan leader sat in the darkness for a long time, and a faint, complex sigh could be heard. Kakashi. Chapter 131 Teaching Sasuke. Chapter 131 Teaching Sasuke. Just as things were coming to a close with Obito Uchiha, Uchiha Kazuyama arrived at Mikato's house. Don't misunderstand, Kazuyama wasn't actually there to see Mikato, since she's not feeling well. If Kazuyama wanted to do that, he could have gone to see Uzuki Yujeo or Uzumaki Karen. It seems that Uzuki Yujeo has already finished her vacation and reported to the Umbu. As for Uchiha Okayama, since he is now under the protection of the third Hokage, he did not go. After all, the entire Umbu belongs to the third Hokage, and he can decide who to rest. The main reason why Uchiha Kakuzan came to Mikato's house was because Uchiha Sasuke was about to go to school. As Sasuke's teacher, if Kakuzan didn't teach Sasuke something useful and let him be bullied at school, it would be a disgrace to him as a teacher. Therefore, while Sasuke was still away looking for Tsunade, Uchiha Kakiyama planned to give him some extra lessons and special training. As the second male protagonist in the Naruto world, Sasuke Uchiha is really quite pitiful. Whether it's his family background, abilities, personality, or strength, he's completely there to highlight the first protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. In Uchiha Kakuzan's view, the main reason was that Uchiha Sasuke did not lay a good foundation in his youth. You should know that the Uchiha clan, as a powerful clan that has been passed down for thousands of years, has its own set of methods for raising its children. The beneficiaries of this method are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui in the original work, and of course, Uchiha Kakuzan himself. This is why the Uchiha clan produces so many geniuses. This method can quickly build a solid foundation, enhance your strength, and unlock your talents. Of course, when Uchiha Kakuzan was training, he was genuinely no match for Uchiha Shisui, and he wanted to conceal his abilities to avoid the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Obito Uchiha only revealed his talent after awakening his Sharingan. Moreover, his talent was still somewhat inferior to that of Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so wary of Itachi Uchiha, who later joined the Akatsuki organization. It was entirely because Itachi Uchiha's talent was better than his and also countered him. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he was a pitiful child. At the age when he was about to enter school, the people in the clan were restless and thinking about rebellion every day. Who would care about the child's affairs? Uchiha Fugaku was very satisfied with his eldest son's performance, so he could disregard his younger son. The reason he paid attention to him was because his mother, Uchiha Mikato, was mediating between them. Later, just when Sasuke Uchiha was in a period of rapid growth, laying the foundation and improving his strength, his entire clan was wiped out in an instant. His brother also ran away, leaving him all alone. At that time, who would care about him? This resulted in Sasuke Uchiha having no one to teach him before graduation. He was relying on his past knowledge to maintain his #1 position, and as a result, he only knew the Uchiha clan's throwing techniques and one fire release technique, Great Fireball technique. Therefore, Uchiha Kakiyama felt that as Uchiha Sasuke's teacher, he had a responsibility to lay this foundation for him and teach him some appropriate ninjutsu and secret techniques to avoid being at a disadvantage when he clashed with Uzumaki Naruto in the future. When Sasuke Uchiha learned that his master, the strongest fighter in the Uchiha clan, was about to begin teaching him, he was incredibly excited. Since Uchiha Kakuzan hadn't prepared a large-scale operation, he didn't even leave his house. Instead, he began teaching Uchiha Sasuke in Mikato's courtyard. Since they are currently in the foundational stage, he is only teaching Sasuke basic things, so he hasn't prohibited others from watching. The two little maids, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yo, and Uchiha Mikato. Under the autumn sun, Uchiha Kakiyama and Uchiha Sasuke, one tall and one short, stood facing each other in the courtyard. Uchiha Kakiyama looked calm, while Sasuke's face was flushed with excitement. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Sasuke with a serious expression and said, "The three essential elements of a ninja are taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. None of them can be missing. If you lack any one of them, your enemy will find a weakness and defeat or kill you. Correspondingly, whether it's taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu, as long as you can master one of them to its limit and surpass everyone else, you can become a strong man in the ninja world and stand at the pinnacle of the entire ninja world." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Sasuke's eyes lit up as if he had already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. He excitedly asked, Master, what about you? Which one are you good at?" Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Kakuzan coughed somewhat awkwardly. Our Uchiha clan is a different story. In addition to the mainstream techniques like taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, there are other schools, such as bloodline limits and secret techniques. These are only available to ninjas with special talents. Our Uchiha clan is a famous clan with a bloodline limit. The bloodline limit we possess is called the Sharingan. As he spoke, Uchiha Kakiyama activated his Sharingan, revealing its three-tomo form. With certain stimuli and the growth of chakra, members of our Uchiha clan will awaken the Sharingan. As their strength increases and the stimulation of battle intensifies, the Sharingan will evolve from a one-tomo Sharingan to a three-tomo Sharingan. Your brother, Uchiha Itachi, evolved his Sharingan to a three-tomo Sharingan long ago. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't tell Sasuke about the Manjikyu Sharingan. After all, he was still too young, and it wouldn't be good for him to be exposed to such things too early. Just then, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly raised his hand, pointed at Uchiha Izumi who was watching from a distance, and said, "Actually, Izumi is also a genius. Her Sharingan has already evolved to the three-tomo stage. Am I right, Izumi?" Uchiha Izumi hadn't expected that her mere presence here would lead to this whole affair. When she met the eyes of Uchiha Okayama Koba, she blushed slightly and whispered, "Yes, Okayama-sama." After hearing Uchiha Izumi's answer, Uchiha Kakiyama nodded to her and then said to Sasuke, "Our Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the best fighting eye. As the level increases, it not only enhances observation ability but also amplifies the power of genjutsu and allows us to copy other people's ninjutsu. Therefore, compared to ordinary people, our Uchiha clan really has a great advantage." Chapter 132 Secret Technique. Chapter 132 Secret Techniques. Looking at Sasuke's somewhat bewildered eyes, Uchiha Kakiyama knew that he still didn't quite understand. After all, he was still young and hadn't experienced any hardships. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakiyama changed his approach. "Let me put it this way, regarding the reputation of our Uchiha clan in the ninja world, there's a saying, if you encounter someone from the Uchiha clan alone, you'd better run. If there are two of you, then you should separate, one in front and one behind, so that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can't unleash its power." Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes lit up, and his expression became excited, showing a sense of honor and pride. Seeing that Sasuke was getting a little cocky, Uchiha Kakiyama poured cold water on him. "Don't think this is a good thing. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Our Uchiha clan is so famous, which also means that whenever they encounter us on the battlefield, they will prioritize attacking our Uchiha clan members. Therefore, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan's reputation from being tarnished, you must train diligently. Moreover, don't limit your vision to your class, school, or Konoha village. You must have a long-term vision, avoid arrogance and complacency, and constantly challenge yourself and climb to the top. Only when you stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world can you be proud." Sasuke Uchiha had never heard such words before. After hearing what Uchiha Kakiyama said, he was filled with enthusiasm and replied loudly, "Understood, master." Page 45. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded in satisfaction. At this age, Uchiha Sasuke is at the right time to establish his outlook on life and values. If he can be guided to have a longer-term perspective, he will go further in the future. After brainwashing Sasuke Uchiha, Uchiha Kakiyama began formal instruction. "Since you haven't awakened your Sharingan yet, I can only teach you some basic things. Let's go one by one. First is Taijutsu. Sasuke, now use Taijutsu to attack me. Let me see your level." In fact, Uchiha Kakuzan's Taijutsu skills weren't very high. He was at most at the level of an elite jonin. However, he was more than capable of teaching Uchiha Sasuke, who was still a child. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Uchiha Sasuke attacked without saying a word. Sasuke Uchiha's Taijutsu was quite good for his age. His attacks were methodical and his movements were measured, clearly showing he had received some training. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kakuzan, while observing Sasuke's techniques and power, instructed him. Taijutsu, simply put, is about strength, speed, and reaction time. How do you train Taijutsu? All you can do is train repeatedly, train your strength, your speed, and your reaction time. Don't underestimate Taijutsu. It's the foundation of a ninja. Don't be fooled by how powerful the ninjutsu or genjutsu of strong ninjas are. What you may not realize is that all the famous strong ninjas also possess very strong Taijutsu. Therefore, Taijutsu is fundamental. Only by training your physical strength can you have enough chakra to suppress your enemies when you fight against them. A powerful ninja is one who skillfully combines Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and unique secret techniques, maximizing their strengths to achieve their power. After Uchiha Kakuzan finished speaking, he had already been fighting Sasuke for a while. Since Sasuke was still too young, Uchiha Kakuzan felt no pressure fighting him. He grabbed Sasuke's leg as he jumped up and kicked, and then threw him away. Sasuke rolled around a few times before stopping, panting heavily. Looking at the disheveled Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kakuzan said, "Your Taijutsu right now still relies too much on flashy moves. Don't practice too many fancy techniques. It's not suitable for you now. You need to understand that once you awaken your Sharingan and reach the Tsutomu stage, you'll be able to copy those moves. Right now, you need to calm down and focus on the basics. That's how Taijutsu works. Every bit of effort you put in will bring you results." Sasuke Uchiha's breathing calmed down, and upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, he obediently replied, "Yes, teacher." Uchiha Kakuzan nodded, took out a chakra paper from his ninja tool pouch, handed it to Sasuke, and said, "Guide your chakra onto this paper, and I'll see what chakra attributes you possess." Uchiha Sasuke had never tested his chakra nature before, so upon hearing this, he took the chakra paper handed to him by Uchiha Okayama and channeled his chakra into it. Uchiha Kakiyama had been watching closely. Although he already knew Sasuke's chakra nature, he still wanted to confirm it, as it was related to his teaching plan. Upon seeing the chakra paper in Sasuke's hand wrinkle on one side and burst into flames on the other, Uchiha Kakiyama couldn't help but nod. It seemed that, just like in the original story, Uchiha Sasuke's innate attributes were lightning and fire. Uchiha Kakuzan was about to speak when he suddenly saw Sasuke look up expectantly at him. He swallowed his words, coughed, and praised, "Not bad. You possess both fire and lightning styles. Most members of our Uchiha clan possess fire style, which is why our clan is also known as the Fire Release Clan. Lightning style is also a very powerful style among the many styles. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Uchiha Sasuke nodded repeatedly, his joy evident in his expression. Uchiha Kakuzan continued, "You're still young, and it's not suitable for you to refine your chakra too much. It will affect your future potential. So, just practice these ninjutsu appropriately. As for genjutsu, you should first learn some theoretical knowledge and some simple genjutsu. You can practice them after your Sharingan is awakened. This will make your efforts much more effective, and with the Sharingan's amplification, the power of your genjutsu will also increase." After finishing his speech, Uchiha Kakuzan felt he needed to impart some substantial knowledge to Sasuke, otherwise he would feel somewhat guilty towards Mikato, who had always been kind to him. His expression turned serious as he stared into Sasuke's eyes and said, "Next, I will teach you a top-tier secret technique. You are very fortunate because you possess innate lightning-style chakra, a very rare attribute. Therefore, you have the basic requirements to cultivate this top-tier secret technique. Of course, this secret technique is very difficult to learn. However, I will assist you in getting started with another secret technique. But after I assist you in getting started, the rest will be up to you, because practicing this secret technique is very painful. It depends on whether you can persevere." Chapter 133 The Perfect Match Between Illusion and Lightning Armor. Chapter 133 The Perfect Match Between Illusion and Lightning Armor. Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Uchiha Sasuke and asked, "This kind of secret technique is very painful to practice. There is no other way but to persevere through sheer willpower. Think about it and see if you want to practice it." Uchiha Sasuke fell into deep thought upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words. Although he was still young and held a relatively high position in the Uchiha clan after all, his father was the clan head and his brother was a renowned genius. If it were someone without ambition, they could have simply given up. They could have lived comfortably by relying on their father and brother, and no one would have dared to bully them. However, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing the blood of the Uchiha and inheriting their pride. He did not want to live forever under the protection of his father and brother, nor did he want to live in his brother's shadow. Now, an opportunity is presented to him. He has two paths. One is to continue learning and cultivating step by step as before, and he will also become a master, but the possibility of surpassing his brother is relatively small. Another path is to cultivate the secret technique given to him by Uchiha Kakuzan. However, the cultivation process is very painful, and he doesn't know if he can persevere. Sasuke Uchiha raised his head, looking directly at Okayama Uchiha without flinching, and asked, "Master, if I cultivate this secret technique, what is the highest level I can reach? Can I surpass my brother?" After hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Kakuzan pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know if you can surpass your brother. After all, while you are improving, your brother is also improving. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi is also a genius, and I can't say what his future achievements will be. I can only tell you that as long as you persist in your training and master this secret technique, your minimum achievement will be becoming a Kage-level expert, and a top-tier one at that." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his eyes hardening, and said, "Master, I'll trouble you with my training of this secret technique." Seeing that Sasuke had made this decision, Uchiha Kakiyama nodded and said, "Sasuke, you will be proud of the choice you made today." After speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, and activated his rarely used eye technique, the illusion, momentary time and space. This eye technique was copied from Fugaku Uchiha. However, because using Mangekyo Sharingan eye techniques too often would damage the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku Uchiha didn't use it much, let alone use it as a teaching tool. Since Uchiha Kakuzan obtained this eye technique, he has only used it once, except when showing the elder a short film in this illusion. This is because the abilities of this eye technique overlap somewhat with Uchiha Itachi's eye technique, Tsukuyomi, and Tsukuyomi's mental damage is stronger. Therefore, Uchiha Kakuzan rarely uses it. In fact, Uchiha Kakuzan believed that this eye technique was very suitable for cultivating some high-risk secret techniques or forbidden techniques, such as the secret technique, Lightning Release Armor. The reason why Lightning Release Armor is so difficult to cultivate is because the lightning attribute chakra is difficult to control. If one does not do it properly during the cultivation process, it is easy to damage the body. After the body is damaged, at best, one will have to rest for a few days. After the body recovers, one will forget what one has cultivated before and have to start cultivating again. At worst, one may be permanently disabled. Cultivating in an illusion means that since your spirit is inside, even if you make a mistake, you'll only feel a sharp pain to learn a lesson, but it won't damage your physical body. The moment Uchiha Kakuzan used the eye technique, illusion, momentary space, both Uchiha Kakuzan and Uchiha Sasuke's spiritual bodies were brought into the illusionary space created by Uchiha Kakuzan. Since they were not enemies, Uchiha Kakuzan did not bother to create the surrounding environment and simply copied his usual training ground. After the two entered the space, Uchiha Kakuzan said to Uchiha Sasuke, "The secret technique I'm teaching you is the ultimate secret technique of the Raikage lineage of Kumogakure Lightning Release Armor, also known as the Thunder God Armor. This is also the Reikage signature technique. The second, third, and fourth Reikage all became Kage-level powerhouses by relying on this secret technique. However, this secret technique is very difficult to master. It requires not only innate lightning attribute chakra, but also outstanding chakra control and the determination to endure pain. But don't worry, I've brought you into my illusionary world. In this world, you don't need to worry about the damage that lightning attribute chakra will cause to your body. As long as you can endure the pain, you will definitely succeed. Faced with Uchiha Kakuzan's words of comfort, Uchiha Sasuke nodded with a tight-lipped expression. Since he had already agreed, he would not regret it. Moreover, his master had used a secret technique for him, and he would certainly not let his master down. Next, Uchiha Kakuzan began to teach Uchiha Sasuke the training method for the first stage of lightning release armor. Uchiha Kakiyama had already mastered the first stage of the lightning release armor, and he had even taught Sasuke to train in a genjutsu. Even if some mistakes were made, it would only cause young Sasuke some hardship, and would not cause him any harm. As for the subsequent parts of the lightning release armor, Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't in a hurry. After all, the first stage of the lightning release armor was about continuous stimulation and strengthening of the physical body, which would allow Sasuke to use it until he graduated. By then, Uchiha Kakuzan would either have already obtained the entire lightning release armor or had already copied the fully mastered lightning release armor from the Reikage and deduced the training method for the second stage. So, during this month in the illusion, Sasuke Uchiha's screams often echoed. Luckily, Mikoto didn't know, otherwise she would have given him a good beating. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kakuzan was unable to fight back. At the beginning, Sasuke had difficulty even guiding his lightning-style chakra, let alone controlling it. He would often be grimacing and screaming in pain from being hit. Uchiha Kakuzan was also inhuman. He somehow obtained a thin metal rod and would always poke Sasuke in the wrong spot whenever his chakra went astray. Moreover, the rod was imbued with his own lightning-style chakra, which would make Sasuke tremble with electricity. However, this method was very efficient, which made Sasuke's chakra control level improve rapidly. From frequent mistakes at the beginning, to ordinary mistakes, and then to occasional mistakes, Sasuke's progress was visible to the naked eye. Chapter 134 Mikoto's Worries. Chapter 134 Mikoto's Worries. After nearly a month of training with Uchiha Kakuzan in the illusion, and after enduring Kakuzan's relentless torment, Sasuke finally achieved stable control over his chakra, avoiding mistakes during training. Reaching this level essentially meant he had mastered the first stage of lightning release armor. The next step involves cultivation in reality, which involves continuous training and stimulation of the physical body to rapidly increase its strength and improve its reaction speed. The reason why the fourth Hokage was so strong was because of his spacetime ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique and his superhuman reaction speed. The combination of these two made him the renowned fourth Hokage. Don't assume that just because you learned the first stage of lightning release armor in a month, it's easy to learn. You should know that Uchiha Kakuzan and Uchiha Sasuke trained tirelessly for that month. Moreover, because they were in an illusion, they could train without restraint, without fear of mistakes, physical damage, or even death. Meanwhile, Sasuke had a teacher, Uchiha Kakuzan, standing beside him with a metal rod, watching him intently, which kept him in a constant state of tension. In addition, Sasuke's talent was not bad, which is why he completed the first stage of the lightning release armor training in just 1 month. In fact, for an ordinary ninja, even the first stage of lightning release armor is enough to benefit him for life. After all, as long as he masters the first stage of lightning release armor and works hard to hone his physical body, becoming a Jonin is more than enough. Moreover, he is the kind of Jonin with superhuman speed and reaction speed. As long as you are not surrounded or you do not do anything reckless, your survival ability is very strong. 3 days before the 1-month deadline, after Sasuke Uchiha successfully completed another training session with the lightning release armor, Uchiha Kakuzan looked at Sasuke, who had just opened his eyes, and asked, "How does it feel? Have you fully mastered this secret technique?" Uchiha Sasuke stood up, his body still crackling with residual electricity, and said with confidence in his eyes, "Yes, Master, I have completely mastered this secret technique, and I have not made a mistake for 10 consecutive times." Uchiha Kakuzan witnessed all of this and was greatly impressed by Sasuke's resilience. He hadn't expected Sasuke to have such a strong will. He had also experienced the pain of training in the lightning release armor, and he hadn't expected Sasuke to adapt so quickly. This was far beyond his expectations. Uchiha Kakuzan originally thought that Uchiha Sasuke would need at least a month to use the eye technique, fleeting time, again before he could master the lightning release armor. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in just 1 month. The confidence in his eyes wasn't confidence in himself, but rather confidence built from the hardships, torment, and perseverance he had endured over the past month. Uchiha Kakiyama nodded and said, "Then get ready. Master is about to end this training and dispel the illusion." Sasuke, who was standing there, was somewhat taken aback when he heard Uchiha Kakiyama's words. In the nearly 1 month of training, he had gradually gotten used to this place and to training. He was a little surprised to suddenly hear his master say that it was over. Uchiha Sasuke stammered, "Master, wasn't it still several days until the month was up?" how come it's ending early? Uchiha Kakeyama smiled and shook his head, saying, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate so quickly, Sasuke. Your hard work is even more outstanding than your talent. Your performance this time surprised me. Now that you have mastered this secret technique, there is no point in staying here any longer. Besides, going back a few days earlier will prevent you from becoming too mentally exhausted. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's praise, Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes with delight and chuckled, completely abandoning his former aloof and adorable demeanor. When Uchiha Kakeyama saw Sasuke's expression, he smiled. In the past month of spending time together, they had become familiar with each other, and Sasuke had long since relaxed around him. Then, Uchiha Kakuzen glanced around at the scene, casually forming a hand seal, illusion dispel. When Uchiha Kazuyama and Uchiha Sasuke came to their senses, they found themselves in Mikato's courtyard again. The autumn sun shone warmly on them, and a gentle breeze blew past their ears. For a moment, Uchiha Kazuyama and Sasuke were immersed in this environment. After a short while, Uchiha Kakuzen gradually came to his senses. He met the gaze of Uchiha Sasuke, who had also come to his senses, and said softly to Sasuke, Sasuke, try again. Don't worry, I'm watching you. Uchiha Sasuke nodded vigorously upon hearing his master's words. He knew that it was time to test the results of his training. After all, even if you were proficient in the illusion, it didn't mean you had mastered it. In the end, you had to test your training results in reality. Only by succeeding in reality could you say that you had finally mastered this secret technique. Uchiha Sasuke didn't even bother to check if the ground was clean before sitting down cross-legged. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves, then closed his eyes and slowly tried to find the feeling of training in the illusion space. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikato and the others who were watching from the sidelines were somewhat confused. They saw Uchiha Kazuyama and Sasuke say something. Sasuke nodded, then Uchiha Kazuyama activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, and then Uchiha Kazuyama deactivated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke then inexplicably sat down on the ground. Just as they were wondering what was going on, they suddenly noticed some sky-blue lightning crackling around Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting down. Uchiha Mikato, who was somewhat knowledgeable about such things, covered her mouth in alarm when she saw it. Mikato Uchiha might not know much else, but she did know that when it came to manipulating lightning-style chakra, whether it was form transformation or nature transformation, a single mishanded move could result in injury. And of course, she knew this about her own son. Although Sasuke may have inherited his lightning chakra, he has never learned any lightning-style ninjutsu, let alone a self-inflicted technique. This oversight could lead to his injury. Although Mikato Uchiha wanted to step forward to stop him, she knew that this was a crucial moment for Sasuke to use his ninjutsu, and that rushing over to stop him would only cause him to be injured more severely. So she could only cover her mouth and try not to make a sound so as not to disturb her son. P.S. Thank you to Kingshankaran, Zawangmyu, Yu, and Yanukingsu for your support and love. Thank you all for your attention, encouragement, and gifts. Chapter 135 Secret Techniques and Mikato's Exuberant Dance. Chapter 135 Secret Techniques and Mikato's Exuberant Dance. Mikato Uchiha now only hoped that Uchiha Kazuyama, who was beside Sasuke, could save him in time if he was in danger. If Mikato remembered correctly, in her recent memory, Kazuyama was also skilled in lightning release, although his use of lightning release was a bit off. Thinking of this, Mikato's face flushed slightly. Seeing Uchiha Mikato nervously covering her mouth, the two maids beside her, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yi, although they did not have Uchiha Mikato's experience, could also see the nervousness in Uchiha Mikato, the clan leader's wife. They involuntarily held their breath and looked at Uchiha Sasuke sitting on the ground. Meanwhile, Uchiha Okayama, who was standing next to Uchiha Sasuke, was ready to make a move at any moment. Although Sasuke had trained very well in the genjutsu, they were now in reality. If he wasn't careful, Uchiha Sasuke would have to stay in the hospital for at least a few days. Sasuke Uchiha sat on the ground, closed his eyes tightly, and began his first training session in the real world to master the lightning release armor. In contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding him, Uchiha Sasuke was quite calm. After all, he didn't know how many times he had trained and how much suffering he had endured in the genjutsu. It's important to understand that in the genjutsu, aside from the lack of physical harm, the mental pain was no less intense. Moreover, being a spiritual being, his senses were more acute and refined when experiencing pain, making the suffering much clearer. Therefore, after enduring so much hardship and working so hard for so long, Uchiha Sasuke was very confident that his efforts would not be in vain and that he would definitely succeed. Sasuke Uchiha calmed his mind and focused on controlling and manipulating his chakra, guiding it to slowly work on his body. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, first, wisps of electricity began to travel and surge from Uchiha Sasuke's body. Gradually, more and more electricity appeared, and the sound of thunder grew louder and louder, with crackling sounds filling the air. In the end, the lightning on Uchiha Sasuke's body had covered his entire body, and the originally ear-piercing thunder suddenly turned into a low buzzing sound. Uchiha Kakeyama, who had been watching over Sasuke the whole time, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He knew that Sasuke's first training session in the real world had been successful. Next, Sasuke would need to activate his lightning release armor to stimulate and promote the growth of his physical body, making it even stronger. Then, Uchiha Kakeyama saw Mikato watching Sasuke intently from the side, so he strolled over to her. When Uchiha Mikato saw Uchiha Kiwayama approaching, she grasped at a last straw and anxiously asked, "Kiwayama-kun, how is Sasuke? Is he alright?" Seeing this, Uchiha Kakuzan quickly comforted him, "Don't worry, Mikatone, I've been watching. I taught Sasuke a secret technique, and he has already mastered it." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words of comfort, Uchiha Mikato became somewhat flustered and stammered, "Lightning release secret technique? It's already successful, this, that." She even started gesturing with her hands. Mikato Uchiha is no novice. Although her strength is not that great, as the wife of the Uchiha clan's head, her knowledge and experience, gained through daily exposure, far surpass those of ordinary jonin. What are secret techniques? Secret techniques are called secret techniques to distinguish them from ninjutsu. All secret techniques have one thing in common: they are extremely difficult to master. Some people without talent may not be able to master them even if they practice for a lifetime. Of course, the reason why so many people still try to master secret techniques is because the more difficult a secret technique is to master, the greater its power. And those top-tier secret techniques can truly be said to provide for one's entire life if mastered, providing a secure livelihood for the rest of one's life. Page 46. Mikato Uchiha knew some secret techniques. Although they were very powerful, the difficulty of mastering them was outrageous. Moreover, 8 out of 10 of these techniques were life-threatening to be practiced. This is why Mikato Uchiha was at a loss after hearing what Okayama Uchiha said. It's important to know that Uchiha Sasuke has been under her watchful eye since birth. If there's anyone in the world who understands Uchiha Sasuke the most, it's none other than her. And now, right under her nose, her son has instantly learned a secret technique and is practicing it. This gave Uchiha Mikato an absurd idea. Could her son, Uchiha Sasuke, actually be a super genius, capable of crushing Chio-Shan-jun, Shursui, and Itachi? In her mind, Chio-Shan-jun was the genius who crushed everyone else. Seeing that Mikato seemed to have her worldview shaken, Uchiha Kakeyama smiled and comforted her. "Mikato, don't worry, Sasuke is fine. There are some things I'll explain to you later." After Uchiha Kakeyama finished speaking, he tapped his eyes twice under Mikato's questioning gaze. After seeing the hint given to her by Kyoshijun, Mikato Uchiha, who knew some of Kyoshijun's background, suddenly realized what was going on. She breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that Kyoshijun had helped Sasuke in a way she didn't understand. The two maids watching from the sidelines were also confused about what had happened, but they didn't dare ask Uchiha Kakuzan. After all, Uchiha Kakuzan was the vice-clan head. Despite his usual gentle demeanor, they wouldn't be so ungrateful as to do anything inappropriate. Moreover, this concerns secret techniques. Although they don't know what secret techniques are, anything with the word secret in it is, in their minds, something that needs to be kept confidential. They won't inquire, they won't spread it, they won't know. The two maids exchanged a glance, secretly stuck out their tongues, and then waited there with Uchiha Mikato. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi quietly returned to the house and brought a stool for the clan head's wife. News of the clan head's wife's pregnancy had already spread throughout the clan. Everyone knew that, in order to set a good example for the clan and for the Uchiha clan to prosper and flourish, the clan head's wife had taken the lead by becoming pregnant with her third child. The two maids, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Yo, were temporarily assigned to help and take care of the clan leader's wife because she was unwell. Chapter 136 Amino Irika. Chapter 136 Amino Irika. For a moment, the courtyard fell silent as everyone watched Sasuke, who was training in lightning release armor, with a variety of thoughts on their minds. Uchiha Kakuzan knew that Mikato would definitely not go back to rest at this time, so he didn't try to persuade her anymore. Instead, he quietly stayed there with her, waiting for Uchiha Sasuke to finish his training. About half an hour later, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been silent all along, finally changed. The lightning armor that had been covering him slowly thinned and decreased at a visible rate, and the low buzzing sound also gradually disappeared as the lightning decreased. Finally, the lightning on Sasuke's body completely dissipated, and everyone who had been on tenterhooks breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, Sasuke Uchiha opened his eyes. His eyes were very bright and filled with joy. Slowly, Sasuke Uchiha stood up from the ground. However, he was a little weak and staggered when he stood up. When Sasuke finished his training, Mikato Uchiha ran to his side. When Sasuke staggered a little, she quickly helped him up, her eyes full of heartache, but she didn't say anything to blame him. Uchiha Kakuzan, who was standing nearby, explained to Mikato, "This is Sasuke's first time training. He overdid it and is now a little exhausted. It's alright, he just needs to rest. It won't affect him in the future." Supported by Mikato Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha bowed to Okayama Uchiha and said, "Thank you, master. I will do my best and not let you down." Although Sasuke Uchiha was young, he could tell right from wrong. Uchiha Kakuzan had gone to great lengths to help him successfully train in the secret technique, lightning release armor, and even stayed with him in the illusion for a month. From childhood to adulthood, apart from his master Uchiha Kakuzan, no one had ever put in so much effort for him. Uchiha Kakuzan chuckled and ruffled Sasuke's hair, saying with a smile, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm your master, this is what I should do. You have to work hard, and when you grow up, you'll be able to help your master." Upon hearing his master's words, Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat distraught. He nodded vigorously, opened his mouth, and said with a hint of tears in his voice, "Don't worry, master." Uchiha Kakiyama watched as Uchiha Sasuke was helped into the house, but he didn't follow. Instead, he said something to the maid Uchiha Izumi who was waiting for him, and then left Mikato's house. Uchiha Kakuzan originally intended to take advantage of the 2-day cooldown period of his eye technique, Koto Amatsukami, to properly train Sasuke so that he wouldn't embarrass him too much. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sasuke was quite promising and learned the secret technique, lightning release armor, prepared for him within a day. Uchiha Kakuzan knew that with this secret technique as a foundation for Sasuke, as long as he didn't give up halfway, his future would definitely surprise everyone, including his brother Uchiha Itachi and his father Uchiha Fugaku. After all, in their hearts, Sasuke's performance was only mediocre and far from their expectations, so they had essentially given up on him. Uchiha Kakuzan believed that under his tutelage, Sasuke would definitely live up to expectations. After all, this was his only chance to surpass his brother. Next, we need to deal with Tsunade's situation. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the princess of the Senju clan, and a disciple of the third Hokage, how can she not return to the village to serve for so long? Even if she has developed hemophobia, it shouldn't stop her from opening a medical team and continuing to contribute to the development of the village. Most importantly, you are the only one left in the Senju clan. Shouldn't you make efforts and contributions to continue the Senju bloodline? The Senju clan, which has a history of thousands of years, can't just end with you. Therefore, as the de facto ruler of Konoha village, Uchiha Kakuzan absolutely could not allow such a waste to happen. After leaving Mikato's house, Uchiha Kakuzan went straight to the Hokage building. As the third Hokage, he had endless documents to handle every day, so if you wanted to find the Hokage, coming to the Hokage building was almost always the way to go. Uchiha Kakuzan was a rather special figure in the Umbu. First of all, before joining the Umbu, Uchiha Kakuzan's combat power had already reached the peak of the Kage level. With such combat power, not only in the Umbu, but also in Konoha village and the ninja world, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, even after entering the Umbu, apart from the third Hokage, no one could command him. Secondly, the third Hokage recently promoted him again. When he first joined the Umbu, he was promised the position of captain. After he trained with Kakashi for a while, the third Hokage simply put him in his own squad, under his direct leadership. Actually, it was Uchiha Kakuzan who asked the third Hokage to put him in his own squad so that he would have more freedom of action and be less controlled. Therefore, when Uchiha Okayama came to the Hokage building to meet the third Hokage, he was completely ignored by the ANBU guards and entered the Hokage's office without any obstruction. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kakiyama saw a familiar face, a Chunin wearing a headband and a green vest, with a large scar on his nose, standing properly in front of the desk, listening to the third Hokage's teachings. Even when he heard someone open the door, he didn't turn around curiously. Iruka Amino, Naruto's mentor, was the first teacher in Naruto to genuinely care for him. He had a great influence on Naruto and even acted as Naruto's father at his wedding. The third Hokage glanced at Uchiha Kazuyama who had entered, then continued his conversation with Iruka. Their conversation seemed to be nearing its end, as they exchanged a few more words before concluding. Iruka then respectfully bowed to the third Hokage and left. Before exiting, he glanced curiously at Uchiha Kazuyama, wondering who was so bold as to casually enter the Hokage's office. When Uchiha Kazuyama saw Iruka looking over, he smiled and nodded in response. He had a good impression of Iruka. Although Iruka wasn't very strong, his character was commendable. Iruka was somewhat taken aback after receiving Uchiha Kakuzan's response, since he didn't recognize the handsome man in front of him. However, after a moment of surprise, Iruka quickly realized that since the other party had shown goodwill, he smiled and nodded at Uchiha Kakuzan. Chapter 137 The Third Hokage Paves the Way for You. Chapter 137 The Third Hokage Paves the Way for You. After Iruka left, the third Hokage took a drag of his cigarette and, before Uchiha Kakuzan could speak, explained, "This child is named Amino Iruka. Although he is not very strong, he has a gentle personality and is more suitable to be a teacher. So I transferred him from his original team to teach students at the school. Naruto Uzumaki has reached the age to enroll in school, so I asked Iruka to take care of him. After all, given Naruto's status, he will inevitably face isolation and exclusion after enrolling. Although Iruka knows Naruto's identity, he is a kind-hearted boy and would never harm a child. You can rest assured about that." Uchiha Kakuzan naturally trusted Iruka. After hearing the third Hokage's explanation, he nodded to indicate that he understood. After the third Hokage finished explaining, he asked with some curiosity, "What brings you here today?" After all, in his memory, ever since Uchiha Kagami brought Uzumaki Karen back from Kizagakure, he had been dating Uzuki Yujo all the time, wandering around the streets, and had almost explored all the famous shopping streets and food streets in Konoha. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't treat the third Hokage like an outsider. He slammed his hands on the table, leaned on it, and said, "Old man, it's time for you to retire." The third Hokage, upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, paused, assuming Kakuzan aspired to become Hokage. After taking a drag of his cigarette, he said, "Kakuzan, you're too hasty. Although I could directly announce my abdication and let you succeed me as Hokage, the other clans in the village won't agree. If you want to be Hokage, you should first select some of the elite members of your Uchiha clan and place them in key departments of Konoha, then gradually promote them until you control those departments. Of course, I will do my best to help you with all of this. Next, your Uchiha clan needs to network more with the other clans in the village, build good relationships, and gain their support. Finally, you also need to spread the good reputation of your Uchiha clan. After all, your Uchiha clan's reputation in the village isn't very good, and you need to change the impression you have in the minds of the Konoha residents. If you rashly take over the position of Hokage now, the people in the village will not agree. This will cause the entire village to fall apart and become fragmented. Moreover, they may discover that I am being controlled by you. All of this will prevent you from getting what you want." The third Hokage rambled on for a while, but noticing the increasingly strange look in Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes, he stopped talking and asked, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" Uchiha Kakuzan looked at the third Hokage with a strange expression. "How did you come up with so many things in such a short time? Or were you already prepared to withdraw?" The third Hokage took another puff of his cigarette, his expression carefree, and said with a smile, "Ever since you took control of me, I've been prepared to step down. What I just said was something I had planned beforehand, with the aim of ensuring the safety of the village and preventing it from falling apart after you become Hokage, so that the residents of Konoha would suffer in the end." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't help but look at the old man with new respect. It seemed that there was a reason why the second Hokage had entrusted him with the position of Hokage. Although he was a bit confused now, he had still made many contributions to Konoha. Uchiha Kakiyama waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't become Hokage. I want you to step down and let Tsunade come back to take over the Hokage position. After all, with her status and achievements, she is the most suitable person to be Hokage. I'm the kind of man who wants to be Hokage." The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it wasn't Uchiha Kakuzan who was going to become Hokage. But when he heard that Tsunade should become Hokage, he immediately smiled bitterly, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and said, "Do you think I don't want to? I've wanted to give the Hokage position to Tsunade for a long time, but Tsunade is very angry about my inaction over the years. Not only does she ignore my attempts to recall her, but she even chased away Jiraiya, who was trying to deliver a message to her." Upon hearing the third Hokage's complaints, Uchiha Kakuzan declared righteously, "This Tsunade is outrageous. She even ignored the recall notice from her teacher, the third Hokage. No ninja in Konoha would stand by and watch. Now is the time when Konoha needs her. I will personally go and persuade her until she is convinced." Hearing Uchiha Kyushin's righteous words, the third Hokage looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Kyushin, what is your purpose in wanting Tsunade to come back? She has already left Konoha and poses no threat to you. Moreover, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Please, for the sake of the first Hokage, do not harm her." The third Hokage knew some of Uchiha Kakuzan's secrets. With his strength, Tsunade should be no match for him. Moreover, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, which would put her at a greater disadvantage in battle. Knowing that he could not refuse Uchiha Kakuzan's orders, the third Hokage had no choice but to plead for Tsunade, hoping that Uchiha Kakuzan would abandon his plans to harm her. Seeing the third Hokage's wary look, Uchiha Kakiyama knew he wasn't the kind of person who could stand up for justice, so he told part of the truth. "I'm confident I can get the Raikage lineage's method for training the third stage of the lightning release armor, but I'm missing the second stage. I plan to train the third stage directly, and I need someone with extremely high medical skills to watch over me and help me at any time." The third Hokage knew that Uchiha Kakuzan had already completed the first stage of the lightning release armor. He had previously approached him, asking him to try and obtain the training method for the second stage of the lightning release armor. However, since it might expose their village's spies lurking in Kimagakure, Uchiha Kakuzan gave up. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Kakuzan actually obtained the training method for the third stage and was preparing to start training directly, with Tsunade by his side ready to help at any time. Although the third Hokage knew he couldn't persuade Uchiha Kazuyama, he still said, "Koyama, you are still young, and your strength is already very high. There is no need for you to risk your life to train for that lightning release armor." Uchiha Kakuzan knew the third Hokage meant well in advising him, but he still insisted, "Don't worry, I'm well informed. Besides, even stronger enemies will appear in the future. If I slack off now, I'll regret it later." Chapter 138 Tsunade's Recall Letter. Chapter 138 Tsunade's Recall Letter. Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, the third Hokage's hand, which had been steadily holding his pipe, suddenly trembled violently, and his gaze towards Uchiha Kakuzan instantly turned to horror. How could the shrewd and experienced third Hokage not understand what Uchiha Kakuzen meant? Besides, his disciple Jiraiya was always saying that he was entrusted by the Toad Sage to find the Chosen One, saying that there would be a great disaster in the ninja world in the future, and only the Chosen One could save the world. The third Hokage at the time didn't take these things seriously, but now, combined with what Uchiha Kakiyama said, it made the third Hokage think more deeply. Seeing the third Hokage's expression, Uchiha Kakuzen realized he had let something slip, but it didn't matter anymore, since he already had the third Hokage under his control. The third Hokage was already puzzled. This Uchiha Kakuzen seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Although he had his past experiences, he had always acted in an ordinary way. Unexpectedly, he suddenly exploded, not only with a strength that was breathtaking, but also with this divine skill of controlling others. You should know that the third Hokage was known as the Professor of the Ninja World. You can say that his strength wasn't great, but you can't say that his knowledge and experience were lacking. This is also what puzzled the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Before being affected, he had never heard of such a genjutsu that could permanently control others. After being controlled by Uchiha Kakuzen, although he could not do anything detrimental to Uchiha Kakuzen, he still had a great deal of autonomy and could still look up information. He went through all the records of Konoha village, including the books left by the Senju clan, but found nothing. The only explanation he could find was that the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was the Eye of the Mind. However, if we add Uchiha Kakuzen's performance today, it makes the third Hokage think twice. The third Hokage took a deep drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaled, and then said to Uchiha Kakuzen, "Do you know that Jiraiya has been looking for you for a long time?" Uchiha Kakuzen was stunned by the third Hokage's words, his face full of question marks. "Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin, is looking for me." Seeing Uchiha Kakuzen's bewildered expression, the third Hokage explained to him, "Over the years, Jiraiya has been traveling the ninja world under the guidance of the Toad Sage, one of the three great sacred lands, searching for the Chosen One. He originally thought that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was the Chosen One, but Minato Namikaze later sacrificed himself, so it seems that he was not the person Jiraiya was looking for. Now it seems that you are very likely the person he is looking for." Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Kakuzen slapped his forehead, somewhat amused and exasperated. Realizing the third Hokage had misunderstood, he explained, "I am not the Chosen One. I only learned about some things by chance. Let Jiraiya continue the search." The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Kakiyama with some suspicion, then temporarily put aside the topic and continued talking about bringing Tsunade back. "I think I've already told you, Tsunade is currently suffering from hemophobia. Even if we bring her here, she probably won't be of much help to you." The third Hokage doesn't want Tsunade to come back right now, not because he's reluctant to give up the Hokage position, but because he's afraid that Uchiha Kakuzen might do something bad to Tsunade. Upon hearing the third Hokage's excuse, Uchiha Kakuzen activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before speaking. Staring at the third Hokage, he said with a slight smile, "It's alright. No matter how serious the mental illness, it can't be defeated by the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. I will cure Tsunade's hemophobia first, and then ask her for help. You just need to write another recall letter to Tsunade, and I will take care of bringing her back." Seeing that he couldn't refuse any longer, the third Hokage sighed silently, put his pipe on the table, picked up a piece of paper that looked like an official document, and asked as he wrote, "Chio-shan, how many people do you plan to go this time? Do you have a target in mind?" Uchiha Kakiyama shook his head upon hearing this. "I'll go by myself this time. Too many people will be troublesome, and I won't be able to act freely then." The third Hokage nodded silently upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words. Indeed, with Uchiha Kakiyama's current strength, unless he was carrying out a mission of SS rank or higher, he really didn't need to team up with other teammates for other missions. After the third Hokage finished writing Tsunade's recall letter, he sealed it and handed it to Uchiha Kakuzen, casually asking, "When do you plan to leave?" After receiving the letter, Uchiha Kakiyama casually stuffed it into his ninja tool pouch. This thing was just an excuse, it wasn't important. After hearing the third Hokage's words, he replied, "The day after tomorrow, I'll set off to invite Tsunade back after I've finished dealing with some things." Having achieved his goal, Uchiha Kakuzen said goodbye to the third Hokage and then left. Uchiha Kakiyama has been quite busy these past few days, mainly with his engagement to Hinata. Hinata is so young, he wants to get her as soon as possible and raise her. Uchiha Kakuzen planned to get engaged to Hinata before going out to find Tsunade, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Speaking of which, it had been a while since his last visit to the Hyaga clan, and he wondered if Hyaga Hayashi had made a decision yet. He could use the excuse of preparing to go out on a mission to ask about the progress of things. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Kakuzen went directly to visit Hyaga Hayashi of the Hyaga clan. To his surprise, the Hyaga clan members guarding the door led him directly into Hyaga Hayashi's reception room. Not long after he entered the reception room, Hayashi Hyaga came in, accompanied by a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s, wearing a kimono. Next to them was Hinata, who was also wearing a kimono and was quite petite. Unlike last time, Hinata's face suddenly turned bright red after seeing him. Especially when she saw Uchiha Kakeyama looking at her, she seemed to sway slightly, as if she already knew that the person in front of her was her fiancé. Knowing that Hinata was prone to fainting from shyness, Uchiha Kakeyama shifted his gaze from Hinata to the person next to her. Putting aside Hayashi Hayaga, the beautiful woman appearing next to him, who could be present at this occasion, must be Hinata Hayaga and Hanabi Hayaga's mother. After the Hayaga couple came out, Uchiha Kakuzan stood up, bowed, and said, "Good day, Hayashi." There was no other way. Although Uchiha Kakuzan was now the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, and in principle, he was on the same level as Hayaga Hayashi, he was about to get engaged to Hayashi's daughter, so he was considered a junior. That's why Uchiha Kakuzan stood up and bowed. Hayashi Hayaga and his wife were all smiles when they entered the reception room, and their smiles widened when they saw Uchiha Kakuzan bowing to them. Chapter 139 Target, Tsunade. Page 47. Chapter 139 Target, Tsunade. Hayashi Hayaga's smile widened. After all, the person in front of him was too outstanding, and moreover, by some twist of fate, he had become his son-in-law. As clans with histories spanning over 1,000 years, how could the Hayaga clan not know about the reputation of the Uchiha clan? It can be said that for more than 1,000 years, the Uchiha and Senju clans have dominated the entire ninja world, and the Uchiha clan, as battle maniacs, is even more famous than the Senju clan. The Uchiha Kazuyama standing before him was the most talented person in the Uchiha clan in the last 100 years, and he was in no way inferior to the once famous Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Uchiha Kakuzan has now grown up, and his strength is now comparable to those renowned powerhouses. Most importantly, Uchiha Kakuzan is only a teenager, and his strength is still rapidly improving, which is incomparable to those whose strength has already solidified. Although Uchiha Kakuzan stood up to greet Hayaga Hayashi dared not be presumptuous. He had worked so hard to build a good relationship and couldn't let such a small matter affect it. Hayashi Hayaga quickly gestured for Uchiha Kakeyama to sit down, while the beautiful woman who had accompanied Hayashi Hayaga smiled as she looked at the Uchiha clan genius before her. Handsome, powerful, humble, and polite, Hinata's mother grew increasingly pleased with him. Previously, Hinata's timid nature had been a constant source of headaches for her. As the legitimate daughter of the Hayaga clan, one must not only possess exceptional strength but also be able to control those from the branch families in order to ensure the stability of the Hayaga clan's lineage. However, Hinata Hayaga's personality is too weak, making her completely unsuitable for the position of head of the main family. If she were to become a member of a separate family, those members of that separate family would be able to bully her to death. The appearance of Uchiha Kakuzan perfectly solved this problem. As long as Hinata was betrothed to Uchiha Kakuzan, who would dare to have Hinata imprinted with the caged bird seal? You have to understand that with Uchiha Kakuzan's current strength and prospects, he will either become the head of the Uchiha clan or inherit the position of the Grand Elder in the future. Both are high-ranking and powerful positions. Even if those members of the branch family had a lot of guts, they wouldn't dare to slap the tiger's tail. The only slight pity is that there is a large age gap between Uchiha Kazuyama and Hinata. It's not that the beautiful woman dislikes Uchiha Kazuyama's age, but she can't wait for her daughter to grow up quickly so that she can marry him. After all, Uchiha Kakeyama is a marriage prospect that is hard to find in the entire ninja world, and the longer it is delayed, the greater the variables will become. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law is always more satisfied with her son-in-law the more she looks at him. Hinata's mother was the same way. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, she greeted him warmly. Hinata, standing to the side, had long since become like a quail, sitting there without saying a word, only occasionally stealing a glance at Uchiha Kakeyama sitting opposite her, and after looking at him, she would immediately lower her head as if startled. The Hayaga couple were very happy to find a good match for their daughter, and Uchiha Kakeyama also liked Hayaga Hinata very much. Therefore, the two sides discussed the engagement matter very smoothly. Since Uchiha Kakuzan's parents had both passed away, and the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, had been sent to the land of Earth by Uchiha Kakuzan, and the elder was still on Uzushima Island and had not returned, Uchiha Kakuzan had to make his own decisions. The Hayaga couple were quite understanding of these things. After all, the Uchiha clan was relocating, and it was normal for the clan head and elder not to have time. Moreover, this engagement was only a matter between the two families, not an alliance between the two clans. After all, the third Hokage was quite sensitive about these matters, so they simply exchanged gifts, signed the marriage contract, and that was the end of it. Uchiha Kakuzan gave Hinata Hayaga a finely crafted katana made of chakra metal, which he had obtained from the Grand Elder. What Hayaga Hayashi gave back to Uchiha Kakuzan was a ninja sword that had been passed down to this day. There was no other way. They were both ninja clans, and what they were most proud of were various ninja tools and secret techniques. However, the Hayaga clan's secret techniques were all related to the Byakugan, so Uchiha Kakuzan couldn't use them. Hinata Hayaga, who had been sitting obediently to the side, was found a new husband by Hayashi Hayaga and his wife without even realizing it. After signing the engagement agreement with Hayaga Hayashi, Uchiha Kakeyama was overjoyed. Hinata Hyuga was his ideal wife, and now that they were engaged, she was practically his. Although Uchiha Kakeyama will have to wait for her for more than 10 years, he won't be idle during this time. It's estimated that by the time Hinata Hyuga comes of age, Uchiha Kakeyama's strength will have reached the 6 paths level, or even surpassed it. Since Hinata Hyuga was still young, Uchiha Kakuzan was not in a hurry to build a relationship with her. After exchanging gifts with Hinata Hayashi and his wife, Uchiha Kakuzan took his leave. Because he now has an important task, which is to follow the orders of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to find Tsunade, who is wandering outside, and have her succeed him as Hokage. Of course, if Tsunade is unwilling, Uchiha Kakuzan, as the captain of the Umbu and the de facto ruler of Konoha, will use some unconventional methods, such as Kota Amatsukami. Since their opponent this time is Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and she has the summoning beast Katsuya behind her, Uchiha Kakeyama must be fully prepared. After returning home, Uchiha Kakeyama first put away the marriage certificate and placed it in his spatial storage. Then, in order to lower Tsunade's guard, he changed into the uniform of the Umbu. Tsunade, currently the only direct descendant of the Senju clan, although she did not inherit Hashirama Senju's would release, her own strength should not be underestimated. In addition, with the bloodline of the Senju clan, her vitality and chakra far exceed those of ordinary people. It was because of the 2 blows she suffered in succession that she developed hemophobia, the death of Senju Nawaki and the death of her lover. Because of the secret technique In Seal, she has always looked like she is in her 20s. However, her generous heart is not something a young girl could possess, which has attracted some people with ill intentions. Uchiha Kakuzan had long coveted Tsunade's Senju clan bloodline. However, since Hashirama Senju was dead, injecting him with Hashirama cells rashly could easily cause physical mutation or collapse. If Uchiha Kakuzan, who has gathered the would-release bloodline limit and the Uzumaki clan bloodline, were to also copy the Senju clan bloodline from Tsunade, he would very likely become a sage body. This is why Uchiha Kakuzan has always been so attached to Tsunade. Chapter 140 Meeting Tsunade for the first time. Chapter 140 First Encounter with Tsunade. Tanzaku Town, located in the southwest of the Land of Fire, is a gathering place full of casinos, taverns, and pleasure houses. Because Tsunade is fond of gambling and drinking, Tanzaku Town perfectly satisfies her preferences. Therefore, when Tsunade wanders around, she spends most of her time in Tanzaku Town. According to the information Uchiha Kakuzan obtained from the third Hokage, if nothing unexpected happens, Tsunade should be staying in Tanabata Street right now, along with Shizune and a little pig. Since Uchiha Kakeyama had never been to the southwestern part of the Land of Fire, he had not left any spatial imprint there, so this time Uchiha Kakeyama had to run there. After preparing, Uchiha Kakuzan bid farewell to Mikato and Uzuki Ujeo and left Konoha. However, unlike normal ninjas, Uchiha Kakuzan would either enter his spatial dimension to rest at night or return to Konoha through the spatial seal to have dinner at Ichiraku Ramen. While traveling, Uchiha Kakuzan desperately wanted to obtain the lightweight rock technique from the Tsuchikage Onaki, because this ninjutsu allowed the user to fly in the sky, which was perfect for traveling. Even if it consumed a lot of chakra, it didn't matter, since Uchiha Kakuzan had so much chakra that he probably wouldn't be able to recover as much chakra as he used it. However, Uchiha Fugaku, who was sent to Uegakur in the Land of Earth by Uchiha Kakuzan, probably hasn't arrived there yet. Otherwise, Uchiha Kakuzan could have easily copied this ninjutsu by causing some trouble in Uegakur. Uchiha Kakuzan walked around aimlessly, not at all like someone on a mission. Anyway, Kota Amatsukami's cooldown hadn't expired yet. Even if Uchiha Kakuzan rushed to Tanabata Street and met Tsunade, he wouldn't be able to control her, so it would be pointless. Uchiha Kakuzan traveled during the day and rested in his spatial dimension at night, occasionally returning to Konoha village for a treat. 3 days had passed by the time he arrived in Tanabata town. Unlike ordinary travelers who appeared weary from their journeys, Uchiha Kakuzan possessed exceptionally high physical fitness and traveled at a leisurely pace, almost like on a picnic. Therefore, when he arrived in Tanabata town, he was still full of energy. After arriving in Tanzaku town, Uchiha Kakuzan didn't rush to find Tsunade. After all, Tsunade was right here in Tanzaku town. As long as he kept wandering around Tanzaku town and frequented casinos and taverns, he would eventually run into her. However, when Uchiha Kakuzan arrived in Tanabata Street, he wasn't wearing his Umbu uniform yet. After all, in such a crowded and conspicuous place, wearing such an eye-catching uniform as an Umbu would attract a lot of attention. Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't wearing the ANBU uniform or mask, nor was he wearing the Konoha village headband or the clothes with the Uchiha clan crest. As casino owners know, ninjas possess skills that ordinary people don't have. If a ninja uses these skills to win at gambling, it's not difficult at all. Therefore, casino owners pay close attention to ninjas who come to gamble. To make it easier for Uchiha Kakuzan to enter and exit these places, he changed out of his ninja insignia and clothing. However, even ninjas are bound by prohibitions. For example, there are 3 ninja taboos: gambling, excessive drinking, and womanizing. Therefore, ninjas who gamble using their ninjutsu in these casinos are extremely rare. Yet, the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, seem to have indulged in gambling, prostitution, and drugs, whether intentionally or not is unknown. After entering Tanabata Street, Uchiha Kakuzan wandered around aimlessly, not to find Tsunade, but to experience the local customs and culture. After all, every place has its own unique atmosphere, and since Tsunade couldn't escape anyway, Uchiha Kakuzan wasn't in a hurry. However, what was bound to happen eventually did happen. Just as Uchiha Kazuyama had thought, as long as Tsunade didn't leave Tanabata Street, they would inevitably run into each other sooner or later. However, Uchiha Kazuyama never expected that he would not meet Tsunade at the casino or the tavern, but rather as he strolled down the street with snacks in his hand and a giant squid in his mouth, when he would bump into the magnanimous Tsunade and her attendant beside her Shizun, who was holding a piglet. With her blonde hair, broad chest, and beautiful figure, Tsunade walked forward while complaining to Shizun beside her. Shizun smiled apologetically and followed closely behind Tsunade. The two of them brushed past Uchiha Kakuyama, who was eating squid. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time Uchiha Kakuyama had seen Tsunade. He felt that the Tsunade before him was indeed worthy of her reputation, and even more beautiful and exquisite than the one in the original work. Come to think of it, Tsunade is the top medical ninja in the ninja world. When she was a teenager, Tsunade's chest was pitifully small, even children would cry when they saw her, and Jiraiya was disgusted by her. She was practically an airport within an airport. Uchiha Kakuzan strongly suspects that Tsunade's subsequent rule-breaking was due to her exceptional medical ninjutsu, which allowed her to modify her own character. In reality, Tsunade, not to mention her magnanimous heart, also possesses a beautiful figure and flawless skin, making her stand out. However, all those who wanted to cause trouble were driven away by Tsunade. And this was a real beating. With Tsunade's skills, even the Raikage, who was famous for his body training, was not as strong as her. Those who had designs on her were either killed on the spot or lost limbs, so they were no longer harassed. When Uchiha Kakuzan first saw Tsunade, he was deeply amazed. Because Tsunade had the secret technique taught to her by her grandmother, In Seal, no matter how old Tsunade was, she always looked like a girl in her 20s, and was always at the peak of her beauty. So when Tsunade brushed past him, Uchiha Kakuzan's eyes were fixed on her, and he watched her walk away. Unseen by Uchiha Kagami, Tsunade frowned her beautiful brows. As one of the legendary Sannin, she had experienced countless battles and met all sorts of people. So, even though Uchiha Kagami had removed all the ninja markings from his body, the experienced Tsunade still recognized the handsome young ninja who had been watching her. Chapter 141 Meeting. Chapter 141 Meeting. Although Tsunade wasn't too concerned about the suddenly appearing ninja after all, with her skills, she could take down 99.9% of ninja's sudden appearance of this ninja also meant trouble was on the horizon. It's important to know that Tanabata Street is located within the Land of Fire. If a ninja appears there, it's highly likely that he's from Konoha. Given her status and her relationship with the village, the appearance of this ninja means that the third Hokage has sent someone to find her. If it were a ninja from another village, it would be even more troublesome. After all, she is one of the famous Sannin of Konoha. Unless they are rookies in the ninja world, they would definitely have information about her. If they know her identity and are still looking at her so openly, then they are very likely here to cause her trouble. Thinking of this, Tsunade scoffed unhappily and stopped caring. After all, with her strength, she could walk freely in the ninja world and wasn't afraid of these monsters causing her trouble. After watching Tsunade leave, Uchiha Kakuzan did not follow her. Instead, he continued shopping, but created a shadow clone to stay far behind Tsunade and find out where she was staying. Uchiha Kakuyama originally planned to spend a couple more days relaxing before seriously searching for Tsunade, but he unexpectedly ran into her. It seems that Tsunade is destined to return and take over the position of Hokage. In the dead of night, Uchiha Okayama changed into his Umbu uniform, put on a mask, and went to Tsunade's residence. When Uchiha Kakuyama arrived at the door, he gently knocked. If he wasn't mistaken, Tsunade should be waiting for him, still awake. Sure enough, just as Uchiha Kakuyama knocked on the door, Tsunade's voice came from inside. "Come in, the door is not locked." Uchiha Kakuyama paused, smiled silently, then opened the door and went inside. Tsunade was sitting behind a table, propping her head up and looking at him, while her attendant Shizun stood straight to Tsunade's left, holding a piglet and watching him warily. Uchiha Kakuzan casually closed the door, removed his mask to reveal his face, and politely greeted, "Good day, Lady Tsunade." Upon seeing Uchiha Kakuzan's attire, Tsunade knew that the person before her was an Umbu member, though she had never met him before. After Uchiha Kagami greeted Tsunade, Shizun, who was standing next to Tsunade, visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade, however, frowned and asked impatiently, "What did the third Hokage send you here for?" Uchiha Kakuzan didn't pay attention to Tsunade's attitude. Instead, he took out the letter the third Hokage had given him, and while handing it forward, he said, "The third Hokage wishes for Lady Tsunade to return to the village and succeed as Hokage." As Uchiha Kagami handed the letter forward, Shizun tactfully stepped forward, took the letter, and handed it to Tsunade. After hearing what Uchiha Kagami said, Tsunade's expression became even more impatient. She took the letter from Shizune, glanced at it, and finding it to be nothing but the same old platitudes, threw it on the table and said, "Alright, I've read the letter. Tell the old man I'm not going back. Let him give up. You can leave now." With that, she waved her hand impatiently, trying to get rid of the person in front of her. Uchiha Kakuzan was not surprised by Tsunade's attitude. However, unlike ordinary ANBU, he had his own purpose in coming here, so he was not going to be dismissed by Tsunade so easily. Even after Tsunade refused him, Uchiha Kakuzan still said, "The third Hokage said that Lady Tsunade should return to the village and inherit the position of Hokage." After hearing what Uchiha Kagami said, Tsunade finally removed her hand from supporting her head, stood up, looked directly at the person in front of her, raised her eyebrows, and asked with a playful tone, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Uchiha Kakuzan's eyebrows twitched slightly upon hearing Tsunade's words, and he calmly replied, "Of course I know. Lady Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a top medical ninja in the ninja world, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and a member of the Senju clan." Tsunade wasn't initially paying much attention to this insignificant character, but after hearing Uchiha Kakiyama mention her background, she became somewhat interested and asked with interest, "Kid, what's your background? I'm quite interested in you now." Anyone who could reveal her background was definitely not a simple character. Uchiha Kakuzan smiled slightly upon hearing Tsunade's words, replying to Lady Tsunade, "I am the captain of the Umbu under the direct command of the third Hokage." Uchiha Kakuzan paused for a moment, then continued, "Uchiha Kakuzan, vice-clan head of the Uchiha clan." As he finished speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, staring intently at Tsunade in front of him. When Tsunade heard what Uchiha Kazuyama said next, she had already stopped smiling. After Uchiha Kazuyama activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, she stood up and looked at him warily. As the Senju clan's longtime rival, and Tsunade being a direct descendant of the Senju clan, how could she not know about the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan? Moreover, the Senju clan can be said to have declined, while the Uchiha clan's members have not decreased at all. As rivals who have fought for thousands of years, how could Tsunade not be wary of the Uchiha clan members who suddenly appeared before her? Seeing Tsunade's wary expression, Uchiha Kakuzan smiled and said, "Lady Tsunade, don't be nervous. I'm only here to convey the third Hokage's orders, not to be your enemy." After hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Tsunade relaxed somewhat but remained vigilant, saying, "When did the Uchiha clan join the Umbu? It seems something interesting must have happened while I was away from the village. If I'm not mistaken, you should have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Since when did an Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan start obeying the Hokage's orders?" When Tsunade questioned him, Uchiha Kakuzan smirked and said expressionlessly, "Some things have happened. The Uchiha clan has left Konoha and is preparing to relocate. I am the liaison between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, so I am under the command of the third Hokage." Chapter 142 Night Talk. Chapter 142 Night Talk. Uchiha Kakiyama twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, in response to Lady Tsunade's question, "The Uchiha clan has now separated from Konoha and is in the process of relocating. As the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, I am currently responsible for the liaison between the Uchiha clan and Konoha." Upon hearing Uchiha Kagami's words, Tsunade's interest was piqued. Her red lips curved into a beautiful smile as she asked curiously, "Has the Uchiha clan broken ties with the village? What's the reason?" Page 48. Tsunade's face was full of schadenfreude. She was not angry at the Uchiha clan's departure from the village. Instead, she seemed to find it funny. Uchiha Kakiyama also temporarily gave up the idea of controlling Tsunade, since she couldn't escape anyway, and there was no rush. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Kakiyama said with some helplessness, "It's been a month since this happened. It seems that Lady Tsunade has been a bit lax in gathering intelligence." Tsunade was somewhat embarrassed and angry upon hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words. She spent her days gambling and drinking and had no interest in such matters, so she wasn't very well informed. She said with some embarrassment and annoyance, "Don't call me Lord. You are also the vice-head of the Uchiha clan, and your status is equal to mine. Is calling me Lord a reminder that I'm very old?" Uchiha Kakuzan, completely baffled by this woman's outburst, scratched his head and sighed, "All right, Tsunade, a month ago, Konoha's advisor, Shimura Danzo, suddenly attacked Uchiha Shursui of our Uchiha clan, attempting to steal his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he failed, it resulted in Uchiha Shisui's death. You should know our Uchiha clan's predicament in Konoha, so we took the opportunity to request permission from the third Hokage to leave Konoha. The third Hokage felt guilty towards the Uchiha clan and, in order to protect Danzo Shimura, agreed to our request, on the condition that I serve in the Umbu." When Tsunade heard Uchiha Kakiyama's information-packed words, she was stunned for a moment. She forgot to be wary of Uchiha Kakiyama, and with one hand holding her arm and the other supporting her chin, she began to think. The room fell silent for a moment. Shizune, who was next to Tsunade, was also quite overwhelmed by the amount of information. However, instead of thinking, she kept glancing at Tsunade and then at Uchiha Kakiyama, and she also felt a sense of panic. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade sighed. She said, "It's a pity. If Uchiha Shursui were still alive, and with your Mangekyo Sharingan, your Uchiha clan would essentially have returned to the glory days of Madara Uchiha. With your clan's support, Konoha would have dominated the other villages for the next 20 years. As long as we didn't rashly start a war, we could have guaranteed Konoha's peaceful development for 30 or 40 years. Danzo deserves to die." At this moment, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Kakeyama and said, "It is actually the right thing for the Uchiha clan to leave the village at this time. After all, the Uchiha clan has been ostracized too much in the village. If you continue to stay in the village, you will either be completely wiped out or forced to become rogue ninjas." Uchiha Kakuzan hadn't expected Tsunade to have such a keen eye. Well, after all, she was from the Senju clan and had experienced countless wars, commanding many battles. Without a keen eye, she certainly wouldn't be qualified. Uchiha Kakeyama nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the Uchiha clan was ostracized too much in the village and couldn't stand it anymore, so they took this opportunity to leave Konoha. The third Hokage kept me here because he was afraid the Uchiha clan would get out of control. Besides, the clan head and the elder were handling the relocation, and I couldn't help with that, so I stayed and temporarily stayed in the Umbu." Upon hearing what Uchiha Kakeyama said, Tsunade suddenly sighed, "Sigh, they really have made a mess of the village. The Senju clan has declined, and the Uchiha clan has all left." Hearing Tsunade sigh, Uchiha Kakuzan secretly chuckled to himself. Tsunade was right, but that was all in the past. Ever since Uchiha Kakuzan took control of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and the other two advisors were also sidelined by the third Hokage and Danzo, the entire Hidden Leaf village was under his control. His current interest in Tsunade stems solely from his interest in her Budaino, in her Senju clan bloodline. As for who becomes Hokage or how Konoha will develop, Uchiha Kakuzan has absolutely no interest in that. Uchiha Kakeyama's eyes flashed for a moment, then he changed the subject and said, "So, Tsunade, this is also an opportunity. If you can go back and succeed as Hokage, you can change the current situation in the village." Tsunade had just finished her sigh and was still immersed in the sad atmosphere when Uchiha Kakuzan ruthlessly broke the silence. After hearing his suggestion, she directly refused, saying, "I'm not going." After refusing, she shook her head repeatedly to show her determination. Whether Tsunade succeeds as Hokage or not is of no importance to Uchiha Kakuzan. After all, even if Tsunade successfully takes over the position, she probably won't last long before going on maternity leave. The reason Uchiha Kakuzan is wasting so much time talking to her is to take the opportunity to test his strength against her before he can control her. After all, once he controls Tsunade, she will be one of his own, and he won't be able to act freely. When Uchiha Kakuzan heard Tsunade's refusal, it suited him perfectly. With a heavy face, Uchiha Kakuzan said, "This is the third Hokage's order, Tsunade. Whether you want to go or not, you must return to the village." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakeyama's words, Tsunade looked at the excessively young Uchiha before her and raised an eyebrow. "So, you want to have a match with me and see who's better?" Uchiha Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan also began to spin, greatly increasing the oppressive force. Uchiha Kakuzan said in a low voice, "Tsunade, you asked for this." Tsunade was also intrigued by Uchiha Kakeyama's words. She clenched her fist and said, "Perfect timing. I haven't fought against an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Now I can test whether your Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan lives up to its reputation or is just empty talk." After Tsunade finished speaking, she jumped out of the window and ran towards the outside of Tanabata Street. Her little follower followed her out in perfect unison. Uchiha Kakuzan knew that Tsunade wasn't running away, but rather going to find a secluded spot in the wilderness to fight him. After all, given the fighting prowess of Tsunade and Uchiha Kakuzan, a fight could easily injure innocent bystanders. Chapter 143 The competition is suspended. Chapter 143 The competition is suspended. Seeing Tsunade run into the wilderness, Uchiha Kakeyama jumped out of the window and ran after them. The three ran for a while and then stopped in a deserted place. The night wind blew in, making Tsunade's hair and clothes rustle. Ignoring her flowing hair, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Okayama, who had come with her, and said loudly with a serious expression, "Uchiha brat, are you serious? Are you sure you want to compete with me?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Kakuzan smiled and said, "I have long heard of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. It would be my wish to be able to compete with her." During the battle, Uchiha Kakuzan did not use his ultimate move, Susanoo. Instead, he launched a probing attack first, Earth Release, Earth Split Palm. Uchiha Kakuzan quickly formed hand seals and then slammed his hands down on the ground. In an instant, the ground in the open area centered on Uchiha Kakuzan seemed to be hit by a strong earthquake, cracking and bulging, forcing Tsunade, who was about to approach, to dodge left and right. Tsunade's power is too great, no one can withstand a single punch from her. Therefore, the first step is to create distance between yourself and Tsunade. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Kakuzan took advantage of the time to perform a series of hand seals. Escape from Earth, Yellow Spring Marsh. Water escape, Big Explosive Water Wave. Chakra is so capricious. In order to create distance between himself and Tsunade, Uchiha Kakeyama used several powerful ninjutsu in succession to alter the terrain and limit Tsunade's movement speed. Upon seeing the ninjutsu used by Uchiha Kagami, Tsunade had no choice but to temporarily avoid the onslaught of the massive waterfall of muddy water rushing towards her. Immediately afterwards, Tsunade also formed hand seals, concentrating her chakra at her feet. Superhuman strength, heaven-piercing kick. Tsunade raised her foot high, then slammed it into the ground. The next second, starting from Tsunade's feet, a devastating force spread towards Uchiha Hill, sinking into that part of the ground and cutting off the mud and water waterfall of Uchiha Hill. Immediately afterwards, Tsunade stomped her black high heels on the ground, unleashing superhuman speed as she charged towards Uchiha Kakeyama, leaving a trail of dust behind. Tsunade's sudden acceleration disrupted Uchiha Kakuzen's rhythm. Seeing that Tsunade was about to reach him, Uchiha Kakuzen quickly formed hand seals. Earth escape, earth rock wall. A massive wall of earth and rock rose up in front of Tsunade, blocking her path to Uchiha Hill. However, no sooner had the ninjutsu succeeded than Tsunade raised her fist. Super strength, Tenshiken. With a casual punch, Tsunade shattered the thick wall into pieces, charging towards Uchiha Kagami at full speed, shouting, "Uchiha brat, is this all you've got?" When Uchiha Kakeyama saw Tsunade rushing over, not wanting to fight this super strong woman hand to hand, he took a deep breath, gathered his chakra in his eyes, and his eternal mangekyo sharing and spun rapidly, making anyone who looked at him feel dizzy. The power of the god Susanoo. A dark purple skeleton quickly formed around Uchiha Kakuzen, followed by muscles and skin, and finally a majestic dark purple armor was put on him, protecting Uchiha Kakuzen. The enormous Susanoo, like a giant, looked down at Tsunade as she charged forward. Uchiha Kakuzen didn't make a move. With the defensive power of his third-stage Susanoo, it was impossible for Tsunade to break it with her monster strength. Of course, if Tsunade had the kunao given to her by Shimura Danzo, she could give it a try. When Tsunade used Susanoo on Uchiha Kagami, she immediately stopped in her tracks, looked up at Uchiha Kagami inside the Susanoo giant, and shouted angrily, "Uchiha brats, is Susanoo the only technique you Uchiha clans know? Disperse it, and we'll keep fighting." Tsunade was also aware of Susanoo's defensive capabilities. Without using her secret technique Creation Rebirth 100 Healings technique, she could not pose a threat to Uchiha Kagami inside. Moreover, the cost of using this secret technique was the depletion of her lifespan, an injury that even she, as a medical ninja, could not heal, making it unworthy of use in a duel. Seeing that Tsunade had stopped, Uchiha Kakeyama said innocently, "Tsunade, your punches are too powerful. I don't want to take your punches, they can kill people. How about we call it a draw?" After a brief sparring session, Uchiha Kakeyama had a good grasp of Tsunade's fighting strength. Her monstrous strength was astonishing. The Senjo clan is known for its strength, and she had further developed her superhuman strength through medical ninjutsu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the strongest in the ninja world. The fourth Raikage trained his body so strong using the lightning release armor, that he still couldn't beat Tsunade in the final match. He only managed to win by cheating with his speed. Uchiha Kakuzen, whose lightning release armor is only at the first stage, shouldn't embarrass himself by doing that. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Kakuzen, who was stuck inside Susanoo, and clicked her tongue in annoyance. Knowing that things had reached a stalemate, she said, "Alright, let's change the way we compete." Upon hearing that Tsunade had agreed, Uchiha Kakuzen disbanded his Susanoo, approached Tsunade, and asked, "What method?" Looking at Uchiha Kakeyama's excessively youthful face, Tsunade suddenly said with ill intent, "Drinking, kid, are you even an adult yet? Have you developed a tolerance for alcohol?" Uchiha Kakuzen was speechless when he heard Tsunade's shameless words. Indeed, Uchiha Kakuzen's body had never been ravaged by alcohol, and he was definitely at a disadvantage in front of Tsunade, this old drunkard. "Tsunade, you forced me to do this," Uchiha Okayama said through gritted teeth. "Fine, let's fight. Tsunade, let's go." Then, Uchiha Kakuzen turned around and led the way towards Tanabata Street. Seeing that Uchiha Kaguya had fallen for the trick, Tsunade chuckled and followed behind him. At this moment, Shizune, who had just recovered from the shocking scene, followed closely behind Tsunade and asked, "Lady Tsunade, what ninjutsu did that Uchiha Okayama use? It was so shocking. I felt like that giant could demolish an entire city." Seeing the lingering shock on Shizune's face, Tsunade explained as she walked forward, that brat wasn't using ninjutsu, but a divine power that only those with the Mangekyo Sharingan can use in the Uchiha clan. It's called Susanoo. This Susanoo is extremely powerful. Back then, Madara Uchiha used this Susanoo to fight against my grandfather. Chapter 144 Uchiha Kagakiyama gets shot. Chapter 144 Uchiha Kagakiyama gets summoned. Shizune raised her hand and patted her chest, saying, "So this is Madara Uchiha's signature technique. No wonder it's so terrifying, it's even bigger than Lady Tsunade's summoned beast. If I summoned Lady Katsuyu, I wonder if it could contend with this Susanoo." Tsunade shook her head, calmly looking at Uchiha Kakeyama ahead. "This is incomparable. Although slugs are also large, they are supportive. They can maximize my medical ninjutsu, taking care of countless teammates on the battlefield. However, because they are mollusks, they lack direct lethality. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shizun seemed to understand but not quite, and said, "So, when Uchiha Kagami says it's a draw with Lady Tsunade, he's actually letting Lady Tsunade win." Upon hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade's face darkened, and she said irritably, "Shut up, don't make me slap you." This Uchiha Kakuzan who suddenly appeared is definitely not an easy character. Don't believe everything he says. His sudden visit to me is definitely not simply because of the third Hokage's instructions. Something must have happened in Konoha. Damn it, I have a bad feeling. Uchiha Kakiyama took the lead and returned to Tanabata Street. He chose a lively tavern and went inside. Tsunade and Shizun saw Uchiha Kagami go inside, so they followed him inside. After the group arrived at the tavern, Tsunade acted as if she were on home turf. After finding a private room and settling down, she shouted loudly, "Boss, give us 10 bottles of cherry blossom wine first, and a few snacks to go with it." When Uchiha Kakuzan heard Tsunade shout, he was also speechless. She said 10 bottles right off the bat. Was she trying to drink him to death? Hearing Tsunade's shouts, the boss knew that a big customer had arrived, and he quickly called his staff to bring up the drinks, as if afraid that they might change their minds. Soon after, the snacks to accompany the drinks arrived. Tsunade, in a hearty manner, picked up the bottle and shouted, "Cheers." Uchiha Kakuzan actually disliked drinking, but seeing Tsunade in this state, he reluctantly picked up a bottle and clinked it against Tsunade's. Meanwhile, Shizun, sitting next to them, watched the two drinking with concern. Tsunade was a different story. She would act crazy when drunk. And this Uchiha Kakiyama was clearly a novice who had hardly ever drunk alcohol, which made Shizun even more worried. After touching the bottle, Tsunade raised it and gulped it down. Uchiha Kakuzan also brought the bottle to his lips and tentatively took 2 sips. He wasn't actually good at drinking. The last time he drank was at Mikato's house, where he got drunk and made some mistakes. Uchiha Kakiyama took a sip and his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the wine to be so delicious. It was refreshing with a hint of floral fragrance, not too spicy, and quite smooth. Uchiha Kakiyama couldn't help but take a couple more sips. Cheers. Uchiha Kakuzan and Tsunade are really at odds. Although Uchiha Kakuzan didn't drink much before, his physical abilities have recently increased dramatically, and with that boost, his alcohol tolerance is actually quite good. Tsunade is a seasoned drinker and wouldn't get drunk from just a little bit of alcohol. The two kept drinking, and because there was a silent person nearby, Tsunade also let loose and started drinking with Uchiha Kakiyama without considering the consequences. Uchiha Kakuzan, however, remained vigilant. After all, he was facing Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. It would be a great injustice if he were to fall into her hands because he was drunk. The two drank more and more, and the first 10 bottles of wine were long gone. Now there were at least 34 empty bottles densely packed on the table. When the two were drinking until midnight, Uchiha Kakiyama was the first to give up. He felt the alcohol rising in his head and knew he couldn't drink anymore. When Tsunade offered him a drink, he waved his hand and refused, saying, I can't drink anymore. I surrender, you win." At this point, Tsunade was also nearing her breaking point, but facing Uchiha Kakiyama's surrender, she still said, "This isn't enough, you Uchiha brat, you're no good." Tsunade, her face flushed, let out a hiccup and said, "If you surrender, it means your mission has failed, and I won't go back to Konoha with you." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Kakuzan was temporarily expelled from his drunken state. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he put down the bottle in his hand, straightened his body, and was about to stand up when his body suddenly went limp and he couldn't get up. Seeing Uchiha Kakuzan's actions, Tsunade mocked, "I've long suspected you're up to no good. Although I don't know your purpose, as long as I restrict your mobility and chakra, you won't be able to do anything." Uchiha Kakuzan understood after hearing Tsunade's words. Tsunade had known that he had other intentions all along and had drugged him without him noticing. He had been very careful, but he still fell for Tsunade's trick. It should be said that Tsunade, as one of the legendary Sannin, was at the top in both combat power and experience. Uchiha Kakiyama sat down obediently and carefully sensed the condition within his body. Page 49. His body was sore and weak, and he had almost no chakra left, which was also very difficult to mobilize. However, with the chakra he had, Uchiha Kakiyama was confident that he could get out of his current predicament. Seeing that Uchiha Kagami had closed his eyes and was sensing his body, Tsunade smiled and said, "No need to sense anymore. I used the equivalent of 5 people. Although the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan is powerful, your physical constitution is quite ordinary. You can't escape this time." Uchiha Kakiyama opened his eyes and looked at Tsunade in front of him. Although she was also a little drunk, she looked even more beautiful, especially her broad and generous chest, which was even more eye-catching with her slender waist. Uchiha Kakiyama's lips curled up slightly. "Tsunade, since you made the first move, don't blame me." Uchiha Kakuzan suddenly reached out and grabbed Tsunade's shoulder. He managed to mobilize some chakra, activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and used the Dojutsu Takamagahara to bring Tsunade into the Takamagahara dimension, the highest point of the island. When Tsunade saw Uchiha Kagami extend his hand, she sensed something was wrong. She hadn't expected him to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan again, and exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? I increased the dosage. How could you?" Before Tsunade could finish speaking, she was taken into the space by Uchiha Kakiyama. Chapter 145 Tsunade is taken into her possession. Chapter 145 Tsunade is taken into her possession. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, Uchiha Kakuzan used his eye technique, Takamagahara, to pull her into the dimension. When Tsunade first entered, she was completely bewildered by what she saw, staring in shock at everything before her. Just moments before, she had been in Tanabata, a town in the land of fire, far from the ocean, and now, in the blink of an eye, she had been brought to an island by Uchiha Kakiyama. Tsunade gazed at the distant seascape and murmured, "Space-time ninjutsu." Then, she turned to Uchiha Kakiyama next to her and asked, "How did you do that? We're inland, how did we get to the island so quickly? You know, even my second grandfather and the fourth Hokage couldn't teleport that far at once because they didn't have that much chakra." Uchiha Kakuzan was clearly very unhappy. He didn't answer Tsunade's question and instead took the opportunity to distance himself from her. The reason he pulled Tsunade into the dimension was that he didn't intend to let her go. Besides, this was his home turf, and even if he wasn't in good condition, dealing with Tsunade was more than enough. After Uchiha Kakuzan distanced himself from Tsunade, he said coldly, "Tsunade, I didn't expect you to drug me. I will definitely not let you get away with this." Seeing that Uchiha Kagami did not answer her question, Tsunade said irritably, "I already suspected you were up to something. Isn't it normal for me to drug you? Did you really think this little island could trap me?" As she spoke, Tsunade looked up at the sky, intending to determine her location and direction based on the position of the stars. These were basic skills for ninjas, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to get lost while on a mission. Tsunade didn't notice anything at first, but after gazing at the starry sky for a while, she realized something was wrong, and cold sweat began to trickle down her forehead. Tsunade's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the sky, muttering, "How is this possible? How is this possible? It's all wrong, all wrong. This isn't the world we knew." Seeing Tsunade's shocked expression, Uchiha Kakuzan smiled slightly and explained to her, "Why not? This isn't the same world anymore." Then, Uchiha Kakiyama spread his arms out, making a gesture of embracing the world. "Tsunade, welcome to my world. Here, you can never leave without my permission." Tsunade looked up at Uchiha Kakiyama and did something that surprised him. Tsunade immediately bit her finger, formed hand seals, and finally pressed her hands to the ground. Psychic art. But after a puff of white smoke, Tsunade did not summon anything. Uchiha Kakiyama watched Tsunade's futile efforts and said with a smile, "Tsunade, stop struggling. I've said it before, this is my world. Even with summoning jutsu, nothing can be summoned without my permission." After hearing Uchiha Kakiyama's words, Tsunade did not give up resisting. Instead, it aroused her fighting spirit, and her expression became serious. Looking at Uchiha Kakiyama, she said with high spirits, "Since we can't get out now, I'll defeat you first, and then you can take me out." Looking at Tsunade's triumphant appearance, Uchiha Kakiyama smiled and said, "Tsunade, you no longer have a chance. In the meantime, I have already expelled all the drugs you gave me." As he spoke, Uchiha Kakuzan no longer suppressed the strange phenomena on his body. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly as a large amount of lightning power covered Uchiha Kakuzan's body. Upon seeing the lightning power emanating from Uchiha Kagami, even the well-informed Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Lightning release armor. You actually know the Raikage's lightning release armor." At the same time, Tsunade's heart sank. She hadn't expected Uchiha Kakiyama to remove the drug she had given him so easily. A fully healthy Uchiha Kakiyama was a tough nut to crack, and she had no confidence that she could take him down. Moreover, they were currently in Uchiha Kakiyama's space, which was an even greater disadvantage. Uchiha Kakuzan ignored Tsunade's inner monologue. After expelling the effects of the drug, he stretched lazily and said arrogantly, "Tsunade, you've really angered me. I'll take you down in one move." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Tsunade retorted sarcastically, "Anyone can talk big. You think you can take me down in one move? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Tsunade planned to provoke Uchiha Kakuzan first, enrage him, and make him reveal a weakness when he was angry. Uchiha Kakuzan heard Tsunade's words but did not refute them or get angry. Facts speak louder than words. In his view, Tsunade was just meat on the chopping block, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. He would not get angry because of Tsunade. Uchiha Kakuzan activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and looked at Tsunade. However, upon seeing Kakuzan's Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsunade shifted her gaze away from him and stared at his feet. Based on Tsunade's experience, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is the epitome of Genjutsu illusionary techniques. If you keep staring at his Sharingan, you may very well fall into his Genjutsu without even realizing it. Seeing Tsunade's reaction, Uchiha Kakuzan secretly laughed. "Tsunade, you would never have imagined that my eye technique would work even without eye contact with you." Uchiha Kakuzan gathered chakra in his eyes, urging his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to spin rapidly. Eye technique, Koda Amatsukami, activate. Tsunade had just shifted her gaze to Uchiha Kakeyama's legs, and had just adjusted her focus, ready to deal with any possible attack from Uchiha Kakeyama. However, at that moment, Tsunade suddenly felt her heart pound violently without warning, as if something bad had happened. At the same time, Uchiha Kagemai's eye technique Kota Amatsukami has been activated. Kota Amatsukami is known as the strongest genjutsu. Even Uchiha Fugaku, who has the Mangekyo Sharingan, cannot resist it, let alone Tsunade, who is not particularly outstanding in terms of mental strength. In that instant, a special force had invaded Tsunade's brain with overwhelming force, allowing her to modify her thoughts, her will, and all her resistance without any resistance. From then on, Tsunade's highest pursuit and will was Uchiha Kakeyama himself, and his words were everything to Tsunade. In that instant, everything changed. Tsunade, struck by Kota Amatsukami, had lost all autonomy and was now subject to Uchiha Kakuzan's commands. Just then, Uchiha Kagemai's voice rang out, "Tsunade, come here." Chapter 146 Kid, what do you want to do? Chapter 146 Kid, what do you want to do? Just then, Uchiha Kakeyama said, "Tsunade, come here." Standing there with her head slightly bowed, Tsunade slowly raised her head upon hearing Uchiha Kakeyama's words. She looked at Uchiha Kakeyama with extremely complex emotions in her eyes, her beautiful pale yellow eyebrows were slightly twisted, and her thin red lips were tightly pursed together. She stared at Uchiha Kakeyama for a while, and finally, she sighed softly and walked towards him. Uchiha Kakuzan had a principle when using Kota Amatsukami: unless there were special circumstances, he would not change the other person's memories, way of thinking, or personality when using Kota Amatsukami on them. He simply placed himself at the forefront of that person's mind, ensuring that the person would unconditionally obey his orders and would not do anything detrimental to Uchiha Kakuzan. In Uchiha Kakuzan's view, memories and experiences are a person's greatest treasure and the foundation upon which they stand in this world. If these are altered without authorization, it could cause the person's worldview and logical thinking to collapse, rendering that person useless. That's why Tsunade's emotions were so complicated after she took Uchiha Okazan's Kota Amatsukami. After all, she was the proud Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. She couldn't accept that she had been controlled and enslaved by the Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Kakuzan saw Tsunade obediently walk over, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, although his eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, had always been invincible, he was afraid that something might go wrong when facing Tsunade, and that she might escape his control. Uchiha Kagemai knew that his Kota Amatsukami eye technique had its limits. If he wasn't mistaken, Kota Amatsukami would be completely ineffective against the Rinnegan, even against powerful individuals with extreme yin-yang attributes. For example, Uchiha Madara, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, represented the ultimate yin attribute, while Senjo Hashirama, with his sage body, represented the ultimate yang attribute. Even Kota Amatsukami would likely be outmatched by these two powerful opponents. After all, even his strongest illusion technique is the pinnacle of the yin attribute. At that point, it would probably be a contest of mental strength. Tsunade sighed softly, as if her freedom had left with that sigh. Tsunade approached Uchiha Okayama, looked directly into his eyes, and asked, "Is this the eye technique of your Mangekyo Sharingan?" Tsunade was careless. When Uchiha Kakuzan revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, she should have realized that since Uchiha Kakuzan had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he should have also awakened his own eye techniques. She should have been more wary of Uchiha Kakuzan's eye techniques. However, when Uchiha Okayama revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsunade was so captivated by Uchiha Okayama's third-stage Susanoo that she momentarily forgot that the Mangekyo Sharingan also possessed ocular techniques. Actually, it's not entirely Tsunade's fault. After all, no one in the Uchiha clan has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in a long time, and even if they had, according to the Senju clan's records, there's no such overpowered eye technique as Kota Amatsukami. Therefore, Tsunade didn't immediately recall it. In fact, there are no records of the Uchiha clan having the eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, either it never existed, or it was never discovered. Faced with Tsunade's question, Uchiha Kakuzan calmly nodded and said, "The eye technique, Kota Amatsukami, is arguably the strongest genjutsu. It can invade a person's brain without them realizing it, altering their consciousness. Moreover, unless it's discovered during the casting, even those with the Mangekyo Sharingan or Byakugan won't notice that the person has been controlled afterward." Tsunade paused for a moment after hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's explanation, then looked at him and asked, "So, the third Hokage must have been controlled as well, right?" Uchiha Kakuzan was surprised that Tsunade reacted so quickly, and nodded, saying, "Yes, not only the third Hokage, but also Danzo, they've all been controlled by me." Upon hearing that the third Hokage and Danzo had been brought under control, Tsunade gave a sarcastic smile. "It seems your Uchiha clan has already taken control of the entire Hidden Leaf village. You've come to me to eliminate destabilizing factors." Uchiha Kagemai shook his head to Tsunade's surprise. "Oh, what I told you is true. The Uchiha clan has already separated from Konoha, and they have already chosen a clan home outside the village. They are currently preparing to relocate." Upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzan's words, Tsunade's beautiful eyebrows furrowed again, her brows tightly knit. Although she didn't speak, Uchiha Kakuzan understood Tsunade's meaning and explained, I haven't told anyone that I've taken control of the third Hokage in Danzo, including the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan's relationship with Konoha isn't very pleasant right now, so it's better to just move out directly. This would also be beneficial for the Uchiha clan's development. Power only corrupts people's minds, especially those with weak wills. It's easy for them to lose their way. As a fighting clan, the Uchiha clan can only develop better by continuing to fight. If it's allowed to leech off Konoha, even if it develops well, it will only be a false prosperity and become a bloated waste. So, although I have controlled the third Hokage and Danzo, I have only allowed them to develop in the original way. I have slightly restrained Danzo and made him only responsible for intelligence gathering. As for the future development of Konoha, that is up to you. I am not interested in these things. Tsunade gave Uchiha Kakiyama a deep look and said, so, what is your purpose? What benefits do you get from this? I don't believe you would do something so thankless, controlling us without gaining anything in return. Looking at Tsunade's beautiful face so close to his own, Uchiha Kakiyama's lips curled into a wicked smile. He raised his hand and stroked Tsunade's delicate face, saying, the benefits are of course for you. I don't want to become Hokage, I just want to be the man who becomes Hokage. When Tsunade heard Uchiha Kakiyama's somewhat roundabout words, she thought for a moment before understanding what he meant. Her already pretty face immediately blushed, making her even more stunningly beautiful. It was hard to tell whether she was shy or annoyed by Uchiha Kakiyama. Tsunade said irritably, you brat from the Uchiha clan, I'm old enough to be your mother. Chapter 147 Uchiha Hill's Goals and Direction. Chapter 147 Uchiha Kagakusen's Goals and Direction. Uchiha Kakuzan, upon hearing Tsunade's words, did not refute her, but instead said, Tsunade, do you know why I'm not interested in the Hokage position? When Tsunade heard Uchiha Kagami's question, she rolled her eyes and said, how would I know? Aren't you Uchiha clan all a bunch of lunatics? The higher the level of your Sharingan, the more severe your illness. It's normal for your thoughts to be different from ordinary people. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Kakiyama knew that she was still unhappy about being controlled. He raised his hand and tapped Tsunade on the head twice without any politeness, saying, not all Uchiha are crazy. The reason I'm not interested in these things is because I have more important things to do. Tsunade was hit twice by Uchiha Kakuzan, and clutched her head in pain, but she couldn't retaliate. She glared angrily and said to Uchiha Kakuzan, the Hokage is already the leader of Konoha, the number one of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world. What important thing do you have that's more important than that? Do you want to unify the entire ninja world? Looking at the horizon where the sea meets the sky, Uchiha Kakuzan spoke of his long-held goal and the direction he had always been heading. I have even greater ambitions. I want to stand at the very top of this world. I want to become a god, to escape birth, old age, sickness, and death, to live forever, to have an endless lifespan, and to become the only god in this world. When Tsunade heard what Uchiha Kazuyama said, she opened her mouth wide in surprise and looked at him as if he were a lunatic. She never expected that the biggest lunatic would be the person in front of her. She thought that Uchiha Kazuyama's strength was so high that his thinking should be very clear and his logic should be very tight. She never expected that he was the most deeply hidden lunatic. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Uchiha Kakuzan knew that she didn't believe him, which was normal. No normal person would believe him, since what he said was beyond their comprehension. Being 1 step ahead of them made him a genius, 2 steps ahead made him a leader, but 10 steps ahead made him a complete lunatic. No one in this world would understand him or stand with him to face the future. Uchiha Kakiyama patted Tsunade's head. After all, Tsunade looked like a beautiful woman in her early 20s, so patting her head didn't feel out of place at all. Uchiha Kakuzan said with a smile, I know that when I say this, you will definitely think I'm a lunatic, the worst kind. There's nothing I can do about it, this is the price of knowing too much. Uchiha Kakiyama used his old tricks to fool Tsunade again. Kakiyama activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which slowly rotated under his control. In Tsunade's eyes, it was exquisite and eerie, and it had a feeling that made people unable to help but be drawn into it. Uchiha Kakiyama pointed to his Mangekyo Sharingan and said to Tsunade, my Sharingan has awakened a Dojutsu that I can't activate or use. It can't kill enemies or protect myself. Its name is Spacetime Rift. It activates randomly, allowing me to see fragments of the future. However, what I see is all random, and I can't control it. Tsunade wanted to refute Uchiha Kakuzan's words, as they were simply too absurd. However, she then thought, what was the point of Uchiha Kakuzan lying to her? After all, she was already under his control, her life, her thoughts, were all in his hands. What good would it do for him to deceive her? When Uchiha Kakiyama saw Tsunade open her mouth but couldn't speak, he knew she hadn't accepted it yet, so he raised his hand, patted her shoulder, and pointed his Mangekyo Sharingan at her, saying, don't resist, I'll take you to see some scenes I've seen before. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique, illusion, momentary time and space. Although this eye technique of Uchiha Fugaku was less lethal than Tsukuyomi, it was unexpectedly good in terms of support. Uchiha Kakuzen pulled Tsunade's spirit into the illusion he had created. The two stood in mid-air and began the epic journey that Uchiha Kakuzen was showing them. The two first watched the death of Uchiha Shisui, the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, then Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan, the death of the third Hokage, Jiraiya's infiltration of Omegakure and his death, and Pain's invasion of Konoha to begin the resistance. The Uchiha Kagami was not shown again. Tsunade was allowed to process it first, and there would be plenty of opportunities later. When Uchiha Kagami and Tsunade emerged from the illusion, Tsunade was stunned for a long time. After all, the contents were too shocking, and even with Tsunade's experience and composure, it took her a while to process it. After a long while, Tsunade finally came to her senses and said through gritted teeth, "Damn Orochimaru, how dare he toy with the souls of the dead and disturb the peaceful rest of my great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather." Tsunade wasn't particularly annoyed by Orochimaru's killing of the third Hokage, but she was quite dissatisfied with Orochimaru's use of the impure world reincarnation to disturb and control her great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather. After all, those two were her relatives. Despite her displeasure, Tsunade knew that what she was seeing were fragments of the future. Combined with what Uchiha Kakuzen had done, she could see that the future could be changed. After digesting this for a while, Tsunade completely believed in Uchiha Kakuzen's ability to see the future. She looked up at Uchiha Kakuzen and asked, "Since you have this ability, then Uchiha Shisui is not dead, is he? Did you find the mysterious person on the night of the Uchiha massacre?" Uchiha Kakuzen was satisfied with Tsunade's reaction and said with a smile, "Uchiha Shisui didn't die. I just set up a scheme to allow the Uchiha clan to successfully break away from Konoha, because at that time I didn't have the opportunity to control the third Hokage and Danzo. As for that mysterious person, he came to the Uchiha clan's territory to cause trouble some time ago, and I discovered him. Although I didn't capture him, he has already been hit by one of my eye techniques. Even if he doesn't die, he will be badly injured, and he shouldn't dare to come again for a while." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Kakiyama and muttered, "You really have a lot of eye techniques." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kakuzen offered no explanation, only a smile. Tsunade knew this was probably Uchiha Kakuzen's secret. In this day and age, everyone has secrets, so she didn't press him further. Instead, she discussed Pain's invasion of Konoha with Uchiha Kakuzen. After all, in these future scenarios, Pain's invasion of Konoha was the one that caused the most damage. Page 50. Chapter 148 Tsunade, Promoting the Family Line. Chapter 148 Tsunade, Promoting the Family Line. Tsunade had completely believed Uchiha Kakuzen's words. She also took the Six Paths of Pain, who appeared later, very seriously. After all, the Six Paths of Pain not only killed the powerful Jiraiya, but also invaded Konoha and destroyed the village. Although Naruto persuaded her to revive the people who had sacrificed their lives in Konoha, that was a low-probability event and they couldn't rely on such uncertain factors. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Kakuzen in amazement and said, "The person who invaded Konoha village had very special eyes in the end, he was even able to revive the dead." Uchiha Kakuzen understood Tsunade's meaning and explained, "This eye is recorded in our Uchiha clan's history. It looks like the eyes of the legendary sage of Six Paths and is called the Rinnegan. It seems to have many special functions, including the ability to manipulate corpses, share vision, and, most importantly, revive the dead. However, judging from the price it pays, it's likely to be the user's own life." Tsunade nodded solemnly. She hadn't expected that the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths would appear in the world in the next few years. Tsunade looked up at Uchiha Kakiyama and said, "Is this why you want to become a god?" Uchiha Kakuzen smiled and shook his head. "This is nothing. I only showed you a part of the future. I didn't show you the rest because it's too far ahead. This Pain's Six Paths is only a part of it. After we deal with this guy, I'll tell you the rest. But I can tell you that the characters who appear later have already reached the Six Paths level. If we don't work hard, we'll be wiped out by them with a flick of their wrists." Tsunade was furious at Uchiha Kakuzen's cryptic behavior, but there was nothing she could do. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Six Paths level?" Uchiha Okayama patiently explained to Tsunade, "The Six Paths level is a level I set up based on the strength of ninjas. Previously, our highest level was the Kage level. Your grandfather and Uchiha Madara were at this level back then. If you go up and surpass the peak of the Kage level, you can be said to be at the Six Paths level. People at this level can suppress Kage level people with one hand." Tsunade had no feeling about the Six Paths level, but when compared to the Kage level, she felt the terror of the Six Paths level. She stared intently into Uchiha Kakuzen's eyes and asked, "Will there be many Kage level beings in the future?" Uchiha Kakuzen silently calculated in his mind and said, "I think there will be about 6 or 7. Uchiha Kakuzen wasn't sure whether he should count Guy, who had opened the 8 gates, as a Six Paths level fighter, since his fighting power was only temporary. Although Tsunade was mentally prepared, she was still shocked by the number. Back then, there were only 2 Kage level beings in the ninja world, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who turned the entire ninja world upside down. In the future, so many Six Paths level beings would appear. Would they destroy the whole world? We'll deal with the future later. Tsunade took a deep breath, calmed herself, and asked, "What are your plans? What do you need my cooperation with?" Looking at Tsunade's beautiful face, Uchiha Kakeyama revealed his purpose: "I need your cooperation. In the future, those who possess 6 paths level combat power will all have special bloodlines. Ordinary people without special bloodlines have too low a combat power ceiling. Let alone 6 paths level, they can barely even reach Kage level." Uchiha Kakeyama paused for a moment. "Tsunade, as a direct descendant of the Senju clan, it would be a great pity if you could not preserve the special bloodline of the Senju clan. It would be a loss to the entire ninja world." Tsunade blushed immediately upon hearing Uchiha Kageme's words. She hadn't expected that, in the end, she would still be drawn into this situation. As the princess of the Senju clan, she did indeed bear a responsibility. It wasn't that she didn't want to bring glory to the Senju clan, but since the deaths of her younger brother and boyfriend, she was genuinely afraid of losing anyone else who was important to her. Although Jiraiya had pursued her for many years, she really had no feelings for him. Moreover, Jiraiya's usual behavior completely destroyed any goodwill she might have had towards him. After all, who would have the courage to like and accept someone who enjoys drinking with women, writing erotic novels, and voyeurism, especially someone from a prestigious family like Tsunade? When Tsunade faced this problem again, she suddenly realized that, under the control of Uchiha Kakeyama, she seemed to have only one choice left: the Uchiha Kakeyama in front of her. When Tsunade realized this, she was startled. After all, the person in front of her was much younger than her. Tsunade glanced awkwardly at Uchiha Kakeyama, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, when Tsunade looked at Uchiha Kakeyama again, it was the first time she had seen him from a woman's perspective. She found that he was not only tall and much taller than her, but also very handsome. Perhaps because he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, even when he was out of Sharingan mode, his black pupils still shone brightly and were very attractive. Tsunade couldn't help but blush. This Uchiha Kakeyama was good in every way, except that he was too young. How could she possibly bring herself to do it? Uchiha Kakuzan didn't care about Tsunade's little schemes. After all, Tsunade was already under his control, and she would be his sooner or later. There was no way she could escape. Seeing that he had explained things to Tsunade to the point of exhaustion, Uchiha Kakeyama felt he should give her some time to accept reality and him, so he said, "Let's call it a day. Let's go back first, otherwise your little follower will go crazy." Tsunade was lost in her own thoughts when she heard Uchiha Kageme's words. She paused for a moment, then remembered her poor little follower and stammered, "Oh, right, and Shizun too. She must be so worried. Let's go out first." As she finished speaking, a blush crept onto Tsunade's face. Uchiha Kakuzan didn't mind and said gently to Tsunade, "So that you can contact me in the future, I need to mark a spatial mark on you. I originally wanted to mark it between your eyebrows, but there is already your mark there. Find a place where you can easily mobilize your chakra, so that it will be convenient for you to use in the future." Tsunade was hearing about spatial markings for the first time. It sounded like the Flying Thunder God technique, markings used by the 2nd and 4th Hokage. Curious, she asked, "Spatial markings? What are those?" Chapter 149. Do I really want to have a baby? Chapter 149. Do I really want to have a baby? Upon hearing Uchiha Kakeyama's words, Tsunade asked curiously, "A spatial imprint?" Uchiha Kakeyama had no choice but to explain the function of the space-time mark to her. Tsunade was shocked once again. She never expected that Uchiha Kakeyama was such a treasure. In terms of space-time techniques, he not only had a backyard where he could live, but he could also give space-time marks to others. Although it could not enable the person to have space-time ninjutsu, it could still save their life in critical moments. Tsunade thought about it carefully, her pretty face flushing slightly. Finally, hesitantly, under Uchiha Kakeyama's questioning gaze, she pointed to her chest, to the area between her 2 prominent breasts. Although the location was sensitive, it was second only to the center of her forehead. Tsunade, though a little shy, knew that sometimes, being just a little quick could save her life. Tanjong acupoint, don't get the wrong idea. Uchiha Kakeyama followed Tsunade's finger and saw the location she had identified. He couldn't help but stare intently at it, and his lips twitched slightly. To prevent Tsunade from getting angry, he didn't say anything and directly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, marking the space imprint on it. Fortunately, Tsunade's clothes had a large neckline, otherwise it would have been difficult to handle. After Uchiha Kakeyama focused his attention and carefully marked the space imprint there, he breathed a sigh of relief. Marking a person with a space imprint is already quite troublesome, let alone in such an important place. Isn't this tempting me to commit a crime? You're using this to test your subordinates. After Tsunade marked Uchiha Okayama with a spatial imprint, she covered herself up in deceit, turned around, and said guiltily, "Let's go out quickly, otherwise Shizun will get worried." Uchiha Kakuzan also snapped out of his daze from the 2 large steamed buns. Hearing Tsunade's words, he coughed and said, "Okay, let's go back first." With that, he raised his hand and placed it on Tsunade's shoulder, and through the spatial imprint, they arrived at a sparsely populated place next to Tanabata Street. Seeing Tsunade looking at him with some confusion, Uchiha Kakeyama explained, "I didn't set up any spatial imprints in Tanabata Street. I only set up this one around here." After all, if there were too many spatial imprints, I would easily get them mixed up. Also, setting them up in Tanabata Street would easily scare people and expose my ability. Tsunade nodded in understanding and hurried to the place where they had stayed in Tanabata. Over the years, they had developed a tacit understanding and knew where to meet up if they got separated. Just as Tsunade had predicted, they found Shizun pacing anxiously there. Since they were out and about with no one to rely on or contact, Shizun waited at the tavern for a while before coming to their lodgings. She planned to wait until dawn, and if Tsunade hadn't made any move, she would have to urgently notify Konoha and Jiraiya. When Shizun saw Tsunade appear, she was so excited that she almost cried. Heaven knows how much psychological pressure she had been under since Tsunade disappeared. This was different from when she was hiding from gambling debts. The person who made Tsunade disappear was the vice-head of the Uchiha clan. Even though Shizun was naive, she knew a little about the grudges between the Senjo and Uchiha clans. Moreover, the way Uchiha Kakuzan took Tsunade away startled Shizun. She had never seen spacetime ninjutsu before. Shizun was terrified by Uchiha Kakuzan's sudden attack, which also caused Tsunade to disappear. She had never experienced anything like this before. Tsunade could understand Shizun's feelings and pressure. She patted Shizun's hair and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. We were separated for much longer when we were hiding from gambling debts before, and nothing happened. With Tsunade's comfort, Shizun calmed down. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Uchiha Kakiyama following behind Tsunade. Startled, she jumped up and grabbed a kunao. While assuming a defensive stance, she called out, "Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Kakiyama is here again." Tsunade was also taken aback by Shizun's reaction for a moment, then she realized what was happening and pulled Shizun back from advancing. She explained, "Shizun, Uchiha Kakuzan is not a bad person, nor is he here to cause us trouble. He has already explained to me that he has a mission given to him by the third Hokage, which is why he took me away and found a secluded place to report the information to me." When Tsunade pulled her back, Shizun realized what was happening and, after hearing Tsunade's explanation, she let go of her hostility towards Uchiha Kakiyama. Seeing that Tsunade had already met Shizun, Uchiha Kakiyama knew that he was no longer needed and took his leave, saying, "Tsunade, since there is nothing more for me to do, I will take my leave now. Please consider my suggestion carefully, as it is of great importance." Lady Tsunade knew what Uchiha Kagami wanted her to consider, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her face. In front of Shizun, she didn't want to say anything, so she mumbled, "You should go back and rest first. I will definitely think about it carefully." Uchiha Kakiyama nodded upon hearing Tsunade's words, greeted the two of them, and then left their room. Meanwhile, Shizun looked around nervously. Although she didn't understand what Uchiha Kagami and Lady Tsunade meant, she felt that something was off between them. After Tsunade left Uchiha Hill, she didn't give Shizun any time to think. She kept Shizun running around in circles, and it was getting late. They needed to get some rest too. However, after Tsunade and Shizun finished washing up and went to bed, Tsunade couldn't fall asleep. After all, she had experienced too much that day, and everything was unexpected. Moreover, Tsunade had become Uchiha Kagakiyama's puppet, and this sudden change in identity was also something that Tsunade found hard to accept. After much thought, Tsunade suddenly remembered the question that Uchiha Kakiyama had asked her to consider, and she couldn't help but blush. After all, Uchiha Kakiyama was too young, which made Tsunade feel like an old cow eating young grass. Tsunade couldn't help but grit her teeth and think, that damned Uchiha Kakiyama, am I taking advantage of him or him taking advantage of me? Am I really going to have his child? I was planning to live a lonely life, but I never expected to end up falling for this brat from the Uchiha clan. That night, Tsunade tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chapter 150 Poor Shizun. Chapter 150 Poor Shizun. Unlike Tsunade, who tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, Uchiha Kakuzan slept soundly. After all, he had already achieved his goal and had Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, under his control. The fear was that after copying the Senju clan's bloodline, the time spent integrating it into the body would be too long, causing Shizun, the little follower, to send a distress signal to Jiraiya in a state of confusion. Although Uchiha Kakuzan's current strength is enough to contend with Jiraiya, or even suppress him. However, those familiar with Jiraiya know that he has many tricks up his sleeve. If he keeps an eye on you, it will be quite troublesome and delay your plans and time. It's better to let him continue to look for his chosen one. Uchiha Kakiyama slept soundly through the night and woke up early, despite the many things that had happened the previous day and the fact that it was already late when he went to sleep. Despite not having slept much, Uchiha Kakiyama still woke up feeling energetic. Since Uchiha Kakiyama successfully trained his body, especially after fusing the would-release bloodline limit and the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, his physical abilities have improved dramatically. As a result, he is always full of energy, and even if he doesn't eat, drink, or sleep for several days, he can still maintain a high level of physical condition. When Tsunade and Shizun came out of their room, Uchiha Kagami had already ordered breakfast for them. Upon seeing them, he invited them to eat, but Tsunade and Shizun exchanged a glance and then walked over without any hesitation. In all her years of wandering the world, this was the first time Tsunade had suffered such a great loss. Since she had already suffered a loss, she would try to make up for it in other ways. Although the gains she made were incomparable to what she had lost, she would try to gain something, no matter how small. After the three of them and the pig finished their meal, Uchiha Kakuzen made a request to Tsunade. "Tsunade-nichan, I've almost finished learning all the medical ninjutsu you left in Konoha, but I can only use some of them so far. However, I only know the how but not the why, and I can't apply it flexibly. As a result, some of my ninjutsu techniques are not very effective when I use them. Therefore, I hope you can take some time to guide me." Tsunade put the last piece of fried egg in her mouth, and upon hearing Uchiha Kakuzen's words, she glanced at him with some surprise. She hadn't expected that Uchiha Kakuzen would be interested in medical ninjutsu. Although the Uchiha clan has the Sharingan, which makes it easy for them to learn certain ninjutsu, ease of learning is one thing, and interest is another. Moreover, medical ninjutsu is practically useless for those who prioritize power and effectiveness. Because medical ninjutsu is different from ordinary ninjutsu, when you learn medical ninjutsu, you also need to learn many basic subjects, such as cell biology, anatomy, herbalism, meridian theory, and the reactions of various ninjutsu to the human body. It is very complex and completely different from ninjutsu. After all, the human body is a very delicate thing. If you don't understand it, you can't even treat it. Tsunade generally welcomes and encourages those who seek her guidance in medical ninjutsu. After all, the medical ninjutsu industry was established because of her, and she is the industry's leader. Therefore, she is always happy to lend a hand whenever she encounters such a situation. Although Tsunade was somewhat surprised that Uchiha Kakuzen suddenly wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, she readily agreed, saying, "No problem. You can prepare first and sort out your questions. I'll give you 2 hours tonight to guide you. If you can't finish in 2 hours tonight, we can continue tomorrow night." As for why Tsunade didn't give guidance to Uchiha Kakuzen during the day, it was obviously because she wanted to go to the casino and have some fun. She couldn't let such a small matter delay her from finding her own happiness. Besides, Tsunade had a premonition that with Uchiha Kakuzen's arrival, the days left for her to have fun were numbered. Uchiha Kakuzen had already achieved his goal and had no further objectives for the time being. As for Tsunade, he could just wait patiently. So, Uchiha Kakuzen suddenly found himself with nothing to do. After the group finished eating, Uchiha Kakiyama had nothing to do, so he curiously followed Tsunade and the others, wanting to see what was going on in the casino. Although Uchiha Kakiyama had been in this world for quite some time, he had never been to a casino before. Since he had come across one this time, Uchiha Kakiyama became a temporary follower, just like Shizun, following behind Tsunade to broaden his horizons. So Uchiha Kakuzen spent the day following Tsunade around various casinos. Although Uchiha Kakuzen wasn't interested in gambling, he could see all walks of life in the casinos. All sorts of people dropped their masks and pretenses in the casinos, and their moods rose and fell with the size of the small dice. Some were ecstatic, some broke down and cried, some were oblivious, and some were utterly despondent. Uchiha Kakuzen was far more interested in these things than in gambling. Moreover, he observed that although Tsunade was always at a disadvantage and lost miserably, she rarely had negative emotions. It could be said that Tsunade enjoyed the process of gambling. Whether she won or lost was no longer important. Winning would be best, but even if she lost, it didn't matter, and she could still participate in the next gamble with great enthusiasm. Uchiha Kakiyama curled the corners of his mouth. It seems he still has money and doesn't care about losing all the time. Or maybe he's just used to getting drunk and has given up. When he has children in the future, he must discipline them well and not let them learn his mother's bad habits. The Senju clan was such a big family business. I wonder how much is left now. Although the Uchiha family is also a large and wealthy family, they can't let them develop bad habits. And so, on this day, Uchiha Kakiyama followed behind Tsunade, witnessing casinos of all sizes and various forms of gambling. However, Tsunade remained undeterred, losing every single time, regardless of the size of the bet. This was a skill, not a matter of probability, but a matter of metaphysics. Just as the sun was setting, Tsunade finally had her fill of fun. After collecting a dozen IOUs, she left the last casino and headed towards the tavern. After spending a day with Tsunade, Uchiha Kakuzen was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Even a day of traveling wouldn't have left him this tired. Although he wasn't physically tired, he was mentally exhausted. At that moment, Uchiha Kakiyama suddenly felt a little sorry for Shizun, the little follower who was following behind them. He was so tired all day, but she had been following him every day. This little girl had gotten through it all. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kakiyama couldn't help but turn his head to Shizun, and under her bewildered gaze, he gave her an encouraging thumbs up. Although Uchiha Kakuzen didn't say anything, Shizun somehow understood what he meant, chuckled, and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 151,000 Hands Bloodline. Chapter 151,000 Hands Bloodline. At night, Tsunade, who had been playing outside all day, finally quieted down and stayed obediently inside. After dinner, it was time for Uchiha Okayama to ask Tsunade for advice on medical ninjutsu. To be honest, Uchiha Kakuzen had put a lot of effort into medical ninjutsu. After all, it was an essential skill for him after he fled Konoha, because doctors are a respected profession no matter where you go. During their conversation, Shizun was sent away to rest. Tsunade knew that there were some things Shizun shouldn't know. After Shizun left, Tsunade left her a note saying she had to go out for a bit, so that Shizun wouldn't panic if she came back and found them gone. With everything ready, Tsunade and Uchiha Kakuzen exchanged a glance and nodded. Without letting Uchiha Kakuzen take her with her, she used chakra to activate the spatial mark on her body and returned to the space. Uchiha Kakiyama watched as Tsunade entered the space alone, shook his head helplessly, and followed her into the space. When Uchiha Kagami entered the space, Tsunade was standing there, looking at the distant sea. The sea breeze gently blew through her hair, causing it to sway in the wind. Uchiha Kakiyama watched all this quietly, unwilling to break the peaceful and serene scene. After being blown by the sea breeze for a while, Tsunade turned to look at Uchiha Kakiyama and said, "Your space is a good place to retire, and no one will ever bother you." Uchiha Kakuzen looked intently at Tsunade and said, "If you like, this is your place too." When Tsunade heard what Uchiha Kakiyama said, she didn't answer his question directly. Instead, she turned to look at the distant sea and said, "I agree to what you said, but you have to give me time, a time when I can accept you." Tsunade spoke calmly, as if she were talking about someone else's business, but her bright red ears betrayed her.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.